citywide alarm. My painstaking effort, the 18-meter-tall Gundam I built by exhausting all my knowledge, has gone out of control. Now it lies half-buried under the mountain. A group of top scientists are excitedly studying that incredible special steel around it. Hearing the crying from the cabin, they thought some test operator had lost consciousness. Only I knew that was my 5-year-old daughter. She was locked inside the sealed cockpit, with the backup life support system's countdown about to reach zero. These experts trying to save lives had no idea the classified weapon they intended to research was my very life. My name is Shaoqiu, a level 8 welder, rushing to complete an 18-meter-tall humanoid robot, my Gundam, for the sci-fi Week Street order. I was complaining about the request from Zhao Qidong, the director of the neighborhood committee, when my 4 or 5-year-old daughter Yaya came running over. His eyes sparkled with little stars as he gazed at the giant blue-on-white robot. I carried her inside the house to soothe her to sleep and named her Gundam. I am a time traveler who has taken over the original body's identity as a skilled technician. The original owner had his wife run away in order to buy a school district house, and he himself ended up on the list of dishonest persons due to mortgage debts, eventually getting fired from the factory. He died from alcohol abuse, and I acquired the system, a shoddy system that unlocks technology as long as you pay money. The technology from the novice gift package allowed me to complete the neighborhood office's order. As I lay down with my daughter, drowsiness washed over me, and I quickly fell asleep. After I was sound asleep, Yaya quietly climbed out of bed and sneaked into the warehouse. Under the moonlight, the massive blue and white Gundam stood solemn and beautiful. Her small hand touched the armor, and with a buzzing sound, the mech's eyes lit up with a blue light. It retreated half a step, knelt down on one knee, and opened the chest armor. A steel cable descended. The mech unexpectedly activated biometric recognition, identifying her as the pilot. Driver height insufficient detected. Switching operation mode. Brainwave synchronization device activated. Yaya excitedly sat in the driver's seat, operating the mech. The warehouse door opened, and on a sudden whim, she piloted this 18-meter-tall mech and ran out. At this moment, Wang Chang, who had drunk his friend's mushroom soup, was waiting for his friend when he suddenly felt the ground tremble. An 18-meter-tall robot trotted into view before him, looking rather excited. He thought he was hallucinating, but a girl beside him also panicked and called the police. Around 1 or 2 a.m., the female police dispatcher found the report of a 6-story tall giant robot absurd. But soon, one after another, emergency calls started pouring in. The police were dispatched, but initially came up empty-handed. However, after reconstructing the eyewitness accounts from Wang Chang, his friend, and the girl who reported it through composite sketches, the police discovered that the descriptions provided by all 3 individuals matched perfectly. Officer Lin Weiman, on duty at the precinct, took trainee officer Lin Qingxian back to the scene once more. Sure enough, on the ground, they discovered worn-out traces of a giant robot's front foot matching the witness's description, measuring about 1.5 meters. After a brief period of adaptation, Yaya could now freely manipulate the mecha at will. However, she remained unaware of the energy issue. After jogging for a while, the mech began to indicate insufficient energy. The mech suddenly dimmed after a leap, lost coordination, and directly crashed into the more southern mountainous area. In the cockpit, a mechanical voice announced, "Energy depleted. Driver detected remaining. Backup energy will prioritize life support systems." Yaya attempted several times to start the system without success and eventually fell into a deep sleep in the cockpit. The police center and fire department received reports of loud noises on a nearby mountain, suspected to be a landslide. The police and firefighters arrived at the scene, and everyone was shocked by what they saw before their eyes. Under the half-concealed hillside, the giant blue and white mecha was spotted. Fire Brigade Captain Li Xingqi suspected this was a military district experimental object falling and immediately reported it. Military District Commander Shen was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night. He arrived at the scene and, looking at the enormous object before him while cross-referencing the police report, it was calculated that this mech had traveled nearly 20 kilometers in a short period of time. As dawn was breaking, Shen dialed the phone number of Nansua's director, Zhang Yikai. "Where is my daughter?" I woke up and felt around beside me, only to find that Yaya was gone. I rushed to the warehouse, and even the Gundam was missing. A bold guess popped into my mind. The little girl drove the Gundam away in the middle of the night. I checked the logs and found that Yaya had already driven the Gundam out at around 1 a.m. I was frantic with worry. The mecha's battery can operate for at most half an hour, and the backup power only supplies oxygen for 6 hours. It was now 6:30 in the morning. The life support system was about to fail. In the event of a power outage, the cockpit would be completely sealed and could only be unlocked from the outside. Professor Zhang Yikai arrived at the scene and was stunned to see the mecha, realizing this thing was not created by the South. He discovered that the crane could lift a maximum of only 30 tons. This mecha before me stands about 18 meters tall but weighs less than 30 tons. Zhang Yikai excitedly deduced, "You mean this giant robot uses some kind of new material?" He immediately called for people to test this new type of material. Zhang Yikai's granddaughter Zhang Jia brought the spectral data. It's iron. The armor of this mech is a special type of steel. Researcher Yuan Lang rushed over and said they had found the cockpit in the chest of the mech, and there was someone inside. But the hatch is completely sealed, and external sounds cannot penetrate it. The pilot may have lost consciousness. They switched to a contact communicator and finally connected to the cockpit. The speaker blared with loud crying. Wah, Daddy! Dad, where are you? It's so dark here. Woo-woo, Dad, come quick and save Yaya. Percent a girl? Zhang Jiayi and Yuan Lang were both incredulous. Zhang Jiayi tried to communicate, but Yaya only cried for her mom and dad. Chapter 4, this thing won't open. Seeing that communication with the girl was impossible, Zhang Jiayi was at a loss. She could only exchange a helpless glance with her grandfather. There was no other choice. Saving lives came first. They'd have to focus on damaging only the cockpit. Zhang Yikai had initially hoped to preserve the aircraft's structural integrity, but human lives were at stake. Extracting the pilot had to come first. Using a flame cutter would best preserve the armor's structural integrity. Zhang Yikai couldn't be certain if this new material, like carbon fiber, possessed extreme compressive and load-bearing strength in its monolithic state. Once its integrity was compromised, it might rapidly disintegrate. This was precisely why Zhang Yikai had insisted on preserving the airframe's integrity. With the fire department's intervention, a flame cutter was quickly delivered to the scene. As blue flames erupted from the torch, the firefighter pressed it against the chest armor of the machine. Sizzle! Yet after the sparks flew and the torch was withdrawn, the sight before them stunned everyone once more. Not only had the collective chest armor not melted from the heat, it hadn't even turned red from the intense heating. Ha! Zhang Yikai was stunned speechless. After seeing the undamaged chest armor, he hesitated for a moment before reaching out to touch it. To his astonishment, he detected not a trace of residual heat. Astounding! This material could withstand temperatures exceeding 3,500 degrees Celsius. It remained completely unaffected by deformation under extreme heat and even dissipated heat rapidly. Zhang Yikai found himself utterly speechless, unable to describe this material. Overwhelmed with excitement and finding no outlet for his emotions, Zhang Yikai immediately exclaimed to Xinyawu, "Old Shin, do you realize what this means? This means even if this mech plunged directly from outer space into the atmosphere, it wouldn't burn up." Xinyawu didn't quite grasp the significance, but he asked pragmatically, "So what do we do? This thing's huge laser cutting won't work, right? Maybe try controlled demolition? That's the only option, but we'll need military-grade explosives. Ordinary mining blasting charges probably won't cut it." Zhang Yikai didn't believe a material capable of withstanding temperatures exceeding 3,500 degrees Celsius would have poor impact resistance. "Alright, stand by. I'll have someone fetch it." Xinyawu promptly called to arrange the demolition. The military district wasn't far away, and the urgent delivery arrived by 7 in the morning. Soon, a palm-sized block of TNT was slapped onto the chest armor. At Xinyawu's command, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending a plume of gunpowder smoke billowing from the mech's front armor. After confirming it was safe, Xinyawu and Zhang Yikai hurried over. To their astonishment, the front chestplate showed not even a dent, let alone a gaping hole. Now it was Xinyawu's turn to be stunned. This was an explosive charge powerful enough to obliterate the frontal armor of a heavy tank. Xinyawu nearly bit his tongue off in shock. As expected, Zhang Yikai sighed deeply, equally helpless. The cockpit likely had a life support system, but its backup power supply would surely be limited. "We must contact this mech's creator immediately. Investigate. Start immediately with the records of this mech's appearance. Locate its manufacturer at the earliest opportunity. Lives are at stake, find them as quickly as possible." Xinyawu's orders were relayed to local police immediately. The Rongchang Sub-District Police Station, where Lin Qingxian was stationed, also received the directive. Lin Weiman immediately mobilized Lin Qingxian to join the operation. Daylight had broken, revealing many traces obscured by night. As the two followed the mech's tracks on the asphalt to the Lu family's scrapyard, they encountered Lu Shaoqiu, who was also searching for his daughter along the same trail. "Officer, have you seen an 18-meter-tall mecha? Surely someone must have witnessed it? Has anyone reported it? Do you know where this mecha is now?" Lu Shaoqiu asked, his voice tinged with urgency. "You're the one who built that mech?" Lin Qingxian asked, somewhat surprised. The man before her was somewhat handsome, but rather unkempt, even a bit down and out. He hardly seemed connected to cutting-edge technology like a mecha. "Ah, yes, it was me. Did you receive a report? Has anyone seen that mech?" Lu Shaoqiu's eyes lit up at the question, his urgency palpable. He pressed further, as if afraid they wouldn't take him there immediately, adding, "The life support system on that mech can only last about 6 hours. Counting from last night, it's almost at its limit now. Please take me there as soon as possible. Come with us." Lin Qingxian turned to start the car. After getting into the police car, they sped off, the three of them heading toward the mountainous region in the south. Watching the police car veer further and further off the beaten path, Lu Shaoqiu hadn't expected this young woman to drive so far. When he saw the massive mech half buried in the collapsed mountainside, Lu Shaoqiu felt like the sky had fallen. He was supposed to deliver the goods today. His 100,000 yuan was likely gone for good. But right now, the girl comes first. Little Lu Yaya is going to be in for a world of trouble later. The moment he stepped out of the car, Lu Shaoqiu sprinted toward the mech, only to be stopped by soldiers securing the scene. Let me through! Let me through! I'm the mech's manufacturer. Saving lives comes first. Lin Qingxian hurried after him, shouting at the soldiers in charge of the cordon. The commotion naturally caught the attention of Shen Yaowu and Zhang Yikai. When Zhang Yikai saw Lin Qingxian approaching with a somewhat disheveled young man, he didn't immediately associate him with the mech's creator. Commander! Lin Qingxian snapped to attention and saluted Shen Yaowu. Just as Shen Yaowu was about to ask what Lu Shaoqiu was doing here, Zhang Yikai immediately caught on. He stepped forward, visibly excited. You're the mecha's creator, right? Yes. Please hold any questions for later. My daughter is still in the cockpit. The mech's life support is nearing critical. Lu Shaoqiu didn't even acknowledge Zhang Yikai, instead sprinting past him toward the mech. Lu Shaoqiu climbed onto the chest armor via the side handle, pried open a hidden compartment, and finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the input keyboard still powered. After entering the password, the mech's chest armor emitted a hissing sound and slowly opened. Squeak! The chest armor opened, revealing the cockpit once more. Lu Shaoqiu peered inside and saw the little girl, Lu Ya, who had cried herself to sleep. Instantly, his blood pressure spiked. After worrying for so long, this little brat actually had such a big heart sleeping so soundly. Lu Ya. Ya. Chapter 5, Forget flying, give up that hope. Wah, daddy's mean. Little Lu Yaya clutched her sore bottom, burrowing into Lin Qingxuan's embrace and whimpering softly, careful not to let her father hear. Earlier, Lu Shaoqiu had already beaten her soundly in a fit of rage. At least he'd spared her some dignity by not exposing her little bottom to hit. Still, the little girl felt her pride wounded. Pouting, she buried her face in Lin Qingxuan's ample bosom, refusing to look at anyone. Lu Shaoqiu had intended to scold his daughter further, but Zhang Yikai was utterly captivated by the massive mecha before them. He quickly pulled Lu Shaoqiu over and asked, "Young man, come on, tell me what was your purpose in building this mecha?" "This is a promotional prop I made for the Sci-Fi Week event our neighborhood committee promised to host. They agreed to pay me 100,000 yuan once it was finished." Lu Shaoqiu answered honestly. 100,000 yuan? Even Shen Yaowu, who had been watching the commotion all along, was stunned. 100,000? You mean they offered you just 100,000 for this massive 18-meter tall mech, and you just built it for them? Shen Yaowu could hardly believe it. This mech must weigh over 20 tons alone. Steel costs over 1,000 yuan per ton these days. You wouldn't even cover your costs. Zhang Yikai chimed in from the side. I run a scrapyard. When I buy scrap iron, the cost is around 400 per ton, and I still make about 10,000 profit. Lu Shaoqiu scratched his head and said with a laugh. What? You make 10,000? Zhang Jiayi gasped. Hearing her seemingly dismissive tone, Lu Shaoqiu felt a bit uncomfortable and immediately retorted, "Little sister, you clearly don't know the value of money. 10,000 yuan can do a lot, you know? For me, 100,000 yuan is a huge sum. Even if I resell scrap iron, I wouldn't get close to that amount." The surrounding crowd was stunned. This was the first time anyone had heard of such high-tech equipment being so cheap. Hold on a moment, Zhang Yikai thought, feeling his mind spin. But he quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Why did your neighborhood committee have you build such a large mecha? Why not just a regular metal sculpture? In that instant, Shen Yaowu keenly sensed the unspoken implication in Zhang Yikai's words. His old partner was suspecting that the sub-district director might be some kind of foreign spy. Perhaps he stumbled upon Lu Shaoqiu, a genius in scientific research, and knowing the man has financial struggles, seized the opportunity to have him develop new technology. Upon this realization, Shen Yaowu, adhering to his principle of better to kill the wrong person than let the guilty go free, had already instructed his confidential secretary to take control of the sub-district director who placed the order. At this point, Lu Shaoqiu clenched his teeth in frustration. That old fool said before he left that it'd be great if this thing could actually move. Does he have any idea how complex the design needs to be to make a humanoid robot functional? With my expertise, how could he possibly find fault? That's why every aspect of this mech, from the control system to the internal skeleton, was meticulously designed by me. When discussing his expertise, Lu Shaoqiu immediately launched into an enthusiastic monologue. But to Zhang Yikai and Shen Yaowu, his words carried a different weight. A large robot that actually moves? Confirmed. This guy is almost certainly a spy. With just a glance, Zhang Yikai signaled his confidential secretary, who nodded and immediately withdrew, taking men to find the sub-district director who had placed the order. "I have a few more questions I'd like to ask," Zhang Yikai said, leaning in close to Lu Shaoqiu like a diligent student eager to learn. "How did you manage to build such a massive mecha using steel, yet keep its weight down to only around 20 tons? Simple enough. You know carbon fiber, right? Its high-strength and tensile properties stem from its atomic structure, hexagonal lattices of graphite sheets formed by carbon atoms. The steel plates used in this mech share a similar composite atomic structure. By arranging carbon and iron atoms in a carbon-12 pattern, we achieve an effect akin to EPS foam. This balances lightweight construction with exceptional strength. A genius idea. Zhang Yikai couldn't help but praise it. Then, looking at the giant mecha before him, he said, I see this mecha has wings. Are you planning to make it fly? Not a bit. Purely for aesthetics, Lu Shaoqiu shook his head. But I see you've left no exhaust ports. It won't fly. Give up that fantasy, old man. Lu Shaoqiu cut Zhang Yikai off bluntly. Its shape doesn't suit aerodynamic design, limiting its combat effectiveness within the atmosphere. Its real applications lie in engineering projects and outer space development. Using it as a weapon? Impossible for now. For now? You mean it's not entirely impossible? Zhang Yikai detected the reservation in Lu Shaoqiu's words and pressed further. Absolutely. Energy supply is the biggest hurdle. Relying on battery packs, my current tech can't store enough power for meaningful endurance. To ensure high mobility, we'd need high-power vacuum engines. With my current capabilities, getting this thing airborne is simply impossible. As their conversation grew more animated, Zhang Yikai realized that while this mech couldn't be deployed in combat anytime soon, the technology embedded within it once reverse-engineered could undoubtedly elevate China's military industry to a new level. The more Zhang Yikai observed Lu Shaoqiu, the more he found him agreeable. Just as he was about to propose purchasing the mech, a figure was abruptly shoved before them. It was Zhao Qidong, the sub-district director who had commissioned Lu Shaoqiu to build a giant robot for promotional purposes. Zhao Qidong was completely dazed. He had been sound asleep, barely awake, when suddenly darkness engulfed his vision and he lost consciousness. When I came to, I was already being brought here, still wearing my pajamas. What's going on? Who are you people? A black bag was pulled over Zhao Qidong's head. When it was finally removed, he saw Lu Shaoqiu and immediately assumed Lu Shaoqiu had hired people to kidnap him. Lu, this is really underhanded of you. I saw you struggling and tried to help you find work. You can't repay kindness with betrayal. Zhao Qidong still believed Lu Shaoqiu had suddenly changed his mind and decided to double-cross him. Money's no problem, how about you let me go first? Zhao Qidong's appearance startled Lu Shaoqiu, who immediately turned to Zhang Yikai beside him. Lu Shaoqiu knew Zhang Yikai was a big shot, but he couldn't fathom why these people had suddenly brought Zhao Qidong along. Chapter 6, Wait, use this treasure for promotion? Release you? The more Xin Yaowu looked at Zhao Qidong, the more he felt this guy wasn't trustworthy. He strode up to him, his face stern, and said, You'd better tell me what you're up to. Otherwise, I won't mind making you suffer a little pain. Xin Yaowu had already resolved to kill him. In his eyes, Zhao Qidong was nothing but a traitorous collaborator. Given his temperament, letting Zhao Qidong see tonight's moon would be considered lenient. Me? I'm just the director of the Rongchang sub-district office. Zhao Qidong was completely bewildered. Though not a high-ranking official himself, Zhao Qidong could tell the man before him, Xin Yaowu, bore the insignia of a military commander, undoubtedly a military district leader. How had this small fry ended up on the radar of such a big shot? He hadn't even considered the commission he'd given to Lu Shaoqiu. From the start, he dismissed it as no big deal. The whole neighborhood knew about Lu Shaoqiu's family situation. Many elderly folks brought their collected cardboard to Lu Shaoqiu's scrapyard to sell. Lu Shaoqiu paid them a dime or two more per kilogram than others. Even though the original owner had developed a drinking problem, he hadn't lost his kind-hearted nature. He was willing to give these elderly folks a better deal, so naturally, they spoke highly of him. It was precisely because he knew Lu Shaoqiu was struggling financially that Zhao Qidong deliberately sought him out. In his view, welding a large robot no taller than 2 or 3 meters at most was a simple enough task. He could have asked anyone, and helping Lu Shaoqiu along the way was a welcome bonus. As for the requirement that it be movable, that was just something he casually mentioned. Little did he expect that while his words were offhand, Lu Shaoqiu took them dead seriously. It could only be said that Lu Shaoqiu had completely twisted the meaning. In his previous life in the Magic City, Lu Shaoqiu had seen that Assault Freedom Gundam. He had looked down on those weaklings that could only move their heads. He genuinely believed Zhao Qidong was planning a major stunt, something spectacular for Sci-Fi Promotion Week. Not telling the truth? Be honest. Why did you ask Xiao Lu to build a giant robot? Seeing Zhao Qidong keeping his lips sealed, Xin Yaowu immediately raised his hand. The soldiers around them instantly raised their guns, aiming them at Zhao Qidong. I'll talk. I just felt bad seeing Xiao Lu struggling alone with the kid. I thought having a giant robot for Sci-Fi Week would be awesome, so I reached out to him. I heard he was an 8th level welder at the factory. Building a robot should be a piece of cake for him. I swear I'm not involved in anything else, sir. Seeing Xin Yaowu's intent to draw his gun, Zhao Qidong was scared out of his wits. He immediately knelt down and kowtowed to Xin Yaowu, explaining the entire situation from start to finish. As he spoke, Zhao Qidong kept glancing around, hoping someone would intervene and calm Xin Yaowu down. Until his peripheral vision caught sight of the massive mecha looming behind him. Zhao Qidong's voice abruptly stopped. He sucked in a sharp breath, nearly collapsing on the spot. Zheng Yikai, standing nearby, seemed to catch on to the situation. He stepped forward and looked at Zhao Qidong. I think I understand you. You want him to build you a robot as a promotional statue? Yep. Zhao Qidong nodded quickly in acknowledgement. Zheng Yikai then turned to Lu Shaoqiu. So just because he mentioned offhand before leaving that it would be better if the robot could move, you built such a massive mecha? Exactly. You have no idea how complex the force distribution and transmission between all the joints would be if you actually wanted the robot to move. As an engineering major in his past life, Lu Shaoqiu launched into a tirade about how unreasonable Zhao Qidong's request was the moment the topic turned to his area of expertise. Do you think it's possible he just wanted you to design something that could wiggle its neck or lift its arm? Zheng Yikai suddenly struggled to hold back a laugh. But Zhang Jiayi beside him couldn't hold back at all, bursting out laughing. Lu Shaoqiu suddenly felt all those diagrams he'd stayed up late drawing weren't worth it. He'd been too honest. So this whole thing was just a misunderstanding? Xin Yawu finally understood. From start to finish, Lu Shaoqiu had completely misinterpreted Zhao Qidong's intentions, yet through a series of misfortunes, he'd ended up creating this monstrous contraption. Glancing at Lu Shaoqiu, who was crouched there sulking, Zheng Yikai suddenly smiled with satisfaction. This misunderstanding is great. If only we could have more like this. If not for such a misunderstanding, where would we find such a talented young genius? Where would we see such cutting-edge technological products ahead of their time? Lu, how about selling this mech to our research institute? Zheng Yikai looked at Lu Shaoqiu earnestly, awaiting his response. That won't work. I promised Director Zhao I'd let him use it for the Sci-Fi Awareness Week promotion. Why don't you ask him? Although Lu Shaoqiu knew the research institute would offer him far more benefits than the neighborhood office, integrity mattered. Since Director Zhao had initiated this matter, he had to be the one to make the final decision. You're not seriously taking this treasure to promote some measly Sci-Fi Awareness Week, are you? Xin Yawu was dumbfounded. Comrade, are you out of your mind? The technology inside is classified. The state can't keep it under wraps fast enough. And you want to turn it into a promotional sculpture? Are you kidding me? No, I think little Lu is right. This thing should be used for publicity. Zheng Yikai suddenly smiled. Xin Yawu looked at his old comrade with some confusion. Zheng Yikai then asked, Xiao Lu, once deployed, can this mech lock all other joints and only allow head movement? Of course. Lu Shaoqiu nodded. Perfect. That should also quell the commotion it caused earlier. Zheng Yikai smiled faintly and nodded. Old Zheng. Taking such a precious thing out to show off? That's just reckless. Xin Yawu hurriedly protested. Zheng Yikai countered with a smile. Old Shin, you think such high-tech shouldn't be exhibited. But if it's actually put on display now, would you still consider it such remarkable technology? You mean? Xin Yawu instantly grasped his old comrade's reasoning, chuckling as he pointed at the sly old man. Director Zhao, right? Having won Xin Yawu over, Zheng Yikai naturally needed to settle the mech's ownership. Our Southern 611 Institute is purchasing this mech. Any objections? No. Supporting national projects is our duty. Zhao Qidong shook his head hastily. He too realized that the man before him, Lu Shaoqiu, was far more than just a scrapyard owner and level 8 welder. This guy's a freaking civilian science genius. Go sign a confidentiality agreement later. Keep this thing buried deep inside you until it's fully unveiled. Even if you die, take it to the grave with you. Got it? Though Zheng Yikai maintained a smile, his imposing presence intimidating without raising his voice left Zhao Qidong gasping for air. Lu Shaoqiu suddenly let out a startled cry, drawing everyone's attention. Chapter 7, Sis, be my new mom. What's wrong, little Lu? Lu Shaoqiu had become the apple of Zheng Yikai and Xin Yao's eyes. This man was at least a genius in materials science and electrical engineering. Both the specialized steel massive yet weighing under 20 tons and the internal programming that powered this colossus represented cutting-edge technology capable of reshaping the global landscape. Lu Shaoqiu, if he encountered difficulties, or even if he wanted lunar soil, the country would have to find a way to make it happen. It was almost 9 o'clock. Yaya still had to go to kindergarten. It was too late to go now. Lu Shaoqiu stared at the digital watch on his wrist with a look of anguish, feeling as if the sky had fallen. Xin Yawu suddenly felt a twinge of toothache. So, what about those 2 police officers who just brought someone over? Xin Yawu pondered briefly before calling out. Lin Weiman and Lin Qingxian hurried over, standing at attention and saluting the military district bigwig. Sir, you requested us? Call your station chief. I'll speak to him personally. Have your station call the kindergarten Lu Yaya attends and inform them the child will be arriving late. You two take the child to kindergarten. Remember to pick her up after school tonight. Bring Lu Gong back here afterward. At this point, Xin Yawu had switched from addressing Lu Shaoqiu as Little Lu to Lu Gong. This wasn't a sign of coldness, but rather the respect due to his official position. While the matter wasn't serious enough to warrant a special call from the local police station, it did represent the military district's stance. Daddy, can't you take Yaya to school today? Lu Yaya looked up at Lu Shaoqiu with innocent eyes. Grandpa Zhang has important matters to discuss with Daddy. Would you mind letting this sister take you to kindergarten today? Lu Shaoqiu said apologetically to the little girl before him. It's okay, this sister is pretty, and Yaya likes her very much. Daddy, you don't need to worry about Yaya. Yaya will be very good. Lu Yaya said, taking Lin Xingxuan's hand and urging, Sister, let's go quickly. We shouldn't disturb Daddy and Grandpa Zhang talking. Yaya will be late for school. Alright. Lin Xingxian found Yaya's mature demeanor quite endearing and let the little girl lead her away. Lin Weiman also saluted Xin Yaowu at attention before taking his leave, then hurried after them. After watching the two officers depart, Xin Yaowu stood in thought for a moment before stepping aside and pulling out his phone. Hello? This is Xin Yaowu. Connect me to the Ministry of National Defense. I have urgent matters to report. Xin Yaowu's departure left Zhang Yikai and Lu Shaoqiu with ample space for their conversation. Zhang Yikai then turned to Lu Shaoqiu with a solemn smile. Young Lu, would you be interested in joining our Southern Division? With your exceptional talent, it seems a shame to waste it at that scrapyard. It's not that scrapyard, I bought it. My old man and I had nowhere to live, so this business is how we get by, Lu Shaoqiu said, scratching his head awkwardly. With skills like yours, haven't you ever looked for work before? Zhang Yikai frowned. I used to be a welder at a factory. Later, I bought a house to get my kid into a better school district. But the mortgage pressure was too much, so, well, never mind. It's not exactly something to be proud of, so Lu Shaoqiu didn't feel like bringing it up all the time. Oh, so what are your plans? Want to join our research institute? Since Lu Shaoqiu had his reasons for not wanting to talk about it, Zhang Yikai didn't press further. After all, this sort of thing wasn't impossible to find out. Sorry, I can't join the Southern Division. Lu Shaoqiu thought it over and ultimately declined. He knew joining the Southern Institute would surely bring him excellent benefits, but the system required funds to continue unlocking technologies. How long would it take to unlock cutting-edge technologies on a meager research institute salary? Even if research funding were available, pouring it all in at once would require justifying the expenditure. No matter how he looked at it, the hassles outweighed the benefits. May I ask your reasoning? Zhang Yikai shook his head regretfully, yet persisted with a lingering hint of hope. I'm self-taught, not formally trained, and lack those connections. While research is all about capability, I'm not good at socializing, yet I can't avoid interacting with colleagues. So I'm better off working alone. But we could collaborate. Once I have the funds, I plan to start a tech company. If you have promising projects, you can commission them directly to me. Lu Shaoqiu's words left Zhang Yikai somewhat regretful, though he understood that researchers often had their eccentricities. Perhaps Lu Shaoqiu simply belonged to the type who struggled with interpersonal communication. Besides, Lu Shaoqiu hadn't closed the door entirely. While he intended to start his own company, he still left room for collaboration. Zhang Yikai decided not to press the issue further. In the end, both parties reached an agreement. The mech was purchased by the Southern Institute for 200 million yuan, which would then lease it to Rongchang Street for promotion during their Sci-Fi Awareness Week. 200 million might sound like a lot, but in reality, the price of a main battle fighter at that time was around that figure. And given that Lu Shaoqiu's mech possessed technological sophistication far surpassing any main battle fighter in the world, it was actually a huge win for Nansua. Gazing at the balance in his account, counting the zeros, Lu Shaoqiu's face broke into a smile as wide as a chrysanthemum bloom. Meanwhile, en route to the kindergarten, Lin Weiman took the wheel, letting his daughter sit in the back seat with Lu Yaya. Lin Weiman had also sensed that this little girl's father was no ordinary man. Though Lin Weiman didn't know exactly who Xin Yaowu was, he recognized the insignia on his shoulders. 3 stars of full general. Barring any surprises, this imposing old commander was undoubtedly the highest-ranking officer in the Southwest Military District, the commander of the military sub-district. That such high-ranking figures were gathered around this little girl's father was proof enough that he was no ordinary man. Hey, Yaya, what does your dad do? And your mom? Lin Weiman couldn't deny his curiosity. After years as a beat cop, he'd honed his conversational skills, so he instinctively tried to draw the little girl out. My dad runs a scrapyard. The old folks in our neighborhood say he's a good man, but some call him foolish for not knowing how to make money. My mom. Grandma says she went far away and won't be coming back. Seeing the little girl's low spirits, Lin Qingxian shot her father a glare before quickly pulling out a piece of candy to coax her. Yeah, don't cry. Are you hungry? Sister will take you to get breakfast, okay? After breakfast, I'll walk you to kindergarten? Suddenly, little Lu Yaya seemed to have an idea. Her eyes sparkled brightly as she stared at Lin Qingxian and said, Sister, you're a police officer and you're so pretty. How about you become my new mommy? Lin Qingxian? Chapter 8, The police station needs to relocate. Lin Qingxian was momentarily stunned. How did she end up clinging to me like this? Lin Weiman had been watching the scene with amusement, but when he realized it was his own daughter, his grin vanished instantly. Ahem, yeah, your sister is only in her 20s. How old is your father? Lin Weiman tried to steer the conversation away, diverting the young girl's thoughts elsewhere. My dad's only in his 20s too. Sis, look how tall and handsome my dad is. Sure, he's a bit broke now, but he's got no other flaws and no bad habits. If you marry him, you'll get a big, beautiful daughter like me for free. Why not give my dad a shot? Yaya's small eyes sparkled as she stared intently at Lin Xingxian, relentlessly pitching her father. In his 20s? Your dad was pretty young when he had you. Lin Weiman, as a beat cop, had already pieced together most of Lu Shaoqiu's basic information. Rongchang Street, scrap collection station, young owner in his 20s, single parent raising a child. With Lin Weiman's veteran beat cop instincts, a clear portrait was already forming. Maybe we should talk about something else? Seeing her dad getting sidetracked by the little girl, Lin Xingxian laughed awkwardly and tried to change the subject. Oh, right. Yaya, when is your birthday? When it comes around, your big sister will give you a birthday present, okay? What would you like? Yaya's birthday is July 3rd, Yaya wants. Just as she said this, Ya, who had been in high spirits, suddenly fell silent, growing cautious as she whispered softly, if it's possible, for Yaya's birthday present, Yaya wants a new mom. Why do you want a new mom? Lin Xingxian watched Yaya's mood suddenly drop, feeling a twinge of heartache. Because if I had a new mommy, she would definitely love me. Daddy said that if Yaya had a new mommy, she would be a really, really good person. Sister, Yaya thinks you're very good. Could you be Yaya's new mommy? Seeing Yaya's sparkling little eyes, the deepest tenderness in Lin Xingxuan's heart was instantly stirred. Who says children are too young to understand? She simply buried everything deep inside, unwilling to burden her already exhausted father with her worries. She scooped the little girl into her arms. No words were spoken, but her eyes were already red. Lin Weiman, driving ahead, discreetly wiped his own eyes before smiling and saying, "Yeah, how about this? Grandpa will make it official from now on, you're my goddaughter, okay? You can call me Grandpa. If anything happens, if anyone bullies you at school, come find me at the Rongchang Street police station or find your sister. We'll stand up for you. Then can sister be Yaya's new mommy?" The little girl perked up instantly. Well, it's not impossible, right? Once your sister and your dad get to know each other better, who knows? Haha, Lin Weiman chuckled. Though inwardly he thought, what kind of wild boar dares covet my precious cabbage, he genuinely adored this adorable little girl before him. As her grandfather, could he really shatter this little girl's tiny fantasy? Absolutely not. But this girl's father does seem to have some connections. What if the two of them actually hit it off? No. The thought of his precious daughter marrying a divorcee still left Lin Weiman feeling a bit uneasy. Seeing her dad practically melting from cuteness, Lin Xingxian could only marvel at how quickly he'd surrendered. Stop calling me dad. I'm driving. Don't scare my precious granddaughter. Lin Weiman abruptly ended the conversation and focused on the wheel. The two of them teased Yaya along the way and took her out for breakfast. By the time they reached the kindergarten, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Fortunately, the chief of the Rongchang Street police station had already called the kindergarten principal ahead of time, so a teacher was waiting at the gate. The moment he handed Yaya over to the kindergarten teacher, a call from District Chief Qi Zhenghua came through to Lin Weiman's phone. Lin Weiman was quite puzzled why would Qi Zhenghua call him at this hour. He decided to answer it directly. Old Lin, swing by the station. I've got a task to assign you. Oh, right. Your daughter's nearby, right? Qi Zhenghua suddenly remembered something and said to Lin Weiman, for the next few days, give your daughter time off. She can just accompany that little girl you dropped off at school today. Ha! Lin Weiman immediately sensed something was off. What the hell? What the hell do you think my daughter is? Ah, this isn't something I can explain in a few words. You'd better come back right away. I'll sort it all out with you and then you'll understand. Qi Zhenghua's tone was clearly frazzled. You should have just dropped that little girl off at kindergarten, right? Is your daughter still there? Have her wait near the kindergarten. Don't go anywhere else today. Ha! Lin Weiman grew more and more confused. Though Qi Zhenghua was an old comrade in arms who didn't mince words, Lin Weiman knew this old man wouldn't speak without cause. Something serious must have happened to make him sound like this. Without further ado, he told Lin Xingxian to stay put and drove back to the station. When Lin Weiman returned to the station and looked around. Wow! The entire precinct, both on-duty and off-duty personnel, was bustling about. Everyone was lugging large and small bags, looking as if they were rushing to move out. Before he could grasp what was happening, Qi Zhenghua, who'd been waiting at the entrance, grabbed him. Old Lin, hurry up and pack your own things. Help your daughter pack hers too. What the hell? Are the Japanese attacking? Why pack up? Lin Weiman was completely baffled. Bull. Stop spouting nonsense. If the Japanese invaded, would they let you run off? Qi Zhenghua kicked Lin Weiman in the butt. Headquarters just issued an order, we're relocating the station. Our station? Relocate? Demolition? Did the demolition compensation come through? The Public Security Bureau's housing is collectively funded, so the property rights belong to the branch bureau. Lin Weiman never imagined demolition could involve the police station. No, according to the Provincial Bureau, it's a direct order from the Ministry of Public Security. We have to move to this address within 3 days. Don't you think that's bull? Our station has so many people. Shi Zhenghua also looked utterly miserable. But the higher-ups issued a strict order: either relocate or face being demoted from provincial to grassroots level, with new personnel taking over. Not just Shi Zhenghua, even the folks at the Provincial Public Security Department were completely baffled. Where? Let me see? As a veteran beat cop, Lin Weiman froze when he saw the destination. This place, why does it look familiar? Chapter 9, a golden phoenix emerges from the henhouse. Lin Weiman squinted his eyes and pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing, this is that place. That scrap recycling station. Lu Shaoqiu's scrapyard was adjacent to an old residential complex filled with resettlement housing. Consequently, it was densely populated with elderly residents, leading to frequent neighborhood disputes. The highest single-day police dispatch record for that area was 26 calls. Lin Weiman's reaction caught Chief Shi Zhenghua off guard. He couldn't help but ask, "What's up? Is there something about this place?" Lin Weiman, recalling the giant robot he'd seen that morning, the confidentiality agreement he'd signed, and that 3-star general, immediately became tight-lipped. "Adults' business, kid. Mind your own." "Damn it." Shi Zhenghua kicked him again. The two old buddies had been roughhousing like this for over 20 years, long past any notions of superior-subordinate hierarchy. Lin Weiman wasn't deliberately playing father-son games with his old comrade. It was mainly because he felt that if this matter slipped from his lips, his entire family might literally vanish from the physical world of Daxia. After carefully piecing together the sequence of events, he deduced the Ministry of Public Security's plan. They intended to have the entire police station serve as round-the-clock bodyguards for this father and daughter. Charging complete. That was fast. In the southern mountainous region, Yuan Lang's sudden shout stunned his teacher, Zheng Yikai. 5 minutes and 26 seconds, Shaoqiu. That battery's got some serious power. Zheng Yikai glanced at his wristwatch and instantly broke into a broad smile. China started late in the field of gasoline-powered vehicles. Coupled with the setbacks of the turbulent decade, even if they wanted to catch up with foreign technology now, they were being held back by various bottlenecks like patents. As early as the 1980s, the nation had already begun promoting new energy projects. The technology behind this battery was undoubtedly a game-changer that could reshape the global landscape. If you need the technical details, I can send them to you later. Lu Shaoqiu didn't hold back. After all, Director Zhang is loaded. Would he really give it away for free? And would you, Director Zhang, really take it for free? Zheng Yikai gazed at the massive blue and white mecha before him, his eyes sparkling like starlight. This thing is packed with treasures from top to bottom. Even a single new technology could propel our current defense science and technology forward. May I step into the cockpit for a look? Zheng Yikai asked Lu Shaoqiu. Of course. The original plan was for Lu Shaoqiu to pilot the mech to take off, then follow Director Zhang's arrangements to board a special cargo truck and secretly head to the Sci-Fi Week promotional site. After all, this thing was enormous. Parading it through the city in broad daylight would inevitably attract unwanted attention. After slipping into the panoramic spherical cockpit embedded in the mech's chest, Zheng Yikai couldn't help but be awestruck. The interior space was surprisingly spacious, but what truly astonished him was that the entire pilot's seat was suspended. Ah, this is the cockpit suspension system. Operational signals and electrical currents are transmitted via photoelectric induction to corresponding circuits, resulting in significantly lower transmission losses compared to conventional wiring. Noticing Zheng Yikai staring blankly at the floating pilot's seat centered in the cockpit, he immediately offered an explanation. Photoelectric induction? Aren't you worried about magnetic fields and environmental interference? Zheng Yikai voiced his doubts. That's why the entire cockpit is constructed from superconducting materials, Lu Shaoqiu replied. Superconductors? Room temperature superconductors? You've achieved room temperature superconductivity? Zheng Yikai exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, right. I know you're wondering why I've achieved room temperature superconductivity but haven't built a reactor. Well, what can I say? If I had the money, materials, and space, who wouldn't want to build one? Right? At this point, Zheng Yikai was utterly fascinated by Lu Shaoqiu's working environment. He desperately wanted to know what kind of environment had allowed Lu Shaoqiu to develop such groundbreaking equipment. Since the mech can't be transported anyway, little Lu, are you free now? Could I visit your workshop? Zheng Yikai asked earnestly. You'd like to see my workshop? Sure, I don't mind. Lu Shaoqiu didn't refuse. Zheng Yikai's face lit up with delight. He immediately called for a car and had someone drive him and Lu Shaoqiu to Lu Shaoqiu's factory. Thus, Zheng Yikai entrusted his star pupil Yuan Lang with overseeing the entire site. After all, the operational mech now belonged to the research institute. He himself arrived at Lu Shaoqiu's scrapyard with an almost pilgrim-like reverence. However, it was a stark contrast to the high-tech research institute he had imagined. Inside and out, Lu Shaoqiu's scrapyard exuded an atmosphere of utter poverty. Rusty scrap metal was haphazardly piled in the small yard, where the stench of oil mixed with decay filled the air with an indescribable odor. Zhang Yikai glanced at the chaotic heap of scrap metal in the yard, finding it hard to imagine that the revolutionary mecha technological marvel inside and out could have been forged from such junk. It's a bit messy in there, but this way, please. Lu Shaoqiu gave an awkward chuckle before leading Zhang Yikai to his assembly workshop. But upon entering the former mecha hangar, Zhang Yikai's pupils involuntarily contracted. This space was a world apart from the filthy, chaotic conditions outside. While it couldn't compare to the dust-free workshops of the Southern Institute, it represented the pinnacle of what could be achieved under ordinary conditions. Many of the machines here baffled Zhang Yikai. He couldn't grasp their purpose, let alone their operating principles. Shaoqiu, Zhang Yikai asked, pointing to a machine before him. That's my first-generation quantum compressor. It compresses metal ions to create specialty metals. I usually use it to pack metal ingots for sale. Just from the description, Zhang Yikai could tell this machine was likely extremely valuable. But he never imagined Lu Shaoqiu would actually use it to compress metal ingots. Aren't you worried the metal shavings inside will damage the machine? Zhang Yikai voiced his concern. Not at all. The compression chamber is completely isolated. It employs a combination of gravitational and magnetic compression, utilizing an external centrifuge to create a high-gravity environment. Even the tiniest metal particles are held in place by magnetic constraints, preventing any damage from fine particles as you described. Moreover, the machine itself is constructed from nanoscale metal and incorporates a self-cleaning system. Even oil residue poses no threat. After hearing Lu Shaoqiu's explanation, Zhang Yikai was utterly astonished. This was a true polymath, mastering both theory and practice. The Western paradise couldn't contain the great sage, yet this ramshackle scrapyard produced a true genius. Such a person truly shouldn't be confined to a research institute. Allowing him to unleash his full potential might just be the best outcome. You mentioned earlier that you wanted to start your own business? Tell me more about it. Chapter 10, Your Mother is Fake. While Zhang Yikai was touring Lu Shaoqiu's workshop, at the kindergarten where Lu Yaya attended, Lu Yaya turned to wave goodbye to Lin Qingxian standing at the entrance, then followed the nursery teacher to her classroom. Today happened to be outdoor activity day at the kindergarten. Many noticed Lin Qingxian watching Lu Yaya depart, especially some children whispering among themselves nearby. As soon as Lu Yaya joined her class line, a group of children swarmed around her, asking excitedly, Yaya, Yaya. Who was that pretty lady at the door? Is she your mom? Lu Yaya had always been brought to school by Lu Shaoqiu. In nearly 3 years of kindergarten, no one had ever seen Lu Yaya's mother. Many teachers were aware of Lu Yaya's family situation and had been extra attentive to her at kindergarten, deliberately avoiding the topic. But the teachers simply couldn't keep these little ones completely shielded. Many children in the class still whispered about Lu Yaya behind her back. Rumors were spreading that Lu Shaoqiu was a kept man of some wealthy woman, and Lu Yaya was his illegitimate child. Today, Lin Qingxian's arrival undoubtedly sent shockwaves through the children. Lin Qingxian had arrived in full police uniform, and many children were speculating about her relationship with Lu Yaya. He Xiaomeng, Lu Yaya's closest friend, immediately stepped in front of her, shielding her from the other children. What business is it of yours? Does it matter to you whether that woman is Yaya's mother? Oh, we're just curious. Yaya, isn't that right? Just tell us, okay? A little girl giggled as she nudged closer to Lu Yaya, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Today, Lu Yaya finally experienced a long overdue warmth. She nodded immediately, admitting without hesitation, that's right. That beautiful lady is Yaya's new mom. Yaya has a mom now too. Lu Shaoqiu had considered finding Yaya a mother before. Especially in a place crowded with elderly folks, where Lu Shaoqiu himself was very considerate towards them and also quite handsome. But the moment they heard Lu Shaoqiu ran a scrap collection station, they turned and walked away without a second thought. It wasn't that running a scrapyard was truly unprofitable, it was mainly that many girls found it simply too undignified. The thought of marrying into a life spent shuttling between cardboard boxes and scrap metal alongside Lu Shaoqiu, especially with him already having a little tag-along, made many girls balk at the idea of becoming a mother without any effort. Even if they weren't deterred by the scrapyard itself, the prospect of becoming a mother effortlessly was enough to turn them off. Even now, living in a retirement community where he has access to the granddaughter resources of nearly every elderly resident, Lu Shaoqiu still hasn't found a new mother for Lu Yaya. This issue remained a persistent thorn in Lu Yaya's heart. Many children teased her about it. Lu Yaya couldn't quite grasp the difference between a biological mother, a stepmother, and a new mother. To her, mother felt more like a title or position. She'd always believed that once she had a mother, their relationship would automatically become mother and daughter, the closest bond imaginable. You're lying. How could such a beautiful woman be your mom? And if she really were your mom, she would have come to your parent-teacher conference ages ago. Just as many faces lit up with envy, an utterly untimely voice cut through the air, tinged with arrogance. Mao Zhuangzhuang. You're picking a fight again, aren't you? Xiaoming stood protectively behind Lu Yaya like a mother hen guarding her chicks, her small hands on her hips as she glared at the little chubby boy standing before her, probably around 110 centimeters tall and weighing about 110 pounds too. Yaya wasn't lying. That pretty lady really is Yaya's mom. She promised to be Yaya's mom this morning. Lu Yaya hurriedly protested, trying to prove she hadn't lied. But the little chubby kid suddenly burst out laughing. Ha! She agreed to be your mom this morning? Then she definitely isn't your mom, dummy. A real mom grows up with you from childhood. The one who shows up later is called a stepmom. Why, you're lying. Mom just came find me this morning. Yaya has a mom too. Hearing this, Lu Yaya's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Her lips trembled, and she looked ready to burst into tears. Oh. Lu Yaya's about to cry. Maybe it's because you're always crying that your mom didn't want you. Now that you have a new mom, your dad will have a new baby with her, and then no one will like you anymore. Smack. Xiaoming sensed trouble at once. When she looked at Lu Yaya, she could see something that had been stretched taut for so long snap. Thud. Before any of the children could react, Lu Yaya snatched a water cup from somewhere and smacked it hard against Mao Zhuangzhuang's chubby cheek. Even with the cushion of fat, his cheek swelled instantly. Though girls at this age developed earlier than boys, facing such a chubby little boy, Lu Yaya's initial advantage was instantly overturned. Stunned by the first blow, it only fueled Mao Zhuangzhuang's ferocity. Far from being knocked down, he raised his hand with a vicious expression and slapped Lu Yaya across the face. Thud. Lu Yaya was knocked backward by the force of the blow, her forehead slamming into a toy that hadn't been put away yet. The plastic toy sliced open Yaya's forehead, blood immediately flowing out. How dare you hit me? Not even my dad has ever hit me. Mao Zhuangzhuang paid no heed to Lu Yaya's plight. As soon as she struggled back to her feet, he swung again, landing a punch squarely on her nose. Blood gushed from Lu Yaya's nose. Lu Yaya stumbled back 2 steps and collapsed onto the floor. Blood. Teacher. Yaya's bleeding. Xiaoming cried out urgently, then shouted to stop him. Mao Zhuangzhuang. Stop it. Do you want to beat Yaya to death? Teacher. Seeing that she couldn't stop Mao Zhuangzhuang, Xiaoming crouched low, took a running start, and charged straight at him. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Hearing Xiaoming's cries, the nursery staff and the teacher in charge rushed over immediately, quickly pulling Mao Zhuangzhuang and Xiaoming apart. Seeing Lu Yaya's pitifully battered face, the 2 teachers felt as if the sky had fallen. This year's year-end bonus was surely out of the question. Due to the police station's relocation these past few days, Lin Weiman directly called Lin Qingxian, instructing her to focus solely on staying by Lu Yaya's side and ensuring her safety. As for the reason? He didn't say. Lin Qingxian had just bought a bottle of drink and was about to head back when she spotted the kindergarten teacher looking around restlessly at the entrance, seemingly searching for her. The moment the teacher spotted Lin Qingxian, her eyes lit up. But by the time the teacher finished speaking, the drink slipped from Lin Qingxian's hand and fell to the ground. Oh no. Chapter 11, You Live in a Place Like This? Lu Shaoqiu and Zhang Yikai had originally intended to simply discuss Lu Shaoqiu's plans for the company he intended to establish in the future. But once they started talking, the 2 tech-savvy men, one old, one young, couldn't stop. It was inevitable Lu Shaoqiu's technology was simply too advanced for Zhang Yikai to grasp. Zhang Yikai felt like a primary school student in Lu Shaoqiu's presence. There was so much to learn. Even now, while the mecha remained immobile, Zhang Yikai had already dispatched personnel to analyze its onboard systems. The longer they talked, the more Zhang Yikai felt that Lu Shaoqiu was an inexhaustible treasure trove. Many technical challenges that had troubled him for years were now easily resolved. Lu, I'd like to ask, in your view, where should our nation focus its efforts to develop advanced fighter jets at this stage? Flight control systems? Engines? Or aerodynamic design? Zhang Yikai voiced the pressing challenge facing the Southern Institute. Western nations had already rolled out 4th-generation fighters, while Great Xia remained stuck in the 2nd generation. If conflict truly erupted, the saddest reality was that only an 8-to-1 tactic could afford a single 2nd-generation fighter the chance to fire. How could a nation that endured a century of humiliation tolerate such a situation? Old man, since you don't treat me as an outsider, I won't hide anything from you either, Lu Shaoqiu chuckled. When he first arrived in this world, he realized it was still stuck in the late 20th century he knew well. Forget smartphones, even the basic feature phone in Lu Shaoqiu's pocket was considered high-tech here. As someone from the era of intelligent digitalization, how could he not understand the direction of military development? Frankly, only by advancing on multiple fronts simultaneously could they achieve a leapfrog overtake. Lu Shaoqiu flashed a bright smile, then retrieved a sketch he'd drawn during his spare time from his workshop. It was none other than the J-20, the main fighter jet from his own time before his journey here. Staring at the design before him, old man Zhang felt a buzzing in his skull. The flawless aerodynamic layout, the steel-hard design curves, and the sheer volume of data that screamed high-caliber quality, the old man could confidently state that this aircraft before him was absolutely capable of fulfilling any mission assigned by higher-ups. Of course, Lu Shaoqiu instinctively tucked away his J-36 blueprints a little deeper. Didn't he want to take a giant leap forward, skipping from second-generation fighters straight to sixth-generation ones? Of course not. It was simply that the nation's current production capacity and manufacturing capabilities couldn't keep pace. For the military to achieve combat readiness, relying solely on a single revolutionary fighter jet was unrealistic. He possessed not only the J-36 blueprints but had also modified the design schematics for the White Emperor fighter. Having mastered the mecha technology released by the system, he now sees things from a higher perspective. Many concepts that were once incomprehensible no longer seem like nonsense to him. The breakthroughs in materials alone had already resolved the vast majority of challenges. Liu Shaoqiu's technology enables that Gundam to take off from a stationary position. Currently, only constrained by funding and materials, he can only build it as an oversized, articulated model. If he could make that aerodynamically awkward behemoth fly like a brick, imagine how powerful the technology extracted from it would be if applied to fighter jets. Xiao Lu, could you sell these blueprints to our Southern Research Institute? We're willing to pay. Zhang Yikai suddenly choked on his words. Selling that mecha to Liu Shaoqiu had already been a colossal loss. A giant mech with that level of technological sophistication was a veritable treasure trove, enough to sustain their Southern Institute for decades. 200 million yuan was merely the price of an ordinary fighter jet, a rock-bottom bargain for that colossal mecha. Its true value lay in research, not mass production. But these fighter jet blueprints were immediately usable for production. Their value was even higher. 200 million yuan wouldn't even begin to cover it. Before Zhang Yikai could figure out how to negotiate with Liu Shaoqiu, the latter's stomach growled loudly, instantly making him flush. Sorry about that, I haven't eaten since this morning and I'm a bit hungry, Liu Shaoqiu chuckled awkwardly. As if in response, Zhang Yikai's stomach growled too. He was even worse off than Liu Shaoqiu, having been roused by his old comrade Shinyawo at 4 or 5 in the morning, also without a bite to eat. But so absorbed in his research, he hadn't noticed his hunger until now. As if Liu Shaoqiu's stomach had reminded him, his own began to rumble. Ha, I haven't eaten either. Well then, let's just make do and grab something at your place? Zhang Yikai said, starting to head outside. But seeing Liu Shaoqiu actually heading deeper into the house, Zhang Yikai asked with some confusion, "What's up, little Liu? Is something inconvenient?" "Ha? Didn't you say you'd eat whatever's available at my place?" "I live right here," Liu Shaoqiu replied matter-of-factly. Hearing this, Zhang Yikai didn't speak, only slightly furrowing his brow. Following Liu Shaoqiu into the inner room, which was actually a small partitioned storage area within the workshop, Zhang Yikai noticed it had some natural light, though it only filtered in from the direction of the work area. Though it had some natural light, it only filtered in sparingly from the direction of the workshop. The moment they stepped inside, a pungent, musty odor assaulted Zhang Yikai's nostrils. Zhang Yikai surveyed the scene before him. Compared to the bright and airy workshop outside, Liu Shaoqiu's living quarters were decidedly shabby. While not exactly messy, it certainly couldn't be called tidy. There was simply a bed and a desk. It was hard to imagine that the aircraft blueprint capable of swaying the fate of the Great Xia Empire had been drawn on this oil-stained desk. "Little Liu, you live here?" Zhang Yikai felt a pang of sympathy. "Yeah. I bought a house right after I got married. But then my wife complained about the mortgage pressure and ran off with someone else, leaving just me and my daughter. I couldn't afford the payments alone, so the bank took the house. With what money I had left, I rented this abandoned factory space and slowly turned it into what you see now." Liu Shaoqiu spoke with the calm detachment of recounting someone else's story. Yet his composure and candor stirred a wave of emotion in Zhang Yikai, a man well past 50. "What about your job?" Zhang Yikai pressed. "I used to work at a state-owned enterprise as an 8th-grade welder. But I got tangled up in all this divorce nonsense, and then they fired me for damaging the company's image because of my bad credit." Liu Shaoqiu scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. "Ha?" Zhang Yikai frowned at this. By all accounts, state-owned enterprises shouldn't arbitrarily dismiss employees over family matters. Moreover, an 8th-grade welder is considered a highly skilled position. There are only a handful in the entire factory. Especially someone as young as Liu Shaoqiu. How could they have let him go so easily? Zhang Yikai instantly grasped the reason: fierce competition for positions within the factory. It really was a case of small ponds breeding big fish. That a senior technician could be dismissed over such a minor issue suggested some seriously twisted practices were blowing through the place. Don't underestimate simple job competition. People with connections could push out veteran craftsmen, leaving the seniors with nowhere to appeal but to swallow their pride and accept it. Just as Zhang Yikai was about to dig deeper into the matter, Liu Shaoqiu's WeChat suddenly buzzed. He answered the call, his expression immediately darkening. Chapter 12, Liu Shaoqiu must be pacified. After hanging up, Liu Shaoqiu immediately headed toward the factory exit. "Old man, my daughter got hurt at kindergarten and is at the hospital now. You can look around on your own for now. I'll catch up with you later." With that, Liu Shaoqiu ran off without looking back. Zhang Yikai tried to call out but couldn't stop him. "What are you staring at? Go chase after him and drive him there. When would he ever get there by bus?" Zhang Yikai glanced at the security guard beside him and immediately ordered. Yawo had long recognized Lu Shaoqiu's importance, so he discreetly assigned him a bodyguard, though nominally, this guard was under Zhang Yikai's command. In reality, Zhang Yikai himself had bodyguards accompanying him, though they belonged to the State Security Department, not the military region's security system. Their role was to covertly ensure Zhang Yikai's personal safety, and their security level was significantly higher than that of a single bodyguard. The bodyguard in front of him, however, was clearly new to the job and lacked the necessary awareness. He only realized his charge had run off after being alerted by others. He immediately gave chase. Soon, the sound of a car engine outside grew fainter and fainter. Zhang Yikai pondered for a moment, then made a call. He asked his granddaughter, Zhang Jiai, to bring him some dumplings. He also asked her to pick up some vegetables so he could cook a simple meal here. He planned to have dinner together with Lu Shaoqiu and his daughter when they returned. While waiting for his granddaughter, the old man grew restless and began pacing back and forth in his workshop. Soon, his attention was drawn to the pile of design blueprints casually stacked in a corner. He hadn't dared touch them at first, but remembering Lu Shaoqiu's parting words to look through them freely, he felt no need for further hesitation. He was genuinely curious how many more items of interest Lu Shaoqiu might have here. If he could bundle them all together to sell to himself later, it would make negotiating the price much easier. When he turned to a blueprint depicting a fighter jet resembling a maple leaf, a flurry of questions flooded his mind. He could recognize it as a fighter jet, but Lu Shaoqiu hadn't drawn any weapon bays, exhaust nozzles, or even vertical stabilizers. This left Zhang Yikai momentarily unsure of the aircraft's purpose. Yet as the institute director, Zhang Yikai possessed formidable expertise. Merely judging by the aircraft's dimensions and aerodynamic layout, he could tell its technical sophistication surpassed even the J-20 blueprint Lu Shaoqiu had shown him earlier. You little rascal, keeping secrets, huh? But he quickly realized why Lu Shaoqiu hadn't shown him this design immediately. The reason was simple: the nation's supporting infrastructure couldn't keep pace. Building a single, groundbreaking fighter jet wasn't the challenge mass production and achieving operational capability were. Upon reflection, the design blueprint Lu Shaoqiu had given him truly was the optimal solution. Thoughtful and strategic, this young man was truly extraordinary. He spent another long while sifting through the pile of blueprints, and each subsequent one he pulled out made his eyes light up. Many of the concepts required him to ponder for a while before he could grasp their meaning, leaving him with no choice but to marvel at Lu Shaoqiu's genius. The subsequent blueprints he examined felt like flipping through concept art for a sci-fi masterpiece. With that thought, Zhang Yikai couldn't help but make a call. The call was directed to the State Affairs Office. The Southern Research Institute was a military-industrial unit under the AVIC Group, which was state-owned and directly administered by the State Affairs Office. When a gentle voice answered, Zhang Yikai solemnly reported, "Prime Minister, I have urgent matters to report to Zero." After hanging up, Zhang Yikai exhaled deeply. After making the call, he felt a twinge of regret over his rashness. After all, this was the man who held the reins of the nation. To disturb the elderly statesman based on mere conjecture felt somewhat presumptuous. But the outcome was favorable. After learning everything, Zero uttered only one sentence: "Comrade Lu Shaoqiu must be properly reassured." That single sentence held layers of meaning. It was practically a green light for Zhang Yikai to act at his discretion, with no restrictions within the bounds of the law. Such treatment was indeed befitting a young genius like Lu Shaoqiu. He glanced around, then paused to consider before dialing another number. "Hello? Oldly, you're a busy man as bank manager, but I need your help with something." A mere half-hour later, a red property deed was delivered to Zhang Yikai by the bank manager. Zhang Yikai flipped it open. The owner's name was clearly written, Lu Shaoqiu. Just then, Zhang Jiai arrived beside Zhang Yikai. Upon hearing that her grandfather had used her money to buy out a property. That was several million yuan, essentially draining old Zhang's entire savings. But Zhang Jiai said nothing more, asked no questions, and silently carried the freshly bought groceries to prepare dinner. The bank manager left immediately after delivering the deed. Zhang Yikai sat in his study, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the title deed's cover. He wondered what expression Lu Shaoqiu would wear when he returned and discovered his house had been redeemed. At the hospital entrance, the moment the security guard parked the car, Lu Shaoqiu leaped out. He sprinted toward the hospital, where Lin Qingxian was already waiting at the entrance. "Mr. Lu," Lin Qingxian said apologetically upon seeing him. "I'm sorry, it was my oversight." Lu Shaoqiu, already aware of the entire situation, immediately reassured Lin Qingxian, "Kids fighting among themselves, you weren't even at the kindergarten. How could it be your fault?" But Lin Qingxian, recalling Lu Yaya's pitiful state, was about to say something more, but Lu Shaoqiu had already headed toward the ward. The sight of Lu Yaya lying in bed, her face still crusted with dried blood and her head wrapped in gauze, made Lu Shaoqiu's heart clench. He forced down his frustration and tried to look as calm as possible at the others in the room. Besides the two teachers Lu Shaoqiu recognized, there were two well-dressed individuals present. The man was pot-bellied, the woman adorned with jewels and finery, both in their 30s or 40s. When the man spotted Lu Shaoqiu, the fleeting hint of apprehension in his eyes vanished instantly. He immediately spoke up, "You're this girl's father? Your daughter hit my son." Let's talk. How do we handle this? The two kindergarten teachers beside him were stunned, staring at the couple in astonishment. Exactly. Look at this. My son's face is all red from the hit. Let me tell you, if you don't give us satisfactory compensation today, we won't let this go. As she spoke, the woman pulled back the curtain beside them, revealing Mao Zhuangzhuang lying asleep in the adjacent hospital bed. She glared at Lu Shaoqiu with a fierce expression. Chapter 13. So what if I picked on you? Zhuangzhuang's mom. Nursery teacher, he immediately interjected. It was clearly Zhuangzhuang who hit her. How can you? It takes two to tango. Why would my son hit her daughter and not anyone else? It must be her daughter's fault. Look at my son's face, it's still red. She definitely started it. Zhuangzhuang's mom shrieked. I'd like to understand what happened first. Lu Shaoqiu suppressed his anger, not looking at the couple but turning his gaze to teacher He. We didn't witness the exact sequence of events. When we heard the other children's cries and rushed over, Yaya was already in this state. Teacher He and teacher Lu beside her looked at Lu Shaoqiu with apologetic expressions, bowing their heads. We're sorry, Yaya's father. It was our oversight. Seeing the two sincere teachers, Lu Shaoqiu couldn't bring himself to say much more. After all, with 40 or 50 children in a class and only 2 or 3 teachers on duty, it was inevitable that some oversight would occur. This wasn't like the world Lu Shaoqiu knew before his journey, a world filled with surveillance cameras where checking the footage would reveal the truth. I know exactly what happened. Just then, a plump elderly woman entered the hospital room, accompanied by a young girl. The little girl was Lu Yaya's best friend, He Xiaoming. Principal. Teachers He and Lu immediately bowed their heads upon seeing the elderly woman. He Xiaoming, tell us what you saw, the elderly woman said coldly to He Xiaoming. Yes, Yaya hit Zhuangzhuang first, but Zhuangzhuang started it. Before He Xiaoming could finish, the principal cut her off and continued, Parent, you heard that too. It was indeed your daughter who struck first. I don't want any subsequent compensation issues affecting our kindergarten. I hope both sets of parents can resolve this as soon as possible. Lu Shaoqiu could clearly tell the old woman was blatantly taking sides. He immediately asked He Xiaoming in a gentle voice, Little girl, tell uncle what did Zhuangzhuang do first? Uncle? Tears welled up in He Xiaoming's eyes as she replied, Zhuangzhuang said Yaya didn't have a mom. He said Yaya's mom abandoned her because of her. That's why Yaya couldn't hold back and hit him. After Zhuangzhuang pushed Yaya down, he kept hitting her. Yaya bled a lot. Uncle, Yaya's hurt so badly. Is she going to die? No, I won't let anything happen to Yaya. Lu Shaoqiu patted He Xiaoming's head and said with a smile. While Zhuangzhuang started it, hitting someone is never acceptable. Ultimately, it was little Lu Yaya who initiated the violence. Therefore, I believe you, as her parent, should offer an explanation to Zhuangzhuang's family. After hearing He Xiaoming's words, the old lady's face darkened, yet she continued to take sides without even bothering to pretend. Lu Shaoqiu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he walked over to the bedside table, picked up Lu Yaya's medical records, and glanced at them. A 5-centimeter laceration on the forehead, nasal bone fracture. No functional impairment detected at this time. Conservative treatment recommended. Lu Shaoqiu returned the file to its place and looked up at Mao Zhuangzhuang's family. My daughter struck your son first, I admit that. But your son struck my daughter. How do we settle this? How should it be handled? My son hitting your daughter was self-defense, the woman shrieked. So you're saying your son hit my daughter, and you don't intend to take any responsibility? Lu Shaoqiu slowly undid the buttons of his shirt. He knew arguing with these people was futile. Yes, Lu Yaya struck first, she was indeed at fault. But as He Xiaoming clearly stated, after knocking Yaya down, the other side continued chasing and beating her, which is why Lu Yaya sustained such severe injuries. You could argue the first blow was self-defense, but the subsequent beating was clearly intentional assault. This is outrageous. It was your daughter's fault to begin with. Why should we take the blame? What? You still want to fight? Zhuangzhuang's mom watched Lu Shaoqiu's movements, sneered coldly, and sneered, a powerless nobody like you? Paying us some money would be one thing, but you actually dare to fight? Zhuangzhuang's father also sneered coldly, stepping in front of Lu Shaoqiu. His voice was icy, you think we're bullying you? I've looked into it, you're just a scrapyard owner. Even if I am bullying you, what can you do about it? Don't forget, your daughter still needs to go to kindergarten. What can you do to me? Lu Shaoqiu gritted his teeth, stripped off his shirt, and tossed it onto the hospital bed. Ha! The two had expected Lu Shaoqiu to lose his temper and lash out. But when they saw him toss his clothes aside and turn to walk away, Mao Zhuangzhuang's parents couldn't help but frown. Is there anything else? Lu Shaoqiu asked coldly. Compensation can wait. I need to confirm my daughter's condition first. Are you two staying here hoping I'll treat you to a meal? Oomph. Coward. Zhuangzhuang's mother spat derisively before hauling her son up and following her husband out. Before leaving, Mao Zhuangzhuang's father sneered at Lu Shaoqiu, 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. If you refuse. Lu Shaoqiu gritted his teeth, but he knew whether he could directly confront the other party now. Alone, he wasn't afraid of a madman's rage spilling blood 5 steps. But Yaya was his Achilles heel. Unless he killed the man outright, retaliation was inevitable. The old woman, the kindergarten principal, shot Lu Shaoqiu a disdainful glance before striding away without so much as a farewell. Yaya's father, Teacher He, and Teacher Lu approached Lu Shaoqiu awkwardly, unsure how to broach the subject. Teachers, this isn't your fault. Thank you for bringing Yaya to the hospital. Lu Shaoqiu didn't lash out at the two teachers, only managing a strained smile. Ah. Teacher Wei finally sighed deeply before saying to Lu Shaoqiu, well, we hope Yaya recovers soon. We'll come visit her again. Dad. After the two teachers left, Lu Yaya slowly opened her eyes, filled with tears. Her voice was soft as she murmured, it's all Yaya's fault. Because of Yaya, Mommy had to leave. Hearing this, Lu Shaoqiu felt a surge of anger rise from his feet to his head. But he concealed it well, replying softly to Yaya, no, it was Zhuang's fault. It was Mom's fault. Yaya is the sweetest little angel. Yaya didn't do anything wrong. Chapter 14, How dare you? Lu Shaoqiu crouched beside the hospital bed, a wave of bitterness suddenly welling up in his heart. His daughter before him was so mature it broke his heart. Though he had only recently crossed over, the memories felt real as if he had truly spent all this time accompanying the little girl before him. Lu Shaoqiu wasn't originally from Jincheng either. He had come here seeking better educational opportunities for his child. Despite graduating from a top-tier university, his credentials only landed him a factory job as a technician. Before he could even qualify for a professional title, he was laid off. He had no connections in Jincheng, nor any money. The Mao family dared to act so brazenly, either they had money or connections. Someone like me, with no backing whatsoever, couldn't afford to take that gamble. Though he'd only experienced a fraction of this suffering, Lu Shaoqiu, bearing the memories, felt every ounce of it. Officer Lin, could you please watch over Yaya? I'll go ask the doctor about her condition. Just then, Lin Qingxian entered the ward, so Lu Shaoqiu could only entrust her with the task. The exact extent of the fracture in young patient Lu Yaya's nasal bone is unclear. Given her age, we don't recommend an X-ray. We'll continue conservative observation and treatment for now, the doctor explained while reviewing the medical records. Doctor, will Yaya be disfigured? Lu Shaoqiu asked hesitantly. After all, Yaya is a girl. If she ends up disfigured. Lu Shaoqiu couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. Well, we can't rule out that possibility, the doctor replied honestly, without dismissing the concern outright. Understood. Thank you, Lu Shaoqiu nodded. At this point in time, even CT scans weren't widely available, let alone MRI. Only some hospitals in major cities had them. Jincheng, though a provincial capital, wasn't quite a first-tier city, so naturally, it didn't have one. With no other options, Lu Shaoqiu could only return to pack some clean clothes for Yaya and prepare for her hospital stay. After informing Lin Qingxian, the security guard drove Lu Shaoqiu back to the scrapyard. Seeing Lu Shaoqiu return, old man Zhang Yikai greeted him with a warm smile. But as he drew near, Zhang Yikai noticed Lu Shaoqiu's grim expression and couldn't help asking, Young Lu, what's wrong? Did something happen to the child? Just kids fighting. Nothing serious. Old man, could you come another day? Yaya needs to stay in the hospital for observation these next few days. I probably won't have time to chat with you about this stuff. Lu Shaoqiu walked into the inner room, packing things while speaking. Oh, then go ahead and take care of things. I'll have my granddaughter cook some food. Bring some over for Yaya to eat, Zhang Yikai said calmly. But as he turned, Zhang Yikai gave a subtle signal to his guard, motioning him closer. Tell me everything that happened, down to the last detail, Zhang Yikai ordered coldly. After hearing the guard's account, Zhang Yikai's temper flared instantly. But upon catching a glimpse of Lu Shaoqiu still packing, he forced himself to suppress his rage. How dare they? Utter lawlessness. Zhang Yikai growled under his breath. You stay by their side these next few days. You know the consequences if anything happens to them. Shoot to kill if necessary. Zhang Yikai had known something was amiss the moment he heard Lu Yaya was hospitalized. If it were merely a childish scuffle, why would hospitalization be necessary? But he never imagined that a pillar of the nation like Lu Shaoqiu would be bullied to such an extent. Even disregarding the two blueprints he later saw, that single mecha made from new materials alone was enough to revolutionize the nation's military industry. Even if nothing else materialized afterward, that single mecha alone would secure Lu Shaoqiu's place in the annals of national merit for life. His descendants could even enjoy top-tier privileges. What kind of low-level thugs would dare bully a pillar of the nation? Yes. The guard also grasped the gravity of the situation. Public safety at this point in time wasn't as secure as in the era Lu Shaoqiu knew well. Since the Skynet surveillance system hadn't been widely implemented yet, many illegal social groups still operated freely. Back then, even top soybean experts and university professors could be beaten to death by two petty thugs over a few dozen yuan in internet fees, let alone someone like Lu Shaoqiu, who appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable person. This guard had been directly transferred from Xin Yaowu's personal security detail and was armed. I'll call old Xin and arrange for someone else to relieve you. You'll have to work a bit longer today, Zhang Yikai said solemnly to the guard before him. With that, he walked away to make the call. What? Lu's daughter was bullied, and he himself was threatened? Shen Yawu was stunned upon receiving the call. Are there really such brazen people these days? Yes, the perpetrator even claimed to know Xiao Lu's daughter is still in kindergarten. They're openly and covertly threatening Xiao Lu to extort money. Zhang Yikai's expression turned grave. He too wanted to know who was bold enough to threaten a decorated hero. Alright, I understand the situation. I'll find someone to handle it. If I don't take care of him, I'll be damned. Shen Yawu was truly furious. As commander of the Southwest Theater, he had finally produced such a figure. If a few reckless individuals actually harmed him, then he might as well resign his post as theater commander. I've already reported this to the Ministry of National Defense and added Xiao Lu to the special protection list as a high-priority individual. His dedicated bodyguard should be dispatched from the capital within the next couple of days. However, regarding his child. After leaving, Shen Yawu had his people investigate Lu Shaoqiu's family situation. Living in an old neighborhood like Rongchang Street, not only was the area a mixed bag of characters, but their living conditions themselves were subpar. Zhang Yikai's redemption of Lu Shaoqiu's house was known to him, but the location of the property itself was less than ideal. Effective protection would be difficult to achieve. I recall a new housing development opening near the Air Force family compound recently, right? Zhang Yikai suddenly suggested. Get little Lu a unit there. I've already consulted with Zero. We've been authorized to act at our discretion, fully supporting you as long as it's within the law. As for little Lu's daughter, transfer her to the Air Force's Blue Sky Kindergarten. Ordinary kindergartens fall under local education authorities, but Blue Sky Kindergarten is administered by the Military Region's Logistics Department completely outside civilian jurisdiction. What outsiders don't know is that these kindergartens are surrounded by military police sentries, guaranteeing absolute security. After all, every child admitted to Blue Sky Kindergarten comes from exceptional backgrounds. Their parents are invariably high-ranking officers in the Air Force or senior researchers at military institutes. Institute 611, where Zhang Yikai worked, originally belonged to the military system. Even now, many of its employees' children could still enroll in Blue Sky Kindergarten. You always give me such difficult problems. But it's no big deal, I'll handle the coordination. Shen Yawu chuckled twice before hanging up to address these matters. Chapter 15, Opening Doors, Community Warmth. After Shen Yawu secured proper arrangements for Lu Shaoqiu and his daughter, he began investigating Lu Yaya's bullying case. He placed a direct call to Jincheng State Security, simultaneously coordinating with both military and police departments to thoroughly investigate the entire incident and uncover the backing behind the Mao Zhuangzhuang family. If they had previously provoked Lu Shaoqiu, Shen Yawu would have dealt with the 3 members of the Mao family at most. But now, Lu Shaoqiu was registered with Zero. Handling this poorly wouldn't just reflect poorly on his competence in Zero's eyes, it could become a major incident that undermined the entire national talent system. Many talented individuals had returned to the country in recent years. If even the most basic safety of their families couldn't be guaranteed, how could they be expected to serve the nation with confidence and dedication? Therefore, Shen Yawu must not only deal with the Mao family but also turn this case into a model example within the system. It must deter petty criminals while reassuring the scientific talents who serve the nation with loyalty. As night fell, state security agents usually tasked with counterespionage joined forces with public security officers to begin unraveling the Mao family's social network. Simultaneously, public security officers, citing Lu Shaoqiu's report, interviewed relevant kindergarten teachers to understand the sequence of events and inquire about the usual relationship between Mao Zhuangzhuang and Lu Yaya. Within a mere 2 hours, through the joint efforts of military and police authorities, all materials were directly submitted to the Provincial Public Security Bureau Director, the Provincial State Security Department Director, and the Commander of the Southwest Military District. Upon learning that Lu Yaya had endured repeated bullying from Mao Zhuangzhuang during her 2+ years at the kindergarten, yet the incidents had been dismissed as inconsequential due to her maturity and the absence of physical harm, the 3 high-ranking officials grew visibly unsettled. And upon seeing the full network of connections surrounding Mao Zhuangzhuang's family, the Provincial Public Security Bureau Director felt a bit awkward. This was a big fish. Mao Zhuangzhuang's father, Mao Yue, operated several nightclubs in the city. Preliminary investigations revealed these establishments were involved in prostitution and illegal gambling. Mao Zhuangzhuang's mother, Yi Lijuan, ran a dance education institution. However, a year prior, during a training session, she had accidentally broken a girl's lumbar spine, leaving her paralyzed. To this day, no compensation had been paid. Complaints against the Ma family were not uncommon. The girl whose life was ruined had even filed a lawsuit. But without exception, these individuals have all experienced late-night visits or death threats, ultimately having to back down and accept their misfortune. If not for the Little Road Expert incident, I wouldn't have known such people could exist in our Jincheng. They're utterly depraved. Investigate them. Even the Minister of State Security felt his scalp tingle upon seeing this. This was no longer merely a case of school bullying. It has escalated to a matter of organizational credibility and even social stability. Frankly, if we can't handle this properly, forget about national security. You might as well take off your uniforms and retire home. The Mao family alone couldn't have orchestrated this flawlessly. We must conduct thorough internal audits. My suggestion is mutual inspection. Root out the protectors within our own ranks and take them all down. Wu slammed his fist on the table. Soon, the entire military and police force of Jincheng sprang into action. By midnight, doors were being knocked down one by one. Those that wouldn't yield were simply breached. That night, over 30 officials, both high-ranking and low-level, were apprehended. Yet after a night of chaos, the three members of the Mao family remained completely unaware. Early the next morning, Mao Zhuangzhuang clamored for a hamburger. Yi Lijuan and Mao Yue were just about to finish breakfast and take their son to school. Just as the family was about to eat breakfast, the door was knocked. Knock. Who is it? Yi Lijuan asked impatiently at such an early hour. Community service. We're distributing rice, flour, and cooking oil as part of a neighborhood initiative. Could you please open the door to sign for your delivery? The person outside called through the door. Why are they giving out rice, flour, and oil when it's not even a holiday? Though she grumbled, Yi Lijuan opened the door. Just as the door swung open. Crash. A large group of armed police officers and armed police stormed into the house, immediately taking Yi Lijuan into custody. Mao Yue, already involved in dangerous business, instinctively tried to flee the moment he heard the door being kicked open. But when he heard the command behind him, "Don't move. Fire will be used if you resist," he could only resign himself to surrender. He raised his hands and slowly turned around, only then realizing that at least 20 fully armed police officers and armed police had flooded into his home. Each held a submachine gun, the black muzzles already trained on him. He'd imagined his end, but never that he'd mobilize such a massive military and police operation. Even if you broke every law in the book, this would be the treatment you'd get. Subsequently, police uncovered substantial evidence at the Mao residence, most significantly seizing a handgun from the premises. This evidence significantly escalated the charges against the Mao family. As a minor, Mao Zhuangzhuang was taken away by a female officer. How did you find me? Do you know who my higher-ups are? Seeing the pile of incriminating evidence being seized, Mao Yue remained unflinching. Instead, he defiantly challenged the lead officer. My connections? You mean Xiao Duong? Or Li Yichen? If you're implying they're your protectors, you'll meet them very soon. The lead officer, dispatched directly from the Public Security Bureau to oversee the case, looked at the still arrogant Mao Yue with a sneer. Upon hearing those two names, Mao Yue's expression instantly turned ashen. Both were high-ranking officials in the province. They were also his most prized connections. The fact that these officers knew their names meant the other side had already arrested them. I want to see my lawyer. Mao Yue screamed. Lawyer? You won't need one. What awaits you is a military tribunal. If you survive, spend the rest of your life reforming yourself. Maybe you'll get out in time to see your son grow up. The lead officer chuckled lightly before ordering his men to take Mao Yue and Yi Lijuan away. As Lu Shaoqiu finished packing his clothes to go to the hospital to care for Lu Yaya, Zhang Jiayi followed him, carrying 2 insulated containers. Zhang Jiayi waved the insulated containers as she followed Lu Shaoqiu to the hospital. Lu Shaoqiu didn't ask her to leave. Upon arriving at the hospital, Zhang Jiayi was heartbroken to see the little girl with gauze still wrapped around her nose and a bandage on her head. She had seen this delicate little doll just that morning. How had she ended up like this by evening? Yaya, do you want to get up and eat something? I just made it, sis. Zhang Jiayi opened the cooler like she was presenting a treasure, taking out the food she had prepared. Sister, it's you? Yaya said weakly upon seeing Zhang Jiayi. Sister, can I ask you for a favor? Sure, tell me. As long as sister can do it, sister will agree. Zhang Jiayi possessed an intellectual and gentle beauty, contrasting yet equally captivating with Lin Qingxuan's stern yet approachable demeanor. Can you be Yaya's mom? Shang Jiayi? Chapter 16, unable to parse. Lu Yaya's words left Zhang Jiayi momentarily flustered, unsure how to respond. But someone broke the ice first. Lin Qingxian shot Lu Yaya a surprised look, as if asking, what about me? Seeing the expressions on these two beauties' faces, Lu Shaoqiu knew his precious daughter had started playing matchmaker again, trying to pair people up. He walked to the hospital bedside and asked Lu Yaya softly, Yaya, why do you want Sister Jiayi to be your mom? Yaya's nose was badly injured, making her speech a bit muffled, but she still managed to say with a smile, Yaya hasn't seen a mom before, so I don't know what it feels like to have a mom who loves me. But Yaya thinks Sister Jiayi and Sister Qingxian are both really nice, so I want them both to be my mom. Then Yaya will have 2 moms who love me, and that must be happier than having just one mom who loves me. Lin Qingxian understood Yaya's reasoning and recognized it as nothing more than the little girl's innocent greed. Zhang Jiayi's expression softened as she replied tenderly, then Yaya must listen to Mommy Jiayi and eat all her food. That way she'll get better quickly. Just then, a knock sounded at the hospital room door. Zhang Jiayi hurried to open the door. Seeing her grandfather standing there, she was taken aback. Grandpa? What brings you here? Seeing Zhang Yikai appear, Lin Qingxian immediately said to Lu Shaoqiu, you go ahead. I'll watch over Yaya for you. Lu Shaoqiu nodded to Lin Qingxian with a hint of embarrassment before walking toward Zhang Yikai at the doorway. Old man. Before Lu Shaoqiu could speak, Zhang Yikai cut him off, gesturing for him to step outside the ward to talk so as not to disturb Yaya. Zhang Jiai followed them out. Only then did Lu Shaoqiu recall his promise to help Nansuwa transport the mecha that evening. Yet Zhang Yikai's first question was, how is Yaya? Is she seriously injured? Hearing this, Lu Shaoqiu felt a warmth in his heart and immediately replied, she fractured her nasal bone, got a scar on her forehead, and needed 3 stitches. Oh dear. Zhang Yikai felt a lump in his throat, filled with regret. Not wanting to add to Lu Shaoqiu's distress, he quickly changed the subject. I'll have someone handle this matter. You don't need to worry. But have you considered, Lu Shaoqiu, giving Yaya a change of environment? Change her environment? Lu Shaoqiu was puzzled. Yaya is currently attending a public kindergarten. The teaching resources might be lacking, and the student body is a mixed bag. There's no guarantee something like today won't happen again. I have some connections. How about transferring Yaya? She can finish her final year at Blue Sky Kindergarten. Zhang Yikai handed Lu Shaoqiu an admission notice. This. Old master, you're making me feel terribly awkward. Lu Shaoqiu hurriedly tried to push the letter back. He knew all about Blue Sky Kindergarten. It was run by the military district's logistics department, inaccessible to ordinary people. But in terms of teaching resources and institutional backing, the opportunities available at Blue Sky Kindergarten surpassed even most private kindergartens. Take it. Your circumstances have changed. If you won't think of yourself, at least consider Yaya. Even if our southern division can keep your skills confidential, can you guarantee there are no bad apples within? Your and your child's safety is paramount now. Zhang Yikai said sullenly to Lu Shaoqiu. Hearing this, Lu Shaoqiu hesitated. Even in the prosperous era of Great Xia he had traveled from, where the seas were peaceful, rogues were still everywhere. In this parallel world where even the Skynet hadn't been widely implemented yet, he really needed to be more prepared. Seeing Lu Shaoqiu waver, Zhang Yikai pressed his advantage. I've reported your situation up the chain. The higher-ups have already arranged for your old residence to be redeemed. But that place is too far from Blue Sky Kindergarten. I happen to have an apartment available in the Air Force family compound. How about we strike a deal? Swap properties? Zhang Yikai knew Lu Shaoqiu possessed immense pride, otherwise, a man of such talent wouldn't willingly dwell in a cramped scrapyard. So Zhang Yikai seized the opportunity of the reward to formally bring Lu Shaoqiu under state protection while simultaneously resolving his living difficulties. With that, Zhang Yikai produced 2 property deeds and handed them to Lu Shaoqiu. He trusted Lu Shaoqiu would make the right choice. Lu Shaoqiu took the deeds, glanced at the property listing for the Air Force family compound, and his eyes widened instantly. This place was much larger than the one he'd bought for just over 100,000. Old man. This is too much. I can't take advantage of you. Lu Shaoqiu said, pushing the deeds back. Zhang Yikai smiled and said, houses are for living in. Size doesn't matter much. Before I came, I had people move your belongings over and gave the place a good cleaning. Recalling helping Lu Shaoqiu move, Zhang Yikai felt a pang of sadness. He had personally supervised the packing of Lu Shaoqiu and Lu Yaya's belongings. After everything was packed, including pots and pans, it all fit into just one suitcase. It was a stark reminder of how frugally the father and daughter had been living. Hearing that Zhang Yikai had already taken the initiative to move his belongings over, Lu Shaoqiu couldn't refuse any longer. He handed over his original property deed. Then I'll thank you on Yaya's behalf. Zhang Yikai shook his head and pushed the deed back. Keep it with you for now. When I have time later, we'll discuss the property transfer. This, of course, was Zhang Yikai's little scheme. By dragging things out like this, it would naturally fade into oblivion. After all, the redeemed deed still bore Lu Shaoqiu's name, and Zhang Yikai had no intention of claiming it. This was his way of showing favor to a promising junior. You'd better step up your game and turn those blueprints into reality as soon as possible. Zhang Yikai held high hopes for Lu Shaoqiu, which was why he treated him with such courtesy. You saw them all? Lu Shaoqiu felt a bit embarrassed. Those were just doodles I made for fun. Finally, they agreed that once Lu Yaya was feeling better, they would discuss Lu Shaoqiu's plans to start a company. Tonight, Lu Shaoqiu's task was to assist with transporting the mecha. Zhang Jiai and Lin Qingxian stayed behind to care for Lu Yaya, while Zhang Yikai immediately took Lu Shaoqiu to the southern mountainous region, now designated a military restricted zone. Sir! Yuan Lang rushed over the moment he spotted Zhang Yikai. I've been trying to replicate and analyze the mech's operating system all day, but it's impossible to decode. Yuan Lang held a laptop, displaying the data on the screen for his teacher. Zhang Yikai took the laptop, frowned at the data, then turned to Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu merely glanced at the laptop in Zhang Yikai's hands before smiling and saying, the reason is simple. Your computer lacks sufficient processing power. Its system architecture is too outdated to keep pace with the mecha's onboard processor. That's why you can't even synchronize the data. Chapter 17, This Isn't Just a Step Ahead. Lu Shaoqiu recognized the computer before him, an IBM ThinkPad, once a benchmark for performance and portability in its heyday. Yet the operating system running on it wasn't Microsoft or any other company's, it was a Chinese OS displaying pure Chinese characters. It was clearly an operating system developed in-house by the great Xia Empire. This arrangement was naturally designed to prevent system backdoors and data theft. Lu Shaoqiu's words naturally caught Zheng Yikai's attention. The old man couldn't help but ask, "Young Lu, does this mecha also run a system you developed yourself?" "Yes, because it incorporates my own brainwave sensing system. It also requires an optical transmission system and must be compatible with a motion sensing operating system. That's why I mentioned earlier how challenging this project has been." Recalling the days of relentless design work and overtime, Lu Shaoqiu couldn't help but wince. Could this system be commercialized? Zheng Yikai, sensing the system's potential complexity, pressed further. "It could be, but given the current hardware capabilities in China, no, in most of the world it simply can't handle my system." Lu Shaoqiu smiled. "Impossible. Our domestic chips have already." Yuan Lang started to protest, but suddenly realized the topic was classified and promptly shut his mouth. Lu Shaoqiu smiled and said, "The old man should know that hardware processing speed is related to chip precision. If I'm not mistaken, the precision of chips currently manufactured domestically should be around 150 nanometers, right?" The words had barely left his mouth when Yuan Lang and Zheng Yikai both stared wide-eyed at Lu Shaoqiu before them, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. This was top-secret information. Currently, Dacia lagged behind foreign nations by a significant margin. Its domestically developed chips hadn't even entered the nanometer era yet, still stuck in the micrometer age. 150 nanometers equates to 0.15 micrometers. This represents the absolute limit of domestic chip manufacturing capabilities at present. Lu Shaoqiu continued, "The processor in this mech can perform over 60 trillion calculations per second. Otherwise, real-time signal transmission and processing would be impossible." In truth, Lu Shaoqiu had underreported the specs. The mech's core processor was actually obtained from a beginner's gift pack, not developed by him. To acquire the relevant technology, he would have to start from scratch and redeem it step by step. Quantum chip expert Zheng Yikai instantly recognized the technology within this mech. His eyes flashed with excitement. "Xiao Lu, you've got a quantum processor in there, right? And the chip precision is below 5 nanometers, isn't it?" Lu Shaoqiu nodded. Yuan Lang, standing nearby, was so stunned he couldn't speak. As a top student from USTC, how could he not know what quantum chips and quantum processors were? The domestically developed supercomputer Shunwei currently achieved a computing power of 324 billion operations per second. Lu Shaoqiu's mecha processor was nearly 20,000 times more efficient than Shunwei. There was simply no other explanation besides a quantum processor. Once chip precision reached below 5 nanometers, the quantum tunneling effect would manifest. This was the very principle behind quantum computers. Once precision reaches a certain threshold, a quantum computer's computational power increases exponentially, with processing speed and efficiency skyrocketing. No wonder my little laptop couldn't process this mech's data. Even if you brought this technology to our research institute now, we'd likely be unable to decipher it. Zheng Yikai couldn't help but sigh deeply. Being one step ahead is genius, being 100 years ahead is almost like modern people looking up to ancient sages. Show a Qing dynasty veteran your smart device, and he'd likely just exclaim it's sorcery. Alright, no point arguing with it for now. Let's just get through the Sci-Fi Promotion Week events first. Zheng Yikai shrugged it off. After all, Lu Shaoqiu was right there, the technology resided within him. They could address the quantum computer project when the time truly came. Lu Shaoqiu spoke as he prepared to pilot the mech, securing it onto the flatbed truck that had been waiting ready. This flatbed truck had been directly requisitioned from the military district normally used for transporting rockets. Old man Zheng Yikai suddenly remembered something and asked, "Little Lu, can I ride with you?" "Sure, you can. It's just that the passenger seat is a bit small." When Lu Shaoqiu first designed this cockpit, he had considered the possibility of parents wanting to bring their children along, so he included a co-pilot seat, though it was a child-sized version. Once the old man sat down, he was practically curled up in the seat, making it a bit awkward to watch. "You may begin." Zheng Yikai signaled Lu Shaoqiu to start loading the vehicle. As soon as Lu Shaoqiu activated the system, the cockpit locked down. The 360-degree panoramic display activated, revealing everything around them. Outside, as the mech's twin eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light, the 18-meter colossus rose to its feet. Slowly, it rose to its feet, standing tall against the night sky before lying down onto the prepared flatbed truck to await loading and securing. Even in this simple sequence of movements, the mech's execution was nearly indistinguishable from a human's. There was no trace of the clumsiness or bulkiness one might expect from a massive machine. Zheng Yikai, who had witnessed Lu Shaoqiu's entire operation, was utterly amazed. If such an operating system were integrated into a fighter jet, it would undoubtedly elevate its combat capabilities to a whole new level. Especially since this system could even be operated by a child. The next day, at the Rongchang Street Sci-Fi Promotion Week event, countless children were stunned by the massive 18-meter-tall robot before them. Its striking blue and white color scheme, coupled with the enormous white wings unfurled behind it, left an indelible impression on every attendee. As the event organizer, the Rongchang Subdistrict Office experienced firsthand what it meant to be overwhelmed by crowds. Though the concept of short video check-ins didn't exist yet in this era, people still managed to rally their friends and family. Many who visited the first day returned the next with friends and family. The excitement reached a fever pitch when word spread that for an extra fee, visitors could even sit inside the mech's cockpit. These weren't children, but a large group of men. After all, what boy doesn't love giant robots? Over the course of several exhibition days, Rongchang Street not only boosted its profile through this event but also brought massive foot traffic to nearby businesses. Director Zhao Qidong, having achieved remarkable results, was already slated for a major promotion by year's end. Chapter 18, This background reaches the heavens. Early the next morning, Lu Shaoqiu didn't join the Sci-Fi Promotion Week festivities. He still had to take care of his daughter. After seeing off Lin Xingxian and Zhang Jai, who had stayed the night, Lu Shaoqiu expressed his gratitude once more. He glanced at Lu Yaya, still fast asleep, then at the admission notice for Blue Sky Kindergarten lying beside him, and couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. In the short time since he'd arrived in this world, his life had undergone earth-shattering changes in just a single day. Perhaps he had been too rigid before. Glancing at Yaya, still wrapped in bandages, Lu Shaoqiu opened the system store. The system store offered directly purchasable technological products, categorized into several major fields just like the main system's or D options. Lu Shaoqiu selected the biotechnology section and spent 500,000 credits on an oral scar-removing medication and a bone fracture healing accelerator. With these medications, Yaya should recover faster and avoid disfigurement. Lu Shaoqiu had originally planned to handle Yaya's school transfer paperwork in a couple of days. Unexpectedly, Lin Qingxian arrived again right after lunch. "Officer Lin, what brings you here?" I'm on leave these days. Since I'm free, I came to the hospital to check on Yaya. After all, she calls me mom, right? Ha ha. Lin Qingxian couldn't bring herself to say the chief had given her extended leave and issued a strict order for her to personally protect Lu Yaya, so she could only make up an excuse. Ah ha ha. Lu Shaoqiu could only offer an awkward, forced smile. To be honest, this wasn't his first time seeing Lin Qingxian. In Rongchang Street, with so many neighborhood disputes, he'd occasionally spot Lin Qingxian responding to calls. But the Lin Qingxian in her regular uniform now seemed a bit different from the one he remembered. She seemed less imposing and more approachable. Still, the atmosphere between them felt awkward. Here they were, both unmarried, a man and a woman alone together. To make matters worse, Yaya was excitedly calling Lin Qingxian mom and throwing a tantrum at her. This made Lu Shaoqiu, the biological father, cringe so intensely he could practically dig his toes into the ground. "Officer Lin, you stay with Yaya for now. We've moved, and I need to arrange her school transfer." Lu Shaoqiu had been socially anxious in his past life, never holding a girl's hand until his death. Now, being forced to spend time with Lin Qingxian, the stunning police officer, made him feel like thorns were piercing his back and pins were pricking his skin. He might as well make a clean getaway. Lu Yaya, of course, noticed her father's unusual behavior. She then turned to Lin Qingxian with a smile and asked, "Qingxian mom, what do you think of my dad?" Officer Lin, who had sensed something off about Lu Shaoqiu, was about to respond when she suddenly recalled what he'd just said. "Yeah, did your dad mention he is going to transfer you to a new school?" "Yes," Yaya nodded. "Grandpa Zhang found a new kindergarten for me. It's closer to our new home, so I'll be enrolling there." "This is a disaster." Lin Qingxian immediately called her bureau chief to report the matter. The entire police station relocation was meant to protect this father and daughter. Now that they've moved, the entire operation was for nothing. Upon arriving at the kindergarten, Lu Shaoqiu met with the homeroom teacher, Ms. Lu. After explaining his purpose, Teacher Lu expressed regret. Lu Shaoqiu had been feeling uneasy about meeting that unsettling old woman, but upon entering the principal's office, he discovered the principal had been replaced by a middle-aged woman he'd never seen before. "Hello, Yaya's father. I'm the new principal of this kindergarten. Regarding what happened to little Yaya, our kindergarten bears undeniable responsibility. This is a token of our sincerity. Additionally, I'll immediately handle the transfer paperwork for you. Please wait a moment." As she spoke, the principal slid a bank card toward Lu Shaoqiu. The back of the card bore a string of numbers, presumably the PIN. Yaya's transfer paperwork sailed through with almost no obstacles. Lu Shaoqiu didn't even have to wait half an hour before it was all completed. After Lu Shaoqiu left with the transfer certificate, the principal's previously cheerful expression turned stern. Teacher Lu, who had been following closely behind the new principal, couldn't help but ask, "Principal, aren't we being overly cautious? What do you know?" The new principal's expression remained stern. After this incident, the former principal was arrested last night. Nearly all her past offenses have been uncovered. Every teacher connected to her has been dealt with. Otherwise, why do you think I and those new teachers were suddenly parachuted into your kindergarten today? Teacher Lu was startled. She never imagined that Lu Shaoqiu, whom she had always overlooked, had such a background. His connections are practically sky-high. Just look at what happened to Mao Zhuangzhuang's family. Parents arrested, assets confiscated, and Mao Zhuangzhuang sent to an orphanage all within a single night. Lu Yaya's father, his background is formidable. The new principal's stern expression eased slightly as Lu Shaoqiu walked away. Be more vigilant going forward. No similar incidents should occur in the near future. Otherwise, both you and I may face serious consequences. After issuing this warning, the new principal went about her business. Several days later, the mecha was transported to Southern Research Institute 611. This time, the transport was not handled by Lu Shaoqiu. Instead, researchers from the institute completed the process with him accompanying them. Lu Shaoqiu considered his mission accomplished and prepared to embark on a new chapter in his life. Meanwhile, Zheng Yikai's phone had been ringing non-stop these past few days. Upon learning that Lu Shaoqiu could manufacture chips smaller than 5 nanometers, Zheng Yikai immediately chose to report it. But this became a problem he couldn't prove himself. Zheng Yikai had no way to prove Lu Shaoqiu could actually manufacture 5-nanometer chips. Knowing Lu Shaoqiu was busy caring for his daughter these days, Zheng Yikai refrained from disturbing him, intending to pave the way for him first. His intense passion for this endeavor stems entirely from his conviction that once Lu Shaoqiu's technology is widely adopted, it will deliver a devastating blow to the overseas chip industry. After all, while China currently lags behind, foreign nations aren't exactly leading the pack either. They're still locked in a battle over micrometer scale technology. Whoever seizes the initiative first will give domestic chips a head start. One step ahead means staying ahead. That's why he'd been lobbying various state-owned enterprises and departments these past few days, trying to convince them to join Lu Shaoqiu in founding a state-controlled tech company. Yet after a full week of efforts, not a single company or department was willing to invest in Lu Shaoqiu. This left the old man feeling utterly defeated, and he couldn't help but curse aloud, a bunch of incompetent fools who just sit around collecting paychecks. Chapter 19, This is like a flea market. Zhang Jiayi had barely stepped through the door when she heard her grandfather cursing. She couldn't help but ask, "Grandpa, what's got you so worked up again?" "My throat's nearly gone hoarse from all this talking. These fools don't grasp Shaolu's importance, let alone the strategic significance of 5-nanometer chips. If those foreign white-skinned bastards beat us to the breakthrough, we'll be choked off in the future." Zheng Yikai declared with heartfelt anguish. "You mean the state-owned enterprises and departments we contacted earlier all refused?" Zheng Jiayi knew what her grandfather had been occupied with lately, and she was somewhat surprised. "Yes, a bunch of short-sighted fools. Their only motto is better safe than sorry. These people aren't even from these enterprises or departments. They just coast along in their positions to build seniority. They have no sense of collective honor or vision for future development." Zheng Yikai seethed with indignation. He was nothing like them. He had joined the Southern Institute right after graduation, rising from researcher to director, dedicating nearly his entire life to the institute. "Grandpa, I actually think it's better we don't collaborate with them," Zhang Jiayi suddenly interjected. Explain further." Zheng Yikai wasn't the authoritarian patriarch type. He genuinely valued input from the younger generation. "Consider this, if it becomes state-controlled, who will call the shots, Mr. Lu or the higher-ups? Accepting their funding means accepting their directives. Could Mr. Lu still design freely, without constraints, as he does now?" Zheng Jiayi reasoned. "Continue." Zheng Yikai nodded, gesturing for his granddaughter to elaborate. "What if we establish a cooperative relationship with him? Take the 4th-generation fighter we're developing now. He's already provided the blueprints. If we form a partnership where he supplies specialized materials or handles assembly at his factory, wouldn't that protect him while also generating profits for him?" Zhang Jiayi's words undoubtedly opened a new door for Zheng Yikai. "You're right, Grandpa. I've been overly fixated on protecting just the two of them. If we bring the military district into this, well, I have a better idea." Zheng Yikai had conceived a new plan, though he still needed to discuss it with Lu Shaoqiu first. He then inquired, "How's the mecha analysis coming along?" Zheng Jiayi's face flushed slightly at the question. "Well, I was just about to tell you. Your interruption made me forget. It's sci. You should see it for yourself." Hearing his granddaughter speak like this, Zheng Yikai also wanted to know what exactly had gone wrong. He arrived at the Research Institute workshop. To facilitate the research, the institute had specially constructed a new dust-free hangar to house this mech. Now, nearly all the institute's researchers were gathered here, circling around the mech. "Well, any results?" Zheng Yikai called over Yuan Lang to ask. "We're stumped, Professor." Yuan Lang replied, his face etched with frustration. After hearing Yuan Lang's explanation, they learned that since they couldn't decipher the mech's operating system, they had tried focusing on the armor materials and even the armor coating, hoping to glean some new technology applicable to their new aircraft. But things didn't go as planned. While the entire mech could be disassembled, the armor plates couldn't even be damaged, let alone analyzed. They even tried a 5,000-degree laser, but it couldn't cut through the armor. Not even a scorch mark appeared. The armor coating was even more baffling. It perfectly absorbed electromagnetic waves, meaning this massive mech was completely invisible to radar. As for the joints enabling its agile movement, that baffled the researchers even more. The room temperature superconducting materials and the photoelectric sensing transmission at such temperatures made the researchers feel like they'd been transported back to their freshman year of college. They knew nothing about this, understood nothing about that. Zhang Yikai, however, remained largely unfazed. Ever since learning the mech utilized a quantum processor, Zhang Yikai knew its technological sophistication was at least decades ahead of its time. Do you expect someone who just learned to hand crank a Hanyang-type rifle to suddenly master building a Type 95? They wouldn't even understand what they were looking at. Yuan Lang's reaction was even more direct. He was completely overwhelmed. This was asking him to learn how to build a market stall. 200 million for a display piece. With no other choice, Zhang Yikai proactively contacted Lu Shaoqiu, asking him to visit the southern branch when he had time. After moving into the Air Force family compound with Yaya, Lu Shaoqiu felt like a mountain had suddenly lifted from his shoulders. This neighborhood was home to military families. Those who could send their loved ones to serve the nation were either from military lineages or possessed exceptionally high ideological awareness, naturally resulting in a much higher caliber of residents. At least, in the days since moving in, Lu Shaoqiu hadn't been woken by neighbors arguing in the middle of the night. After this period of rest and medication, Lu Yaya recovered remarkably well. Not only were there no scars, but even the doctors marveled at her astonishing healing ability, initially assuming her nasal bone fracture wasn't severe. In truth, had Lu Shaoqiu not secretly administered medication to Yaya, her recovery alone would have taken months. Just as he brought Yaya back to their new home today, Zhang Yikai called, asking him to swing by the South Precinct when he had time. Seeing that it was the weekend, Lu Shaoqiu thought it over and decided to trouble Lin Qingxian once more. Lately, Lin Qingxian had been visiting Lu Yaya at the hospital every day, and she and Lu Shaoqiu had finally become familiar with each other. Lu Shaoqiu no longer felt that urge to run away whenever he saw her. They had even exchanged contact information. When Lu Shaoqiu saw Lin Qingxian pull out a Shansheng phone, he was taken aback. Getting a phone these days wasn't easy. His second-hand Nokia had been sold to him cheaply by a junk dealer, but the Shansheng in Lin Qingxian's hand looked brand new. It seemed Lin Qingxian wasn't just an ordinary police officer. Lu Shaoqiu dialed Lin Qingxian's number and asked if she was free today. Due to Lu Shaoqiu's move, the relocation plan for the Rongchang Street Police Station had been temporarily shelved. Her current assignment remained providing close protection for Lu Yaya while awaiting further orders from higher-ups. So when Lu Shaoqiu called, Lin Qingxian asked for his address and immediately agreed. But after Lu Shaoqiu gave her the address, Lin Qingxian let out a ha, and then, almost immediately, there was a knock on Lu Shaoqiu's door. This time, it was Lu Shaoqiu who was dumbfounded. The phone call hadn't ended yet when the knocking sounded simultaneously through the receiver and from the hallway. When Lu Shaoqiu opened the door, Lin Qingxian stood there looking fresh and lively in her pajamas, the door to the apartment across the hall still wide open. What a coincidence, Lin Qingxian said, tugging at the corner of her mouth, unsure quite what expression to make. Chapter 20, Full Circle. Lu Shaoqiu hadn't expected Lin Qingxian to be living right next door. You live here too? Lu Shaoqiu asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. My brother's in the Air Force. We qualified for the housing subsidy, so we bought it. What a coincidence. Lin Qingxian hadn't imagined such a chance occurrence could happen. Well, I had my plans all figured out, but now that I've met you, Lu Shaoqiu, I feel a bit awkward. After all, as a father, constantly leaving his child in others' care felt somewhat irresponsible. But yeah, ever the little angel, chimed in, Dad, you go ahead and do what you need to do. I'll be just fine with Qingxian mom here. Yaya, wanna come play at Qingxuan's house? After a few days, Lin Qingxian had grown immune to the nickname Qingxuan's mom and now actually enjoyed it. Yaya immediately scampered over, wrapping her arms around Lin Qingxuan's leg. Her little eyes darted at her dad. Daddy, why aren't you leaving yet? I want to go play with Qingxian mom. Hearing Yaya's eager tone, Lu Shaoqiu felt a twinge of jealousy. Does having Qingxian mom mean Yaya doesn't need daddy anymore? Daddy's a boy, and boys should go out and make their mark. If he just stays home with Yaya, he'll become useless, Yaya declared, puffing out her cheeks. Ha! Yaya, who taught you that? Lin Qingxian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Grandma Wei from before said so. She said boys who stay home are useless. Alright, daddy will go out and make his way in the world. You must listen to mommy Qingxian, okay? Lu Shaoqiu shot his daughter a resigned glance before turning to Lin Qingxian. This is a lot to ask of you, Officer Lin. Not at all. I adore Yaya. As she spoke, Lin Qingxian gently pinched Yaya's cheek, making the little girl giggle. After Lu Shaoqiu left, Lin Qingxian spoke earnestly. Yaya, what you said earlier wasn't right. Daddy didn't stay home because he's useless. He stayed home to take care of you. You can't say daddy is useless just because he stayed home to look after you. Is it because of Yaya that daddy can't go out? Yaya's mood instantly sank at the question. No, Yaya. Daddy is a grown man. If he wanted to go out, no one could stop him. Daddy stays home with you because Daddy loves you. Lin Qingxian smiled as she ruffled Yaya's hair. Oh. Yaya nodded, seeming to understand yet not quite grasping it. Lu Shaoqiu took the bus all the way to Nansua. The Air Force family compound, Rongchang Street, and the South Precinct were all in Wulong district of Jinchang, not far from each other. When Lu Shaoqiu arrived at the main gate of the South Precinct, Zheng Yikai was already waiting for him. Lu, come in quickly, Zheng Yikai said, leading him to his office and hastily gesturing for him to sit down. Zheng Jie brought Lu Shaoqiu a glass of water and sat down on the nearby sofa. Zheng Yikai got straight to the point. Lu, you've really given us South Station quite a headache. Lu Shaoqiu had probably guessed something was up and immediately asked with a smile, old man, is it something to do with the mecha that you can't figure out? Did you plan this all along, knowing trouble would come so I'd have to find you? Zheng Yikai pointed at Lu Shaoqiu and laughed heartily. Not exactly. I'm also curious to see how much technology you guys can actually figure out from it. Lu Shaoqiu felt a bit uneasy. After all, the manufacturing equipment, design blueprints, and even the technology were all part of the beginner's package. For him, building this mech was like playing with plastic. He only truly mastered the skeletal structure in transmission systems. Everything else felt like mere assembly. Your mech's tech level is too advanced, it's beyond this era. We honestly have no clue where to start, Zheng Yikai admitted frankly. Right now, we're like ancient people looking at modern high-tech. We can't grasp the principles at all, so we'll just have to give up. Lu Shaoqiu had also guessed Zheng Yikai's meaning and promptly replied, even if the deal falls through, we can still be friends. Besides, didn't I give you a blueprint? 200 million should cover it. 200 million, and you're selling that blueprint to our southern division? Zheng Yikai was somewhat stunned. 200 million is merely the current market price for a main battle aircraft. The value of a complete set of blueprints far exceeds that figure. It's all for the nation's benefit. A little more or less doesn't matter, Lu Shaoqiu chuckled. Of course, he wouldn't make a losing deal. Zheng Yikai was the highest ranking figure he could currently access. Over the past few days, he had already mapped out the future direction of his enterprise. If Zheng Yikai could assist him, the difficulty would be reduced by at least half. This favor was something money couldn't measure. Zheng Yikai, however, was at a loss for words. He immediately decided to share all his previous thoughts with Lu Shaoqiu. Lu, you mentioned earlier that you plan to start a company. I have some ideas, would you like to consider them? Please elaborate. Lu Shaoqiu knew he had made the right move. My plan is for you to partner with the Southwest Military Region and our research institute. You'd become a supplier to our institute, with the military region backing you. This would guarantee both your product's market access and the security of you and your company. In return, the military region might have certain procurement needs from your company. What do you think? That's fantastic. Lu Shaoqiu responded with a smile. He had thought aligning with the Southern Institute was already the best he could hope for, but he never imagined such an unexpected bonus. With the military region's backing, what petty thugs would dare to mess with him? However, military procurement typically involves large-scale items, which slightly deviates from his business plan and requires some fine-tuning. Seeing Lu Shaoqiu's agreement, Zheng Yikai immediately pulled out 3 contracts and handed them to him. After signing the contracts, Lu Shaoqiu officially became one of Nansua's cooperative suppliers. As for that mysterious machine that baffled all the researchers, the Southern Institute sent it back to the scrapyard. But with the backing of the Southern Institute and the Southwest Military District, that scrapyard had already shut down for good. Before transporting the mecha back, the Southern Institute dispatched personnel to convert the original storage warehouse into a dust-free hangar. The military district also began planning to reallocate the surrounding land, intending to incorporate the area into the military district's jurisdiction before leasing it to Lu Shaoqiu for factory construction. Upon hearing that their resettlement housing was slated for demolition again, many elderly residents were overjoyed. Nowadays, their conversations never involved sums under $1 million. Looking at the mechs parked in the newly built dust-free hangar, Lu Shaoqiu couldn't help but find it amusing. After all these twists and turns, it had come back into his hands. Better this way. Now Lu Shaoqiu had another chance to refine it, turning it into a true weapon of war. Just as Lu Shaoqiu was pondering how to modify this Gundam, a phone call suddenly rang in. Chapter 21, Classic Skins. Lu, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Lu Shaoqiu didn't keep contacts saved. After all, so many people needed him for junk collection that saving every number would fill up his SIM card. But after mentally searching for the owner of that voice, Lu Shaoqiu recalled who it was. Old Chi? Why'd you suddenly think to call me? I'm just passing through Jinchang on a business trip. Figured a bunch of our classmates must still be around here, so I thought I'd call and see if we could get together. The caller was Chi Hang, Lu Shaoqiu's college bunkmate. They'd been close during their university days, attending Suzhou University in Jinchang together. One reason Lu Shaoqiu chose to settle in Jinchang after marriage. After all, many of their college classmates had stayed in Jinchang. If any problems arose in the future, it would be nice to have mutual support. A banquet? Lu Shaoqiu chuckled and asked directly, you haven't forgotten that someone, have you? No. Absolutely not. How could you slander me like that? Shiheng denied it outright over the phone, but his old habit of stuttering when nervous clearly gave him away. When? Can we bring our families? Lu Shaoqiu asked bluntly. Tomorrow night. Bringing family? Shiheng hesitated again as he spoke. Lu Shaoqiu's divorce was practically common knowledge among their entire class circle. His ex-wife had attended their alma mater too, though not the same major, so many people knew her. I mean, my daughter. I can't leave her home alone. Lu Shaoqiu understood his best friend's concern for his emotional state and responded openly. Good, good. I was worried you hadn't moved on yet. Shiheng chuckled twice, then asked with a sly look, oh, and remember to dress low-key tomorrow. Why? Lu Shaoqiu asked with a knowing smile. Because if you look too good, Zhu Xingyue won't notice me. Class heartthrob. Give your bro a chance. Shiheng whined over the phone. Throughout their 4 years at university, whenever the four brothers went out together, Lu Shaoqiu was always the most eye-catching one. The other three either looked like his entourage or his bodyguards. Only Lu Shaoqiu looked like a young master out to understand the common folk. Alright. I'll just stick with my college look, okay? Lu Shaoqiu agreed with a laugh. Alright. Thanks, Godfather. If I win Zhu Xingyue tomorrow, you better show up at the wedding or I won't let the banquet start. Shiheng laughed heartily before hanging up, clearly off to prepare for tomorrow's reunion. Daddy! Yaya suddenly pounced on Lu Shaoqiu's back like an octopus, her little hands and legs clinging tightly to him. She squealed, Daddy, are you going out to eat meat tomorrow? Meichem Uncle Chi said he's inviting Yaya and Daddy to eat meat tomorrow. Do you want to go? Lu Shaoqiu tilted his head to kiss his daughter's cheek, asking with a smile. Yes. Tomorrow we get to eat meat. Yaya clapped her hands, overjoyed. Soon, Lu Shaoqiu packed up the equipment from the dust-free hangar and took Yaya home. Instead of wanting Lu Shaoqiu to carry her upstairs, Yaya took the elevator herself. She walked to Lin Xingxuan's door and knocked loudly. Coming. Lin Xingxian opened the door and immediately saw Yaya standing there, her face lighting up with joy. Yaya's back? Is it Yaya? Come on in and play. Not only Lin Xingxian, but even Lin Weiman's wife Lin Xingxuan's mother, Comrade Yaya, had been completely charmed by Yaya, becoming her devoted little slave. The moment she saw Yaya, her eyes sparkled with joy, and she hurriedly ushered her inside. Yaya's going to bed early tonight, she announced. I just came to tell Mom Qingxian that Yaya and Daddy are going out for meat tomorrow. You don't need to wait up for me. Lately, Lu Yaya and Lin Xingxian had grown as close as real mother and daughter. So much so that Yaya's first stop after school each day was to report to Lin Xingxian. If Yaya didn't show up at the agreed time, Lu Shaoqiu's phone would inevitably start ringing. While Lin Xingxuan's initial care for Yaya had been purely mission-driven, spending extended time together had genuinely made her fond of the sensible and lively little girl. You're going out tomorrow? Lin Xingxian looked at Lu Shaoqiu. Yeah, a college reunion, Lu Shaoqiu nodded. You could leave Yaya with me and go by yourself, Lin Xingxian stammered. That would be awkward. I'm going out to drink and eat alone, and you're already tired from taking care of the child. Lu Shaoqiu waved his hands quickly. Lin Xingxian had been providing Yaya with almost constant protection lately. As for Lu Shaoqiu, his security was handled by state security agents from Beijing, so Lin Xingxian didn't need to worry about him. Lately, Lin Xingxian had been with Yaya every day. Knowing she had the closest bond with the child, state security had also transferred Lin Xingxuan's responsibilities. During Yaya's daytime classes, Lin Xingxian underwent professional training to handle any emergencies. I suppose that's fine, Lin Xingxian thought. If Lu Shaoqiu went out, state security agents would likely provide discreet protection, so she wouldn't need to worry about Yaya's safety either. But then Yaya suddenly dashed out, wrapped her arms around Lin Xingxuan's leg, and looked up at her with pitiful eyes. Xingxian mama, can you come with us? Lin Xingxuan's eyes widened in surprise as she pointed at herself. Me? Yeah. Come on, it'd be a waste not to go. Yaya beamed at Lin Xingxian. Fine. Lin Xingxian thought for a moment before agreeing. Xiao Lu invited you to his class reunion? Mrs. Xiaoya said with a playful look after her daughter closed the door. Yeah. Why? TSK, I tell you, you're so attentive to that boy day in and day out. Aren't you afraid people might misunderstand? Mrs. Zhao chuckled, giving her daughter a teasing look. I'm doing it for the mission. Oh, right. My girl is all about her career. If Yaya and her dad don't come home for the new year this year, remember to invite them to ours. Ms. Xiaoya couldn't be bothered to argue with her daughter and simply put on an apron to start cooking. Got it, Lin Xingxian replied before retreating to her room to pick out clothes. The next day, evening. Wow. Mom Xingxian, is this car yours? What Lu Shaoqiu hadn't expected was that Lin Xingxian would personally drive a Jetta to the scrapyard to pick up the two of them. Lu Shaoqiu was busy sorting through the scrapyard's inventory, selling what could be sold, keeping what needed to stay. He'd spent the past few days there during daylight hours. No way. It's your grandfather's. I'm just borrowing it. Just thinking about her father's pained expression made Xingxian pout involuntarily. When the young girl got into the car, her eyes suddenly lit up. She noticed that both Lu Shaoqiu and Lin Xingxian had opted for youthful, campus-style outfits. The outfit he wore was Lu Shaoqiu's signature look. He'd barely changed it throughout his 4 years of college, ensuring his classmates could spot him instantly. Lin Xingxian, meanwhile, wore a white shirt with a knit vest and a pleated skirt. Both had chosen the same color scheme, making them look practically like a couple's outfit. Wow! Yaya's face lit up with pure delight. Chapter 22, You little devil, getting better and better, huh? Lu Shaoqiu and Lin Xingxian both paled. They never imagined they'd end up wearing matching outfits. But it was too late to change now. They had no choice but to make do with these outfits for dinner. As they stepped out of the car together, a tall, slender figure rushed over and gave Lu Shaoqiu a big bear hug. Hey there, old Lu. I've missed you so much. Come on, give me a kiss. With that, he made a move to plant a kiss on Lu Shaoqiu's cheek. Hey, my daughter's right here. Lu Shaoqiu pushed him away with obvious annoyance, then introduced Qi to Yaya. Yaya, this is Uncle Qi. He's a good friend of Dad's from the dorm. Come on, say hello. Hello, Uncle Qi, Yaya called out sweetly. Hey. Qi Hang drew out the syllable, then scooped Yaya up in one swift motion. Tisk, look at you, kid, how come you're so darn adorable? Why don't you become my goddaughter? Your godfather might not be able to give you a red envelope this new year, so here's an advance. As he spoke, Qi Hang reached into his pocket, pulled out 200 yuan bills, and shoved them into Lu Shaoqiu's hand. Here. For my girl. Go buy her some candy. Don't you dare pocket it yourself. Lu Shaoqiu knew Qi Hang wasn't just being polite, so he promptly tucked the money into his pocket. Just as Qi Hang was about to lead the father-daughter duo into the hotel, his peripheral vision caught Lin Xingxian. His expression instantly turned startled as he glanced back and forth between them. Huh? You rascal, aren't you going to introduce her? Ah, you distracted me and I forgot. Lu Shaoqiu quickly motioned for Lin Xingxian to step forward and introduced her to Qi Hang. This is Officer Lin Xingxian, our neighbor across the street. I've been pretty busy lately, so she's been taking care of Yaya. Since she had some free time, I brought her along for a free meal. This is my buddy from the next bunk, Qi Hang. Hello. Lin Xingxian nodded politely to Qi Hang. Hello, hello. Sorry I didn't notice you earlier. Come on in. Qi Hang led the way, carrying Yaya, while muttering under his breath, you little bastard, you're getting better and better, aren't you? Your ex-wife was maybe a 6 out of 10, but this one's a 9. How'd you get so lucky? Cut the crap. We're really just neighbors. Lu Shaoqiu protested. Oh, neighbors. Qi Hang let out a sarcastic howl, then turned serious as he looked at Yaya. Ya, do you really think your dad and this pretty lady are just neighbors? Uncle Qi, are you talking about Mom Xingxian? Yaha said earnestly. Mom Xingxian and Dad are just neighbors now, but Yaya really hopes Mom Xingxian can become Yaya's mom. Ya, don't say such things. Lin Xingxian flushed bright red instantly, glaring at Yaya with a reproachful look. Yaya stuck out her little tongue, then covered her mouth. Watching their interaction, Qi Hang's fake smile grew more obvious. He walked over to Lu Shaoqiu's side, clenching his teeth and muttering without moving his lips, you still make people green with envy, kid. I should have never let you come. Ahem, ahem. Alright. Sit down first. Lu Shaoqiu looked awkward, pretending not to hear, and quickly motioned for Lin Xingxian to take a seat. Waiter, bring a few more chairs and sets of chopsticks and bowls. Looks like quite a few more people will be joining us soon. Qi Hang called out. Several people had already taken their seats. Lu Shaoqiu's memory of them was somewhat hazy, but he vaguely recalled they were indeed his university classmates. Lu. Come sit over here. Classmates who were on good terms with Lu Shaoqiu beckoned him to join them. That Qi Hang could host so many classmates in a hotel private room at this hour showed the kid had done pretty well for himself these past few years. Lu, aren't you going to introduce her? Several people had noticed Lin Xingxian and turned to Lu Shaoqiu with amused expressions. Lu Shaoqiu repeated his earlier explanation, but not a single person believed him. He simply gave up explaining further, letting them say whatever they wanted. Lin Xingxian remained silent, focusing her attention solely on caring for Yaya, paying little heed to the others. As the guests gradually arrived, Qi Hang glanced at the reserved table and saw 2 empty seats. He then leaned close to Lu Shaoqiu and whispered, Old Lu, let me apologize first. What's up? Knowing Lu Shaoqiu, whenever this guy said that, it usually meant something big was brewing. You got divorced, right? I figured you're still young, so I reached out to Yi Yuxing from our class. This reunion was meant to give you two a chance to meet. Now, with this, well, just don't start a fight later. With that, Qi Hang awkwardly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Yi Yu sure. That name felt so distant he could barely recall the other person's face. He only vaguely recalled that they'd been on fairly good terms. Sorry, I'm late. Just as everyone had given up waiting and was about to start eating, a woman in a business suit walked in. Looking apologetic, she addressed the group, "My bad, got stuck in traffic. I'll start by drinking 3 shots as punishment." Just as she lifted the wine bottle to pour herself a glass, the corner of her eye caught Lu Shaoqiu, and she froze. "Shaoqiu? Long time no see." The woman's face still bore the flush of running, making it hard to tell whether it was from the exertion or something else. "Long time no see." As Lu Shaoqiu looked at the woman before him, his once fuzzy memories began to sharpen. He felt a bit awkward, though. Back then, the original owner had treated him like a brother, promising to study for the postgraduate entrance exam together and keep striving for progress. But then the original owner had deserted the cause midway, returning home to get married. Seeing the ambiguous atmosphere between the two, Shiheng had expected Lin Qingxian to engage in a showdown with Yi Yuxing. To his surprise, the person before him was instead sitting in the prime spot for gossip, devouring the drama alongside Yaya. As for the other students, they were more like wild rabbits in a melon patch, their eyes darting back and forth between Lin Qingxian and Yi Yuxi. Back in the day, Yi Yuxi was the renowned engineering flower, the most dazzling figure in the entire college. Everyone had assumed she and Lu Shaoqiu would end up together, but then Lu Shaoqiu unexpectedly switched partners midway and returned home to get married right after graduation. Yi Yuxi's gaze dimmed slightly when she saw Lin Qingxian and Yaya beside her. She didn't know what expression to wear. Ironically, Lin Qingxian, one of the parties involved, seemed completely oblivious. She watched Lu Shaoqiu and Yi Yuxi's reunion with cheerful indifference, as if it had nothing to do with her. The classmates standing nearby were growing increasingly restless. "Boring. I want to see blood flowing like a river. Class reunion, break up one couple at a time." With no fun to be had, the group of students grew restless, scratching their heads and pulling at their ears, yet none dared to speak up. Just then, someone else pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 23, The King of Pressure makes his entrance. "Oh my, sorry. Sorry everyone, traffic jammed me up, got here a bit late. This round's on me, nobody's taking my spot." The newcomer pressed his palms together in a bow, grinning apologetically at everyone though his face betrayed not a shred of genuine remorse. His demeanor was uncannily reminiscent of a certain crosstalk troop leader. Tisk, Shiheng, seated beside Lu Shaoqiu, snorted disdainfully. Lu Shaoqiu recognized the man before him none other than his college class monitor, Zhang Yuan. Understandable. Adult decorum, I suppose. Back in college, Zhang Yuan and Lu Shaoqiu hadn't exactly gotten along. As the class heartthrob, Lu Shaoqiu was the center of attention for the few girls in their engineering class, while Zhang Yuan seemed to have feelings for Yi Yuxi. That's why he'd often picked on Lu Shaoqiu during their student days. Lu Shaoqiu, however, was more laid back. He avoided conflict whenever possible, and when avoidance wasn't feasible, he let his grades do the talking. As someone who'd secured every scholarship available during his 4 years, Lu Shaoqiu's golden ticket was his academic record. Even when he clashed fiercely with the class monitor, as long as no one got hurt, the counselor and department head would generally turn a blind eye. As the perpetual runner-up, Zhang Yuan had inherited Lu Shaoqiu's spot for graduate school admission after Lu returned home to get married. Having recently graduated with his master's, he was now riding high on his success. "Ah! I know this uncle." Suddenly, Yaya's exclamation cut through the polite small talk surrounding them. Yaya pointed at Zhang Yuan and said, "When I came with Mom and Dad, Mom went to park the car, and I saw this uncle sitting in a car." Lu Shaoqiu immediately covered his daughter's mouth with his hand. "Life's tough enough, sweetheart." The moment Lu Shaoqiu saw Zhang Yuan, he knew this guy was nothing like Yi Yuxi. He was clearly here to be late. If he were truly in a hurry, he should have been sprinting like Yi Yuxi. That's the bare minimum respect for those waiting. But Zhang Yuan? Not only did he not sprint, he didn't even bother pretending. His breathing was steady, his demeanor unhurried. He practically strutted through the door, clearly arriving late on purpose just to show off. All for the sake of drawing everyone's attention. Zhang Yuan had pulled this stunt countless times at school. Lu Shaoqiu knew it all too well. Ugh. The adult's carefully maintained facade was instantly shattered by a child, leaving the scene so awkward Zhang Yuan could practically dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. The classmates nearby struggled desperately to stifle their laughter. Yi Yuxi also looked at Yaya beside Zhang Yuan with a smile, suddenly finding the little girl a bit more likable. "Ahem, well, I arrived early, but I was busy with work and on the phone the whole time. I just finished handling things. You guys understand, right?" Zhang Yuan explained with a laugh. "Totally get it." His classmates nodded in unison, though their eyes sparkled with amusement. Zhang Yuan took a bit of a hit and instantly harbored resentment toward Lu Shaoqiu. Now, both old and new grievances surged up at once, and the look he shot Lu Shaoqiu was decidedly unfriendly. "Shaoqiu, it's a class reunion, why bring your wife and kid? Didn't plan on hanging out with us afterward?" Zhang Yuan remarked, watching Lu Shaoqiu busily feeding his little girl. "Yaya has school tomorrow, so we can't stay out too late. As for Officer Lin, she's just my neighbor. I've been swamped with work lately, so she's been helping me look after Yaya. I figured I'd bring her out for a meal after all, why not take advantage of old Chi's generosity?" Lu Shaoqiu admitted quite openly that he was there to take advantage. Sometimes, sincerity really is the ultimate trump card. Lu Shaoqiu offered no excuses or elaboration, sticking strictly to the facts without any hidden agenda. Zhang Yuan had previously targeted Lin Qingxian solely to make their classmates think both Lu Shaoqiu and Lin Qingxian were cheapskates, aiming to tarnish Lu Shaoqiu's image in everyone's eyes. But after truly seeing Lin Qingxian's appearance, jealousy completely distorted his judgment. What gives her the right? Lu Shaoqiu's ex-wife had also been renowned as a beauty on campus, otherwise, she wouldn't have found a new partner while still married. Now Lin Qingxian surpassed his ex-wife in every way. Not only was she more stunning in figure and looks, but her personality was even more likable. This truly made Zhang Yuan seethe with envy. Beside him, Ji Hang caught every subtle expression on Zhang Yuan's face. For the first time in years, he found himself siding with Zhang Yuan. I get it, I totally get it. That Lu Shaoqiu was a real piece of work. But since Zhang Yuan had come looking for trouble, he wasn't about to let it go. Soon he found another angle to attack. Oh, speaking of which, where are you all working these days? After I finished my master's, my dad had me join our family company as an executive. My annual salary is this much now. As he spoke, Zhang Yuan held up one finger and waved it in front of everyone, drawing flattery from several people. Pfft, what's so amazing about being a high-level executive at your own family's company? If I started my own country, I could crown myself emperor. Ji Hang listened, his lips curling in a sour smirk. As if sensing the tension, Zhang Yuan suddenly turned toward Lu Shaoqiu and asked with a smile, Shaoqiu, you mentioned being busy with work lately. What exactly are you up to? Me? I opened a scrapyard earlier, but I'm planning to shut it down and try something else, Lu Shaoqiu replied. Oh, Zhang Yuan deliberately drew out the syllable, a scrapyard. Who'd have thought Lu Shaoqiu, who was top of the class back in school, would end up running a scrap collection station? Wonder how many bucks you're raking in these days? Zhang Yuan's words drew murmurs of sympathy from the crowd. In this era, jobs like cleaning out cesspools or collecting scrap might not pay badly, but they certainly weren't something to boast about. Zhang Yuan's words also caused Ji Hang and Yi Yuxi's expressions to shift slightly. Several classmates who were close to Lu Shaoqiu already knew the reason behind his divorce. Originally, Lu Shaoqiu hadn't been in the scrap business. He ended up doing this because he defaulted on loans and lost his creditworthiness. Plus, not being a recent graduate, he couldn't find better work. Zhang Yuan bringing this up now felt like poking a sore spot, deliberately rubbing salt in the wound. Lin Qingxian, who had been tending to Yaya and remained silent, had overheard enough to grasp the gist. She sensed that this greasy-looking guy seemed to have a bone to pick with Lu Shaoqiu. She too was curious to see how Lu Shaoqiu would respond to this situation. To everyone's surprise, Lu Shaoqiu suddenly smiled, his expression calm as he said, it doesn't bring in much money, certainly nothing compared to the class monitor's family fortune. But I believe, whether inside or outside, it's all money earned through my own labor. There's no shame in collecting scrap. I don't steal or rob, every penny is clean. It puts food on the table and supports my child. That's enough. Lu Shaoqiu's words made Lin Qingxian nod in agreement. She didn't perceive his work as disgraceful, on the contrary, his straightforward demeanor struck her as rather likable. Meanwhile, Yi Yuxi glanced at Lu Shaoqiu and noticed his hands rough and weathered beyond his years and felt a pang of heartache. She had come today specifically for Lu Shaoqiu. Yi Yuxi silently steeled herself before saying, Shaoqiu, would you like to try working at our factory? Chapter 24, Annihilation Mode. Factory? Lu Shaoqiu had never heard Yi Yuxi mention this before. Like Zhang Yuan, Yi Yuxi was a native of Jincheng. Their parents belonged to the first generation of entrepreneurs who had opened their eyes to the world and reaped the benefits of the era. But compared to Zhang Yuan's high-profile presence at school, Yi Yuxi was remarkably low-key. Yes, my family owns a steel mill near the North Gate, Yi Yuxi nodded. Business has been slow lately, and we're short-handed. If you're interested, you could come help me. Oh? Lu Shaoqiu was very interested. The general trajectory of this world closely mirrored the great Xia he knew. Although this world had entered the 21st century, Daxia was currently experiencing a wave of layoffs similar to that of the late 1920s in the parallel world. This era implemented blanket cuts, with every enterprise state-owned or private assigned its own layoff quotas. Steel mills like the Yi families were hit far harder by the layoffs than state-owned enterprises. I'll go take a look tomorrow, Lu Shaoqiu declared with keen interest. Soon, no one at the reunion paid Zhang Yuan any mind. After all, alumni gatherings among adults were more about resource exchange than genuine camaraderie. The bonds forged through shared hardships in high school were far more sincere. Apart from Ji Hang, who was reminiscing about the past and hoping to rekindle old ties, few people talked about friendship anymore. It was mostly about interests. After graduation, everyone had entered different industries and naturally built their own networks. Once the conversation started, who cared if you were the class president? Of course, there were still those eager to curry favor with Zhang Yuan. But Zhang Yuan's attention was entirely focused on Lu Shaoqiu and the two women by his side. Obsessed with outdoing Lu Shaoqiu, he can only lurk in the shadows, consumed by dark envy. How could he be so lucky? Even though he's reduced to collecting scrap now, how could anyone still like him? What exactly was he lacking? When Yi Yuxing heard Lu Shaoqiu admit that Lin Xinxian wasn't his wife but merely a neighbor, his eyes lit up once more. He had originally planned to confess to Lu Shaoqiu when they both entered graduate school. But who knew Lu Shaoqiu would drop out halfway? And now he even had a child. But it wasn't too late. She wasn't overly concerned about raising someone else's child, she could always have her own later. That moment of being a step too late had nearly become a thorn in Yi Yuxi's heart. Now, seeing him again, it instantly ignited her long-dormant feelings, turning dry kindling into a raging fire. The class reunion ended with everyone thoroughly enjoying themselves. Zhang Yuan left midway claiming he had business to attend to, failing to pick up the tab as he'd promised. In the end, it was Qi Hang who covered the bill. As the bill was settled, Lu Shaoqiu quipped, "Not bad, old Qi. Haven't seen you in years, and you're doing quite well. This meal must have cost a few thousand, right?" Qi Hang waved it off modestly, "Not at all. Just landed a job at a local state-owned enterprise after graduation. Nothing special." Lu Shaoqiu glanced up and noticed someone standing nearby, looking as lovely as ever. It was none other than Chu Xingyue, Qi Hang's dream girl. Lu Shaoqiu chuckled, "You lucky bastard, must be getting close to tying the knot." He playfully punched Qi Hang in the arm, then offered a well-meaning warning, "State-owned enterprises are treacherous waters. If you get your hands on some money, get out while you can. Don't leave yourself vulnerable." With that, Lu Shaoqiu patted Qi Hang on the shoulder. As brothers, that was all he needed to say. Lu Shaoqiu hoped Qi Hang understood. He certainly didn't want to see his own brother behind iron gates, iron bars, and iron chains. In a few years he'd be too lazy to visit him in prison then. Got it. Lu Shaoqiu's warning made Qi Hang's expression shift, but he nodded in understanding. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. Stay in touch. I should be transferring to the Jincheng branch soon. We'll catch up then. All right. Lu Shaoqiu smiled, then glanced toward Chu Xingyue nearby and waved. He leaned close to Qi Hang's ear and whispered, "Remember to invite me to your wedding." "You bet. You're not allowed to touch a single bite unless you come." Qi Hang laughed heartily before walking over to Chu Xingyue. Damn it. Zhang Yuan returned home seething with resentment. He'd been hoping to use this reunion as an opportunity to deepen his connection with Yi Yuxi. After all, in his view, they both held master's degrees, came from wealthy families, and were well matched. They should have plenty to talk about. What he hadn't anticipated was that throughout the entire reunion, Yi Yuxi had been chatting non-stop with Lu Shaoqiu. He felt like an outsider, forced to watch their every mood shift from joy to sorrow. How could he possibly feel balanced about this? "I refuse to believe that a scrap collector like you could become so cunning." Zhang Yuan immediately had his people investigate exactly where Lu Shaoqiu collected scrap. Sometimes it's not the scheming villains you fear, but the fools who suddenly get clever. That very night, his men reported back to Zhang Yuan, informing him they'd uncovered Lu Shaoqiu's details. They even managed to track down Lu Shaoqiu's phone number. These days, surveillance was scarce, and police resources were stretched thin. So when something shady happened during these hours, it often vanished without a trace. Zhang Yuan's father had built his fortune through questionable means, merely riding the wave of the times to rise to prominence. Even now, the Zhang family's operations spanned both legitimate and shady ventures. Zhang Yuan directly selected about 20 men from one of his father's gangs, intending to teach Lu Shaoqiu a lesson. Otherwise, he couldn't quench the hatred burning in his heart. Led by Zhang Yuan, the group slipped into Rongchang Street under cover of night at dawn, scaling the wall to infiltrate Lu Shaoqiu's scrapyard. They planned to wreak havoc and make Lu Shaoqiu suffer. But just as they crept into the warehouse, a sudden hum filled the air as if something had activated. Clang! 2 green beams of light flashed in the darkness, starkly visible against the night. Intruders detected. No biological signatures matching authorized personnel. Confirmed as outsiders. Extermination mode, activate. As an electronic tone sounded, the 2 green beams moved. Only then did Zhang Yuan and the others realize those 2 green lights were clearly 2 eyes. And those 2 eyes were now fixed on them. Click-clack. The Vulcan cannons mounted on the mech's head immediately activated. Bullets flew out. Zhang Yuan felt a sharp pain in his head, and then everything went black. Click. 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 In an instant, the entire dust-free hangar was flooded with light. Countless fully armed soldiers aimed their weapons at Zhang Yuan and his companions, who lay scattered on the ground. Chapter 25, Who Did You Provoke? TSK. I just wanted to see how awesome that defense system road expert was bragging about. Never expected it to be this powerful. A large group of burly men in military uniforms approached the unconscious fools, each wearing a smug grin. The speaker was Shaoqiu, captain of a squad from the Southwest Special Operations Brigade responsible for security at Lu Shaoqiu's scrapyard. Actually, Zhang Yuan and his team had already noticed this group before infiltrating the scrapyard. The squad intended to take them all down immediately, but Shaoqiu intervened. It all stemmed from an idle conversation earlier that day, when Lu Shaoqiu, bored, mentioned to Shaoqiu that he'd just upgraded the mech's radar system. This new system could identify individuals directly through biometric data like facial features and height. Anyone not recorded in the database would be flagged as hostile. Kong Yu naturally didn't believe him. He thought Lu Shaoqiu was just bragging. But that same day, Lu Shaoqiu had also upgraded the mech's weaponry, installing a head-mounted Vulcan cannon on its head. Of course, it used rubber bullets. But one glance at the 40-centimeter-long projectile, then at the bruised and battered bodies littering the ground before him, was enough to earn Kong Yu's genuine respect. They had originally planned to wait until these guys made their move, catch them red-handed, and then thoroughly mock Lu Shaoqiu. What about the captain? What should we do with these guys? One of the team members asked nearby. What to do with them? Throw them outside first, Kong Yu chuckled. But didn't the boss say earlier that anyone daring to enter this courtyard should be arrested first? Silly, Kong Yu said, slinging an arm around his comrade's neck. In the dead of night, with so many sneaking in like that? They're either thieves or out for revenge. What's the point in arresting just a few? Remember what the military district leadership said recently? Eradicate evil completely. We need them to lead us there. Awesome, Captain. How else would I be Captain? Kong Yu laughed heartily. When Zhang Yuan and the others finally woke up, it was already dawn the next day. They couldn't recall what had happened the night before. They vaguely recalled entering Lu Shaoqiu's scrapyard, or maybe they hadn't. Their memories were hazy. But everyone's faces and bodies were covered in bruises and welts, looking utterly battered. There was no choice, they had to head to the hospital first. What they didn't notice was that after they left, a jeep quietly started up and followed them. Ouch. Ow. Ow. Damn it. Easy there. Back at their villa, Zhang Yuan's mother was heartbroken. She immediately fetched the first aid kit to tend to his wounds. Only after his face was covered in ointment did Zhang Yuan feel a little better. His father asked with a displeased expression, "Where were you running around last night? Skipping work in broad daylight and coming home covered in injuries? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" "Where? Last night was our college reunion. That guy who's always been at odds with me kept embarrassing me. I just wanted to teach him a lesson, so I called some guys to give him a taste of his own medicine," Zhang Yuan said with a pout. "Oomph. Who's got the guts to embarrass you?" Zhang Yuan's father didn't press for details. In his view, who was right or wrong didn't matter. What mattered was whether the Zhang family had been disgraced. "It's that guy I told you about before, the one who always had the upper hand over me in college and constantly opposed me," Zhang Yuan said. "Does he have any connections?" Zhang Yuan's father hesitated for a moment before asking. "No, he's just an outsider. He doesn't have any connections in Jincheng." Zhang Yuan knew Lu Shaoqiu's background well. "Good. But make sure you handle it cleanly. Dispose of the evidence properly. Don't leave any loose ends." Suddenly, with a crash, several figures burst through the window, guns pointed at the Zhang family of three. "You! Who are you people?" Zhang Yuan exclaimed, staring at the dark muzzles. But seeing the soldiers in green uniforms before him, followed by police bursting through the door, the leader, Kong Yu, smiled and said, "Hello, allow me to introduce myself. I'm the captain of a squad from a special operations brigade in southwest China. Sorry, I can't tell you my name. Your family has been arrested for stealing state secrets." "State secrets? Us? What does that mean?" Zhang Yuan froze in disbelief. "Last night, did you happen to visit the scrap collection station at XX Rongchang Street? That area falls under the jurisdiction of our Southwest Military District, where top-level state secrets are stored. So, do you still feel wronged?" Kong Yu asked with a smile. This can't be possible," Zhang Yuan exclaimed. "It's just a scrapyard. What state secrets could possibly be stored in a scrapyard? That's none of your concern. And as for what state secrets are stored inside, naturally, we cannot disclose that. Come, take him away." Kong Yu waved, signaling the police to enter. Smack! This time, even Zhang Yuan's father couldn't hold back. He slapped Zhang Yuan across the face. "You good for nothing. Who the hell have you offended?" The Zhang family, much like the Mao family or most wealthy families of that era, had deep connections within the government. Zhang Yuan's audacity stemmed entirely from the Zhang family's extensive connections within Jincheng's political circles. But now the military had gotten involved. Stealing state secrets meant a direct referral to a military court. Even the Zhangs couldn't pull strings to get out of this. "I didn't. I just wanted to smash some stuff inside and teach him a lesson. I never intended to steal anything," Zhang Yuan protested. "Oh? Intent to damage state property? That's a far more serious charge. Take him away," Kong Yu ordered. "Lead him away. Business has been slow lately at the factory. We'll have to make do." Early the next morning, Lu Shaoqiu took a 3-hour bus ride to reach the Yi family steel plant near the north gate. By the time Lu Shaoqiu arrived, it was almost lunchtime. "It's lunchtime. Care to join us?" Yi Yusi asked with a smile as he led Lu Shaoqiu toward the factory. "Sure." As Lu Shaoqiu walked through the factory grounds, he observed the surroundings. Many faces in the yard wore gloomy expressions, some even carrying luggage. The factory's family housing compound was located within the premises. Now that layoffs had begun, many who had chosen to pay rent instead of purchasing their units years ago could no longer afford to stay there. Yusher, where are you headed? Someone suddenly called out to Yusher. Turning toward the voice, he recognized his father. Dad? I have a friend visiting our factory. He's a college classmate of mine with top-notch expertise in his field. If possible, I'd like him to stay and help us out. Yusher spoke honestly. But upon hearing this, Yusher's father, Yun, snapped. Nonsense. We're struggling to lay people off as it is. How could we possibly think about hiring anyone else? Chapter 26, I bought it. Yusher felt rather embarrassed by his father's outburst. His face flushed with embarrassment, unsure how to respond. Uncle, you've misunderstood. Lu Shaoqiu smiled, then addressed Yun. I only heard from Yusher that your steel mill has been struggling lately, so I came to take a look. I have no intention of applying for a job. Yusher assumed her father had embarrassed Lu Shaoqiu, causing him to storm off in anger. But in truth, Lu Shaoqiu had never intended to apply for a job from the very beginning. He had come specifically for the Yi family's steel mill. When he had promised Zhang Yikai to establish his own enterprise and collaborate with Nansua as a supplier for both Nansua and the Southwest Military Region, he had already realized he needed a tangible heavy industrial entity. Admittedly, if he wanted to establish one, he could simply inform Zhang Yikai or Xinyawu, and they would support him in setting up a new steel mill. But Lu Shaoqiu, familiar with the parallel world's trajectory, knew time was his most precious resource now. After the turn of the century, the world would enter an era of rapid advancement, with countless new technologies and patents emerging like mushrooms after rain in the coming years. If he failed to seize this initiative, he and the Great Xiao would face a scenario where falling behind in one step meant falling behind in every subsequent one. Then they would once again be reduced to an era where they would be held by the throat no matter what they did. That's why, from the very beginning, he had planned to acquire a private steel mill as his heavy industrial entity. Why not opt to take a controlling stake in a state-owned steel mill? Simply because state-owned steel mills are too massive, his 200 million yuan would likely fall short. Moreover, after taking over the steel mill, he would inevitably need to implement large-scale reforms and adjustments to its internal production structure. If a higher-level authority he couldn't afford to provoke got involved, it would slow down his reform progress and hinder his efficiency. After all, a state-owned steel mill bears responsibility for numerous workers, making bold reforms a cautious endeavor. But a private steel mill comes with far fewer such concerns. Lu Shaoqiu simply needed a place where he could call the shots. And in the entire city of Jinchang, the Yi family's steel mill was the only privately owned one. The Yi family Shuani steel plant was renowned throughout Suzhou province. Much of the scrap iron and non-ferrous metals Lu Shaoqiu had previously collected were sold here. Yet neither the original owner nor the current Lu Shaoqiu had ever approached Yi Yusi for assistance. The reason was simple: pride. Then what are you here for? Yi Yun scoffed. In his eyes, Lu Shaoqiu was nothing more than a stubborn fool, putting on a brave face for the sake of appearances. Uncle, perhaps we should find somewhere private to talk? Lu Shaoqiu leaned close to Yi Yun's ear with a smile. I imagine you've been overwhelmed lately with the layoff quotas, haven't you? You. Yi Yun shot Lu Shaoqiu a surprised glance before turning to Yi Yusher. Xiaoyu, go to the cafeteria and get me what was your name again? Lu Shaoqiu. Xiaolu, grab 2 meals for me and Xiaolu. Meet me in my office. Yi Yun said with a complex expression. Shaoqiu. Watching Lu Shaoqiu follow her father away, Yi Yusher felt a flutter of unease. After all, her reason for calling Lu Shaoqiu wasn't entirely pure. She already felt guilty, and now that her father had caught her red-handed, her heart raced with anxiety. After a moment's thought, she decided to go to the cafeteria and get meals for both of them. Yi Yun and Lu Shaoqiu walked silently to Yi Yun's office as the factory director. Sit down, Yi Yun gestured to Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point. Uncle Yi, I came here today specifically to find you. Me? Yi Yun had assumed Lu Shaoqiu was another wild boar eyeing his cabbage patch, but never imagined he'd be targeting him personally. I have a business deal I'd like to discuss with you, Uncle Yi, Lu Shaoqiu stated calmly and confidently. Go ahead. Lu Shaoqiu's composure impressed the seasoned businessman for the first time, causing him to regard Lu Shaoqiu as an equal. I'm willing to invest in acquiring shares of Shuani Steel Mill, Lu Shaoqiu said, hands clasped on his knees, a faint smile on his face. I want the majority stake and to become the new helmsman of Shuani Steel Mill. Young man. Yet these words instantly brought displeasure to Yi Yun's face. Don't joke around. Do you have any idea how big this steel mill is? How much it's worth? Uncle Yi, I'm not the amateur you imagine. Your Shuani steel plant has only 2 blast furnaces, both under 2,000 cubic meters small-scale units I can assess without even approaching them. From what I understand, those 2 furnaces were likely decommissioned from some state-owned steel mill, right? These facilities have been in use for nearly 20 years at the very least. The equipment is outdated, including everything in the cooling plant, coking plant, and steel-making plant. Taken together, based on current market prices, they're worth only around 10 million. Honestly, forget about buying shares in your steel mill. If I truly wanted to acquire your entire operation, it wouldn't be impossible. Lu Shaoqiu's words left Yi Yun speechless. Because Lu Shaoqiu was absolutely right. The Shuani steel plant before him was indeed plagued by aging machinery and outdated production lines, with output declining year after year. To ensure his workers lived comfortably, he had poured nearly all profits into employee benefits. Had it not been for the directives from above, he would never have laid off any workers. But the reality was exactly as the official documents stated. Heavy industry enterprises had poured too much of their costs and profits into employee benefits, leaving insufficient funds for industrial upgrades and technological R&D. This path would inevitably lead to industrial stagnation, ultimately repeating the mistakes of the old brother. Remember, the working class back in the old days enjoyed the best welfare benefits imaginable. Housing was provided, working hours were fixed, and workers could even pursue high-cost hobbies like skydiving. For a nation to thrive, it must constantly inject fresh blood. Resting on one's laurels inevitably leads to stagnation. Yet the wave of layoffs also brought immense negative impacts on social stability. Without jobs, public order became precarious, and many turned to crime. Yi Yun was precisely unwilling to witness such scenes, which is why he remained constantly overwhelmed. Uncle Yi, I can offer you 100 million yuan, but I only want a 51% stake. I have other business commitments and cannot dedicate all my energy to the steel mill. You will remain the plant manager, but you must follow my overall direction. If you agree, I'll buy this steel mill. Chapter 27, so this means getting a government paycheck? 100 million? Yi Yun was taken aback that Lu Shaoqiu could come up with such a sum. After all, the Lu Shaoqiu before him looked less like a suit and tie tycoon and more like a recent college graduate. This sudden demand to spend 100 million to buy his steel mill felt somewhat unreal to Yi Yun. 100 million yuan in this era was truly an astronomical sum considering that real estate prices back then were only around 1,000 yuan per square meter. But if Lu Shaoqiu could genuinely offer 100 million for his factory, Yi Yun wouldn't just have enough to re-employ the laid-off workers, he'd also have funds to upgrade the equipment. Uncle Yi, you've misunderstood one thing, Lu Shaoqiu suddenly said with a smile. This 100 million is entirely for you. The funds for equipment upgrades will come from my side. You can use this 100 million to re-employ laid-off workers or even pocket it yourself, I have no objection. But you must agree to one condition of mine. What condition? I only want to keep the workers who are skilled and have good character. The rest don't keep them, Lu Shaoqiu said solemnly. Why? Yi Yun was puzzled. You'll understand in a few days. Lu Shaoqiu smiled without revealing more. Dad, Shaoqiu, dinner's ready. Yi Yushi entered carrying 2 enamel bowls, handing the prepared meals to Lu Shaoqiu and Yi Yun. The moment she entered, Yi Yushi noticed her father seemed different from before. The previous Yi Yun had looked gloomy and miserable, as if he had misfortune tattooed on his forehead. But now, Yi Yun was full of vigor and vitality, looking decades younger. Come on, let's eat first. We'll talk after we've eaten. Yi Yun felt the weight on his shoulders lift instantly, his whole demeanor lightening and brightening. He immediately urged Lu Shaoqiu to eat first. After they finished lunch in no time, they began discussing the details of what was to come. Only then did Yi Yushi learn that Lu Shaoqiu intended to buy their family's steel mill. No way. Where did you get all that money? Yi Yushi grabbed Lu Shaoqiu's hand, trying to dissuade him from acting impulsively. Yi Yun frowned deeply at the scene. Oh no. He's after my cabbage. Wait. My cabbage has her own mind. Lu Shaoqiu smiled and patted Yi Yushi's hand, signaling her to relax. He then explained cheerfully, I've done some business with a few state-owned entities recently, so I'm not short on funds right now. Then why choose our steel mill? You know the state of this mill. Ahem. Yi Yun cleared his throat dramatically, cutting off his daughter's words. Inside, Yi Yun was cursing like a sailor. What's the deal with this Lu guy? My daughter's acting like she's been bewitched. Why is she spilling everything? Dad, is your throat bothering you? Yi Yusi glanced at her father. Aha, yeah. Probably caught a chill last night. Feeling a bit off. As he spoke, Yi Yun picked up the thermos on his desk, unscrewed the lid, and took a sip. While drinking, Yi Yun kept a discreet watch. He wanted to see what else these two could possibly talk about. The state-owned steel mill is just too massive. I couldn't afford it either, Lu Shaoqiu admitted with a laugh. Yi Yushi was momentarily speechless, finding Lu Shaoqiu's words undeniably reasonable. If you came here to help me, there's really no need, Yi Yushi said somewhat awkwardly. The factory's poor performance is just a matter of the broader economic climate. Once this period passes, our factory will be fine. You still have children to raise. Feeling Yi Yusi's genuine concern and worry, Lu Shaoqiu felt a warm glow in his heart. Yushi, would you consider helping me? Lu Shaoqiu suddenly asked with a serious expression. Help you? Yi Yusi didn't immediately grasp Lu Shaoqiu's meaning. After acquiring your family's steel mill, I won't stop there. I plan to establish more enterprises. Our factory won't need to lay off any more workers, we'll even hire more. The steel mill will become a subsidiary under my conglomerate. But I can't manage everything alone. I need someone to help me. Lu Shaoqiu's eyes burned with intensity as he looked at Yi Yusi. Yi Yusi wasn't particularly skilled in technical development, but she possessed a natural talent for running companies. Back in college when she handled the finances, no other class in the entire school could match their class's wealth. Had she not needed to inherit the family business and couldn't afford to be completely clueless about technology, she probably wouldn't have studied mechanical engineering. She likely would have pursued business management instead. Yi Yushi's face flushed instantly. She felt both excited and uneasy. She couldn't quite figure out if Lu Shaoqiu had invited her purely for her talent, or if he had other motives as well. Seeing his daughter's flushed face, a father knows his daughter best. Yi Yun realized his precious little cabbage was probably gone for good. Rather than risk her becoming a nuisance later, he might as well be straightforward. If you want to go, then go. I've managed this factory for so many years anyway, I'm nowhere near retirement yet. Catching the hidden meaning in her father's words, Yi Yusi nodded excitedly. All right. We'll discuss the next steps once I've settled things on my end. The steel mill is our foundation. For production line upgrades and equipment renewal, wait for my instructions. For now, halt operations on the outdated machinery. Subsequently, Lu Shaoqiu signed an agreement with Yi Yun, formally becoming the chairman of Shuani Steel Plant. His first act upon taking office was to rename the steel mill. He personally sketched a new logo, a crimson dragon head. From this day forward, Shiliang Steel was born. 3 days later, a construction crew arrived at the site of the new Red Dragon Steel Plant. Lu Shaoqiu had informed Yi Yun and his daughter about this in advance. The steel mill halted production, granting the workers a 2-month extended vacation. Many initially assumed they'd been laid off, seeing the extended leave as merely a cover. But when the factory advanced a month's wages and promised continued salary payments and social insurance contributions throughout the break, everyone felt much more at ease. The factory grounds were now largely deserted. The construction crew had come specifically to dismantle the equipment. After signing the contract that day, Lu Shaoqiu inspected the factory's machinery. He discovered these machines were older than he was. He had initially planned to make do with them, but it was now clear that these machines were simply incapable of meeting his projected production targets. He decided to sell it outright. However, veteran worker Yi Yun soon noticed something unusual. This construction crew was operating at an unusually high efficiency. Everyone followed orders without question and worked together seamlessly, nothing like the ordinary construction crews you'd find on the market. After dismantling the equipment, Yi Yun sold off nearly everything except for some older machinery Lu Shaoqiu decided to keep. The retained equipment was immediately loaded onto trucks and transported overnight to the newly planned southern district. When Yi Yun noticed the sign hanging at the entrance of the new factory site, he was utterly stunned. Collaborative Unit of the Southwest Military Region? So now I'm a military contractor, feeding off the state budget? Yi Yun was utterly stunned. Recalling Lu Shaoqiu's unnaturally youthful face, Yi Yun couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. What's the deal with this little path? Chapter 28, give me a little, it won't cost much. Xiaolu, what do you think of this location? It's close to the city center, and the drive here isn't too long. Oh right, you don't have a car yet, do you? I'll have the military district arrange one for you. Yi Yun had just finished making arrangements, instructing the construction crew to move all usable equipment to designated areas. He was about to head over to discuss future development plans with Lu Shaoqiu when he entered the latter's office. Immediately, he heard the resonant voice of an elderly man inside. He knocked on the door. Upon entering, he saw the stars on the old man's epaulets and couldn't help but gasp. A general. This was the commander of the Southwest Military Region. The elderly man turned his gaze toward Yi Yun. This is Yi Yun, deputy director of our Chiliang Steel Plant. Uncle Yi, this is General Xinyawu, commander of the Southwest Military District. Lu Shaoqiu introduced the two men. He then turned to Yi Yun and asked, Uncle Yi, what brings you here? Oh, the equipment you requested has all been delivered. I was just coming to discuss the steel plant's future plans with you. Yi Yun answered honestly. Perfect timing. I was just about to discuss this with Uncle Shen. Why don't you join us? Lu Shaoqiu said with a smile. Alright, Yi Yun, find a place to sit down. Lu Shaoqiu then turned to the two elders and continued, regarding the future plans for our Chiliang steel plant, we need to abandon the original coal-fired furnace steelmaking system and switch to electric furnaces. The steelmaking workshop at Chiliang Steel will primarily focus on private sector-related operations. Beyond the steelmaking plant, I plan to establish a metal printing workshop. Xiaolu, what exactly does this metal printing do? Xinyawu couldn't help but ask. Uncle Shen, remember that massive external armor you saw earlier? Lu Shaoqiu asked with a smile. You mean that special steel? Xinyawu's eyes lit up instantly. Exactly. That type of steel plate cannot be produced using traditional steelmaking equipment, it can only be manufactured through metal printing. Metal printing, he explained briefly, is similar to the printers everyone is familiar with, but the objects it creates are three-dimensional. But the related equipment, Uncle Shin, you see. You little rascal, eyeing my military budget, are you? Xinyao, ever the sharp one, instantly grasped Lu Shaoqiu's unspoken intent and laughed heartily, pointing at him. Heh, you see right through me, Lu Shaoqiu admitted. How much could you spare? Don't worry, I won't take it for free. By mid-year, I'll give you a big surprise. Lu Shaoqiu hadn't initially intended to ask Xinyao for handouts. After all, each military region's armament budget was fixed, allocated by the state to different branches at varying proportions before being managed locally. Naturally, the army, the big brother among the branches, received the smallest share. A big surprise? What kind of big surprise? Xinyao's mind raced. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He recalled Zhang Yikai mentioning it before those mountains of design blueprints Lu Shaoqiu had. Could they be for new equipment? Yes. Lu Shaoqiu nodded without hesitation. Holy moly, little Lu. Give your uncle the lowdown first. Is this money for R&D or production? I need to balance the books. Getting the money isn't the hard part, it's figuring out how to account for it. The state audits the military budget annually. Every single expenditure must be accounted for with crystal clarity, where it went, what it was used for. R&D plus some production, Lu Shaoqiu chuckled. But I don't want to go through the military procurement process. You know what I mean, right? You're asking me to do the dirty work. Xinyao gave him a look that said, I get it. Lu Shaoqiu's meaning was straightforward. He could assist with developing new equipment, but he didn't want others involved in the company's operations. After all, military enterprises are inevitably controlled by the state. State capital must hold the majority stake, and that alone isn't enough. The government will certainly dispatch personnel to oversee and audit operations. This meant these officials would have to be involved in the company's production and operations. To Lu Shaoqiu, this was nothing but a waste of time. He detested nothing more than amateurs dictating to professionals. Rather than listen to their bickering, it was better to keep them out from the start. Alright, I'll handle this for you. So how much exactly do you need? Name your figure. Xinyao said with a smile. Just allocate 200 million from the army's budget to me, and I'll give you that amount by mid-year. Lu Shaoqiu raised his hand to make a two-finger gesture. Lu Shaoqiu's words, in fact, held a lot of hidden meaning. Xinyao knew that with Lu Shaoqiu's involvement, the Air Force would definitely receive new equipment this year. And that funding would ultimately come from the Air Force's military region budget. As Lu Shaoqiu understood, before being fully acquired by AVSE, the Southern Institute had been under the jurisdiction of the military region, and its funding naturally came from the military region's budget. The 200 million yuan Lu Shaoqiu had secured was actually the final payment Nan Institute received from the military region before AVIC's acquisition this year. As for why the Research Institute and the military region were now separated, it was naturally to facilitate management and to separate R&D from military departments, preventing arms races between certain military regions. Now that Lu Shaoqiu was directly requesting military funding from the military district for the army, it meant the new equipment he was developing was intended for army use. As a career army officer, Xinyao was growing restless. Over the past 2 years, with the nation's increased emphasis on maritime defense and airspace security, Xinyao understood that the Navy would commission the Type 051C destroyers Fengtian and Changshan within the next few years. With Lu Shaoqiu's involvement in the Air Force, new aircraft are also expected to enter service within the next few years. But the current army? Headquarters couldn't just let the Navy go wow. New warships and the Air Force go wow. New aircraft, while the army was left with only wow. New recruits. For the sake of new equipment, he absolutely must get involved in this matter. Give me some. It won't cost much. Alright, I'll make the call. I hope your new gear by mid-year will impress me. Xinyao chuckled as he patted Lu Shaoqiu on the shoulder. Xinyao genuinely had no worries about this. Lu Shaoqiu had built such a massive robot. Crafting new gear for the army would be a piece of cake, right? This matter truly struck a nerve with Xinyao. After all, it was somewhat awkward for him to directly support a private enterprise like Lu Shaoqiu on behalf of the military region. He also hoped Lu Shaoqiu could deliver something worthwhile so he could fulfill his obligations. But before he could even bring it up, Lu Shaoqiu beat him to it. As long as Lu Shaoqiu's proposals materialized, even if the State Council or the Central Military Commission came knocking, he'd have solid ground to stand on. He understood that Lu Shaoqiu was giving him a way out. That's why dealing with smart people was so much easier, wasn't it? Chapter 29, A Small Shock to the World. Xiao Lu, you mentioned earlier that your steelworks would be entirely dedicated to serving private enterprises. What exactly do you plan to do? With no lingering concerns, Xinyao finally relaxed completely and casually inquired about Lu Shaoqiu's future plans. Speaking of that, Uncle Shin, I have a question for you. Lu Shaoqiu said mysteriously. Over in Eastern Europe, is there currently? Xiao Lu, what are you up to? Xinyao looked at Lu Shaoqiu, suddenly sensing something off about his expression. Lu Shaoqiu knew that according to the historical timeline he was familiar with, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia in Eastern Europe was bound to face some unexpected turmoil. In the history he knew, at the end of the 20th century, Yugoslavia and NATO had clashed, ultimately leading to the dissolution of Yugoslavia. During that conflict, NATO bombs struck the Great Xia embassy in Yugoslavia, killing 3 Great Xia journalists and injuring dozens. This conflict had actually begun as early as last year. All of this was part of the West's accelerated strangulation of the socialist bloc following the collapse of the Soviet Union. 6 years ago, the Latin American crocodile nation suffered an economic crisis. 2 years ago, Havana experienced a terrorist attack. Behind both events lay the hand of the United States. Last year, the Black May riots erupted in the Javanese nation, where over 2,000 Chinese were massacred and more than 160 Chinese women were violated within just 3 days. Conflict also erupted in Yugoslavia in Eastern Europe last year. The concentrated outbreak of such heinous incidents targeting socialist nations makes it hard to believe the United States and its Western allies weren't behind them. As a member of the post-90s generation, Shaoqiu remembers every single one of these bloody deaths with crystal clarity. Unable to travel back to the 1990s to exact revenge, he would ensure this parallel world's United States would not have it easy either. His only regret was arriving too late to prevent last year's Javanese massacre. But now, the Yugoslav embassy remained intact, and the Sea Sky Guard still stood. This time, he would ensure that the martyr who perished in the blue skies would step onto the deck he had always dreamed of. Uncle Shen, those Americans have wolfish ambitions. We can't let them off easy, Shaoqiu hinted indirectly. Don't even think about it. We're still in a phase of stable development. The Taiwan Strait issue hasn't been resolved yet. With the first island chain in place, any move we make gives the Americans a reason to act against us. Yawu hurriedly tried to nip Shaoqiu's dangerous idea in the bud. Damn it, who knew this engineering guy Shaoqiu was actually a hothead? Yawu knew full well the Americans were behind all this trouble. He knew, but he was powerless to do anything about it. The Gulf War had made Yawu realize his old ways were completely outdated. His thinking was still stuck in last century strategic and tactical frameworks. But the Gulf War showed the world what modern warfare truly looked like. If the Americans shut down their navigation systems, you wouldn't know which direction to fire your missiles or nuclear weapons. Planes wouldn't even know where to fly. It was that unreasonable. Going head-to-head with the Americans now? Great Xia can't do that. I know we're not ready yet, but I mean, we could at least make things a little harder for them. Shaoqiu suddenly smiled. That smile made Ji Yun shudder beside him. This kid's got something sinister about him. Throw a wrench in things? Tell me more. Yawu was genuinely intrigued now. I know we can't just turn our backs on the Americans now, and we certainly can't offer any substantial support to the Yugoslav side. Forget about exporting weapons, but exporting some raw materials that's not unreasonable, right? Shaoqiu reasoned patiently. Raw materials? You want to export explosives components? That won't work either. The NATO blockade on Yugoslavia means those materials can't get in. Yawu shook his head repeatedly. Too small-minded. Think about it, just tweak some fertilizer ingredients, and boom, you've got explosives. Pack them into gas cylinders, attach stabilizing fins, and launch them. Just like those old-school heartless cannons. Who cares about accuracy? It's all about cheap firepower and area coverage. Yawu finally grasped Shaoqiu's meaning. You little rascal, turning civilian tech into military gear, huh? But after pondering it, Yawu realized Shaoqiu's idea might actually work. What's war really about? Money, plain and simple. Weapons clash, and missiles, even artillery shells, come at a steep price. But how much does a gas cylinder cost? One missile could buy a truckload of gas cylinders. And Shaoqiu wanted to make money off those gas cylinders. You little bastard. For a moment, Yawu didn't know what to say. But this plan actually seemed feasible. Whoever it is, as long as it can cause trouble for the Americans, how could Yawu not lend a hand? This is a big deal. I need to discuss it with the higher-ups. Wait for my word. Yawu wasn't sure if he was more excited or thrilled, but he immediately took his leave. Shaoqiu, on his end, spent 1 million credits in the system to acquire blueprints for a large blast furnace from 20 years in the future. Though the system held more advanced designs, these blast furnaces would suffice for now. After working day and night with the full support of the military district, the new facility for chilling steel was finally completed 1 month later. Located in the southern new city of Jincheng, the new facility was situated far from the urban center. It occupied a dedicated area of nearly 100 square kilometers, entirely designated for future production by the chilling steel plant. Shaoqiu constructed 4 massive 5,000 cubic meter blast furnaces, expanding the scale of the operation beyond comparison to the original Shaoqiu steel plant. Not only were all Shaoqiu steel plant employees spared layoffs, but there was now a shortage of manpower. After a series of recruitment drives, training programs, and raw material procurement, all preparations were finally completed before the Chinese New Year. The plant was ready to commence operations immediately upon the return from the holiday. All these preparations had completely depleted the 200 million yuan Shaoqiu had obtained from Yawu, and it still wasn't enough. Fortunately, 100 million yuan remained from the sale of the J-20 blueprints. Lu Shaoqiu used this to acquire a local fertilizer plant and simultaneously establish a semiconductor manufacturing enterprise. Finally, after exchanging the blueprints he owed Xinyao, the last 100 million yuan was completely spent. Now, he desperately needed a major order. It was time to give this world a little taste of the great Xia's might. But just as Lu Shaoqiu felt certain of success, Xinyao's call came. Little Lu, the higher-ups have no objections to your plan. The problem lies with the Southern Alliance. They have no interest in importing our gas cylinders or fertilizer. Chapter 30, Brothers are still the most reliable. Xinyao's words hit Lu Shaoqiu like an atomic bomb, leaving Hiroshima and Nagasaki in utter silence. In the dead of winter, Lu Shaoqiu felt a chill run through his bones. But soon, he realized a critical issue. The conflict between the Southern Alliance and NATO nations had become extremely tense. They couldn't possibly not need weapons. Consider that all of Europe combined was only slightly larger than the Great Xia Empire, with limited strategic depth, population, and resources. Warfare is a contest of financial strength, equipment, and manpower. Currently, NATO, backed by the United States, possessed vast quantities of weapons and equipment, along with substantial financial inflows. Therefore, they could not possibly not require large-scale military supplies. The only possible reason for their refusal was that they failed to recognize the immense strategic value of gas cylinders and fertilizer to their cause. Though it remains unclear who Xinyawo contacted to liaise with the Yugoslavia, it must have been through official channels, making explicit details impossible to disclose. First, the matter was somewhat sensitive. If he stated it too plainly, telling them to modify gas cylinders into artillery, it would inevitably attract unwanted attention from certain parties, potentially leading to sanctions. Second, Lu Shaoqiu had previously mentioned to Xinyawo the USCAI's surveillance of foreign dignitaries. Who could guarantee that Yugoslavia's top officials weren't being monitored? The problem now was that without fully explaining the details, securing large orders would be impossible, yet revealing too much risk trouble. Lu Shaoqiu now found himself in a dilemma. Without this major influx of funds, Lu Shaoqiu would be unable to initiate subsequent plans for the time being. This was no small matter. Ring. Just as Lu Shaoqiu was at his wit's end, his phone suddenly rang. Old Lu. Guess where your buddy is right now? Shi Heng's voice came through the phone. Lu Shaoqiu wasn't in the mood for riddles, so he cut straight to the chase. Cut the suspense, just tell me what's up. I'm busy right now. Alright, no more teasing. I'm in the Southern Alliance right now. I've gone abroad, buddy. In this era, getting a chance to travel abroad was no small feat, so it was no wonder Shi Heng had made a special call to show off to Lu Shaoqiu. What are you doing in Yugoslavia? There's a war going on over there. Lu Shaoqiu frowned involuntarily. Relax, I'm in Belgrade right now, the capital of Yugoslavia. It's perfectly safe. Shi Heng knew Lu Shaoqiu was worried about his safety and immediately tried to reassure him. But Lu Shaoqiu remained skeptical. After all, the embassy that had been bombed in his previous life was also in Belgrade. So what are you doing in Belgrade? Business trip? Lu Shaoqiu asked. Yeah, our company has some business dealings with Serbia. I figured I'd put in a little extra effort to get that promotion and raise by year-end, right? Shi Heng chuckled. You'd risk your life for a promotion and raise? Lu Shaoqiu shook his head. Once you're done, come back early. Don't linger over there. Got it. Want me to bring you back any souvenirs? I'll grab you something. Shi Heng chuckled. By the way, I'm having drinks with the Yugoslavian president tonight. If all else fails, how about I bring you back a foreign chick? You're drinking with the president of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia? Milosevic? Lu Shaoqiu exclaimed. This news genuinely stunned Lu Shaoqiu. Looks like the guy who used to sleep in the bunk next to mine back in the day has really made something of himself over the years. Just by going abroad, he's managed to drink with the president. Ah, it's nothing special. He needs something from us. Have you thought about what you want? I'll bring you something back. Shi Heng pressed with a smile. No need. Could you ask him something for me? I have a business deal I want to discuss with Milosevic. Lu Shaoqiu mentioned it on a whim. What kind of deal? How many million? Shi Heng couldn't help but get serious. Not sure exactly how many millions, but I want to export gas cylinders and steel pipes to Yugoslavia, Lu Shaoqiu explained. What the hell? Exporting gas cylinders and steel pipes over here? Dude, the Yugoslavs don't even produce natural gas. What use would gas cylinders be to them? Shi Heng was a bit baffled. Lu Shaoqiu repeated what he'd previously discussed with Xinyawo. Then, Shi Heng fell silent. After a long pause, Shi Heng finally spoke again. Bro, you're a ing genius. I'll talk to him tonight, but I can't guarantee anything. If it doesn't work out, there's nothing we can do. Also, when you're having dinner with him, remember to mention a little something, Lu Shaoqiu instructed mysteriously. Lu Shaoqiu didn't hold much hope for Shi Heng securing the deal. At worst, he'd mention his future plans to Zheng Yikai after the new year and see if he could pull some strings for an unsecured loan. That evening, Belgrade Presidential Palace. Milosevic was already overwhelmed by the ethnic conflicts at home. Tonight, he was to receive and dine with Qi Hang, the envoy dispatched by Great Xia to negotiate trade. Qi Hang's state-owned enterprise primarily exported building materials to the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Due to the intensifying ethnic tensions at home, many industries had ground to a complete halt, necessitating the import of finished building materials from Dacia. After Qi Hang's arrival, the conversation proceeded smoothly according to the planned agenda. Just as the wine flowed freely and both host and guest were thoroughly enjoying themselves, Qi Hang brought up the matter of Liu Shaoqiu. Milosevic immediately grew displeased upon hearing this. Just yesterday, representatives from Great Xia had inquired whether he could accept imported gas cylinders. With nearly all industries in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia currently at a standstill, even if natural gas extraction were possible, it simply couldn't be done now. Buying gas cylinders would be nothing but a waste of money. But when Qi Hang obliquely suggested filling the gas cylinders with something else, Milosevic froze. It seemed the Great Xia representative wasn't proposing a natural gas export deal at all, but hinting at something else entirely. Qi Hang had heard from Liu Shaoqiu that U.S. espionage activities were currently at their peak. It was entirely possible that listening devices existed within the presidential palace. He couldn't risk trouble for Milosevic or himself. Nevertheless, he used body language to convey his meaning to Milosevic. He subtly hinted that the presidential palace might be bugged, while simultaneously revealing alternative uses for steel pipes and gas cylinders. The more he spoke, the brighter Milosevic's eyes grew. He had long sensed the looming war, but Yugoslavia, constrained by national strength and internal factors, was truly unprepared. Milosevic was well aware that the United States and NATO nations were involved in this ethnic conflict. But now it seemed the Eastern superpower had no intention of sitting idly by. Instead, it appeared poised to make its own covert moves in this geopolitical game. So, should he trust the Great Xia? Chapter 31, Dragging the United States into the Quagmire of War. That evening, Milosevic and Qi Hang conversed at length. Then, that very night. It was already daytime in Dacia. Liu Shaoqiu received a call from Qi Hang. "Brother, it's done." Qi Hang tapped the freshly acquired contract on the phone. "I followed your instructions, secured an initial order of 10,000 cylinders at $25 each, with delivery in March. If results are positive, follow-up orders will increase 100-fold. Just give it your all." Oh, and the fertilizer import contract. I signed a 100,000-ton ammonium nitrate fertilizer deal with them at $300 per ton, including freight. Shipments start in March. Same deal, results first. If it works, orders will skyrocket 100-fold too. Qi Hang chuckled. "Thanks, old Qi." Liu Shaoqiu immediately smiled. Based on current exchange rates, after deducting freight costs which typically range from 5% to 20% of the total commodity value for bulk overseas shipments, the net profit landing in his pocket would be around $24 million. Factoring in steel production costs at 20% of product value and fertilizer production costs at 50%, the net profit would reach 97 million Dacia currency. Though not an extraordinary sum, it was sufficient for Liu Shaoqiu to fund his next strategic move. According to the historical timeline of his previous life, NATO's military intervention in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, sparking the Kosovo War, was scheduled for late March this year. This year's Lunar New Year falls on February 16th. Producing all the items on the order by early March was manageable, but the real challenge lay in transporting them to Yugoslavia. Sea freight would take at least 20 days, not including the time from Jincheng to the port. Time would inevitably be insufficient. The only viable option was rail transport. However, rail freight costs 30% more than sea freight. Liu Shaoqiu pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and decided to proceed with rail transport. If these steel cylinders and fertilizer could be delivered at the war's outset to seize the initiative, intimidate the NATO coalition forces, and slow down the war's progress as much as possible, it would buy him more time. This would enable many of his plans to succeed. His objective was to transform the current Kosovo conflict into a future Russia-Ukraine confrontation, drawing NATO and US attention entirely to the battlefield. That was his true objective. Time was now the most precious commodity. If we have to earn less, so be it. But rail transport is prone to disruptions. For instance, shipments could get stuck in certain countries or face sudden tariff hikes. These were beyond Liu Shaoqiu's control. He could only call Xinyawu, hoping for his assistance. When Xinyawu heard that Liu Shaoqiu had actually managed to resolve the export issues for gas cylinders and fertilizer, he was utterly stunned. He himself hadn't managed to pull it off, yet Liu Shaoqiu had done it on his own. But when Liu Shaoqiu mentioned needing his help with the railway transport plan, Xinyawu grew suspicious. When Liu Shaoqiu laid out his entire plan, Xinyawu was utterly stunned. He never imagined Liu Shaoqiu would willingly sacrifice profits to drag the United States and the entire NATO into a war quagmire. "Old man, what we lack most right now is time. With enough time, we can resolve many problems. Then we won't have to kowtow to anyone, we can stand tall and be ourselves," Liu Shaoqiu declared earnestly. "All right. I'll find a way to make this happen. I guarantee your shipment will reach the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia by mid-March. Shaoqiu knew this was a matter of immense international consequence. He couldn't shoulder it alone. So he made a direct call to the Central Military Commission, reporting the matter exactly as it was. Initially, the Central Military Commission officials refused to believe it. But they had no choice. While the Great Xia Empire maintained official silence on the Yugoslavia affair, those at the highest levels understood it was a purge targeting the socialist bloc. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, socialist nations were similarly fracturing and losing their direction. If Europe were allowed to completely purge the socialist bloc, the future international landscape would be far from optimistic for the Great Xia. So many had been stumped by this problem, and now some unknown person suddenly claimed to have a solution? You must be joking. Yet when Shaoqiu laid out Liu Shaoqiu's entire plan, the numerous staff officers of the Central Military Commission and even the top-ranking Zero were momentarily speechless. This plan seemed feasible. After the United States delivered F-16s to Taiwan last year, it sent a clear signal. That signal was clear: the United States possessed the capability to threaten the mainland of Great Xia at any moment. This very situation had kept Great Xia hesitant and unable to act. But now, another possibility presented itself before everyone. Shaoqiu felt his influence might not be sufficient, so he even brought in his old comrade Zhang Yikai. Zhang Yikai similarly assured the Central Military Commission and Zero that Liu Shaoqiu's new aircraft design had a realistic chance of becoming operational, though the most critical factor now was time. If the Southern Alliance could withstand the initial pressure of the war and force it into a stalemate, the attention of the United States and NATO nations would be drawn to the Eastern European battlefield. This would grant Great Xia 1 to 2 years of breathing room. With just 1 to 2 years to develop, once this new equipment was operational, the entire Blue Star would hear the voice of Great Xia. Zero made the decision immediately. Let's do it. And so, the entire Great Xia mobilized. Meanwhile, Liu Shaoqiu was busy making dumplings at Lin Qingxuan's home. Today was New Year's Eve. Liu Shaoqiu had originally planned to take Yaya back to his hometown for the new year, but the thought of having to return to work immediately after the holiday, coupled with the painfully slow speed of the green skin trains at this stage, made him abandon the idea. He had planned to just whip up a simple meal at home with Yaya. But unexpectedly, early that morning, the doorbell rang. Lin Qingxian stood at the entrance, looking somewhat embarrassed as she said, would you and Yaya like to come celebrate the new year at our place? Since we live so close, wouldn't it be great to have a lively celebration together? That might not be appropriate, Liu Shaoqiu replied, feeling a bit awkward. Even though he was quite familiar with Lin Qingxian, the idea of spending the new year at her house. If you really don't want to, it's fine. Lin Qingxian was about to bolt in panic when her own mother grabbed her arm. Where are you running off to? I told you to call someone, why haven't you been back all this time? Mrs. Zhao shot her daughter a stern look before turning to Liu Shaoqiu. Her seriousness melted away as she beamed. Little Liu, it'll be so lonely for you and Yaya to celebrate alone at home. Why not come to Auntie's place? We can all celebrate together, wouldn't that be wonderful? After the New Year's Eve dinner tonight, you can take Yaya home to sleep. After all, we live next door, it won't be a hassle, right? Auntie bought quite a lot of food today. It would be such a waste if you didn't come. Faced with the Lin family's warm hospitality, Liu Shaoqiu could only follow Lin Qingxian next door. Chapter 32, Who Are You? On New Year's Eve, Liu Shaoqiu spent the entire day at the Lin residence helping the Lin family prepare their New Year's Eve feast. Even Lin Weiman, who had always looked at Liu Shaoqiu with some displeasure, was unexpectedly easygoing today. He spent the entire day holding Yaya, coaxing the little girl into giggles. That evening, as the Spring Festival Gala aired on TV, Liu Shaoqiu and the Lin family enjoyed a warm and harmonious time together, truly feeling like one big family. Just as everyone was getting ready to stay up all night, the Lin family door suddenly clicked open as someone unlocked it. A tall, burly man burst in, arms wide open, shouting excitedly, Dad! Mom! Sis! I'm back! Surprised? Unexpected? When everyone in the living room looked at him with blank, puzzled expressions, Lin Jindong felt like he'd been hit with a ton of bricks. His bewilderment deepened when he saw a man seated beside his sister, who was cradling a beautiful little girl in her arms. It hasn't been that many years since I left home, has it? My little sister got married? And the child is already this big? And who are you? What are you doing in my house? Lin Jindong asked Liu Shaoqiu, his expression clearly displeased. Oh, I forgot to introduce them. This is our neighbor across the hall, Liu Shaoqiu, little Liu. This is his daughter, Yaya. Qingxian has already adopted Yaya as her goddaughter, so now we're Yaya's grandparents. Come on, Ya, say Uncle Dot. Ms. Zhaoya immediately introduced her son. Oh. Lin Jindong finally relaxed. Liu Shaoqiu stood up and shook hands with Lin Jindong. Hello, Liu Shaoqiu. Hello, Lin Jindong. What line of work are you in? Where do you hold such a high position? Lin Jindong knew his mother all too well. Was his mother the type to casually let just any ordinary man into their home? Of course not. So this man before him must have something extraordinary about him. The moment Lu Shaoqiu saw Lin Jindong, he felt a vague sense of familiarity, as if he'd seen him somewhere before. After a moment of recollection, Lu Shaoqiu remembered. He had seen this man's file at the Southern Division. He was a major in a certain unit of the Southwest Military Region Air Force. Not only was he a national first-class pilot, but he was also a test pilot. Lu Shaoqiu had seen Lin Jindong's file earlier while discussing the new aircraft's maiden flight with Zhang Yikai. He was one of the backup test pilots for the J-20. Being selected as a test pilot for the future mainstay fighter jet was testament to his exceptional skills. I can't discuss my work just yet, Lu Shaoqiu said with a smile to Lin Jindong. But I can tell you we'll meet again soon. He then stood up, bid farewell to the Lin family, and took the sleepy Yaya home. What are you doing? After Lu Shaoqiu left, Lin Xingxian glared at her older brother with obvious annoyance. You start asking people all these questions right off the bat and scare them away. Son, no offense, but being so abrupt right off the bat isn't exactly polite. I was just curious about what he does, so I asked. How is that? Lin Jindong hadn't finished speaking when his father, Lin Weiman, walked over and gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder. Ha! Seeing the expressions and reactions of his parents and little sister, Lin Jindong finally caught on. Damn it! Someone's hacking our house. Just as Lu Shaoqiu had said. The brief holiday vanished in the blink of an eye. The very day Lin Jindong returned to report for duty, he encountered Lu Shaoqiu again. But this time, Lu Shaoqiu left Lin Jindong utterly dumbfounded. Because he was chatting and laughing with his own boss. What kind of person was this? So bold. Accompanying Lin Jindong here was another test pilot. Both men were still somewhat bewildered, unsure of what they were doing here. They had arrived by vehicle early that morning, vaguely catching the words Red Dragon Steel Plant written above the main gate. Lu, you're moving at breakneck speed. The annual leave just ended, and the new aircraft has rolled off the production line. This has caught us completely off guard. A general in blue military uniform with 3 stars on his shoulders, standing beside Zhang Yikai, smiled as he addressed Lu Shaoqiu. This Air Force general was Long Bowen, commander of the Southwest Military Region Air Force. Lu Shaoqiu explained with a smile, it's not that we're fast. I only resumed work the day before yesterday. Debugging the equipment took the entire day, and production of the aircraft only began yesterday. 1 day? You built such an advanced aircraft in just 1 day? Not only did Long Bowen's expression betray his shock, but even Zhang Yikai, who had always held high expectations for Lu Shaoqiu, was taken aback. Young Lu, with such speed, can you guarantee the quality? Long Bowen also looked worried. Traditional aircraft manufacturing processes take at least a month to build a single plane. Now Lu Shaoqiu tells them it can be built in a single day? It felt a bit unrealistic to them. Lu Shaoqiu smiled mysteriously. Commander Long and Director Zhang are here today. Besides the test flight, they'll also tour our aircraft production lines. I built 3 of them, you know. Alright. Let's see the aircraft's performance first. Zhang Yikai gave Long Bowen a reassuring glance before addressing Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu stepped aside as the dust-free hangar doors slowly slid open behind him. What Zhang Yikai and Long Bowen hadn't anticipated was that emerging from the hangar wasn't 1 aircraft, but 3. 3 J-20s. Now, allow me to introduce the detailed specifications of these 3 J-20 variants. Lu Shaoqiu smiled calmly and confidently at everyone present. The J-20 was designed and refined by myself. It has a fuselage length of 22 meters, a wingspan of 13 meters, and a height of 47 meters. It features a canard configuration, a diamond-shaped nose, all-moving twin vertical tails, and DSI supersonic twin air intakes. The 3 J-20s before us are designated J-20C, J-20S, and J-20G. Lu Shaoqiu pointed to the 3 aircraft behind him. Lu, I'd like to ask, what are this aircraft's standout capabilities? As a veteran pilot, Long Bowen wasn't overly concerned with these external specifications. He was more interested in the aircraft's exceptional features. That's precisely what I was about to explain. Lu Shaoqiu smiled as he continued his introduction. These 3 J-20 prototypes currently utilize a special steel alloy developed by our Red Dragon Corporation, carbon iron titanium alloy with an empty weight of just 6 tons. Maximum takeoff weight, 56 tons. Long Bowen, Zhang Yikai. This statement genuinely stunned everyone present. It was like a child running while carrying several adults on its back. Wouldn't that cause problems? Chapter 33, The Tide Turns. Lu Shaoqiu seemed to have anticipated this reaction, smiling as he continued, the J-20 series utilizes our independently developed variable cycle engine, delivering 28 tons of thrust per engine. Cruise speed reaches Mach 4, with a maximum speed of Mach 6. Variable cycle engine? You actually pulled this off? Holy crap! Zhang Yikai beside him was utterly stunned by these figures. Variable cycle engines aren't exactly a new concept. They were proposed as early as the last century. But you've already advanced to a 2nd-generation variable cycle engine? This is truly astonishing. Zhang Yikai gazed at the 3 J-20s before him, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Everyone present understood what the emergence of this aircraft series signified. Across the ocean, the United States had already announced that their fifth-generation aircraft was about to debut. Just a year ago, they could only watch helplessly. Now, with the J-20 rolling off the production line, the tables have turned. Let me now explain the differences between these three variants of the J-20. The J-20C, equipped with twin variable cycle engines, also features a lift fan and swivel nozzle. Unlike other variants, the J-20C has an independent power system solution. The J-20G, which I just introduced, is the base model J-20. Due to its airframe material, it has a slightly higher empty weight. The J-20G is an ultra-lightweight, high maneuverability fighter. The J-20S is a two-seat variant, with the rear pilot responsible for operating unmanned wingman aircraft in coordinated combat. Unmanned aerial vehicle coordination? What is that? Not only did Long Bowen look utterly bewildered, but even Zhang Yikai wore a look of complete confusion. The concept of drone-assisted combat didn't exist in this era. After a moment's thought, Shaoqiu decided to keep it under wraps. I'll keep that concept under wraps for now. We'll discuss it later. Current technology can't implement it yet. Let's focus on each model's performance first. MHM. The senior Air Force officers and Zhang Yikai nodded in agreement. Lin Jindong, Wang Hongwei. Step forward. At the command of the officer overseeing test pilots, Lin Jindong and another test pilot stepped forward. Board the aircraft. Yes, sir. The two saluted the assembled Air Force commanders before heading toward the J-20C and J-20G respectively. Lin Jindong boarded the J-20G, an aircraft designed for extreme weight reduction. Since it wasn't a vertical takeoff and landing VTOL aircraft, the factory grounds even featured two dedicated runways for it. Whoa, isn't this runway a bit short? Lin Jindong mused, eyeing the runway before him. Previously, he had only flown the J-8, which required a runway exceeding 700 meters for takeoff and landing. This one looked barely 400 meters long. Though uneasy, Lin Jindong obeyed orders without hesitation. He slammed the throttle forward and yanked the control stick. A powerful surge of force pressed him back. By the time he registered what was happening, the aircraft's nose was already pointing skyward, soaring into the air. To the senior Air Force officers watching nearby, the scene was nothing short of terrifying. To them, the J-20G had literally shot forward, then leaped into the air like a jack-in-the-box. And there was still a significant portion of runway left unused. Shaoqiu, what's the shortest takeoff distance for this J-20G? Zhang Yikai's voice trembled slightly. The shortest takeoff distance tested so far is 240 meters. Under extreme conditions, it should be able to lift off from 200 meters, Shaoqiu replied with a smile. Whoa! Shaoqiu's answer made everyone around him gasp in astonishment. Short takeoff capability doesn't just mean a huge boost to the aircraft's battlefield survivability, it also means greater tactical flexibility, while simultaneously reducing fuel consumption and maintenance costs. The strategic implications are enormous. Excellent. Commander Long Bowen nodded repeatedly beside him. We can proceed with other tests. 0101, this is the control tower. Please proceed with the preset test items. The Air Force officer beside him radioed Lin Jindong. 01, copy. Test pilots follow a fixed checklist during flight evaluations. These include performance boundary testing, avionics system checks, safety evaluations, combat readiness drills, and more. As Lin Jindong pushed the control stick forward and throttled up to maximum power, the J-20G's tail ejected a distinct Mach ring, clearly visible even on this clear, crisp day. The aircraft rapidly accelerated to its maximum speed of Mach 6 and could even go faster. Witnessing this, Commander Long Bowen suddenly felt two clear tears slip from the corners of his eyes. No one knew what crossed his mind, but in that moment, he must have been filled with immense pride. Subsequently, Wang Hongwei piloted the J-20C into the air from a stationary position. The two aircraft commenced combat simulation training in the designated airspace. Finally, the two pilots jointly tested the J-20S's performance capabilities. Each of the three aircraft models possessed distinct strengths, nearly encompassing all aspects of modern aerial combat. After the three aircraft exhausted all their aviation fuel and landed smoothly, Long Bowen suddenly wore a thoughtful smile. He took out his phone and dialed a number. This is Long Bowen. I'd like to inquire, have any anomalies been detected in the Western Theater Command airspace today? Shaoqiu's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. This meant the commander had never reported today's test flight to the Western Theater Command's Military Aviation Management Office. Reporting, no anomalies detected, came the reply from the controller on the other end. Long Bowen's expression darkened momentarily, but soon gave way to uncontrollable elation. Stealth fighter Long Bowen turned to Shaoqiu, his eyes filled with inquiry. Yes, all J-20 series fighters are now coated with our independently developed advanced paint. It possesses multiple effects including high radar absorption, high heat resistance, and high cold resistance. Existing radar systems are incapable of detecting them. Shaoqiu nodded. Excellent. Excellent. This is truly remarkable. Truly remarkable. Long Bowen couldn't stop praising the J-20. Inside, Long Bowen was bursting with uncontrollable elation. He knew that while the state had tasked the Southern Institute with developing third-generation fighters, the Northern Institute was simultaneously developing fourth-generation fighters. He was an old acquaintance of Qian Shilin, the Air Force commander of the Northern Theater Command. Previously, he had resented the Southern Institute being limited to building third-generation fighters. Now, third-generation fighters? Not even a dog would want them. Now, only one word filled Commander Long's mind: wild. But he didn't let it show on his face. Instead, he calmly looked at Lu Shaoqiu and asked kindly, "So, little Lu, the plane is great, but I'm just wondering how much does it cost to build one? And if you were to sell it, what would the price be?" At this moment, the most critical issue wasn't manufacturing, it was deployment. Lu Shaoqiu turned sideways, waving his hand as he smiled to the senior officers and Zhang Yikai. "Gentlemen, please go ahead and tour my aircraft production workshop. I'll discuss our pricing afterward." Chapter 34, What on Earth is this? The group followed Lu Shaoqiu to the aircraft production and assembly workshop located within the factory complex. After everyone changed into dust-free protective suits and entered the workshop, they couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Because there's not a single worker in sight here. Allow me to introduce you to the most advanced aircraft manufacturing workshop currently in operation at our Red Dragon Group. The entire facility employs unmanned operations, enabling round-the-clock pulsed production that minimizes manufacturing time to the absolute limit. This is precisely how we achieve J-20 assembly completion within a single day. While boosting production efficiency, it also significantly reduces labor costs. Although the production line was currently inactive, Long Bowen and the others could already discern the technological sophistication embedded within the assembly line before them. After touring the production line, Lu Shaoqiu led the group to his office. Now it was time to discuss the order. "Xiao Lu, cut to the chase, what's the price tag for this J-20 series aircraft?" Long Bowen felt an itch in his heart, a burning desire to know. He was itching to replace every J-8 in the theater with J-20s tomorrow. But that was clearly unrealistic. As a once leading fighter, the J-8's performance rivaled the Su-30, both selling for around $15 million over 100 million in Daxia currency. A next-generation fighter like the J-20, which completely outclasses the J-8 in every aspect, would undoubtedly command a hefty price tag. We should be damn grateful we've even partially deployed them. Considering our material costs, technological expenses, and production overhead, our quoted price for the J-20 series hovers around 400 million yuan per unit, with variations depending on specific configurations. For large-scale purchases by theater commands or the nation, I can offer a 20% discount. Lu Shaoqiu stated plainly. This price tag was somewhat hard to swallow for the high-ranking Air Force officials present. After all, in this era, the average person's monthly salary was only around 1 or 2,000 yuan. Lu Shaoqiu had anticipated this reaction and immediately smiled, adding, "Of course, I'm referring to the price of the advanced models you'll see later. The three variants you're viewing today incorporate the latest materials, hence the higher cost. Opting for secondary materials would reduce the price, though performance would be slightly compromised." At this remark, Long Bowen's eyes lit up once more. So there's a budget version of this thing? But quickly, Long Bowen grew concerned. Would the downgraded version have too significant a performance gap? That depends entirely on how much you need to cut costs. If we switch to carbon fiber and titanium alloy materials, the weight would nearly triple. Empty weight would be 17 tons. Based on that calculation, the price would drop to around 300 million. If you need to cut costs further, we have less advanced turbofan engines available, though that would have the J-20 speed. After hearing Lu Shaoqiu's explanation, Long Bowen fell deep in thought. The New Year's celebrations had just concluded, and this year's military budget hadn't been finalized yet, but he already knew how it would be allocated. All Air Force procurement funds would be poured into upgrading to the J-20. His dilemma lay in choosing between pursuing peak performance and ultimate satisfaction, or saving money to start with a budget version. After much deliberation, Long Bowen made his decision. He wanted to go all in. Just as he was about to seal the deal and commit to the fully loaded J-20 configuration, Lu Shaoqiu suddenly spoke in a mysterious tone. "Commander Long, I actually have something new to show you. Would you be interested?" As he spoke, Lu Shaoqiu rummaged through a cabinet in his office, pulling out several blueprints and unfolding them one by one. These are aircraft. Nothing but aircraft. Of course, as an Air Force commander, Lu Shaoqiu would show him aircraft he wouldn't buy tanks if they were presented to him. "Lu, these are the..." "This is the J-35. Like the J-20, it belongs to the 5th generation of fighter jets. It's lighter than the J-20, but consequently has a smaller combat radius and carries less payload. However, its speed matches or even surpasses the J-20. As for this one here, I've tentatively named it the J-36. You can think of it as an upgraded version of the J-20. It doesn't fit into any existing generation classification. If we had to assign it a generation, this would be considered a 6th generation fighter." 6th generation? Long Bowen was momentarily stunned by this claim. Zhang Yikai beside him was equally bewildered. The US had just announced the successful development of a 5th generation fighter, and now Lu Shaoqiu was about to unveil a 6th generation model? But soon, everyone present began to stir with excitement. Exactly. You Americans can threaten us with military force, but why can't we get ahead? You release 5th gen? We'll release 6th gen. By the time your 6th gen takes flight, our 7th gen might already be soaring through the skies. Right. This aircraft is powered by 3 engines, 2 rotary detonation engines and 1 oblique detonation engine, and is tentatively designated as a suborbital combat fighter. Its maximum speed is around Mach 16. Sigh. Shaoqiu's words made everyone present gasp in shock. Long Bowen now regarded the blueprint on the table with entirely different eyes. This thing was more precious to him than his own life. He carefully tucked the blueprint back into his hands and returned it to Lu Shaoqiu. His fingers fumbled over his waistband as he asked, "Hey, little Lu, mind if I have a smoke?" Not at all. Lu Shaoqiu understood perfectly the magnitude of the impact this revelation had on Long Bowen. For someone who had devoted his entire life to the Republic's defense, such a reaction upon seeing a high-tech fighter jet far beyond the current era was hardly surprising. But Lu Shaoqiu had even more mind-blowing things yet to reveal. The 6th-generation fighter was merely a suborbital spaceplane, a transitional stage between conventional fighters and true space-capable aircraft. The 7th-generation space-capable fighter he truly held in his hands remained hidden. What he lacked now was technology and time. He needed more funding to unlock the science and bring these designs to fruition. Long Bowen trembled as he fumbled for a cigarette and lit it. His hands shook so badly he could barely steady the cigarette. It wasn't fear, but excitement. Today's revelations had been overwhelming. He needed time to process it all. "Xiao Lu, if you're going to handle this, how much will it cost and how long will it take?" Long Bowen asked solemnly. 150 billion yuan. 5 years maximum, Lu Shaoqiu replied. Lu Shaoqiu's 15 billion yuan wasn't excessive. In fact, unlocking the technology might well exceed that sum. Most of what he'd unlocked so far pertained to man mechs. The only technology compatible with fighter jets was the material for the outer armor. To establish this production line, he'd opted to purchase many technologies outright as finished products, including this automated assembly line. If he wanted to expand and acquire all the blueprints, each category would start at 1 billion credits. Unlocking all the tech for the ramjet engine alone would cost 1 billion, not to mention other technologies. Long Bowen fell silent for a moment before sighing. Let's focus on the J-20 and J-35 first. Chapter 35, Throwing the Label of Backwardness Across the River. How could Lu Shaoqiu not know that the Southwest military region couldn't come up with 15 billion yuan? Last year's national GDP was only around 8 trillion yuan. Military spending had shown a clear downward trend in previous years, and last year's military expenditure accounted for just 1% of GDP, 80 billion yuan. That was the total budget for all 5 major military regions. Lu Shaoqiu is now demanding an exorbitant some 15 billion yuan, which amounts to roughly 1/5 of the entire military's annual budget. If this money were granted, would the soldiers of the Southwest military region be left to eat the Northwest wind? Therefore, his true objective from the outset was never the 15 billion yuan NRD funding, but rather the J-20 order. Lu Shaoqiu could reduce costs to around 100 million yuan through fully automated production lines, but the bulk of the expense still lay in the avionics and radar systems. Lu Shaoqiu hasn't yet fully mastered the electronic technology, so all J-20 series aircraft currently rely on complete chipsets exchanged directly from the system. A single full set costs 20 million yuan within the system. Thanks to the Southern Alliance's trust in Lu Shaoqiu's official backing, they agreed to payment before delivery. Otherwise, Lu Shaoqiu wouldn't even have the funds to assemble these 3 aircraft. What Lu Shaoqiu urgently needs now is to secure aircraft orders. This would allow him to fully address this critical shortfall, further reduce costs, and ultimately acquire the complete electronic technology package. This represented his next strategic direction. He planned to seize the initiative in the semiconductor field. Who cares about Nvidia or AMD cards anymore? He would make the entire world's graphics card users recognize only one brand, Red Dragon. Meanwhile, Long Bowen was also caught in a dilemma. He desperately wanted to allocate the entire Air Force's procurement budget this year to go all in on the top-tier J-20. But his gut told him the J-35 before him was undoubtedly a gem. He just couldn't wrap his head around why, with the J-20 already in existence, Lu Shaoqiu would design the J-35 a variant with slightly inferior performance. Lu, there's something I don't quite grasp. Could you clarify this for me? Long Bowen said with great solemnity. Lu Shaoqiu's upcoming answer would sway his future decisions. You've already designed the superior J-20 fighter jet. Why design the comparatively inferior J-35? Because they serve different purposes, Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. In my design philosophy, the J-20 is a heavy fighter, while the J-35 is actually a medium fighter. Or you could call it a carrier-based fighter. A carrier-based fighter? You mean an aircraft carrier? Lu Shaoqiu's words made Long Bowen's hair stand on end. Long Bowen hesitated before asking, do you have aircraft carrier blueprints here? Yes, but with our current domestic capabilities, we can't build it. Lu Shaoqiu shook his head, expressing helplessness. No. Explain in detail. What kind of support is needed? Though not from the Navy, Long Bowen understood an aircraft carrier's importance. Back when General Liu Huaqing, at the age of 64, first boarded an American aircraft carrier, he was barred from touching any equipment on board under the pretext of confidentiality. To get a better look, he stood on tiptoe to observe the foreign carriers lay out a sight that moved countless people to tears. Among those moved was Long Bowen. Deep down, they all harbored a burning determination. They had spent their entire lives striving for one thing: to cast off the label of backwardness and send it across the ocean. Long Bowen could foresee that if the J-20 were fully deployed across the military, the aircraft carrier launched, and the J-35 entered service, then all this would no longer be just a dream. Yet the challenges remained squarely before Long Bowen. Liu Shaoqiu's proposal was too ambitious for him to handle as commander of the Southwest Military Region's Air Force. Moreover, this unit simply didn't fit the Western Theater Command's needs. The Western Theater Command has no navy. Asking the Western Theater Command to develop an aircraft carrier would be like asking Mongolia to build a navy. But this matter was simply too monumental for him to decide on his own. Liu, here's the deal: I want 6 top-of-the-line J-20s of the third model, 2 of each variant. Plus, give me 6 of the bare-bones versions, the most basic ones, the ones you mentioned with reduced armor and engine power. The rest of the order can wait until this year's military budget is secured. If I order 12 at once, can you give me a 20% discount? Long Bowen gritted his teeth as he addressed Liu Shaoqiu. The Air Force's current budget was stretched thin, leaving only the bare-bones models as an option. This year marks the National Day Parade for the founding anniversary. How inspiring would it be to showcase the J-20 during the parade? Liu Shaoqiu quickly calculated in his head: 6 upgraded J-20s and 6 base model J-20s. At 400 million per upgraded unit and 200 million per base model, the total would be 3.6 billion. Even with a 20% discount, that still came to 2.88 billion. The cost for these 12 aircraft was 1.68 billion yuan. Liu Shaoqiu stood to net 1.2 billion yuan, a solid profit. But he still had to put on a show. Well, this discount is exclusively for you. If it were any other Air Force from another theater, I could only offer a 10% discount at most, Liu Shaoqiu said, feigning reluctance. Excellent. What a capable young man. Long Bowen found himself increasingly impressed with Liu Shaoqiu. Suddenly, he recalled he had a niece who wasn't married yet. Why not set them up? Such an outstanding young man, it would be a shame not to cultivate him. But the thought vanished almost as quickly as it had come. He had more pressing matters to attend to. After arranging for the military district finance office to transfer half the deposit to Liu Shaoqiu, Long Bowen departed immediately. Moments after the military district's transfer was processed, Yi Yuxing's call came through to Liu Shaoqiu. Shaoqiu, finance just notified me about a large transfer of 1.4 billion yuan. What's the source of this funding? I just finalized a procurement contract with the Air Force commander of the Western Theater Command, Liu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. Our aircraft have found a buyer. Aircraft? Yi Yuxi had just assumed the role of president and chief financial officer at Qilong Corporation, yet she was completely unaware the company engaged in such operations. Of course, she couldn't be blamed for this. After all, her father, the only person who knew about this business, had been forced to sign a confidentiality agreement after hearing the group's future plans and dared not mention it. Even Yi Yuxi couldn't help but be astonished. The Red Dragon Group's operations seemed far broader than she had imagined. Yuxi, I need to allocate 10 billion yuan to research and development. Record the transaction. Once the funds arrived, Liu Shaoqiu no longer carried the excitement of someone newly rich after years of poverty. Instead, he appeared much more composed. After opening the Systems Technology Development section, he located the Electronic Technology and Semiconductor Technology categories and selected to purchase. 5-nanometer lithography technology unlocked. Follow-up development technology unlocked. A torrent of knowledge began flooding into Liu Shaoqiu's mind. Chapter 36: Air Dominance. To expedite the deployment of the J-20, Long Bowen didn't hesitate. He took all 3 upgraded J-20s outright. Since they were prototypes, Liu Shaoqiu gave Long Bowen a discount, shaving off 30 million yuan. Now back at the military region, the mission for these 3 prototypes was to test their limits. This included determining their payload limits, lift capacity, and combat radius-specific data that required multiple test flights to establish. Logically, these prototypes would inevitably have some issues that needed continuous verification before they could serve as viable blueprints for subsequent production. But Liu Shaoqiu's 3 J-20 series aircraft were simply too perfect. Even after being flown back to the base and inspected by aircraft specialists from the military region's logistics department and experts from the Southern Research Institute, they found absolutely no faults whatsoever. The only flaw? They were expensive. Over the following days, the entire focus of the Western Theater Command Air Force was on these 3 aircraft. They practically aimed to push these aircraft to their absolute limits. Yet to everyone's astonishment, while demonstrating exceptional performance, these aircraft also revealed an astonishingly high tolerance for abuse. No matter how the test pilots pushed them to the limit, the aircraft not only avoided reaching their limits but also showed no signs of even the most basic metal fatigue. After multiple rounds of testing, the final data shocked many. The aircraft's combat radius at full load reached a staggering 4,500 kilometers, enabling near instantaneous strikes across Asia. Its maximum speed at full load hit 62 Mach. Most crucially, the aircraft was exceptionally lightweight. After accounting for its 6-ton empty weight and 15 tons of aviation fuel, a full 35 tons of payload capacity remained available for missile carriage. This highlights the significance of Liu Shaoqiu's redesigned high-capacity internal weapons bay. The aircraft's extreme lightweight airframe saved significant takeoff weight. Designing it based on the familiar J-20 configuration would have been a massive waste. By adding a 6-ton fuel tank to increase capacity to 15 tons, he substantially extended the upgraded variant's combat range. Even so, the twin variable cycle engine's powerful thrust still preserved ample payload capacity. Assuming each PL-15 weighs approximately 600 kilograms, the remaining payload capacity could accommodate 58 missiles. Moreover, the PL-15 hasn't even entered service yet. Currently, China only has the lighter, smaller PL-11 and PL-12 variants, each weighing just 220 kilograms. This means it could carry over 100 of them, a payload rivaling that of a bomber. Of course, whether carrying PL-15s, PL-11s, or PL-12s, loading 50 to 60 or over 100 missiles at once is unrealistic. Even with Liu Shaoqiu's enhanced internal bay capacity now featuring 16 internal missile pylons plus 8 external wing pylons, the total missile load remains capped at 24. However, even with all 24 missiles loaded, the weight still falls below the engine's thrust limit. This means its actual speed and combat radius significantly exceed the test data. It can be said that even the 3 major J-20 variants operating from mainland bases already cover most of the Eurasian continent with their strike range. It could even directly strike targets on Australian soil. Today's J-20 is a true air superiority fighter. Regardless of the type of aircraft, any encounter with the J-20 results in a situation where the opponent cannot defeat it in combat nor outmaneuver it in flight. With the weapon load capacity of the upgraded J-20 variants, its firepower density completely overwhelms any existing equipment. The emergence of such a formidable weapon is likely to cause many sleepless nights. However, these advanced variants remain trump cards not to be revealed lightly. This explains why Long Bowen, despite ordering 3 upgraded variants, still spent money on the base model. The base model is for show. The trump cards are ready to strike at any moment. After completing all tests, the 3 prototypes remained in excellent condition, even ready for immediate deployment. Long Bowen chose not to conceal this information, reporting it directly to the Central Military Commission. What he hadn't anticipated was that his report would ignite a massive storm at the heart of the Great Xia. Are you kidding me? Did they just make up these numbers? A maximum speed of Mach 62 at full load? Even the American F-22 tops out at Mach 225. The folks at the Southern Institute have no shame left. This isn't how you exaggerate. A lift coefficient of 26? A minimum takeoff distance of 200 meters at full load? How is that even possible? When countless aircraft experts in the capital saw the specs Long Bowen submitted, their first reaction wasn't wild excitement or pride, it was deep skepticism. It wasn't that these experts were rare, but the figures were simply too staggering to be easily believed. Zero glanced over the submitted data and couldn't help but adjust his glasses. His initial reaction was also one of disbelief. But while everyone else was arguing heatedly over these exaggerated figures, he read the entire report. At the very end, it explicitly stated that this aircraft was not designed and developed by the Southern Research Institute, but rather developed and produced by a private technology company. That's when he noticed the name of the company's chairman, Liu Shaoqiu. He had some recollection of this man, as Zhang Yikai from the Southern Institute had mentioned him before. He had previously issued instructions that such talent should be accommodated and supported to the fullest extent possible, provided it did not violate the law. Could it be? He glanced at the attendees, who should have been discussing deployment arrangements and procurement for the newly commissioned aircraft, yet were now embroiled in a heated argument over these figures. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "Since everyone has their own version of the truth, seeing is believing. I recall there's a major military competition this year. Why not organize a joint exercise involving all 5 theater commands? I'd like to see if the Western Theater Command's new aircraft is truly as formidable as claimed." Zero's words silenced the entire room, instantly halting the heated debate. I recall the new aircraft from the Northern Research Institute is also nearing production. Let our 2 new aircraft face off. I too want to see which one truly excels. Zero's meaning was crystal clear. Instead of debating superiority now, let's settle it with real combat. And Zero's implied message was equally clear: whichever side prevails in this contest will determine which aircraft becomes the nation's primary fighter model. As for the loser? Well, sorry, but you'll be the one exporting aircraft from now on. After Zero made the decision, the entire meeting shifted focus to transforming the mid-year military exercises into a full-scale army competition. When Long Bowen received the news, the outcome was entirely within his expectations. There was no denying it, the aircraft's performance data was simply staggering. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he wouldn't have believed it. As for the aircraft challenging the J-20? Sorry, I accidentally ran it over without even noticing. It's just that any aircraft born in the same era as the J-20 is destined to fade into obscurity. Blame it on being born in the wrong era. Chapter 37, enough? Uncle, sir, my Uncle Shen, please help me out. If you don't help me, your project will go down the drain. Lu Shaoqiu had been calling Shen Yawu early in the morning, wearing him down with persistent pleas. The reason was simple, his development had hit a bottleneck. Early in the morning, Yu Daxiang, the plant manager of his Red Dragon chemical plant, came to see him. His sole purpose was to protest. The previous day, Lu Shaoqiu had sent Yu Daxiang a chemical formula, instructing him to develop a high explosive compound based on those proportions. But Lu Shaoqiu himself had no background in chemistry, so he didn't realize this wasn't something just anyone could handle. Yu Daxiang, however, was a veteran chemical engineer. Shilong Chemical Plant had originated as a locally owned fertilizer factory in Jincheng. Due to poor management and the impact of layoffs, it was on the verge of collapse. It was only saved by Lu Shaoqiu's timely investment. After being acquired by Chiliang Technology Group, Yu Daxiang remained as the plant manager. But this man in his 40s clearly had no concept of basic respect for his boss. Early one morning, right after Lu Shaoqiu arrived at work, Yu Daxiang barged into his office, slammed the ingredient list onto his desk, and declared he couldn't do it anymore. He intended to quit. Truth be told, if it weren't for Lu Shaoqiu's temperament as an easygoing boss, he would have been told to get lost. But after listening to his explanation, Lu finally understood his meaning. Yu Daxiang's message was simple: this job was a death sentence. Asking him to do it was essentially telling him to go to his grave. Only then did Lu Shaoqiu grasp the reality. While virtually any chemical plant could produce explosives, why did only a handful actually sell them? The reason was simple: obtaining an explosives manufacturing license was incredibly difficult. Without it, any involvement in such matters was essentially a capital offense. Lu Shaoqiu felt a bit helpless. Factory director Yu Daxiang was a capable man in every respect except for his fiery temper. If it weren't for his undeniable competence and genuine efforts to fight for the workers' rights earning their respect, Lu Shaoqiu would have replaced him long ago. But for now, Lu Shaoqiu's priority was securing that explosives manufacturing license. Otherwise, he would truly fail to fulfill his agreement with Shen Yawu. Yet when Lu Shaoqiu called Shen Yawu and explained the situation, Shen flatly refused. This matter couldn't be casually pioneered. He could help expedite the paperwork, but until it was finalized, he strictly ordered Lu Shaoqiu to absolutely not cross the red line. If he crossed that line, Shen Yawu couldn't protect him. Lu Shaoqiu understood perfectly well that this matter had already reached the absolute limit. It was something he absolutely could not touch. Yet he made it clear that if research into the high explosive formula didn't begin immediately, they wouldn't meet the mid-year delivery deadline. Shen Yawu raised an eyebrow. You mean the equipment is already built? Lu Shaoqiu chuckled. I've fulfilled my mission. We're currently in the testing phase, but without the matching explosives, we can't obtain precise data yet. Shen Yawu felt a sudden twinge of discomfort. This was a red line that couldn't be crossed, yet Lu Shaoqiu had also made it clear that without actual experimental data, the product couldn't be verified. After much deliberation, Lu Shaoqiu proposed a solution. Uncle Shen, do we have any military factories producing explosives in the southwest region? I could sell them the formula for this explosive. They'd handle production while I oversee processing and final verification. That should resolve the issue, right? Lu Shaoqiu's words made Shen Yawu's eyes light up. Indeed, this approach would circumvent regulatory risks. After hanging up, Shen Yawu immediately set out to find someone. He contacted a military factory responsible for supplying ammunition to the military region, and both parties agreed to meet the next day. Shen Yawu then relayed this news to Lu Shaoqiu, who decided to meet with the other party first thing the next morning to negotiate the price properly. The next day, Lu Shaoqiu arrived at a tea house in Jincheng accompanied by Yu Daxiang. Today, Shen Yawu wore civilian attire. Without a closer look, one might not even recognize him as a general. Lu Shaoqiu and Yu Daxiang sat to Shen Yawu's right, but the seat across the table remained empty. Uncle Shen, when will they arrive? Lu Shaoqiu looked at Shen Yawu. Lu Shaoqiu was juggling multiple projects simultaneously. He was rushing to build new aircraft for the southwest military region while overseeing the semiconductor production line. The manufacturing of new electronic products had reached a critical stage, requiring his constant presence to handle unexpected issues. The only thing not requiring his attention was the export of gas cylinders and fertilizer to the Southern Alliance. After adopting new technologies and processes, the steel mill's current production line had churned out 10,000 gas cylinders in just 2 days. At the current pace, with the fertilizer production line operating at full capacity, the project should be substantially completed by early March. Shen Yawu glanced at his watch, feeling a surge of irritation. He had initiated this meeting, and the agreed-upon time had already passed, yet there was still no sign of the other party. Not sure. This was the agreed time. They must have been delayed en route. This situation reflected poorly on Shaoqiu. After all, he had set the time, and their failure to adhere to it was a direct rebuke to him. Let's wait a little longer. If they still haven't arrived, I'll look for another supplier. All right. Lu Shaoqiu nodded. Another 10 minutes passed, and Lu Shaoqiu couldn't help but frown. They still hadn't shown up. Forget it. If they're not coming, let's just leave. Lu Shaoqiu was growing increasingly annoyed with the situation. The other party showed no respect whatsoever, and at the same time, they were trampling Shaoqiu's face into the dirt. Sorry, Shaolu. I never imagined old Gong would be so unreliable in this matter. This is on me. I've wasted your time. You should go back to your business. Shaoqiu said with a forced smile. All right. Lu Shaoqiu led Yu Dachang away. Another half hour passed before a middle-aged man in a suit finally arrived at the tea house and sat down beside Shaoqiu. Old Shin, my apologies. Things got a bit hectic and I was delayed. Where is he? Gong Xinfan asked Shaoqiu with a smile, glancing around but seeing no one else. The others? They had their own business to attend to. You were so late, they've already left. Shaoqiu said with a displeased expression. Left? Come on, show some professionalism. I was only a little late. Why would they leave? Honestly, I don't think they were ever serious about partnering with us. You've probably been played. Gong Xinfan poured himself tea without a hint of apology for his tardiness. Enough. Chapter 38, If you won't do it, someone else will. Clang. Shaoqiu slammed his hand on the table so hard that the cups on it bounced. Old Shin? What's gotten into you? Gong Xinfan stared blankly at Shaoqiu, utterly bewildered. Stop spouting bull. They've been waiting here for half an hour. Don't they have other work? Is yours the only important job? We had a set time you couldn't make it, yet you didn't give advance notice? Now they've been waiting forever and suddenly it's their fault? They gave you this collaboration opportunity because of me. How come I never realized before that you, Gong Xinfan, are this kind of person? Shaoqiu glared at Gong Xinfan, his face twisted with anger. Hold on, this was an unexpected job for me too. Besides, we're a state-owned enterprise. I'm at least a section chief. He's just a private company owner who can't even get a meeting with me normally. I gave him a chance to discuss things with us. If he's not grateful, fine. But what's the big deal about waiting a little while? In business, you have to make concessions for each other. Gong Xinfan still didn't see anything wrong with himself and fired back at Shaoqiu. If Lu Shaoqiu had been just an ordinary private entrepreneur, Shaoqiu might not have been so furious. After all, as Gong Xinfan had said, it was indeed as difficult as climbing a mountain for ordinary private enterprises to collaborate with state-owned ones. Countless private companies never even got to meet a single manager from a state-owned enterprise in their entire existence. But was Lu Shaoqiu just any ordinary entrepreneur? He was the kind of badass who could build giant mechs with his bare hands, develop new fighter jets, and already had his own cutting-edge military gear in his hands. If Lu Shaoqiu were to storm out of Jincheng in a fit of rage, he'd be treated like royalty in any military region he landed in. The current Lu Shaoqiu is someone they have to appease themselves. What the hell do you think you are, some small-time section chief at a state-owned enterprise? Why should he accommodate you? What gives you the right? Think you're some big shot just because you work in defense? Old Gong, what the hell has gotten into you? Shaoqiu snapped. Do you even realize this opportunity came from me leveraging our past friendship to beg little Lu for it? Do you understand how rare this chance is? Do you know what they've entrusted you to do? What exactly? Gong Xinfan felt a pang of guilt upon hearing Shaoqiu's words. Truthfully, he had no actual temporary assignment, he was just putting on airs. In his view, a small private enterprise that needed his help should know how to behave. How should they show respect? Either give the section chief in charge of negotiations some perks or do exactly what he says. Despite his previous rapport with Shaoqiu, relationships were one thing and money was another. Business deals could be put on hold after all, as a state-owned factory, they weren't worried about losing orders. But kickbacks were non-negotiable, that was his personal profit. But Lu Shaoqiu was so ungrateful and clueless he didn't even think to slip him a little something under the table. That was just too clueless. Shaoqiu, a veteran who'd fought his way back from the battlefield, couldn't possibly grasp these nuances. Even now, Lu Shaoqiu still didn't know which factory's representative he was supposed to be negotiating with. Gong Xinfan had genuinely misread the situation. They may be a private research institute, but they've developed their own high-explosive formula. They only outsourced manufacturing to your factory because they lack an explosives production license. Otherwise, do you think this project would have come to you? Shaoqiu retorted impatiently. High explosives? Gong Xinfan scoffed. If you'd mentioned cutting-edge technology earlier, our factory might have had little to say. But high explosives? That's what we've been tinkering with for decades. We've spent years researching and still haven't developed a new type. Do you really think this technology is so easy to crack? If I can't explain it to you, just keep clinging to your outdated ideas and fooling yourself. If you won't do it, plenty of others will. Xin Yawu felt it was a waste of breath arguing with someone whose mindset was stuck in the past. He abruptly stood up and left. I'm out. You can pay for your own drink. Hey, wait! Gong Xinfan started to speak, only to see Xin Yawu had already grabbed his military cap and walked out. How old is he, acting so naive? If there really were a new formula, do you think some clueless amateur scientist could come up with it? Ridiculous. Gong Xinfan chuckled, then picked up the water jug and poured himself another cup. Xiaolu, this is my granddaughter, Shen Xingzhu. Xingzhu, this is Xiaolu, Engineer Lu. Unable to collaborate with Gong Xinfan's munitions factory and facing an urgent need for high explosive manufacturing, Xin Yawu feared complications and went straight to his own granddaughter. Shen Xingzhu worked at a state-owned chemical research institute. It wasn't a munitions factory supplying ammunition or explosives to the military district, but rather a military-affiliated research institute specializing in explosive materials, one that also held a license for explosive manufacturing. Shen Xingzhu held a civilian position within the military, holding the rank of major. Lu Shaoqiu's first impression of Shen Xingzhu was that she was sharp and capable. She possessed that distinctive military bearing. Earlier, Xin Yawu had been pondering who could produce high explosives, but Lu Shaoqiu's suggestion was clear: if it could be made, produce a batch first to test its effectiveness. Explosives differed from metal materials. After metal printing based on the system's provided preparation methods, Lu Shaoqiu obtained finished steel that met all standards. To verify the steel's specific data, the steel was right there tested however you wanted. Even if there were slight discrepancies from the system's data, adjustments could be made immediately. But explosives were different. Explosion radius and blast power were one-time events. To study the specific data, repeated testing was required, blowing things up over and over again. This means the required explosive charge cannot be limited to a single unit of ammunition. That's why Lu Shaoqiu was so eager to conduct the experiment. This is the new explosive formula our company developed. Take a look. Lu Shaoqiu handed his formula to Shen Xingzhu. Shen Xingzhu glanced at it, her eyes lighting up before she asked, "Are you looking to sell this formula?" "I'd prefer a contract manufacturing arrangement," Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. "True. This stuff is too valuable, our company might not be able to handle it." Shen Xingzhu murmured before refocusing on the formula. "Such an interesting idea, why didn't we consider this during our previous research?" "Shaoqiu, are you implying this formula is expensive?" Xin Yawu asked hesitantly. "Grandpa, it's not about cost. It's about its immense strategic value. If all our nation's artillery shells were switched to this explosive, the firepower coverage would increase by at least 30%, Shen Xingzhu explained. Shen Yawu. Chapter 39, Sniper Rifles Against Tanks? Shen Xingzhu's words made Xin Yawu's eyes widen in disbelief. "I'll handle this. Our unit will take the order. But our production capacity is limited, we can only deliver between 100 and 200 units by month's end." "Any issues?" Shen Xingzhu carefully refolded the formula and handed it back to Lu Shaoqiu. "No problem. We need the ammunition primarily for testing new equipment, not for combat." Lu Shaoqiu nodded with a smile. "Our factory's license is going through the process. Next month, we should be able to mass produce it ourselves without any major issues," Xin Yawu said with a hearty laugh. "Good to hear. Regarding the funding." Shen Xingzhu turned to look at Lu Shaoqiu and Xin Yawu. "Though we're all serving the nation, Shen Xingzhu's Chemical Research Institute isn't privately owned. Since this is commissioned manufacturing, payment is necessary. Our military district will cover it," Xin Yawu declared generously, taking full responsibility. "Xiao Lu is developing new equipment for us, this funding is our responsibility." "Alright, then let's set the price at 1,000 yuan per grenade," Shen Xingzhu stated matter-of-factly. "Not enough? 1,000 per grenade? Honey, your grandpa served in the military. Don't think you can pull a fast one on him just because the military district is paying. Little Lu is developing rifle grenades, right? What the hell? 1,000 per rifle grenade? Standard ones only go for 500 on the market. And the cost price is even lower." Xin Yawu exclaimed. "It's not that I'm asking for a high price, but some of the raw materials are hard to come by. This stuff isn't like ordinary trinitrotoluene, and its structure differs from regular explosives. We still need time for verification before mass production, so it's bound to be more expensive than standard rifle grenades. Even this is a special favor price," Shen Xingzhu explained to her grandfather. "Huh? Then who can afford this thing?" Xin Yao's enthusiasm instantly cooled by half. Being able to manufacture it is one thing, having it deployed and ready for combat is another. Just being able to make it is one thing at best, you can brag about it. Delivering a devastating blow to the enemy on the battlefield, that's what makes a true hero. Lu Shaoqiu interjected with a smile, "Don't worry, Grandpa. Our team has already overcome the raw material challenges and can now produce it independently. If our company handles production, we can reduce the cost to 500 yuan per kilogram or even lower." 500 is still pretty high. Lu Shaoqiu's words still didn't ease Xin Yao's concerns. Lu Shaoqiu smiled and explained, the current high price of high-energy explosives stems from the high material costs. Once we achieve mass production and further breakthroughs in raw materials, the costs will only decrease. Within the next year, we should be able to bring the price of high-energy explosives down to the same level as industrial explosives. Xin Xingzhu, standing nearby, widened her eyes in surprise. You've already mastered the independent synthesis of these raw materials? Lu Shaoqiu nodded. At that point, replacing all explosives with high-energy explosives would be feasible. What does that mean? Xinyawu, clearly still out of the loop, asked with a blank expression. Grandpa, a standard hand grenade or rifle grenade only holds 100 to 200 grams of explosive charge. He just mentioned 500 yuan per kilogram. That means 1 kilogram of high-energy explosives could make 50 to 100 bombs, bringing the cost per bomb down to just 5 to 10 yuan. The metal casings become practically worthless by comparison. Xinyawu's eyes lit up at once. This explanation clicked instantly. Excellent. Let's go with this. Xiao Lu, don't sell it too cheaply, you need to make a profit yourself. I know you're patriotic, but when it comes to compensation, I won't let you lose out. Xinyawu patted Lu Shaoqiu on the shoulder and laughed heartily. Before they knew it, the end of March arrived. When Xinyawu received Lu Shaoqiu's notification and arrived at Lu Shaoqiu's Red Dragon group to participate in the new equipment trial, the unveiled new gear instantly caught his attention. 2 rifles he'd never seen before. The muzzles were nearly as thick as a fist. One measured 1,415 millimeters in total length, while the other was slightly shorter at 1,225 millimeters. Both featured drum magazines and were equipped with optical sights and tripods. Lu, give us the rundown, what's this new gear? Xinyawu pressed excitedly. Accompanying him were several officers from the Southwest Military Region's ground forces. As soldiers, who wouldn't love guns? But at this stage, even the latest domestically developed rifles hadn't been fully deployed nationwide, let alone the development of new firearms. Yet this new rifle before them clearly caught everyone's attention. Gentlemen, before you is the Dragon Fong, a sniper grenade launcher independently developed by our Red Dragon Technology Group. You see 2 variants of this grenade launcher. The light model weighs 13 kilograms, measures 1,225 millimeters in length, and carries a 4-round drum magazine. The heavy model weighs 25 kilograms, measures 1,415 millimeters in length, and carries a 15-round drum magazine. It fires 35mm grenades and is equipped with laser rangefinding and night vision capabilities. We've also implemented sound suppression technology, resulting in minimal muzzle flash and virtually no audible firing noise during deployment, ensuring exceptional concealment. After Lu Shaoqiu's explanation, many still failed to grasp the superior performance of this weapon. To many, it seemed no different from a large-caliber sniper rifle. Lu Shaoqiu said no more, instead ordering the rifle handed to the accompanying army officers for trial firing. The accompanying army officer was actually an acquaintance of Lu Shaoqiu, none other than Kong Yu, the squad leader of a special operations unit who had previously made a wager with Lu Shaoqiu. Kong Yu took the Dragon Tooth grenade launcher and immediately felt its substantial weight in his hands. After Kong Yu set up the tripod, Lu Shaoqiu gestured for the officers present to pick up their binoculars and look toward an open area roughly a kilometer away. Parked there was an Type 85 tank that Lu Shaoqiu had requested from the military region. This tank model belonged to the 2.5 generation, falling somewhat short of 3rd generation tanks. Its main selling points were affordability and experimental features, and it had never been formally adopted by the domestic military. The Southwest Military District still had a few units, but they had been sitting idle for a long time. However, this particular tank was fitted with spaced armor, providing protection against heat-high explosive anti-tank rounds. Its frontal armor thickness reached 330 millimeters. When everyone realized Lu Shaoqiu intended to use a large-caliber sniper rifle against a tank, they all thought he was probably insane. Yet when Kong Yu pulled the trigger, a burst of flames erupted from the tank's armor. Smoke billowed from the tank's surface, and before everyone's eyes, the turret of that Type 85 tank was blown clean off. Detonated? The crowd gasped in shock. They turned to look at Lu Shaoqiu beside them, their expressions filled with shock. Lu Shaoqiu merely smiled faintly. Don't worry, there's more to come. Chapter 40, You're as ridiculous as your cover. Amidst the crowd's bewildered stares, Lu Shaoqiu pointed to a nearby building. This building had been specifically preserved after Lu Shaoqiu took over the factory grounds. Originally, several structures in this vicinity belonged to private industrial and mining enterprises. After the entire plot was taken over by the military district and leased to Lu Shaoqiu long-term at virtually no cost, he preserved some of these man-made structures to serve as props for simulating battlefield conditions in the testing grounds. Lu Shaoqiu addressed the group. Our current simulation involves enemy militants concealed within a building with standard wall thickness. Major Kong, you may commence firing. Roger. As Kong Yu pulled the trigger, another grenade shell left the barrel. Moments later, a deafening roar echoed from a kilometer away. Even before the sound reached them, everyone's binoculars captured a sudden cloud of dust erupting, followed by the entire building collapsing in an instant. Roofs caved in, walls crumbled. The sheer power. Many army officers who witnessed this through their binoculars stood up in unison. Even Kongyu, the shooter, quickly pulled his eyes away from the scope. He stared in disbelief at the building that had just collapsed, finding it hard to believe a rifle could achieve such destruction. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce this weapon. The Dragon Fang Sniper Grenade Launcher, designated LY-01, boasts an effective firing range of 1,400 meters. It can be equipped with conventional rifle grenades or the specially designed Dragon Roar rifle grenades. The Dragon Roar grenades contain a new high-energy explosive developed independently by our Red Dragon Technology Group and manufactured by a Southern Research Institute. This explosive achieves a detonation velocity of 12,000 meters per second, boasting an energy density 3 times that of conventional TNT. This high-energy explosive can be blended with other materials for diverse applications. The current Dragon Roar grenades utilize high oxygen content materials, generating an even more powerful shockwave. Even if the enemy is concealed behind cover, the blast wave generated by the explosion is sufficient to eliminate them. Our tests confirm that even large sandbags filled with wet sand and measuring over 1 meter in diameter cannot withstand the shockwave of the Dragon Roar grenade. With the Dragon Fang Sniper Grenade Launcher, cover becomes utterly meaningless. Once our company secures the explosives manufacturing license, we will also introduce micro-guided grenades, guaranteeing pinpoint accuracy within 1,600 meters. Lu Shaoqiu's words left everyone present deeply moved. Urban warfare has always been a game of leveling the playing field in terms of firepower and numbers. No matter how advanced your modern forces are, they'll still get stuck in urban combat. Mechanized forces can't penetrate even with artillery barrages. The presence of tunnels or fortified positions makes it nearly impossible to completely eliminate enemy resistance. Moreover, the complex terrain created by destroyed buildings becomes a disaster zone for foreign troops already unfamiliar with the city. You never know when a ruin might come to life, firing a shot out of nowhere. And now you're thinking of hiding behind cover and firing from the shadows? Sorry, you're as ridiculous as your bunker. Nice. Yawu laughed heartily. But deep down, he still felt a tinge of regret. Yawu knew about the J-20, a national treasure worthy of airshows and military parades. While the Dragon Tooth Sniper Grenade Launcher was indeed formidable and impressive, it was impossible for every soldier to carry one in this year's parade for the world to see. A military parade is a time to flex your muscles. What's the point of having new equipment if you can't show it off? That's like wearing fancy clothes at night. What's the point? Still, having something was better than nothing. At least this year, no one would mock the old army for having only greenhorns. Shaoqiu, what's the selling price for this Dragon Tooth Grenade Launcher? Yawu now had only one thought: to procure it on a massive scale immediately and put it into service. The Dragon Tooth's receiver incorporates significant carbon fiber and engineering plastics, so it's a bit pricier than standard rifles. Lu Shaoqiu gestured with his hand, forming an 80,000? That's actually cheaper than a standard domestic sniper rifle? Yawu asked, his face lighting up with surprise. I meant 8,000. In reality, Lu Shaoqiu's actual production cost per Dragon Tooth was 4,000 yuan, roughly on par with the export grade Type 97. Lu Shaoqiu considered doubling the price already quite generous. But in reality, sniper rifles on the market were priced at hundreds of thousands. The reason lay in Lu Shaoqiu's adoption of numerous new production techniques on the assembly line. These innovations not only achieved high precision but also delivered exceptional environmental adaptability. Furthermore, from project initiation to production implementation, the actual R&D expenditure and development time were relatively short. With lower costs, the price naturally became more affordable. Lu Shaoqiu had implemented artificial intelligence on the production line, achieving near-complete automation. Mass-scale intelligent mechanization had maximized production speed and minimized costs to the extreme. Thus, the 4,000 yuan cost mentioned by Lu Shaoqiu represents purely the material expenses. Upon hearing that the Dragon Tooth Grenade Launcher was priced at nearly 8,000 yuan, every army officer present wore an expression of utter astonishment. This price wasn't just low, it was cheaper than every existing sniper rifle on the market. It was practically dirt cheap. Shaoqiu. But others didn't know Lu Shaoqiu's actual cost price, especially Yawu. Upon hearing the 8,000 yuan figure, he even suspected Lu Shaoqiu was selling at a loss just to make a name for himself. Lu, this won't do. Yawu paused before speaking. I know you're passionate about serving the country, but the state can't let you take a loss, right? You need to give us a realistic price so we can arrange procurement. Lu Shaoqiu was momentarily speechless. He couldn't very well admit he'd already doubled his investment, could he? Hey, bro, why not ask for more? Your price is too low, it'll just make people doubt the gun's performance, Kongyu whispered, leaning close to Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu hadn't considered that angle. He had no grasp of international arms market prices and hadn't researched how much a sniper rifle could fetch. So he'd simply aimed to double his money. In his view, doubling his money was already pretty good. Who knew these guys would think 8,000 was too low? How about 10,000? Lu Shaoqiu tentatively held up one finger, asking timidly. Yawu. To Shinyawo and his crew, Lu Shaoqiu seemed like the type who'd buy something for 7,900 and sell it for 8,000. After haggling with Lu Shaoqiu for ages arguing that contributing to the nation shouldn't mean working for free, they finally managed to get him to accept 30,000 for a dragon-tooth grenade launcher. Lu Shaoqiu was forced to make a furious profit of 26,000 yuan. The entire Western Theater Command placed an initial order of 10,000 units at this price. 300 million yuan in payment was transferred to Lu Shaoqiu's account that very day. Chapter 41, If we can't handle NATO, can't we handle you? While Lu Shaoqiu was racing to produce the J-20 and dragon-tooth grenade launchers, mid-March, in distant Eastern Europe, a freight train that had traversed mountains and rivers from Great Xia arrived in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. Belgrade, the capital, signed for the shipment. Undercover, John Russell, a CAI infiltrator, also detected the shipment. What's going on? Why would cargo be shipped from Dacia at this time? John Russell glanced at his colleague beside him, taking a bite of his hamburger as he spoke. Could it be that Dacia is still trying to stir up trouble in Eastern Europe? George Joshua frowned and murmured beside him. Should we report this? John Russell asked. Hold off. Let's figure out what exactly is being shipped from Dacia first, George Joshua replied. Right. Later that evening, as dusk settled in, once all was quiet, George and John quietly made their way to the warehouse storing the cargo. When they opened the shipping container holding the goods, both men frowned. Gas cylinders? Importing gas cylinders all the way from Dacia? Has Milosevic lost his mind? Do they actually think they can use these cylinders to transport natural gas to Big Mao? How could Big Mao possibly deal with them at this point? George chuckled, his frown instantly smoothing out. Due to the times, after the collapse of the Big Brother, the eldest son, Big Mao, had actually developed serious ideological problems. Domestically, oligarchs proliferated, factions vied for power, and excessive capital had devoured state assets, leaving the nation's future bleak. At this juncture, Big Mao was actively seeking alignment with the West, practically groveling at the feet of the US and NATO. Thus, on the issue of Yugoslavia and Kosovo, Big Mao could never have sided with the Yugoslavs from the outset. What about this other shipment? Could it be a trap? John hesitated. He found it hard to believe Milosevic would commit such a blunder. Let's take a look first. The two men opened the door to another warehouse storing goods. Upon seeing the bags packed in snakeskin sacks and smelling the pungent odor, both men instinctively grew wary. The chemical smell made George frown. He drew his dagger and slashed open one of the burlap sacks. When the bag split open and white crystalline particles spilled out, they almost instinctively assumed it was some kind of contraband. George hesitated for a moment, then dipped his finger into the substance and brought it to his nose. There was no smell. Then he put some in his mouth to taste. He almost instinctively thought it was some kind of contraband, even ice. But when the sharp sensation exploded on his tongue, accompanied by a sweet taste, he knew exactly what it was. Fertilizer. George spat it out, then couldn't help but snore coldly. Did the Yugoslavs really think they could fight a war and then go back to farming? They were truly out of their minds. Truthfully, it wasn't entirely the CAI agent's fault for being careless. The smell of ammonium nitrate itself wasn't particularly strong, and its scent was nearly indistinguishable from other nitrates. It was difficult to identify simply by smell. So, on one hand, these agents were indeed overconfident. On the other, the materials themselves were unremarkable. Who would suspect they could be used to build artillery? Lu Shaoqiu even thoughtfully provided several hundred meters of steel pipe, more than enough for the Yugoslavian brothers to assemble dozens of cannons. Just as George and John thought the coast was clear, they were unaware that someone else was watching them from the shadows. After all, these were men who had fought alongside the Big Brother. Back in the day, Kaburger could badmouth your father in the morning and have you on the tiger bench by nightfall. Could the Yugoslavian brothers really be any less capable? While they certainly couldn't match elite spy organizations like the CIA or MI6, that was a gap in overall capability, they were perfectly capable of tailing one or two CIA agents. Upon seeing the two men deactivate the alarm and leave the warehouse where the goods were stored, they immediately reported the matter to Milosevic. Upon learning of this, Milosevic decided to proceed with the planned delivery of the shipment. After fully processing the shipment, they broke it down into smaller batches and transported them to the warfront. Milosevic accepted Lu Shaoqiu's earlier bold proposal, while privately, Lu Shaoqiu provided him with a detailed recommendation and plan. This plan arrived in Yugoslavia alongside the cargo. The plan was transmitted using the most secure method in human history, letters which were virtually impossible to intercept or decrypt. After reading Lu Shaoqiu's letter, Milosevic realized that Lu Shaoqiu was absolutely right. This war had been unequal from the very beginning. The Kosovo ethnic armed forces were backed by the United States and NATO nations, a force of such magnitude that a country like Yugoslavia could not possibly resist. This was fundamentally an unequal war. Although the Kosovo nationalist forces could not defeat the Yugoslav army, NATO nations would inevitably intervene directly once they saw the Kosovo forces failing to achieve their desired outcome. What awaited the Yugoslav army then would be relentless aerial bombardment.
Engaging NATO in an air defense campaign was a battle Yugoslavia could not win.
After all, NATO held superiority in both fighter jets and radar technology. Yugoslavia's only option was to fortify its air defenses, protect key infrastructure, and simultaneously pressure the Kosovo Liberation Army. Only then could it divert the focus of the war. They must not allow the enemy to focus all their war efforts solely on decapitating Milosevic. The approach is straightforward. If NATO dared to launch airstrikes, Yugoslavia would strike the ethnic armed forces in Kosovo. This armed conflict was instigated by ethnic armed forces in Kosovo with NATO's covert backing. If I can't take on NATO, do you think I can't take you on? All Yugoslavia needs to do is wait for NATO airstrikes, wait for the airstrikes to pass. Then they'll drag out their gas canister cannons to toughen up the Kosovo ethnic armed forces. They wouldn't engage NATO head-on at all. After reading these suggestions, Milosevic had an epiphany. Good heavens, this mysterious Eastern university truly lives up to its reputation. Even an ordinary boss could dissect the battlefield situation with such clarity. His own perspective was too narrow. All this time, he'd been fixated on negotiations and mediation, never once considering how to maximize his gains. Gains aren't begged for, they're fought for. So be it, let our economy regress 20 years. First, we'll eliminate your proxies. Sure enough, just as Shaoqiu had predicted. After the Kosovo Liberation Army failed to achieve decisive results, NATO brazenly bypassed the United Nations and declared war on Yugoslavia in late March. Round after round of airstrikes followed. Chapter 42, Where did Yugoslavia get its resources? As Shaoqiu had anticipated, NATO nations and the United States launched airstrikes immediately, leaving Yugoslavia little time to react. Stealth fighters had been overshadowed during the Gulf War, but that didn't mean they were useless. This Kosovo conflict served as a show of force for NATO nations and the United States. This conflict marked the first true debut of modern information warfare. NATO's stealth fighters and advanced radar systems delivered precision strikes across Yugoslavia, effectively executing a dimensional strike against a nation still operating with World War II-era tactics. In aerial combat, the FRY was no match for NATO and the US, both equipped with fourth-generation fighters. Forcing the FRY into aerial combat with NATO forces was tantamount to pitting their weaknesses against NATO's strengths. Even more laughable is that despite NATO's generational advantage in weaponry, Yugoslavia still managed to shoot down 61 NATO aircraft including F-117A stealth fighters along with 30 drones, 7 helicopters, and 238 cruise missiles. Of course, these figures were released by Yugoslavia. The US only acknowledges 2 F-117A losses. But purely in terms of generational gaps, having your latest equipment taken down by opponents using gear that's 1 or even 2 generations behind carries a certain comedic element. With satellite positioning above and radar navigation below, essentially flying with full situational awareness yet still having their new equipment taken down feels absurd, like shooting down an airplane with a slingshot. Thus, Shaoqiu advised Milosevic to feign air defense while effectively conceding air superiority to a certain extent, engage when possible, but prioritize preserving combat strength when necessary. Consider this, over the subsequent 78 days, NATO deployed over 1,000 aircraft, more than 40 naval vessels including an aircraft carrier, conducted 32,000 sorties, dropped 13,000 tons of bombs, and even deployed new weapons of mass destruction. But such an approach also entailed enormous costs. Each sortie and attack incurs substantial expenses, with a single air bomb or missile costing tens of millions. According to Shaoqiu's historical knowledge, NATO's total expenditure for the Kosovo War reached $13 billion. The question then became, would the Western powers, led by the United States, be willing to invest such enormous resources in a protracted conflict? If the conflict could be prolonged to a strategic stalemate, it would serve 2 purposes. First, it would draw Western attention to Yugoslavia, buying precious time for Shaoqiu's research and development and the growth of the Great Sia. Second, it would create financial disagreements between the United States and its allies. Is it worth continuing a war that has cost $13 billion without securing victory? This would become the greatest source of conflict among Western nations once the war entered a strategic stalemate. Fortunately, when the Yugoslav Federation placed its order with Shaoqiu, he had warned Milosevic that NATO would launch massive airstrikes against the country. Especially after military facilities were largely destroyed, NATO would abandon all pretense and target hospitals, schools, and high-value economic assets. From that moment on, Yugoslavia had already prepared for relocation. Most high-value economic assets, such as oil refineries and transportation hubs, had been gradually relocated underground. This was largely thanks to the underground air defense facilities constructed during World War II, which required only minor modifications to relocate the vast majority of high-value targets. For removable targets like bridges and ports, Milosevic had made early preparations. Following the commencement of the airstrikes, virtually all military installations within Yugoslavia were targeted. For the first period of the air campaign, air raid sirens sounded almost constantly every day. Internationally, NATO nations, led by the United States, conducted airstrikes that were almost like a live broadcast. Before striking a target, satellites or drones would monitor the area, posting videos and photos online for the world to see. The underlying message was clear: kill the Yugoslav chicken to scare the monkeys. What the Americans never imagined was that what Yugoslavia was actually bombing were not real weapons or fortifications. Instead, they were models made of wood or inflatable bladders. To lure infrared-guided missiles and bombs, they even thoughtfully installed small engines on these dummies. Thus, while NATO's air offensive appeared fierce, its actual impact was limited. Beyond the complete destruction of Yugoslavia's air force, ground forces suffered minimal losses. These preserved ground forces were the true core of Liu Shaoqiu's master plan. As the intensity of early airstrikes decreased from dozens of strikes per day to just a few, the Yugoslav forces gradually pinpointed the arrival times of NATO aircraft.
In Kosovo, after NATO bombers completed their missions and departed, convoys of trucks trailing 32-centimeter gas canister artillery pieces would quietly emerge from underground fortifications. Upon reaching the outskirts of areas occupied by Kosovo nationalist forces, these trucks would immediately set up their artillery. Then, one after another, gas canister shells of terrifying caliber would fly from the barrels, unleashing a barrage of fire toward the positions of the Kosovo nationalist forces. The Yugoslav soldiers firing the cannons paid no attention to accuracy. They fired as soon as they arrived, then fled immediately afterward. After a barrage of intense artillery fire, the entire Kosovo National Army was left dazed and confused. Wait, where did this artillery fire come from? Initially, neither the Kosovo Liberation Army nor NATO forces had noticed this elusive artillery squad. It wasn't until the KLA border garrison suffered heavy losses, reported to headquarters, and then to NATO, that they realized in just a few short days, the Yugoslav forces had launched no fewer than 200 artillery strikes against KLA positions. And each strike occurred immediately after NATO airstrikes concluded. In response, NATO intensified its airstrike frequency. After another round of relentless bombardment, NATO had essentially exhausted all viable military targets in the FRY. Just as they contemplated targeting high-value military assets to force Yugoslavia's surrender, the Yugoslav artillery struck again. This time, as if seeking retribution, Yugoslavia unleashed over 1,000 shells, nearly flattening the original Kosovo border region by several centimeters. Even NATO was baffled by this. Satellite imagery revealed no nearby military bases or artillery positions. Where had the FRY suddenly acquired such substantial firepower to attempt an artillery barrage? Rather than dwell on the question, NATO nations opted to intensify bombing raids on surrounding areas, aiming to crush Yugoslavia's resistance. Chapter 43, a single thought casts summer, instantly expanding the heavens. Mr. President, the results are remarkable. Belgrade, underground presidential office. Milosevic's chief of staff relayed the latest war developments. This time, with advanced preparation, all Yugoslav nations had already relocated to underground air raid shelters. Military and firefighting units stood ready for rescue operations at any moment. Consequently, NATO's airstrikes this time resulted in relatively few casualties. This figure was significantly lower than the 300,000 deaths recorded in Liu Shaoqiu's previous life. Their gas canister artillery also achieved substantial results. 10,000 gas canisters had already been deployed before NATO's second wave of intensive airstrikes. The key was sheer volume. There was no other way. These things were incredibly cheap. Each steel cylinder cost them only $25 to purchase. Even with a payload of 35 kilograms, most of the raw materials were inexpensive fertilizer, making the 35 kilograms worth just over $10. Even factoring in labor costs, each gas cylinder shell cost less than $100. They could fire them without a second thought. Dropping 10,000 of them costs less than $1 million, yet the results are incredibly rewarding. Don't be fooled by the crude appearance of these gas cylinder cannons or their use of cheap fertilizer as raw material. Their true lethality doesn't lie in shrapnel damage, but in the shockwave generated by the explosion. Border outposts in Kosovo were completely flattened. Unofficial death tolls reached nearly 1,000. Now the Kosovo ethnic armed forces were truly caught between a rock and a hard place. If they abandon the border between Kosovo and Serbia, Yugoslav forces will advance unimpeded. But if they defend it, they will face the next wave of artillery bombardment. The Kosovo National Armed Forces can only pin their hopes on their NATO allies, praying they will swiftly eliminate all Yugoslav forces near the border. In reality, however, after exhausting their supply of gas canister shells, the Yugoslav forces had already evacuated through nearby underground facilities. Had contact been established with Mr. Liu in Great Xia? Milosevic found himself utterly awed by Liu Shaoqiu. He never imagined the current war situation would unfold almost exactly as Liu Shaoqiu had predicted. He marveled that in Great Xia, even a businessman could possess such extraordinary strategic vision. And now, amidst his confusion, he suddenly glimpsed another long-forgotten path. The internal conflicts erupting in the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia stemmed not only from the covert instigation of Western powers, but also from the fact that the member states saw no future for the alliance. After the demise of the Big Brother, nearly all nations in the socialist bloc were lost, unsure of the path ahead. In their eyes, if the foremost socialist leader had fallen, did that not prove socialism was a dead-end path? But now it seems that's not the case. One senior disciple in the sect seems to have found the only solution to the problem.
And while they may not be able to master this one solution, it will undoubtedly help them. It can only be said that when the resolve to join Xiao arises, the world instantly broadens. Connection established. The confidential secretary nodded. Would you like to speak with Mr. Liu? Although the communication system had been moved underground well before the airstrikes began, the Western blockade still caused significant disruptions. Nevertheless, after much effort, Milosevic and his team managed to reach Liu Shaoqiu. Liu Shaoqiu was just about to leave work and head home. Milosevic's call came as something of a surprise to Liu Shaoqiu. Given the intelligence he currently possessed, the US and NATO forces had nearly sealed off all communication channels. The fact that they could reach him indicated Milosevic's urgency. Mr. Liu, this is our first formal conversation. Rest assured, this call has been encrypted and will not compromise your identity. We deeply appreciate your ongoing support. I now have a request to make. After expressing his gratitude, Milosevic immediately addressed the renewal matter. He directly ordered 1 million gas cylinders from Liu Shaoqiu. Simultaneously, he renewed an order for 1 million tons of ammonium nitrate fertilizer. After finalizing the orders, $325 million was immediately transferred from an overseas account into Liu Shaoqiu's account. In this era, the state remained highly sensitive to capital flows, and this large sum was initially intercepted by regulatory authorities. But it didn't take long for higher-ups to intervene, and the funds were directly deposited into Liu Shaoqiu's company account. After concluding the business deal, Milosevic raised his concerns about the entire war situation to Liu Shaoqiu. How could victory be achieved in this conflict? Liu Shaoqiu knew victory would be extremely difficult for the Yugoslav Federation. The country lacked strategic depth, in other words, its territory was too small. Fighting essentially meant battling within their own borders, making it nearly impossible for the Yugoslav Federation to extricate itself from the conflict. Yet there was still a way forward. The only thing the FRY could do now was to stall. Given the current state of the war, even if Liu Shaoqiu wanted to deliver supplies, he couldn't land, sea, and air transport routes had all been blockaded by Western nations. Even if Great Xia wanted to provide aid, it currently has no means to do so. Yet if they can hold out until May, when the Great Xia's military parade concludes, the Western powers will surely heed the Great Xia's voice. Liu Shaoqiu's words injected Milosevic with a shot of adrenaline. Though he remained uncertain about what exactly the Great Xia would undertake in May, the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia now found itself with no other options. Placing its faith in the Great Xia represented its last glimmer of hope. Then I shall await your good news, Milosevic declared solemnly. Rest assured, we the Xia people keep our word. Liu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. Milosevic's sincerity was palpable. He even conversed with Liu Shaoqiu entirely in Chinese. Liu Shaoqiu knew well that everything would change after May. Xin Yawu had been in high spirits these past few days. Earlier, Liu Shaoqiu had told him he'd give him 200 million. When he completed the RD and presented him with that sum, he made a gesture with 4 fingers. He had assumed Liu Shaoqiu meant 4 units. Little did he know that the very next day, Liu Shaoqiu delivered 400 dragon-tooth sniper grenade launchers directly to the military district. This practically drove Xin Yawu wild with joy, and he kept pestering to go to the firing range for a couple of shots every day. Liu Shaoqiu was now the darling of the entire Western Theater Command. He was the kind of guy who'd personally step in and have anyone who dared touch the military region dealt with. Meanwhile, the Central Military Commission had issued plans for a large-scale military competition. This time, all 5 theater commands would participate, the largest such event in decades. The Western Theater Command now commanded J-20 fighter squadrons overhead in Dragon's Tooth grenade launchers on the ground. Me, Xin Yawu? I'm on cloud 9. To express gratitude to Liu Shaoqiu, Xin Yawu, representing the Southwest Theater Command, extended an invitation for Liu Shaoqiu to witness the upcoming exercise. Liu Shaoqiu readily accepted. He also wanted to see just how much of an advantage the equipment he had developed held over the gear of this era. Chapter 44, 1 against 4. Soon, the time for the grand military competition arrived. This exercise was not only meticulously prepared but also heavily promoted beforehand. Both domestic and international attention was focused on this exercise involving the 5 major military regions. Unprecedentedly, the Central Military Commission even invited foreign observation delegations to witness the proceedings at the drill grounds. Among these invited guests were the United States and the Soviet Union, nations whose relations with the Great Xia Empire had recently become increasingly ambiguous. As the eldest son of the former superpower, it had now shifted its ideology, defecting from the socialist camp to the capitalist one, leading to increasingly tense relations with the Great Xia. Meanwhile, the United States, renowned as a global arms dealer and a shadowy manipulator of international affairs, was also extended an invitation, a development that surprised many nations. This surprise extended beyond neighboring nations. Even the United States itself found the invitation unexpected. The U.S. Department of Defense is also wondering what exactly the Great Xia has up its sleeve. Since the last century, the U.S. Department of Defense has maintained various plans targeting Daxia. So many senior officials within the department are practically half Daxians. They were considered half-experts because while most could speak Chinese and understood Daxia's culture, they had never actually visited the country to experience it firsthand. Faced with Daxia's invitation, they suddenly split into two factions. One faction opposes the invitation, viewing it as a treacherous banquet a ploy to lure American generals onto Chinese soil only to detain and threaten them. The other faction adopted a wait-and-see stance, viewing the invitation as a provocation, a gamble that the American officers would refuse to attend. This refusal, they reasoned, would give the international community ammunition against the U.S. The Great Xia could then accuse America of arrogance and snubbing a sincere invitation from a friendly nation, tarnishing its global image and straining its alliances. This strategy was actually proposed by Liu Shaoqiu. It was a calculated gambit. It wasn't just the United States. Liu Shaoqiu even had the Central Military Commission issue formal invitations to Japan and South Korea, urging them to attend. The U.S. Department of Defense's speculation was largely on the mark. Simultaneously, it was sowing discord between the U.S. and its Asia-Pacific allies. If the U.S. showed up, Xinhua News Agency would have a field day. Headlines like "China and the U.S. engage in friendly exchanges after years of strained relations" or "Great Xia seeks multilateral cooperation" would flood the wires. Then we'd see if the U.S.'s loyal lapdogs Japan and South Korea would buy it. If the U.S. doesn't come, Xinhua will have even more to write about. Headlines about new forms of international bullying or developed nations looking down on third world countries will flood the media. We'll see if America's Southeast Asian lackeys and African black uncles buy it. The key is a win-win scenario. Whether you come or not, I win either way. As for the true state of relations between the US and Great Xia, take a guess. This move not only captures the international community's attention but also alleviates some pressure on the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia amid the Kosovo conflict. After all, NATO nations in Europe were also on the invitation list. Whether they came or not was up to them to figure out. In the end, nearly half of the NATO nations led by the US showed up. Ironically, America's staunchest allies Japan and South Korea did not attend. Time quickly advanced to May 1st. A massive three-day military exercise involving nearly 100,000 personnel from 5 major theater commands unfolded across the North China Plain. After the foreign observation delegation arrived, Liu Shaoqiu quietly observed them from the sidelines. He noticed that their military ranks weren't particularly high. The highest was a major. Clearly, they still harbored lingering apprehension about this invitation from Great Xia. "Liu, these foreign visitors' ranks aren't high enough." Xinyao approached Liu Shaoqiu, his voice laced with worry. As the one who had vouched for Liu Shaoqiu and proposed this open strategy, Xinyao now felt deeply uneasy. He wasn't sure how the current situation might impact Liu Shaoqiu's plans. Liu Shaoqiu burst into laughter. "Old man, you're overthinking it. In my view, their ranks are just right. If they were too high, they'd easily see through our cards. They need to be lower. As for publicity, old man, let me teach you one more thing. On the international propaganda battlefield, learn to pose questions instead of getting trapped in self-justification within the opponent's narrative." "What do you mean?" As a veteran of the battlefield, Xinyao admittedly knew little about propaganda. "What I mean is, externally, I say what I say, no explanations, no answers. Learn to throw questions back at them. Take now, for instance. I announce Western officials are visiting, but when taking photos, we capture faces, not ranks. Who knows exactly what level of officials they are? Do you really expect NATO countries to recognize every single officer from each other? What I want is to create a chain of suspicion. I want to foster distrust between the United States and its allies. You can probably see the difference in political significance between an ordinary officer attending and an active duty high-ranking official attending, right?" Liu Shaoqiu asked with a mischievous grin. "You." Liu Shaoqiu's explanation made Xinyao feel enlightened. Indeed, the official media back home can be far too honest at times. "I'll report this immediately." Xinyao turned to make a call, arranging follow-up publicity efforts. Meanwhile, commanders of major theater commands began convening. Xian Shilin, commander of the Northern Theater Command, immediately greeted his counterparts from the Eastern, Southern, and Central Theater Commands. "Where's Old Shen? Why isn't he here?" Gao Hanwen, commander of the Eastern Theater Command, looked around but saw no sign of Xinyao and couldn't help asking. "You wouldn't believe it, but Old Shen's in high demand right now." Wang Dijia, commander of the Central Theater, chuckled. Well versed in the inner workings, he wasn't surprised by Xinyao's absence. "I hear you've got some new gear to show off this year, Old Shen?" Commander Xiao Jun of the Southern Theater Command asked Xian Shilin tentatively. "Well, you'll see when the time comes. What's the playbook this year? Tell us how we're going to fight it." Xian Shilin smiled at his old comrades before fixing his gaze on Wang Dijia, commander of the Central Theater Command. The so-called script refers to the exercise regulations. Since the founding of the nation in the last century, large-scale military corps exercises have always followed a script. Though it appeared to be a clash between two major armies, the entire battlefield's trajectory and the coordination between all units were already scripted. As the commander overseeing the capital's defenses, Wang Dijia typically received first-hand intelligence.
However, Wang Dijia's subsequent response caused the commanders of the major war zones to turn pale. This year? There is no script this year. This year's exercise is completely unscripted, testing each war zone's mobilization capabilities. Although a command center has been established this time, its purpose is to increase the difficulty for Old Shun. The 4 of us will play the role of the US military, with 4 of us taking on Old Shun alone. Xian Shilin and others. What? Chapter 45. Hey? How did you die? What? Me against 4? Boss, you can't treat me like the Japanese. Upon learning the exercise details, Shin Yaowu himself was equally stunned. Zero sat grinning on the observation platform and asked, what? You've got new weapons and gear now, Shin Yaowu. Don't you deserve a bit more challenge? But boss, having 4 of them take on me alone is a bit much, don't you think? Honestly, even though Shin Yaowu knew the gear Lu Shaoqiu had developed was impressive, he still felt uneasy. Although Lu Shaoqiu had shared all the technical details of the new equipment with the military, these systems had never seen combat. No one truly knew what kind of battlefield impact they could deliver. Military personnel of this era were much like their Yugoslav counterparts, though they'd witnessed the superiority of modern information warfare during the Gulf War. The actual methods and possibilities of waging such wars remained entirely unknown. Therefore, even with Lu Shaoqiu's new equipment in hand, Shin Yaowu remained uncertain. If your equipment can't crush its contemporaries, then I doubt the nation would justify such colossal investment, right? I've reviewed Long Bowen's report aircraft costing hundreds of millions each. You should understand what that signifies. Zero spoke deliberately. I understand. Only then did Shin Yaowu realize this wasn't some grand military competition, it was a full-scale brawl. This was the Central Military Commission testing the Western Theater Command. Fail this test, and future military funding and resources for the Western Theater Command would be slashed by half. Substandard new aircraft at this price? The nation simply couldn't afford it. But if they passed? The Western Theater Command would take off from the ground up. For at least the next 2 decades, national resources would tilt toward the southwest both militarily and in civilian development. Moreover, Shin Yaowu might even achieve even greater heights. Therefore, this battle is one he absolutely must win. After saluting, Shin Yaowu returned to his command center to prepare orders. Jack, regarding the Great Xia military exercise invitation, what do you think their true purpose is? Unlike other NATO nations, the US sent 2 majors this time. Oscar, you know these yellow monkeys love nothing more than bluster. I reckon the Great Xia folks are no different from those Southeast Asian yellow monkeys, they flaunt whatever they've got. Little do they know, what they call advanced looks like a circus act to us. Jack chuckled. Exactly. We'll just treat it as a sideshow. Major Oscar chuckled in agreement. Over here, NATO officers were also exchanging whispers. They were all speculating on the purpose of Dacia's invitation to observe the exercises. But these arrogant white folks mostly reached the same conclusion as Jack and Oscar. They believed the Great Xia had invited them purely to show off, and most of them saw themselves as mere spectators. Gentlemen, the exercise will commence shortly. Please take your seats. Under the direction of the Exercise Command Center, all invited foreign officers took their assigned seats. What no one had anticipated was that everyone except the Western Theater Command wore red armbands, designating them as the Red Team. Meanwhile, all personnel from the Western Theater Command wore blue armbands. No one had ever witnessed such a division of forces. With 100,000 personnel participating in this exercise, a staggering 75,000 were assigned to the Red Team. Such a massive disparity in combat strength was unprecedented not only for the foreign observers but even for many domestic officers. Meanwhile, the Red Team's vanguard was already preparing to disregard the rules of engagement. Immediately after the exercise commenced, the Red Team planned to deploy their air squadron for precision strikes against the Blue Team's ground forces. Ha! No script this time, and with 75,000 of us against 25,000, the advantage is ours. Just wait, today we'll beat the crap out of those Western Theater Command bastards. As the aircraft took off, pilot Luo Chuan from the Northern Theater Command boasted over the radio to his squadron comrades. That's right, we're now equipped with the J-11s freshly developed by the Northern Research Institute. This time, we'll definitely teach those Western Theater Command guys a lesson. The J-11 developed by the Northern Institute had just rolled off the production line, with only a handful built so far. Even the most basic performance tuning hadn't been completed. But there was no doubt that the current J-11 outperformed the J-8 in every aspect. In their eyes, the Western Theater Command was a bunch of savages still flying J-8s. The Northern Institute also intended to use this exercise to test the new aircraft's capabilities. After all, the ultimate test is the battlefield. Such opportunities are rare. Previous exercises strictly followed pre-scripted scenarios, primarily training the coordination capabilities of various military units. The focus was on how to complete missions as quickly and effectively as possible within existing frameworks. Now, however, the command center had made it clear, no script. It was all up to their own skills. Having aircraft and not using them would be like stabbing yourself in the butt with a fire poker. Soon, the few J-11 prototypes took off.
Just as the Red Air Force was preparing to strike the Blue Ground Forces first, an announcement suddenly crackled through the Red pilots' headsets. Seagull 1, you are downed. Land immediately. Seagull 1 was Luo Chuan's flight call sign. His entire squadron was designated with Seagull call signs. Ha? No way. His comrades beside him were equally bewildered, clueless about what was happening. One even chuckled, no way, Captain, you're dead? But an even more baffling event unfolded for the flight formation. Across the entire Seagull squadron, including the nearby Golden Eagle squadron, a broadcast from the command center echoed through every pilot's headset. Seagull 3, you are confirmed downed. Land immediately. Golden Eagle 1, you have been killed. Golden Eagle 2, you have been killed. Within mere minutes, at the Red Army Command Center, several commanders angrily slammed their pens onto the table, shouting, "Damn it! This is rigged. In less than 3 minutes, our entire flight formation was wiped out, and we don't even know who hit us." Exactly. It must be scripted again. Just as the commanders were venting their frustration, the Directorate's announcement suddenly echoed through their field tents: Red Army Command Headquarters has been destroyed. All personnel are confirmed dead. Exercise terminated. Xian Shilin and the other 4 commanders? Damn it, how many minutes have passed from start to now? It's over already? What the hell is going on with the Western Theater Command? They must be cheating. Chapter 46, Reactions from All Sides. What? It's over already? What the hell is going on with the Great Xia? They drag us all the way out here just to show us this? Jack and Oscar were just getting ready for a thrilling show, only to be abruptly informed the exercise had concluded. No ground forces clashing, no rockets dueling, no dogfights in the skies. Even as everyone in the observation stands remained utterly bewildered, the exercise was declared over. From start to finish, it took only 3 minutes. Everyone in the observation stands could be said to have seen nothing but emptiness. After all, from their vantage point, they could see the vast training grounds right before them, yet all they witnessed from start to finish was the clear blue sky, white clouds, and the endless Gobi Desert, not a single soldier or tank in sight. Even the Red Force's 4 major corps remained utterly baffled. Yet after repeated verification, they had indeed lost. The reason was simple: the Red side's command center had been struck by an airstrike, obliterated by a single missile fired by the Blue side. Lu Shaoqiu wasn't the least bit surprised by this outcome. In fact, he would have been genuinely surprised if the outcome had been any different. At that moment, Major Oscar, seated in the observation area, suddenly seemed to spot something. He reached out, furrowed his brow, and gazed toward the distant horizon. "Hey! Jack! Lend me your binoculars! Quick!" Jack was puzzled by Oscar's request but handed over the binoculars anyway. Fearing the fleeting sight might vanish if he blinked, Oscar cautiously peered through one eyepiece at a tiny black speck in the distant sky. What is that? A bird? An airplane? After peering through the binoculars at the distant speck, he finally saw its true form. It was an airplane he'd never seen before. He quickly pressed the camera shutter on the binoculars. This was the telescope they had specially prepared for covertly photographing Great Xia's weapons and equipment, fitted with a camera inside. Although it housed a digital camera recently developed by the United States, the technology of this era only offered a 1,000,000-pixel resolution. The distance was too great, so the resulting photo remained a blurry, indistinct smudge. No one could have imagined that the exercise, originally planned for 3 days, would conclude in less than 3 minutes. Particularly for the Northern Theater Command's Air Force, several newly rolled-off J-11 fighters were declared shot down immediately after takeoff. Everything happened too quickly for anyone to react. The large contingent of foreign military observers initially failed to grasp what had transpired. Only upon returning to their hotel did the full implications gradually sink in. Could it be that the Great Xia's military exercises weren't merely a show of force, but rather a genuine display of some major weaponry to flex their muscles? The Great Xia's combat capabilities, though Western nations refuse to acknowledge them, are met with deep wariness. The mightiest land forces in history, the world's premier light infantry, this is no joke. 50 years ago, a single man took on 17 factions. Today, which of the UN Security Council's 5 permanent members hasn't been slapped in the face by Great Xia? Yet in this exercise, the Great Xia infantry didn't even get deployed before it concluded. What kind of weaponry was deployed within the Great Xia forces on the other side? Back at the hotel room, Major Oscar connected his binoculars to a computer and downloaded the images captured through them. Though blurry, it was clearly an aircraft. Its design differed from any Great Xia aircraft we were familiar with. Oscar turned his laptop toward Jack with a grave expression. "I have reason to suspect Great Xia may have developed some advanced fighter we know nothing about." "That can't be, Oscar. Could it be a resolution issue at this distance? Is this actually their current operational equipment?" Though he said this, Jack's brow furrowed into a deep crease. He clearly considered this possibility but refused to accept it. "Should we report this?" Major Oscar asked solemnly. "We should report it," Jack replied, unwilling to take any chances. At this point, it was better to err on the side of caution. If the Great Xia Empire had indeed developed some new aircraft, and they possessed the data yet failed to report it, the future consequences would be unimaginable. As for whether it was real or fake, that was for the top brass to determine. Meanwhile, in the Central Military Commission conference room of Daxia, all 5 theater commanders were present, flanked by the commanders of each service branch within their respective theaters. Compared to the 2 commanders from the Western Theater Command, however, the commanders of the other 4 theaters wore distinctly grim expressions. What a disgrace! The exercise had barely begun just 3 minutes in and they'd been utterly crushed. Or perhaps humiliation wasn't quite the right word. It was more a feeling of frustration. All 4 theater commanders present were thinking, how could we lose before even playing our strongest cards? With so many army corps still untouched, it felt like playing cards and having your 2 aces and 4 twos stolen before you could play them, like getting swept in a single round of spring in a card game. Alright, this debriefing session is primarily to shift our mindset. As the highest-ranking member of the Central Military Commission, Zero looked at all the officers present and said with a smile, Old Shen, why don't you explain to everyone how you won? This old soldier can't explain it clearly. Old Long, you take it. Shen Yao chuckled foolishly, his face beaming with delight, grinning so widely his pearly whites were practically spilling out as he looked at the other theater commanders. Me? I barely finished school. I don't understand most of these technical terms. Why don't we let Xiao Lu explain it? Long Bowen looked awkwardly at Zero and suggested. Xiao Lu? The commanders of the major theater commands heard that name for the first time. Fine. As the chief engineer, he should explain it properly. Zero nodded in agreement. Hearing Zero's words, Long Bowen and Shen Yawu also grasped the signal he was sending. The leadership clearly intended to roll out the new equipment on a massive scale. Soon, Lu Shaoqiu was escorted into the conference room by his guard. Facing the imposing group of generals, he felt an overwhelming sense of solemnity wash over him. Lu Shaoqiu is here. Come, tell us how the Western Theater Command achieved victory this time, Zero said, turning to Lu Shaoqiu with a smile. This elderly figure was someone Lu Shaoqiu had only ever seen on television. Now he finally stood before him in person. Certainly. Lu Shaoqiu nodded, then placed a small circular device on the table. Allow me to introduce the 5th-generation fighter jet developed by our Red Dragon technology, the J-20. As Lu Shaoqiu spoke, the disc on the table suddenly illuminated, revealing a holographic model of the J-20 before everyone's eyes. Everyone, including Zero, was momentarily speechless. Chapter 47, This is cheating. Seeing the stunned expressions, Lu Shaoqiu smiled and said, looks like you're all more interested in this little gadget our company made. Before introducing the J-20, let me tell you about this device. This is our newly developed product, the Dragon Shadow Holographic Display Device. Dragon Shadow can connect to devices via Bluetooth, wired connections, microwave, or even photoelectric sensing technology to project holographic images. The Dragon Shadow device is not yet available on the market. Our plan is to launch it within a year. Stay tuned. After briefly introducing the holographic display device in his hand, Lu Shaoqiu shifted his focus back to explaining the aircraft. His flaunting of the new device wasn't without purpose. This thing is far more effective than traditional sand tables. Once the major military regions learn about it, they'll inevitably consider procurement, right? And procurement means money. Lu Shaoqiu had just poured all the funds received from the Southern Alliance minus production and operational costs into the system. He's back to square one. Orders are urgently needed. The J-20 comes in standard and advanced variants. The standard model measures 22 meters in length, 14 meters in wingspan, and 5 meters in height, with an empty weight of approximately 18 tons and a maximum takeoff weight of about 37 tons. It can reach speeds up to Mach 1.83, with a maximum speed of Mach 2.5. Operating at altitudes of 20,000 meters, it boasts a combat radius of 2,000 kilometers, a lift coefficient of 22, and utilizes turbofan engines with a thrust-to-weight ratio of approximately 11. Features a canard configuration, equipped with our company's proprietary avionics system, including an active phased array radar and distributed optical aperture system, achieving full stealth capability. The nose-mounted gallium nitride active phased array radar can detect and engage enemy aircraft at distances exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Whoa! Lu Shaoqiu's words sent a collective gasp of shock through the assembled Air Force commanders. Especially Qian Shilin of the Northern Theater Command. Compared to the J-8, the J-11 specifications were already significantly superior. The J-11 was developed as a domestic variant based on the Su-27, yet every metric is comprehensively outclassed by the J-20. After successfully developing the J-11, the Northern Theater Command had intended to hold its head high. But now, it's no longer appealing. The J-20 is so sleek. That aerodynamic layout. That wingspan. That design philosophy. It's a sight for sore eyes. Congratulations to the J-11 for achieving the title of fastest cow wife. Even Qian Shilin himself seems to have lost some respect for the J-11. Xiaolu, I heard you mention follow-on variants? What are they? Zero asked the crucial question. Lu Shaoqiu naturally didn't hold back, immediately replying with a smile. Yes, based on combat requirements, we've developed 3 follow-on variants of the J-20. They are, the J-20C with vertical takeoff and landing capability, the J-20G, designed for lightweight mechanisms and large-scale weapon carriage, and the J-20S, a 2-seat variant for operating in formation with unmanned aerial vehicles. Due to material advancements, these variants have an empty weight of only about 7 tons. They feature a longer, taller fuselage with larger weapon bays and are powered by our self-developed variable cycle engine, the Variable 2. They achieve a theoretical cruise speed of Mach 4 and a maximum speed of Mach 6. Takeoff weight reaches 56 tons, with a lift-to-weight ratio of 26 and a minimum takeoff distance of just 180 meters. The avionics system differs from standard models, with later variants equipped with a gallium oxide active phased array radar offering a maximum detection radius of 2,000 kilometers. No regrets about the loss. Upon learning all the J-20's specifications, the generals present had no further objections. After all, combat performance speaks loudest. During this exercise, the J-20s from the Western Theater Command actually took off later than those from the other 4 theater commands.
However, due to its shorter takeoff distance, the J-20s were the first to airborne and gained the initiative.
After taking off, the J-20s detected the takeoff of J-11s and J-8s via radar, precisely locked onto them, and launched missile strikes. Similarly, the command centers of the 4 major theater commands were also within the J-20's radar imaging range.
Consequently, they suffered airstrikes from the J-20s. Thus, the exercise concluded.
This time we deployed the standard issue J-20s.
How frustrating is that? After Lu Shaoqiu finished his briefing, Xing Yaowu delivered the final blow.
The implication was clear: had they deployed the next generation variant, the outcome would have been even faster and more overwhelming. At that moment, everyone present fell silent.
This is cheating. How big is the entire exercise area?
Not even 1,000 kilometers in radius. Essentially, from the very start, the Western Theater Command's aircraft operated as if they had full war fog, knowing every single one of their movements and capable of precise strikes at any moment.
The 3-minute delay was purely due to the time required for aircraft takeoff and missile flight.
Seeing the desired outcome achieved, Zero smiled and said, "Gentlemen, the primary purpose of this exercise, beyond showcasing the new equipment of the Great Xia Air Force, is to shift your mindset.
Xiao Lu, you take it from here." Understood. Long before the exercise commenced, Lu Shaoqiu's report on New Era air combat had already been submitted through Long Bowen. This report had been placed on Zero's desk before the exercise commenced. After reading it for the first time, Zero felt not joy but dread. He realized that the previous development direction of the Great Xia had been flawed. Our current equipment development prioritizes high firepower and high maneuverability. But I must emphasize, this is a new era, and we need new thinking. In this age, who still fights bayonet to bayonet? High-altitude dogfights and large-scale troop charges are obsolete. We possess the world's strongest ground forces, but if the enemy strikes with missiles, are we to send soldiers to shield them with their bodies? Lu Shaoqiu's words struck a chord with every general present, leaving them speechless. Indeed, as Lu Shaoqiu stated, precisely because this was an exercise, the Western Theater Command only needed to destroy the Red Force's command center. But what if the enemy's objective was to decimate our combat strength? A single wave of missiles could level the entire area. No matter how steeled their will, they remain flesh and blood. That is why our company, Red Dragon, proposed the concept of beyond visual range strike. Next, allow me to introduce our company's second product, the KJ-6000. As he spoke, Lu Shaoqiu pressed the remote control in his hand. A large aircraft carrying a massive circular disc appeared before the audience. The KJ-6000 comes in both standard and advanced variants. The standard model features 4 turbofan engines, with a maximum takeoff weight of 300 tons, a payload capacity of 70 tons, a top speed of 1,000 km per hour, an endurance of approximately 12 hours, a range exceeding 10,000 km, and a service ceiling of 22,000 meters. It carries a digital array radar with an effective detection radius of 2,000 km. The advanced variant represents a comprehensive enhancement.
It utilizes 4 latest generation variable cycle engines, achieving a maximum takeoff weight of 350 tons, a maximum payload capacity exceeding 100 tons, a top speed of Mach 15, a cruise duration exceeding 20 hours, a range surpassing 20,000 kilometers, and a service ceiling of 25,000 meters. The onboard digital array radar provides an effective detection radius exceeding 3,000 kilometers.
Everyone in the conference room, whoa. Chapter 48, drop by sometime. KJ-6000.
Every general present realized how profoundly this aircraft would reshape the future landscape of warfare. However, the KJ-6000 is still in the design phase and has not yet entered production.
The current data is purely theoretical, and you may continue to submit requests. But the company is currently facing financial constraints, and production is estimated to take around 5 years. Lu Shaoqiu's words instantly left all the officers present, including Zero, speechless, caught between laughter and tears. You little rascal, using this occasion to pitch for investment.
Rather than discussing something not yet off the production line, let's focus on what we have available now. Little Lou, is your J-20 ready for commissioned production? Zero inquired with a benevolent smile. The standard version poses no issues once aircraft manufacturers acquire the corresponding fuselage and fan blade production processes. However, the advanced version remains exclusive to our factory for now. Neither the variable cycle engine nor our proprietary E-carbon iron titanium alloy can be produced domestically with current technology even if we disclose the processes. Very well. Then the state will purchase the complete J-20 manufacturing process from you. Aircraft manufacturers nationwide will then commission you for production. Naturally, the state won't let you work for free. Each aircraft will receive a 10 million yuan subsidy from the state. Zero stated solemnly. Zero's meaning was clear. Major theater commands would place direct orders with Lu Shaoqiu. Beyond follow-on models, these orders would be subcontracted to other domestic aircraft manufacturers. For each aircraft produced by these manufacturers, the state would subsidize Lu Shaoqiu with 10 million yuan effectively payment for purchasing the manufacturing process. Based on the data Lu Shaoqiu knew from his previous life, the Great Xia nation possessed around 300 J-20s. This meant the standard production technology alone was worth at least 3 billion yuan. Lu Shaoqiu's original profits would remain substantial, effectively equating to a 3 billion yuan direct subsidy from the state to Red Dragon Group. After that, Shiliang Group could focus on. Xiaolu, if our Air Force pledges full support, how far could you take this KJ-6000? After finalizing the J-20 production plan allocation, Air Force Commander Ma Qingyun posed the question. The KJ-6000 is designed based on large transport aircraft, so naturally, the greater the payload capacity, the stronger the combat capability. Our current KJ-6000 is based on a 60-ton large transport aircraft. If funding permits, we could attempt to replicate the In-225 MRIA transport aircraft and design a new KJ-6000 based on that. At that point, the aircraft's combat capability could double. The In-225. As the crowning achievement of our aviation industry, this legendary transport aircraft hailed as an industrial marvel can freely traverse between suborbital and subspace trajectories. With a maximum payload capacity of 200 tons, its cargo hold spans an astonishing 1,300 square meters. Remarkably, it can even carry aircraft on its dorsal deck. How much will it cost? How long will it take? Ma Qingyun asked with a smile. What Lu Shaoqiu had just described held immense significance for the Great Xia Air Force. This was far more than just acquiring a single airborne early warning aircraft. It was a buy one get one free deal. The current Y-8C transport aircraft, a medium-class model based on the older In-12 design, has a maximum payload of only 20 tons and a cargo hold volume of just 123 square meters. Put simply, the In-225's single-flight cargo capacity equaled 10 Y-8 flights. If the KJ-6000 is indeed based on the In-225 design, its transport capacity would allow it to carry a larger digital array radar. This means more radar components, enhanced detection precision, improved anti-jamming capabilities, and superior multi-target processing. Not 10 billion. 5 billion. Just 5 billion. I will deliver within a year. Lu Shaoqiu declared with absolute confidence. As Lu Shaoqiu spoke, he was already searching the system for In-225 blueprints. The In-225 blueprints were priced at 500 million in the system. The system's built-in enhancement feature allowed users to input their own materials and blueprints, then pay to upgrade them into advanced blueprints. The more technology added, the higher the cost. Lu Shaoqiu calculated that if he combined his existing material technology, chip technology, and the In-225 blueprint, he would need roughly 10 billion more to upgrade. Previously, with the J-20 and J-36, since Lu Shaoqiu had seen them in his previous life, reconstructing them using the technology he obtained from his beginner's gift pack wasn't difficult. The technology to build mechs already existed, and reverse engineering fighter jet technology like the J-20 was relatively straightforward, especially when starting from the aerodynamic design. But the In-225? That massive brick of a plane? Lifting hundreds of tons with just 6 turbofan engines? That's where the black tech comes in. Very well. The Central Military Commission will allocate 50 billion yuan for this project. The first unit must be delivered by this time next year. Zero gave the final approval immediately. Sir, isn't this approach overly risky? After Lu Shaoqiu left the conference room, the commanders-in-chief of the 3 military services and the theater commanders gathered for a meeting. Admiral Yang Hongtuoban, commander of the Navy, spoke up. What if he fails to deliver by next year? Long Bowen smiled mysteriously. Old Yang, let me ask you, with our current technology, how long do you think it would take to develop an aircraft carrier? Without an existing carrier for us to study, developing one from scratch with our current technology would take at least another 10 to 20 years, Yang Hongtao replied after careful consideration. But he quickly realized the implication in Long Bowen's words, his expression stiffening as he looked up. You mean Xiaolu has one? Long Bowen nodded. I haven't seen his carrier blueprints, but he showed me a design for a medium fighter jet. He claimed it was a carrier-based fighter he designed for our Great Xia.
Its attack capabilities are no weaker than the J-20's. I don't believe he'd design a carrier-based fighter without carrier technology. That kid's crafty, he's definitely waiting for the Navy to come knocking. Long Bowen's words caused everyone present to widen their eyes in astonishment. That kid. Alright, let's leave it at that for now. The carrier-based fighter isn't urgent. We'll revisit it after Shaoqiu gets the KJ-6000 operational. I suggest we grant Shaoqiu an Air Force-wide Friendly Cooperation Unit designation. After all, he's a private enterprise. Having military backing will make many things easier. Zero put forward his suggestion. I agree. Air Force Commander Ma Qingyun nodded. Old Yang, if you have time, drop by Jincheng sometime and chat with Shaoqiu. You might just get a pleasant surprise. Zero chuckled, patting Yang Hontao's shoulder as he spoke. Chapter 49, Someone Setting the Tone. The day after the exercise concluded, a piece of news began quietly spreading across the globe. A press release titled China and the U.S. hold summit after 2 decades. U.S. senior military officer appears at Daxia military exercise, hinting at deeper cooperation, began circulating globally. The origin of this press release was untraceable, yet it rapidly fermented across social media platforms worldwide in multiple languages. What surprised the entire world was that the first to react were not the protagonists of the news, the United States, but rather Japan and South Korea. Instead of immediately speaking up for their American ally, these two nations condemned the media outlet spreading the news, dismissing all reports as false information. The message was clear: it's fake, I don't believe it. Subsequently, more unverified rumors began circulating internationally. A highly blurred photograph began circulating online. The image was practically pixelated, yet it vaguely resembled the outline of an aircraft. Then, a narrative began to spread online. News of what appeared to be Daxia's latest generation fighter jet surfaced and gained traction online. In this era, the internet was still unfiltered, so the news sparked massive discussions among netizens worldwide. Next generation fighter jet? Don't be ridiculous. How could Daxia possibly develop a new generation of fighter jets? Compared to the United States, Daxia is still far behind. Netizens from Japan immediately took to the internet to vent their skepticism, refusing to believe Daxia could produce a new fighter jet. When it comes to world-class aircraft, look no further than our own glorious fighter. Our white elephant nation's glorious fighter is the true pinnacle of aviation. In an instant, the entire internet split into 2 camps, though clearly those who believed Daxia could develop a new fighter jet remained in the minority. Most of the online debates were between Daxia's own netizens. However, computers were still expensive at this stage, and internet penetration was far too low to match the hundreds of millions of netizens from my previous life. Most Daxia netizens in this era were either well-educated individuals from affluent families or overseas students. The term highly educated in this era wasn't yet a derogatory label. These genuine intellectuals had received quality education from childhood. Asking them to engage in keyboard wars with foreign trolls was like pitting eggs against stones. Damn it! This is infuriating. Xinxingzhu shoved her keyboard aside, nearly smashing the monitor in front of her. Shaoqiu, what's got you so worked up? Just as Xinxingzhu's resolve shattered under the foreign netizens' barrage, her helpless rage boiling over, a teasing voice drifted in from the doorway. A poised woman with short hair entered Xinxingzhu's room, smiling as she looked at her. Sister Gu? You're back? Xinxingzhu looked at the woman before her, her face lighting up with surprise. Yeah, the situation in the Southern Alliance is tense. I just got rotated back for a short break before heading back out, Guingji said with a bitter smile. Why don't you just stay? It's so dangerous over there with all the fighting. Plus, with airstrikes everywhere, what if a bomb went off near here? Xinxingzhu looked at Guingji with concern. That's not an option. I have to go. If no one goes, who will bring first-hand international news to our domestic audience? When we joined, our leaders told us we are the eyes of Great Xia. If we shirk these dangerous assignments, people back home will be like those a century ago, closing their eyes to the world and knowing nothing. Xinxingzhu hadn't expected her sister-in-law Gu to possess such unwavering conviction. After all, as her childhood best friend, Guingji had turned her back on a life of privilege to become a reporter. Without that fierce conviction, she likely wouldn't have persevered. Guingji's grandfather and Xin Yawu were old comrades in arms. But he retired early, and his children didn't follow in the military footsteps. Instead, they went into business. Now they're among Jincheng's top entrepreneurs. To abandon a life of luxury for hardship besides conviction, it was hard to imagine any other reason. The two had lived together since starting their careers, sharing a flat for years until Guingji left to become a war correspondent abroad. Shaoqiu, what exactly did you see just now? Why are you so furious? Guingji asked curiously. While surfing foreign websites, I stumbled upon a post claiming our country might have developed a new aircraft. How could I not know about it? When I said it was real, those foreigners didn't believe me. They even insulted me. I was so. Just talking about it made Xinxingzhu's temper flare up again. New aircraft? Let me see what the news says. Guingji scrolled through several related posts.
When she noticed that most of the high-traffic threads were deliberately stirring up talk about Sino-US collaboration and the new aircraft's development, her journalist instincts kicked in. Something didn't feel right. This doesn't seem like mere speculation. Someone is deliberately steering public opinion. Guingji frowned. What do you mean? Are you saying someone deliberately released these news articles and posts? Xinxingzhu, being exceptionally sharp, immediately caught Guingji's implied meaning. Yes. That photo alone is suspicious. But the language used across the posts is too varied to pinpoint the source. And with such a volume of posts, tracing IPs is nearly impossible, Guingji said, still frowning. But I'm certain someone is deliberately steering public opinion here. Meanwhile, at the foot-covering building. This marked the third sleepless night of blazing lights at the foot-covering building. When Colonels Oscar and Jack transmitted that heavily pixelated photo back to the mainland, the building, which had been quiet in the dead of night, was jolted awake. Countless people were roused from their sleep. Around 5 in the morning, the streets surrounding the Wulio building remained exceptionally congested. Many U.S. generals who had just gone to bed were roused by phone calls. They had no choice but to rush straight to the foot-covering building to report for duty. Upon seeing that photo, almost entirely pixelated, many high-ranking officials who had been brimming with resentment suddenly fell silent, replaced by solemn expressions. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on this photograph? Dustin Wick, the U.S. Secretary of Defense, scanned the faces of the 3-star generals seated before him. For a moment, no one spoke. First, our technical department has verified that this photograph is authentic, showing no signs of digital manipulation. Based on our analysis, the shooting distance was at least 50 kilometers. What are your thoughts on a new fighter jet capable of striking targets from such a range? Dustin Wick declared solemnly, Gentlemen, it is now certain this is a provocation by Great Xia against the United States. Chapter 50, Testing the Great Xia. From the moment Great Xia invited us to participate in their military exercises, this entire affair has been a provocation against the United States of America. I now require your counsel, gentlemen. Dustin Wick addressed all the officers before him in a cold tone. No one responded immediately. After seeing this photograph and confirming its authenticity, the typically arrogant and overconfident American military officers fell silent for the first time. Many pulled cigarettes from their pockets, lighting them and puffing away to ease the tension. Not a word was spoken, each was lost in their own thoughts. After a full 15 minutes of silence, Admiral Reeve Osborne, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, broke the deadlock first and asked, Sir, I have some questions. Has the Chinese side offered any explanation for this incident? Has their exercise report been disclosed to us? No. Dustin Wick shook his head. We were never informed of the reasons for inviting us, nor the specific details of the exercise procedures. Then regarding the photographs of this incident, besides Oscar and Jack, did anyone else take pictures? Recent news and information about this event have already spread worldwide. Did they only capture this single photograph? Did they sell the photo to the media? Or could there be a problem among our strategic allies? Admiral Osborne asked, his expression grave. The CIA is already investigating this. Jack and Oscar are currently under control. I trust the CIA's methods will make them reveal the true circumstances of the matter. Dustin Wick stated. But everything Reeve Osborne was saying now only deepened the frowns on many faces in the meeting. The situation had grown more complicated. If this matter only involved Dacia, they could still exert pressure on Dacia through the international community. But now the situation was clearly far more intricate. They had no way of knowing whether Great Xia possessed revolutionary new fighter jets, nor whether any NATO allies were involved in this affair. But following the American approach, they must plan as if it did, regardless of the truth. This meant they could no longer openly pressure the Great Xia. They must guard against the unknown combat capabilities of those fighters while also considering the possibility of allies stabbing them in the back. Why not probe the first island chain, suggested Osborne. If we enter Dacia's territorial waters, their modus operandi dictates immediate interception. Then we'll know for certain whether those new fighters exist. We could intervene under the pretext of the Taiwan Strait issue or the South China Sea dispute. Those monkeys we've been raising for so long, it's time to put them to use. Air Force Commander Norman Clinton said with a smile. We need time to let the situation ferment. However, regarding the Eastern European front, Osborne's expression darkened. Riff Osborne was certainly no paragon of loyalty or patriotism. War meant money without conflict. Where would officers like him earn their fortunes? If not for personal gain, why would Riff Osborne push so hard for these actions? But Eastern Europe and the Western Pacific weren't on the same front. If two fronts opened simultaneously, it would inevitably attract more congressional investigations. Commissioner Smith wouldn't be the only one to pay the price. Let's slow down the Eastern European campaign for now, Secretary of State Powell interjected. Our top priority remains probing Great Xia's true intentions. Though internationally, the United States has always been reluctant to admit its defeat by Dacia, even downplaying Dacia's wartime achievements with excuses about war objectives. But in reality, the United States has always guarded against Dacia no less vigilantly than it does against the old big brother, this opponent that nearly beat them to a pulp. Without confirming Great Xia's true intentions, the US dared not continue its military operations against the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia.
What if Great Xia intervened under the banner of humanitarianism? What if Dacia's new fighter jets truly surpassed America's?
Therefore, they dare not and cannot afford to be careless.
Man, my hands are tired.
Inside a recently completed building at the Red Dragon Technology Park, rows of LCD monitors, devices wholly out of place in this era, stood lined up in formation. Seated before them sat a large group of people, their fingers flying across the keyboards with a steady clatter. These individuals, both men and women, were all elite among the elite. But these weren't coders, they were master debaters handpicked by Shaoqiu from the streets. Or rather, calling them masters might be a stretch. They might not outdo some elderly grandmothers in the art of bickering, but their mental resilience was unmatched. Shaoqiu had gathered them with one purpose: to build the first wave of online commenters for the Great Xia Empire. Most lacked formal education, but with Shaoqiu's real-time translation software, they could now use their sharp-tongued skills to go head-to-head with foreign netizens. These trolls were generally the type who never had the brains for studying. Now, with a job that paid them to curse people out, how could they possibly refuse? Of course, these rosy visions existed only before they actually started the job. Once they actually got their hands dirty, they realized this job was genuinely exhausting. Not only did they have to play the role of die-hard patriots, but they also had to portray themselves as reasonable, neutral observers and foreign trolls. Some are tasked with making rational statements, while others are responsible for stirring the pot and feeding the drama.
The goal is to stir up the topic and set the tone online.
Now, Shaoqiu had achieved his goal.
The internet was ablaze with heated debates over the Great Xia's new fighter jets and the potential new relationship between China and the US. Zhang Zifeng shook her wrist, flexing it.
Over the past period, their online army department had used over 100,000 IP accounts from around the world to post more than 1 million comments online. In this era without AI assistance, every single word was typed out manually. The workload was nothing short of enormous. Zhang Zifeng, who hadn't even finished technical school back in the day, never imagined he'd land a job paying $5,000 a month, especially at a major corporation like Red Dragon.
Alright, everyone, pause for a moment.
Shaoqiu entered the online army department's office, clapped his hands, and said with a smile, "You've all worked hard these past few days.
This month, everyone in the online army department will receive double bonuses. Half of you will remain on duty to maintain online posts, while the other half can take a day off. We'll rotate tomorrow and resume the 2-day weekend schedule afterward."
Oh! The entire water army department erupted in cheers. Yet just as everyone was preparing for the break and rejoicing over the impending bonuses, Zhang Zifeng approached Shaoqiu with a look of concern.
"Boss, is our country about to make a major move?" Chapter 51, The authority to interpret scripture is paramount.
Shaoqiu's eyes lit up at the question. He pulled Zhang Zifeng aside and asked with a smile, "Why the sudden interest?"
"I don't know, just a feeling. It seems like something this big must be serious."
Zhang Zifeng didn't dare mention that he'd accidentally spotted a pair of military vehicles heading toward a corner of the tech park on his way to work. The southern part of Jinchang was designated as an undeveloped area in the city's master plan. It was also one of the city's underdeveloped regions, situated at the urban-rural fringe. Young people like Zhang Zifeng were the so-called 3-no youth, unable to pursue higher education, unfit for manual labor, lacking ambition, organizational ties, or prospects. Many locals took jobs at the suddenly emerged Chilean Group and its massive industrial park on a trial basis. Few realized the true depth of the Red Dragon Group's connections. They only knew that many families had been relocated for the industrial park's construction and received substantial compensation. But Zhang Zifeng possessed an innate sharpness, as if sensing something.
"How did you figure it out?"
Shaoqiu asked. I saw military vehicles in the park."
"Boss, are we going to war?"
Zhang Zifeng asked, his voice tinged with worry. Shaoqiu hadn't expected Zhang Zifeng to pick up on these issues just from a few military vehicles. At that moment, he too realized that many aspects no longer fit the current business model. The old industrial factory's socialized management approach simply wouldn't work anymore. At its core, the online army department was essentially a digital PR unit.
Shaoqiu's true roots lay in the real economy.
If these online PR units were placed alongside classified departments, and someone as sharp as Zhang Zifeng happened to post something online, it could spell big trouble. Zhang Zifeng probably never imagined that asking one extra question would lead to his apparent promotion, but in reality, a demotion.
"Your insight is sharp.
Our cyber army division urgently needs someone like you to lead the team forward. You will temporarily serve as minister, overseeing all operations during this period. I plan to expand our scale and establish a company, after which the cyber army division will be fully entrusted to your management." Shaoqiu patted Zhang Zifeng on the shoulder. Overwhelmed by the sudden favor, Zhang immediately responded with a fawning expression, "Oh my.
Rest assured. I'll work my hardest."
Without delay, Shaoqiu established a new company in the city center the very next day, registering it as an entertainment media firm. This was only possible after he personally made several rounds of phone calls to pull strings.
Lu, why this sudden interest in media ventures? If you're going to invest your energy, wouldn't it be better to focus on developing new projects? Zhang Yikai advised earnestly. He knew how highly Zero valued Lu Shaoqiu. The state had placed another major order with Lu Shaoqiu. Currently, in addition to major military districts purchasing a certain number of follow-up J-20s from Lu Shaoqiu, all manufacturing processes for the standard J-20 had been transferred to the state. 3 manufacturers, the North Industries Corporation, Jiangnan Aircraft Manufacturing Plant and Northwest Aircraft Manufacturing Plant, jointly purchased the standard model production rights from Lu Shaoqiu at the original price plus an additional 10 million yuan per aircraft. This was nothing short of an astronomical sum. The old man genuinely feared that once Lu Shaoqiu had money, he'd go astray. He feared Lu Shaoqiu would follow the path of those nouveau riches, chasing celebrities and mistresses while neglecting his responsibilities once he became wealthy. What he didn't know was that almost immediately after receiving the money, Lu Shaoqiu unlocked the 5-nanometer lithography machine and its follow-up technologies, along with 5G network communication technology. His mobile phone, computer, and game console manufacturing plants have already kicked into high gear, working around the clock to meet demand. No one could foresee the technological storm that was silently gathering strength, poised to sweep across the entire world. Lu Shaoqiu, of course, detected the old man's concern and the hidden meaning in his words. He immediately smiled and said, "Old man, you have no idea how crucial this publicity work is." "Oh? How important could PR work be?" "Old man, I seriously doubt it could be more important than your new project development." Zhang Yikai had no fondness whatsoever for those Qing dynasty palace dramas on TV that constantly shouted about Jiwei. "Old man, sometimes effective publicity can defeat the enemy without fighting." "Do you believe that?" Lu Shaoqiu said mysteriously. At this point, Lu Shaoqiu couldn't help but recall the bureau chief from his past life. That was the man who, with just his words, tricked the Americans into dismantling their F-22 production line. Zhang Yikai didn't buy a single word of Lu Shaoqiu's theory. Therefore, the very next day, Zhang Yikai dispatched his granddaughter Zhang Jie, accompanied by Xinxingzhu. They also brought along Gu Yingji, the only person among their acquaintances who understood cultural propaganda. The 3 women, coincidentally on vacation, arrived together at Lu Shaoqiu's newly established office building. Coincidentally, it was the May Day holiday, and Lin Qingxian even brought Yaya along to see Lu Shaoqiu busy with his new company. Wow, what a lively scene. Seeing 4 beauties come to find Lu Shaoqiu, Zhang Zifeng, acting as the temporary manager, was utterly impressed by his boss. These 2 are. Lin Qingxian had met Zhang Jie before and knew she was Zhang Yikai's granddaughter, but she hadn't seen Xinxingzhu or Gu Yingji. "Let me introduce you. This is Sister Xinxingzhu. She's a researcher at the Military Research Institute and currently holds the rank of major. The other is Sister Gu Yingji. We grew up together," Zhang Jie explained to Lin Qingxian and Lu Shaoqiu. "Hello, I'm a correspondent for the main station, recently rotated back for leave. I heard you're working in media, so I wanted to come see for myself," Gu Yingji stated directly. "Grandpa Zhang mentioned you're considering a career in media. You said effective propaganda can defeat an enemy without fighting. I'm not quite sure I understand, could you elaborate?" Gu Yingji's directness left the 2 women, who had come with specific objectives, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Shaoqiu suddenly smiled upon hearing this. Instead of answering directly, he posed a question to Gu Yingji. "Have you read Journey to the West? Miss Gu, from the perspective of that story, do you think the goal of obtaining the scriptures was more important? Or were the experiences along the journey more significant?" Gu Yingji didn't immediately grasp Lu Shaoqiu's implied meaning. She was puzzled by his sudden question. "I'm afraid I don't quite follow your meaning," Gu Yingji replied, frowning. "If I had to choose, I'd say the experiences along the journey are more important. After all, one must endure hardships to achieve enlightenment." To her surprise, Lu Shaoqiu shook his head. "No. The scriptures themselves are not important. Nor is the journey to obtain them. What matters most is the authority to interpret them." Chapter 52, The High Ground of Culture. Lu Shaoqiu's words sparked a sudden realization in Gu Yingji's mind. She thought she understood what he was getting at. The so-called authority to interpret scriptures essentially referred to the power of discourse. As a journalist, she had witnessed countless instances where Western media spread rumors and then demanded China provide proof. The most typical and recent example was the Star River cargo ship incident 6 years ago. The Americans simply used the pretext of suspecting weapons of mass destruction on board to shut down the GPS, leaving you adrift at sea. They could humiliate you however they pleased, yet you still had to find reasons to prove your own innocence. At some point, the international discourse arena had become a Western monologue. They say whatever they want, declare whatever they want, and slander however they please. It's nothing short of blatant shamelessness. Yet despite this, China and other developing nations can't even muster a rebuttal, instead scrambling desperately to prove their innocence. What underpins influence in the international discourse? Essentially 2 things: formidable comprehensive national strength and propaganda capabilities that can set the narrative and navigate the winds of opinion. Our people are well versed in the way of the mean, preferring to work diligently behind the scenes rather than speak out. But I must say, in international affairs, merely doing isn't enough. If you don't speak up, it's as if you haven't done anything. You can't hold foreign illiterates to the same educational standards as our country. These foreigners neither study history nor understand science. Walk down any American street today and interview people, 90% still believe in the flat earth theory. Not because they genuinely believe it, but because they can't comprehend how people on the other side of the globe wouldn't fall off if the earth weren't flat. You expect to use subtle satire? Argue with them logically? You'd be better off just calling them, at least they'd understand that. Lu Shaoqiu chuckled. But I know our official media still has some dignity. As a grassroots organization, though, I don't need that. I'll just be shameless. So you want to export directly as a private media organization? Gu Yingji's eyes widened instantly. How can you call that exporting? That's called shelling. Lu Shaoqiu grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. The US has only been around for a couple hundred years. Since its founding, it's still a greenhorn. What kind of world have they seen? We've got over 5,000 years of history. Haven't we seen every bizarre thing imaginable? Crushing them with our culture? That's like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Besides, as the instructor once said, if you don't occupy the cultural high ground, your enemies will. Most of East Asia has benefited from our culture. If some scumbag comes along claiming our heritage as their own and even files for UNESCO recognition, we'll be left crying into our sleeves. Lu Shaoqiu's words caused the four women present to visibly stiffen. Though among these four, two engineering majors and a police academy student, only Gu Yingji studied humanities, they all recognized Lu Shaoqiu wasn't exaggerating. Gu Yingji knew his words weren't unfounded. News wasn't particularly well circulated in this era, so much of it never reached the ears of ordinary people. Yet as a journalist, she knew that 3 years prior, the Koreans had applied to UNESCO to list their country's Heinsa Temple as a World Heritage Site. The application, however, heavily incorporated elements of Tibetan Buddhist temple culture and Buddhist traditions. Although the Koreans ultimately failed to secure the inscription of Tibetan Buddhist scriptures and Buddhist culture, the moment Lu Shaoqiu brought it up, the memory instantly flashed into Gu Yingji's mind and refused to fade. Gu Yingji understood what Lu Shaoqiu intended to do. Her mission here was complete, so she immediately took her leave. Zhang Jiayi and Xin Xingzhu didn't linger either, promptly following Gu Yingji out. Yaya watched the three beautiful sisters walking away in a hurry and couldn't help asking, "Daddy, why did Jiayi's mom and the other two beautiful sisters leave?" "Because they wanted to ask about Daddy, and Daddy has already answered their questions," Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. "Huh? When did you say that? How come Yaya didn't know?" Yaya's big, dark eyes looked up at her dad as she asked innocently. "You'll understand when you're older," Lu Shaoqiu patted Yaya's head. Lin Qingshan, who had been lost in thought nearby, suddenly chimed in, What did they ask you just now?" Lu Shaoqiu chuckled and shook his head, saying no more. Grandpa Zhang, these are the things he plans to do. Back at Zhang Yikai's home, Gu Yingji shared everything she'd overheard, including her own speculations with the old man, without holding back. "You mean he intends to wage a propaganda war against foreigners?" Zhang Yikai stared at Gu Yingji in utter shock, finding it hard to believe. Isn't Lu Shaoqiu an engineering guy? How does he know about liberal arts stuff? These days, engineering guys are like ancient military commanders. They're single-minded about development and technology. Asking them to engage in verbal sparring is like asking them to debate Maxwell's equations. It's not just about waging a propaganda war, he also seems intent on exporting Chinese culture abroad. I don't know the specifics of how he plans to do it, but it's clear he's undertaking something truly grand. Gu Yingji couldn't help but praise him. Honestly, if Lu Shaoqiu hadn't brought it up, she wouldn't have even realized these things. She had always believed that delivering authentic news reports to the audience was already a remarkable achievement. But today, Lu Shaoqiu told her that whether the scriptures were authentic or not was irrelevant. What truly mattered was how to interpret them and how to convey their content to the world. How ridiculous that she, a journalism graduate, couldn't grasp this as clearly as an engineering major. As long as he didn't neglect his main responsibilities. Zhang Yikai's thinking was simpler. As long as Lu Shaoqiu didn't keep mistresses, hire young models, or stray down such crooked paths, even if he punched a hole in the sky, the old-timers could cover for him. Grandpa Zhang, I plan to resign. Ever since talking with Lu Shaoqiu today, this resolve has only grown stronger. Ha! Yingji, don't make a rash decision. Zhang Yikai hadn't expected Gu Yingji to bring this up so suddenly. I plan to work at Lu Shaoqiu's company, Gu Yingji said with a sudden smile. I have a feeling that following him might actually help me achieve my dreams. Upon hearing Gu Yingji intended to join Lu Shaoqiu's company, Zhang Yikai pondered for a moment before choosing not to say more. One was a promising junior he believed in, the other the granddaughter of an old friend. If both could achieve something remarkable, it would be the best outcome possible. Chapter 53, Old Scoundrel, Pay with Your Life. Zhang Yikai hadn't initially taken Gu Yingji's resignation seriously, but clearly, someone else did. Early the next morning, just as Zhang Yikai was about to leave for work, a figure suddenly burst through his front door. The intruder swung a club straight at Zhang Yikai's face, shouting as he attacked, "Old thief, give me your life." Recognizing the attacker, Zhang Yikai instantly sidestepped the blow with agility that belied his age. The attacker was none other than Gu Yingji's own grandfather, Gu Bei. He had been a comrade in arms with Xin Yaowu and an old acquaintance of Zhang Yikai. Having left the military during the Cultural Revolution, his children now ran a business that ranked among the top in Jinchang. The Shen, Gu, and Zhang families still occasionally kept in touch. But Zhang Yikai never imagined a scene like this, someone storming and yelling threats of violence. "You old bastard! What kind of rotten deed is this? What did you say to my Shaoqiu?" The girl quit her job the moment she got home. She was a reporter at the main station. Gu Bei stormed in, cursing furiously, looking as if he intended to beat Zhang Yikai to a pulp. "Old Gu. Calm down." The child quit for her own plans and reasons. I tried to dissuade her at first. But Shaoqiu already had her mind made up about where she was going. What could I possibly say to change her mind? Zhang Yikai replied. Who ruined my Shaoqiu's bright future? Are you kidding? That's a field reporter for the main station. Frankly, once Gu Yingji completes her overseas assignment and returns alive to the headquarters, she'd be guaranteed at least a section chief position. That was experience earned with her life. With less than half a year left before her assignment ended, and being so young, her future was limitless. Now, everything had come to naught. This undoubtedly shattered Gu Bei's defenses. Well, this whole thing is complicated and hard to explain in a few words. Anyway, you absolutely can't go looking for trouble with that guy. Let me put it this way, that young man is someone you can't afford to mess with right now. Hearing that Gu Bei was still planning to cause trouble for Lu Shaoqiu, Zhang Yikai felt his whole body go numb. You're not taking me, huh? Fine. I'll go myself. Gu Bei immediately prepared to call Xin Yaowu. Zhang Yikai quickly pulled him back. I'll take you. But you have to promise not to cause trouble. Zhang Yikai made Gu Bei swear. Gu Bei merely nodded and grunted a couple of times before following Zhang Yikai out of the Zhang residence. So you quit your job yesterday and came here to apply? Lu Shaoqiu was stunned. He had only met Gu Yingji yesterday and had some impression of this girl, but he never imagined she would turn around, go home, quit her job, and then come looking for him the very next day to say she wanted to join. Her decisiveness was downright terrifying. Lu Shaoqiu gestured toward the newly renovated and relocated Water Army Department and asked, so tell me, do you know what they do? Gu Yingji turned to look at Zhang Zifeng and the others. After observing for a moment, she replied, they catch wind and guide public opinion. They're the ones steering the narrative for you online. Lu Shaoqiu hadn't expected her to figure it out, but then asked in surprise, you're a former journalist. You should know the three elements of news, right? Authenticity, timeliness, and spreadability. This job has nothing to do with your previous work. Didn't you say yesterday that neither the scriptures nor the pilgrimage mattered? What truly matters is the authority to interpret them? Gu Yingji countered. Whether the scriptures are genuine or not is irrelevant. What matters is how to disseminate them and, more importantly, how to ensure others understand them. Holy crap! Genius! Lu Shaoqiu couldn't help but praise the young woman before him. She was practically a natural-born news saint. Perhaps she hadn't grasped the meaning of authority to interpret scriptures when Lu Shaoqiu first mentioned it, but after he elaborated, she understood instantly. Don't you think what I'm doing contradicts everything you've learned? Lu Shaoqiu asked hesitantly. Didn't you say our country's media is too concerned with appearances? Someone's gotta be shameless, right? Gu Yingji countered with a smile. Lu Shaoqiu. She gets the gist, understands analogies, and even knows how to throw a boomerang back in your face. I must say, this girl is ready to graduate. Alright, then let's briefly go through the interview process. As you can see, aside from chasing rumors and steering public opinion, my department currently has no other tasks. If you were to join this department, what would you plan to do? Lu Shaoqiu's words plunged Gu Yingji into a momentary silence. She realized Lu Shaoqiu was testing her. After a moment's thought, she replied, if I'm not mistaken, most of the momentum currently building on external networks stems from you and your department. Your objective is to divert attention from Eastern European tensions while showcasing Great Xia's national strength. If I'm not mistaken, Great Xia should already possess its own new fighter jets, correct? Your objective is to sow discord between the United States and its allies. By leveraging the US visit, you aim to drive a wedge between East Asian and Southeast Asian nations, gradually eroding their solidarity with America. If it were me, I'd first solidify the existence of the new fighter jet domestically before ramping up cultural outreach abroad. Then, I'd infiltrate foreign forums, synthesize and categorize online information, enabling precise targeting and pinpoint strikes. Lu Shaoqiu nodded, elaborate. I haven't worked out the specifics yet, but the basic idea is this: whenever they mention Japanese or Korean culture, I'll twist it around to claim it was borrowed from our country. Oh, and we need to focus on account disguise and maintenance. We can't use those low-level accounts that only post once. Anything else? The next step is to provoke divisions. In the US, stir up racial tensions and partisan conflicts. In Europe, fuel ethnic and national rivalries. In Japan and South Korea, reignite historical grievances and hatred. The goal is to keep them perpetually unsettled. Guingji's words instantly won Lu Shaoqiu's admiration. She was indeed a talent, a major one. It could be said that Guingji's plan was almost identical to his own. This girl really knows her stuff. Welcome aboard. Starting today, you are the executive president of Longxing Media. I'll provide you with a detailed plan shortly. Execute it precisely as outlined, ensuring comprehensive coverage and large-scale impact. Both domestic and international fronts must be addressed equally. Though Lu Shaoqiu was highly satisfied with Guingji, his own vision determined his scope. While Guingji's plan was largely similar to his, Lu Shaoqiu's ambitions extended far beyond mere cultural confrontation and online provocation. He sought a comprehensive, precision strike, a relentless, indiscriminate assault on the United States, other Western nations, and their allies, based on historical and factual grounds. Meanwhile, outside Lu Shaoqiu's office, Zhang Yikai smiled and remarked, "I told you the kid has his own plans. Are you satisfied now?" Chapter 54, Something's Wrong. There's something off. Oomph. Gubei snorted and turned to leave. Old fool, Zhang Yikai muttered under his breath before following suit. That same day, Lu Shaoqiu delivered a meticulously detailed proposal to Guingji. After briefly skimming through it, Guingji's eyes widened in astonishment. She hadn't expected Lu Shaoqiu's proposal to not only cover various strategic plans but also include detailed publicity campaigns. Even film and TV production plans were meticulously outlined within the document. "You must have spent quite a while writing this plan, right?" Guingji asked, holding the document aloft. "Yeah, it took me several months," Lu Shaoqiu nodded. Ever since his arrival in this world, Lu Shaoqiu had been compiling this blueprint, adding ideas as they came to him. Although he had activated the system from the start, Lu Shaoqiu genuinely hadn't considered pursuing the RD route initially. The reason was simple: pure RD was too difficult to monetize in the early stages. His original plan was to enter the entertainment industry and use the profits to fund RD. Coming from a parallel world, he knew all too well how lucrative fandom culture could be. Since it was all about making money anyway, why not earn it himself and then use it to build a tech powerhouse? Surely that was more meaningful than handing it over to entertainment company executives who just squander it on mistresses and prostitutes? As far as I know, you're a genius-level researcher. Why did you suddenly decide to go down this path? Guingji voiced her confusion. She had researched Lu Shaoqiu and learned from Zhang Yikai what kind of person he was. Though Zhang Yikai hadn't explicitly stated what Lu Shaoqiu had done, he had praised him effusively, calling him a peerless genius on par with the two Chen elders. Even if it was just for money, couldn't Lu Shaoqiu earn far more by casually researching something than by doing publicity work? So why would someone like Lu Shaoqiu suddenly get involved in publicity work? This was what Guingji had pondered all night without finding an answer. Precisely because I'm in research, I understand future trends more clearly. The future belongs to information and digitalization. As life accelerates, many simply won't have the capacity to care about national defense or international relations. People's pursuit of spiritual nourishment will reach unprecedented heights. Life is already tough enough. Yet precisely at this moment, reactionary forces abroad will seize the opportunity. Under the banners of feminism, equality, environmentalism, and freedom, they will infiltrate our nation with ease through celebrity worship and articles, corrupting our youth. If we fail to guard this breach, all the new technologies I develop will be useless. Because then, they'll be wielded by the wrong people. Lu Shaoqiu spoke earnestly. Your work is to build a spiritual great wall in the hearts of the people of Daxia. Its difficulty is no less than ours in RD. Your mission is weighty and long-lasting. Guingji looked at the man before her with newfound respect. She hadn't expected this man to possess such foresight and to entrust such crucial work entirely to her. You trust me that much? Guingji instinctively felt the weight of responsibility on her shoulders and asked with a smile. The question I asked you yesterday was my answer for choosing you. Lu Shaoqiu offered a knowing smile. With perfect harmony, they extended their right hands and clasped them firmly together. At that moment, Belgrade. The relentless bombing that had lasted over 40 consecutive days finally paused briefly. The entire Yugoslavia breathed a long-awaited sigh of relief. The previously sealed borders reopened, allowing supplies to flow into the country. The ravaged Yugoslavia began to lick its wounds like a wounded beast. Mr. President, the second batch of supplies from Great Xia has entered the country. Large quantities of gas cylinders and fertilizer ordered from the Red Dragon Group began flowing into the country once more, replenishing the nation's ammunition reserves. In May, Milosevic emerged from his underground facility for the first time in ages and gazed toward the east. Mr. Liu, he said, I hope your Great Xia can once again become the light of humanity, guiding us toward a brighter future. On the fourth day of May Day, the United States assembled two carrier strike groups, the USS Lee and the USS Little Bird, departing from the Yokosuka Naval Base. With over 100 carrier-based aircraft, supported by cruisers, destroyers, anti-submarine helicopters, and 4 submarines, they slowly advanced toward the southern waters of Great Xia. Such a configuration was sufficient to strike against the maritime defenses of any nation on Blue Star and breach the gates of any country. Yet the United States deployed all this might merely to probe the Great Xia.
As the carrier strike group neared the southern waters of Dacia, it began patrolling the high seas.
Simultaneously, 3 FA-18 Hornets launched from the USS Lee Cohen, beginning their incursion into Dahua's airspace.
They intended to see whether the Great Xia truly possessed the capability to challenge them. "This is Cobra 1, Joel, do you read?" Among the 3 departing FA-18s, Victor, the lead pilot, called out to his wingmen over the radio. "This is Cobra 3, Victor. What's up?" "Nothing much. We're just testing the waters with those yellow-skinned kids from Dacia. Relax." Victor chuckled to his 2 wingmen. "Do you really think the Daxians have any new aircraft?" "I think it's possible," Joel replied, not sharing Victor's ease. "My grandfather fought in that war back in the 50s. Even after all these years, he still has a stress reaction whenever he hears a bugle call. The Great Xia aren't as fragile as you think, Victor." "I'd bet it's just another intelligence scam," Joshua, the other wingman, chuckled. "After all, our congressmen love to brag too. It's not impossible the Great Xia are throwing smokescreens to deal with us. Besides, how could they have such advanced tech?" "You're right. The Great Xia are poor and backward, how could they possibly be our match?" Victor laughed heartily, then glanced at the rearview mirror and said, "Joshua, stay a bit closer. Even though we're just probing, we can't afford to fall behind." "What are you talking about?" "I'm right behind you," Joshua replied, utterly baffled. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "You clearly." Soon, the 3 members of the Cobra formation realized something was off. All 3 were visible on each other's radars, yet in the brief moment they were chatting, a 4th aircraft had appeared in the formation. And it wasn't showing up on their radars. Something's wrong. Something's off. Chapter 55, I'm locked on. What was that? A UFO? The sudden appearance of the aircraft behind them sent cold sweat running down the backs of the 3 Cobra formation pilots. No one noticed when it had appeared. Even as it approached, it made not a single sound. "Engage fire control. Stand by to fire," Victor ordered, then immediately called for support from his cruiser. "Whale 1, this is Cobra 1. I've detected an unidentified aircraft. Request identification assistance." "Whale 1 here. Radar scan active. No unidentified aerial objects detected in your formation." The cruiser's response crackled through the earpiece almost instantly. "Impossible. I can already see it in my rearview mirror. It's no more than 200 meters away." Victor panicked completely upon hearing this. The warship's radar system far surpassed the capabilities of their avionics radar. If even the battleship couldn't detect it, could it truly be a ghost? Had he stumbled upon a ghost aircraft that had crashed in these waters? But clearly, that theory was utterly unrealistic. For the aircraft before him bore no resemblance to any known model in human aviation history. Its stark, jet-black hull, sci-fi-inspired silhouette, and immense wingspan resembled a 6-winged archangel poised to deliver divine retribution upon him. "Gentlemen, we're in trouble." Victor's voice was unusually serious. "This thing's origins are unknown, and it's locked onto us. All we can do now is each save ourselves. Good luck." With that, Victor pushed his control stick forward, plunging headlong toward the skies of Great Xia. Less than 500 meters from the Great Xia border, a voice suddenly crackled through his headset utterly without warning. The other party had bypassed his encrypted radio channel entirely, transmitting the message directly into his headset. "This is the Great Xia Air Force. You are approaching our airspace. Leave immediately. Leave immediately." These words, delivered in both Chinese and English, sent a cold sweat running down Victor's back. The Great Xia Air Force? How could this be? Was that monstrous aircraft truly a new model from the Great Xia? Unable to believe it, he slammed the control stick forward. The aircraft's speed surged once more, the fuselage breaking the sound barrier almost instantly as a sonic boom reverberated around it. Yet to his astonishment, the pursuing aircraft gained speed even faster, closing the gap between them at a pace visible to the naked eye. Beep! An alarm suddenly blared inside the cockpit, the sound signaling that the fire control radar had locked onto him. The enemy had activated their fire control radar and locked onto him. He had intended to dive into Great Xia's airspace before engaging in combat, but the instinct honed by years of flying warned him, if he dared to plunge into Great Xia's airspace, he would be dead within a minute. Almost instinctively, Victor tilted the control stick. The plane rolled sideways in mid-air, turning back at the very edge of the Great Xia border. What Victor hadn't anticipated was that the pursuing Great Xia fighter would abruptly pitch its nose upward, executing a vertical climb. The black aircraft executed a high-speed vertical climb, then executed a flawless barrel roll, pivoting around its tail nozzle to swiftly reorient its nose and resume pursuit. Its speed was almost unbelievable, reappearing in Victor's rearview mirror in mere seconds. Victor broke out in a cold sweat. He attempted various evasive maneuvers, desperate to shake off the pursuer. Yet no matter how he struggled, the distance between them remained stubbornly constant, neither too close nor too far, as if a ghostly shadow clung to his tail. Although the pursuer seemed to have deactivated its fire control system, Victor suddenly realized a profoundly despairing truth. He simply couldn't shake it off. The enemy was faster, more agile, and even larger.
Who knew how many missiles were hidden within that sleek missile pod? All he could do now was flee. His comrades Joel and Joshua weren't faring any better. When he accelerated first, attempting to lure the monster away, the other two aircraft had intended to continue their reconnaissance mission. But when they were less than a kilometer from Great Xia's airspace, two aircraft suddenly descended from above. Flanking their plane on both sides, they ignored their encrypted radio and shouted directly through their loudspeakers. "This is the Great Xia Air Force. You are approaching our airspace. Leave immediately. Leave immediately." Both pilots chose to turn around almost simultaneously. They recognized the two aircraft that had appeared behind them. They were the same model as the aircraft Victor had lured away earlier. Only then did they realize that not only did Dasha possess new aircraft, but these new aircraft had already been fully deployed. Could it be that this was the kind of adversary they would face in the Asia-Pacific region from now on? As U.S. military personnel stationed at Yokosuka Port, Joshua and Joel felt sweat instantly beating on their palms. Cold sweat broke out on their brows in broad daylight. The three members of Cobra Squadron departed escorted by three Great Xia aircraft. After escorting them nearly 2 nautical miles, the Great Xia aircraft vanished from sight as if they had never been there. The radar on their aircraft behaved like the incompetent husbands in those movies, utterly unresponsive from start to finish. They had activated their fire control radars, but they couldn't even turn to face the enemy, let alone lock onto them. Joshua and Joel attempted to lock onto the Xia aircraft accompanying their target, but the fire control system failed to acquire or identify it. This meant that even if they could launch missiles, they would never hit their targets. It felt like they were fighting aliens. By the time they landed on the USS Rickenbacker and stepped off the aircraft, their legs gave out beneath them, leaving them unable to stand. "Get up! What kind of sight is this? Are you even soldiers of the United States?" Squadron leader Barrett pointed at them and berated them. But when he saw their condition, he couldn't help but frown. They looked like they'd just been pulled from the water. Their flight suits and even their helmets were drenched in sweat. Their lips were even white. No one could fathom what they had just endured. Perhaps if they had been shot down by the Great Xia aircraft from the start, they wouldn't have been in such a sorry state. But the constant uncertainty of when the enemy would open fire made them feel like they were performing a striptease before the Grim Reaper, utterly exposed, with no privacy, and no idea when death would arrive. The immense psychological strain nearly crushed them. Had they not forced themselves to stay alert, they might not even have made it back to the carrier. "What happened to you?" Chapter 56, A Ghost. Barrett frowned at the three Cobra Squad members before him, their blonde hair matted with sweat, barely recognizable as human. "Answer me. What exactly did you see?" "Reporting, sir. We detected 3 unidentified Great Xia aircraft near their airspace. They hailed us, completely ignoring our encrypted radio channels. Our radar showed no response. We couldn't lock onto them, couldn't shake them, couldn't even fire." Victor straightened with ground crew support and shouted. "What? How do you know they're Xia aircraft?" Barrett demanded. "Because they spoke Chinese, sir." Victor shouted back. "Go rest for now." Barrett waved his hand, dismissing Victor and his team. Soon, Barrett reported the matter of the Great Xia aircraft to the commander. The overall commander of this probing operation was Lieutenant Commander Peter Visari of the 6th Fleet. Upon hearing the news, Peter's first reaction was disbelief. Nevertheless, he ordered the maintenance crew at the hangar to immediately investigate the flight records of the 3 F-18s and examine the black box data, attempting to reconstruct their flight paths. Before the maintenance team's findings reached him, however, a series of urgent calls interrupted Peter Visari as he waited for the results. "Rear Admiral, we've received a message." "A message? What kind of message requires such secrecy?" Peter asked impatiently. But when the aide brought Peter to the display and showed him the newly received information, Peter instinctively felt an electric current surge through his back, and the hairs on his body stood on end. The carrier's computer system had received an image. A panoramic view of the carrier strike group. Judging solely by the angle of the shot, it appeared to have been taken directly above the carrier strike group. But in terms of altitude, it couldn't have been higher than a kilometer. The enemy had photographed them from an extremely low altitude. This means that despite facing the most advanced radar and air defense systems deployed by the U.S. military worldwide, the adversary not only penetrated the carrier's vicinity as if entering an unguarded zone but also had the leisure to take a photograph, precisely identify the target, and transmit it to the flagship USS Lee Kuan. What if, instead of a photograph, they had sent a missile? Peter dared not dwell on the thought any longer. What exactly was this enemy aircraft? Could it be a stealth fighter? Why else would their radar have failed to detect it? Peter immediately grabbed the intercom and shouted into the microphone, "Attention all. Turn the entire fleet around. 30 knots. Full speed back to Yokosuka Naval Base." The Legion could only reach a maximum speed of 30 knots, and now it was racing back as if its life depended on it. Upon hearing Peter's order, many officers, still clueless about what was happening, had no choice but to passively turn their ships around and head back. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! What the hell is this Great Xia up to?"
Though Peter refused to believe it, he dared not risk his own life on a gamble. Though all this seemed utterly preposterous, when combined with the intelligence Barrett had previously reported, Peter simply lacked the confidence to take any chances. If the Great Xia aircraft truly possessed radar-evading capabilities, then he would be willing to believe the Great Xia forces genuinely didn't want to provoke a conflict by opening fire. In that instant, Peter nearly made up his mind. Before his rotation back home, he wouldn't set foot outside Yokosuka Base again.
Daxia, South China Sea Fleet, Yulin Base.
As the southernmost base of the Great Xia, it housed not only submarines and destroyers but also naval aviation units. 3 J-20 aircraft, returning from their mission, slowly touched down at Yulin Base. A man with a kind, smiling face stepped off the aircraft and approached the base commander, waiting for them with evident joy.
The man saluted and called out loudly, "Reporting to you, Commander. Wang Wei reporting.
Our air squadron successfully intercepted and drove off 3 U.S. military aircraft."
"Good. Well done." The base commander, Rear Admiral Yunanshu, returned the salute with a smile. "How's the new aircraft performing?" "Reporting, sir, I've never flown such an exceptional aircraft.
The thrust, the acceleration, the maneuverability."
Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he spoke of the plane. "This is our nation's own aircraft, truly remarkable. Had we possessed such planes earlier, our previous battles wouldn't have been so arduous," Yunanshu remarked with a smile.
"Sir, the Air Force probably has more of these than we do, right?"
Wang Wei glanced regretfully at the 3 J-20s before him. After the exercise concluded, the nation finalized procurement plans.
Some aircraft originally prioritized for the Western Theater Command were allocated to other major theater commands.
The Southern Theater Command Air Force received 5, while the Naval Aviation got even fewer, just 3.
There's no way around it. New aircraft, new manufacturing processes.
They can't ramp up production that quickly overnight.
I hear the major aircraft manufacturers have stepped in now, so deployment should accelerate soon.
It was truly a coincidence.
Today happened to be the day Yulin Base, as the southernmost naval base, received these 3 aircraft and conducted their test flights.
With the original equipment, news of U.S. naval vessels patrolling international waters would have required detection by military outposts on the Shisha Islands before being reported.
This time, however, shortly after the U.S. forces arrived, the J-20's identification system detected the U.S. naval fleet approximately 200 kilometers away. Upon realizing the Americans were up to something again, Wang Wei immediately reported to base command. Yunanshu immediately authorized the interception of the U.S. military aircraft, ordering constant readiness to open fire.
After resisting the temptation to open a new page in the family genealogy, Wang Wei and his 2 comrades successfully drove off the American aircraft.
Within half a day, this news had already landed on the desk of the commander-in-chief.
"Excellent. Excellent. I've always said Shaoqiu was on par with the 2 Qian elders. Now it seems he might even surpass these veteran scientists in the future."
Zero burst into laughter, his earlier frown completely vanishing.
"Sir, this is young Master Lu's decision and proposal regarding the follow-up Eastern European deployment and detailed plans. Please review it." Zero's confidential secretary handed him a document. "I'll look at it later. Right now, I need to share this good news with the others."
With that, Zero set off to boast to the commanders of the major war zones, as if his own child had scored a perfect exam. At that moment, Lu Shaoqiu was inside his factory. But he wasn't in his office, he was seated in the cockpit. Inside the long mist-chest cockpit of the Gundam, Yaya sat in the child passenger seat.
Lu Shaoqiu smiled and asked, "Yaya, are you ready?" Chapter 57, A Revolution. Yaya nodded her little head vigorously.
Lu Shaoqiu's fingers tapped the keyboard before him, inputting a series of commands. He then placed his hands on the control levers flanking the pilot's seat.
Buzz! The mecha's eyes lit up with green light.
Then the hangar's light panels began flashing red, and the ceiling gradually slid open on both sides.
Launch preparations complete.
Primary lockout disengaged. Lu Shaoqiu confirmed the ground lock status and smiled at Yaya.
"Miss Yaya, please fasten your seatbelt." "Seatbelt secured."
Yaya, clad in her anti-G suit, saluted childishly.
"Then let's get going."
Lu Shaoqiu tapped the control stick button several times, then slammed the throttle pedal to the floor before pushing both control sticks forward simultaneously.
"Go! Go! Go! We're off!" Yaya clapped her hands excitedly. "Woo!"
The mecha, now equipped with an additional backpack system, folded its white wings. The nozzles concealed beneath the wings and those on the backpack simultaneously expelled searing exhaust streams.
The mech slowly crouched low.
As Lu Shaoqiu pushed the throttle to full and thrust both hands forward on the joystick, the nozzles on its back erupted in a ring of torrents. With a sudden leap, the mech tore itself from the ground and soared out of the hangar. Gaining speed rapidly, it abruptly turned mid-ascent at 10,000 meters.
Angelic wings unfurled, and the mech maintained hovering in mid-air through its gyroscope, multiple nozzles beneath its wings, and the flight backpack. The blue and white mech looked exceptionally pleasing to the eye under the moonlight. Wow! Through the panoramic cockpit, Lu Yaya beheld the nighttime cityscape of Jincheng. Brightly lit streets, endless streams of traffic, and the vast expanse of stars and sky. This scene etched itself into Yaya's eyes, leaving her breathless for a long time. Daddy! It's so beautiful. Yaya gazed at her father with excitement, her eyes sparkling. Hee, Ya, wanna see something even prettier? Lu Shaoqiu asked with a smile. Yes. Yaya nodded her little head. Alright then, let's keep climbing. Lu Shaoqiu smiled, tapping the keyboard in front of him several times before pressing the accelerator and pushing both control sticks forward again. Boom! A sonic boom erupted as the massive mecha suddenly spread its wings. Propelled by immense thrust, it instantly broke the sound barrier. The deafening roar echoed across Jincheng's skies. Many astronomy enthusiasts, observing the moon, suddenly captured a blurry shadow in their photos. Holy ghosts! Mom! I think I photographed an angel. The astronomy enthusiast, who had only captured a blurry afterimage, clutched the photo in panic and rushed to find his devoutly religious mother. The mech accelerated relentlessly as Lu Shaoqiu continuously adjusted its flight posture while monitoring its systems. Ground signals normal. Radar signals normal. Ground telemetry normal. Excellent. Lu Shaoqiu smiled as he reviewed the feedback from the mech's computer, nodding frequently. In an instant, the mech's slight tremors ceased. This signaled the mech had fully exited the atmosphere and entered outer space. Everything around him fell silent. Unusually quiet. Yaya gazed at the azure planet sprawled beneath her in the vast, glittering starry sea above. At just 5 years old, she was profoundly awestruck. Daddy, where are we? Yaya looked up at Lu Shaoqiu and asked. This is outer space, the universe. That big fiery ball over there is the sun. Yaya, we've reached outer space. Lu Shaoqiu answered with a smile while collecting the data he needed. It's so quiet here, Yaya murmured, lying back in her child passenger seat. The sight before her filled her with a sense of pure delight. Oh dear, our energy reserves are running low. Yaya, we need to head back, Lu Shaoqiu said with a smile. Daddy, when can we come back? Yaya asked. Once Daddy develops a more powerful miniature energy device, we can explore here to our heart's content, Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. How long will that take? Yaya pouted, her voice tinged with disappointment. If we have enough funding, maybe 2 years at most, Lu Shaoqiu estimated. Then Yaya will give all her allowance to Daddy. Can Daddy make it happen sooner? Yaya asked innocently. Then Daddy will definitely finish it as soon as possible. Lu Shaoqiu stroked Yaya's little head and said with a smile. Let's go. Lu Shaoqiu shut off the nozzles maintaining their buoyancy and plunged into Earth's orbit. He glanced toward the distant blue ocean and suddenly smiled. After being captured by gravity, the mecha began accelerating rapidly in its descent. Lu Shaoqiu continuously adjusted the mech's orientation through its vector nozzles while ensuring its speed didn't become too extreme. As the mecha plummeted toward the ground at extreme speed, about 3,000 meters above the surface, its wings unfolded. The mecha traced a graceful arc through the air, readjusting its flight posture. It finally landed steadily within its original hangar bay. Phew! Test successful. Time to move on to the next phase. Lu Shaoqiu smiled faintly, gazing at the towering mecha. The next day, a piece of news spread across major television networks and all major news portals. A smartphone named Pitaya has begun appearing on store shelves. On every street corner, shops that had been under renovation opened their doors on the same day. Spotless tables adorned with sleek, aesthetically pleasing phones drew countless curious onlookers. This era still saw mobile phone stores acting as agents for major brands. While each brand had its own counter, the overall setup resembled the supply and marketing cooperatives of decades past. Products were displayed in glass showcases, only to be retrieved after a purchase was made. No one had ever seen a store selling only one brand. Of course, these stores didn't just sell phones. They also offered smartwatches, laptops, gaming consoles, and even self-balancing scooters and electric toothbrushes. Everything was available for hands-on testing. Across Jincheng's 5 major districts, over 40 physical stores opened simultaneously, capturing the attention of nearly every electronics enthusiast. As people entered the experience stores and handled these products, an unprecedented sense of novelty spread through the crowd. No one realized that this seemingly ordinary day marked the beginning of a revolution. Of course, what initially drew people in wasn't the dazzling array of electronics, but the carefully selected sales staff, young women handpicked by Lu Shaoqiu. The combination of professional attire and black stockings proved a bit too stimulating for the men of that era. Chapter 58, Sold. In this gradually liberalizing era, fashion accessories like platform shoes and jeans had already become street staples. But for the salesgirls at the Dragon Fruit Experience store, tall, slender beauties with long black hair, dressed in professional attire, crisp white blouses, high heels, and black stockings, many men experienced the allure of the office lady for the very first time. Especially these professionally trained women, polite in speech and manner, radiating professionalism from the inside out, were utterly irresistible to the more conservative-minded men of the era. Without any marketing or promotion, the first wave of customers at the Dragon Fruit Experience stores were genuinely drawn in by these young women. Of course, humans are inherently conservative. On the very first day the Dragon Fruit store opened, sales were nothing short of dismal. Many came to look, but not a single person actually bought anything. First, people had never encountered such a high-end marketing model before. Second, most of the products inside were priced a bit boldly. In an era where the average monthly salary hovered around 2,000 yuan, the Pitaya 1512M RAM phone was priced at 3,099 yuan. Not to mention the other models, Pitaya 1S, Pitaya 1 Plus, and Pitaya 1 Pro. Of course, this pricing wasn't Lu Shaoqiu's attempt to deter the poor. Rather, in an era where computers typically had only 128 megabytes of RAM, this phone far surpassed those machines in both processing speed and storage capacity. Consider this, back then, a computer with 128 megabytes RAM and a 10 gigabytes hard drive cost at least around 7,000 yuan. Lu Shaoqiu's phone was nothing short of an industry conscience. Naturally, being the thoughtful guy he was, Lu Shaoqiu immediately gifted several units to those who had shown him kindness during the phone's interview process, including Zhang Yikai and Xin Yawu. Lu Shaoqiu's Pitaya 1 was designed with the familiar iPhone form factor in mind. Its system architecture was optimized based on iOS, avoiding both the fragmentation issues plaguing iOS and the sluggishness common in Android devices. Inside, it housed Lu Shaoqiu's self-developed Lizhu 1 processor and Longguang 1 GPU. Not only did it achieve a staggering 300 trillion operations per second, but it also delivered exceptional graphics processing capabilities, boasting high refresh rates and high-quality rendering. The battery, entirely self-developed by Chilian Corporation, enables the device to operate continuously for 48 hours while locally playing videos. With this configuration, it's safe to say there's no software in the world this device can't run. Of course, these capabilities remain largely unknown to domestic users and many electronics enthusiasts. The reason is simple: it's expensive. But Lu Shaoqiu never targeted them as his first customer base. That day, the Dragon Fruit Experience store sparked considerable buzz in Jincheng, though for many locals, it wasn't a big deal. In an era before smart TVs existed, when television broadcast still reigned supreme, countless people had long forgotten about the Dragon Fruit Experience store, choosing instead to enjoy the evening television programs with their families. Right after the local Jincheng news program ended, an advertisement caught the attention of countless viewers. Among them was Lu Cici. Lu Cici was a designer who had studied abroad in her early years. In this era of rapid national development, she chose to return home to pursue her career, planning to establish her own clothing brand. The advertisement before her eyes caught her attention. No brainwashing slogans, no brand logos plastered everywhere. The ad opened with a panoramic view of the mountains. Lush forests, wisps of cooking smoke drifting in the air, the palpable warmth of everyday life instantly captured her attention. The location was clearly the vast mountains of northwest China. The entire ad featured no dialogue, solely showcasing the magnificent and splendid scenery of the southwest's mountain ranges. Finally, when the Pitaya logo appeared, a concise tagline came into view, filmed entirely with Pitaya 1 mobile phone. For someone like Lu Cici, who had seen the world, the impact was as earth-shattering as an earthquake or tsunami. She had studied photography. To her knowledge, no existing camera equipment could achieve the level of clarity displayed before her eyes. Even the two commercials before and after this one seemed jarringly out of place to viewers, like a high-definition pane of glass set within frosted glass. Even on the current generation of CRT televisions, within their limited resolution, the exquisite craftsmanship of this commercial was evident, making it stand out like a crane among chickens in the eyes of many knowledgeable viewers. Early the next morning, Lu Cici rushed to the nearest Dragon Fruit Experience store near her home. As soon as she entered, she blurted out, "Excuse me. How much are your phones?" Still a bit out of breath from rushing over, Lu Cici asked excitedly. "Miss, what are your requirements for purchasing a phone?" the saleswoman asked politely. This question caught Lu Cici off guard, and she momentarily didn't know how to respond. Seeming to notice her awkwardness, the saleswoman smiled and explained, "Well, our phones are categorized by different purposes. If you're primarily looking for entertainment, we recommend the Pitaya 1 with 512 megabytes RAM. Its processor and graphics card are fully optimized for all games in the App Store. But if you're a professional needing more storage or precise color display, we suggest the Pitaya 1 Pro. This model features our company's latest high-definition soft light triple camera system, capable of handling panoramic shots, time-lapse photography, and various other tasks." "Do we really need to differentiate this much?" Lu Cici asked, feeling a bit confused. "Of course. Our company's mission is to transform lives through technology," the saleswoman replied with a smile. "So how much is the Pitaya 1 Pro?" Lu Cici inquired. Currently, the 256GB model is priced at $54.99, while the 512GB version is $6,099. Lu Cici clenched her jaw upon hearing this. "I'll take it." Her family wasn't short on money. These days, those who could afford to send their children abroad for education were families with some savings. Over 6,000 yuan represented several months' wages for an average family, but for her, it was merely a matter of gritting her teeth and making up her mind. When she finally held the brand new Pitaya 1 Pro in her hands, Lu Cici couldn't wait to power it on. The full-screen interface delivered an unprecedentedly novel experience. This phone had no physical buttons, yet it operated with incredible smoothness. The fluid touch experience, lightning-fast responsiveness, and the dazzling array of personalized apps in the software store all made Lucy feel like she'd opened the door to a whole new world. Suddenly, she felt an unreal sense of stepping into the future. Chapter 59. Holy crap, this is awesome! Are there any other products? As she gazed at the vivid, lifelike photos displayed on the phone screen, Lucy found herself eager to discover just how many more technological marvels this brand called Pitaya had in store. This way, ma'am. The sales assistant guided Lucy deeper into the experience store. In the back, Lucy witnessed a spectacle unlike anything she'd ever seen. Wall-mounted flat-screen TVs of various sizes and vibrant colors lined the space, flanked by gaming consoles with dazzling LED lights and sleek designs, alongside air conditioners, laptops, and more. But isn't your company just about phones? Lucy couldn't help but ask, looking at this dazzling array of products in this new concept experience store that seemed to offer almost everything under one roof. We at Pitaya Technology, a subsidiary of Chilean Technology Group, are dedicated to creating new lifestyles and delivering fresh living experiences. Whatever the public needs, Pitaya makes it, the saleswoman replied with a smile. You're domestic? At first, Lucy thought Pitaya was a foreign brand, but then she recalled her vocabulary and realized Pitaya means dragon fruit, right? She glanced again at the logo on the back of her newly purchased phone. It was shaped like a dragon fruit. Yes, Pitaya's headquarters is right here in Jincheng. Our CEO is a true blue Daxia native, the saleswoman nodded. To be honest, hearing Pitaya was domestic made Lucy feel a bit uneasy. After all, domestic brands had long been stereotyped as cheap knockoffs. But as someone who had lived abroad, Lucy knew that while foreign phones like BlackBerry, Motorola, and Nokia also had their own design aesthetics. But the one in her hand now with its minimalist yet elegant design and intuitive, user-friendly interface was far more convenient than those e-ink screens that required opening menus and tapping through options one by one. Even abroad, she'd never seen or even heard of a phone like this. Please tell me about these items. Sure. The unit before you is our Pitaya flagship air conditioner. Equipped with inverter technology, it consumes as little as 1 kilowatt-hour even when running all night. It also features our windless comfort airflow technology, ensuring pure cooling without any draft. Inside, a high-end processor enables remote on-off control via your smartphone. This TV. This computer. This game console. For over half an hour straight, the saleswoman's mouth never stopped. Listening intently, Lucy could only think one thing: oh no, this is the feeling of being tempted. She wanted every single one. A smart remote-controlled air conditioner that could cool the house instantly? She wanted it. A TV that let her stream any show she desired? She wanted it. A gaming console for endless fun? She wanted it. Most crucially, a computer capable of rapid rendering and image processing? She genuinely needed it. She thought for a moment, pulled out her phone, and dialed her mom. Hey, Mom, I want to get some new stuff for the house. Based on the sales assistant's recommendations. If she bought more items, she could add 1,000 yuan to customize a whole house smart system. That way, not only would the air conditioner be smart controlled throughout the house, but all appliances could interact seamlessly. Even existing items like curtains and lights could be upgraded with smart systems for remote or voice control. After scheduling the installation, Lucy hurried home excitedly to wait. This shopping spree cost her over 200,000 yuan. She bought a smart central air conditioning system she'd never even considered before, a smart TV, a gaming console and computer, a robotic vacuum cleaner, and even a phone one for each of her parents. She even splurged on an electric toothbrush. Because her single purchase was substantial enough, the store even gifted her a dust mite remover and a floor cleaner. That same afternoon, Pitaya's installation technician arrived punctually. It took 6 hours to complete the setup of all the items Lucy had purchased. Seeing all these smart home devices now fully operational, Lucy felt a surreal sense of science fiction becoming reality. She never imagined that a simple trip to the Pitaya experience store would cost her so much. But when she followed the installer's guidance, called out Xiaomo, and successfully activated the TV with her voice, a wave of pure delight washed over her, like a child discovering a long-coveted toy, leaving her with a profound sense of satisfaction. When her parents returned home and learned she'd spent over 200,000 yuan on these useless gadgets, they were ready to scold her. But when Lucy smiled as she used voice commands to close the curtains and turn on the air conditioner, the elderly couple felt a jolt from this new era. It all seemed so unreal. They even wondered, could all this really be bought for just over 200,000? Buzz. When a round, chunky robot vacuum began sweeping the floor on its own, the elderly couple finally realized the future had arrived. Mom and Dad, look. After helping the elderly couple switch to new phones and successfully connecting the world's first video call using the built-in video calling feature, Lucy was instantly thrilled. Though the clarity was far inferior to regular photos, this wasn't the phone's fault, it was a signal transmission issue. This also signaled the dawn of an era where distant neighbors became neighbors. No matter how far apart they were, they could now talk face to face. Lu Cece eagerly fired up the game console and began playing the action RPG titled Prototype Massacre that came bundled with the console. The exquisite graphics, satisfying combat mechanics, and gripping storyline left Lu Cece and her parents exclaiming in awe. As for the computer, it came pre-installed with numerous office software applications. From word processing to image editing software, everything was free. This was the biggest surprise for Lu Cece. Overseas, such software required annual subscriptions at considerable cost. And all of this came bundled with the computer. Lu Cece tried drawing a new picture on this new laptop using the digital tablet she just bought today. The computer's responsiveness was ridiculously fast, and even the image rendering speed far surpassed any computer she had ever used before. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap, this is awesome!" At that moment, she recalled the saleswoman mentioning that Red Dragon Technologies was apparently still developing desktop computers. If the laptops were this powerful, she couldn't even imagine how high the performance of the desktops would be. Chapter 60, Our Satellites Can't Compete with Game Consoles? Just as Lu Shaoqiu's Pitaya began gradually dominating the market. Inside a research lab at Avix R&D Institute, a group of researchers in white coats sighed heavily over their data. "It's not working, Commander. The core electronic components for the 7 Stars 1 navigation satellite still aren't up to standard. Our domestically produced semiconductor chips lack the required precision." A man in his 40s or 50s, dressed in military uniform, reported the progress to an Air Force commander seated before him. Air Force Commander Zhang Songshan asked sternly, "What are the main issues?" Primarily, the satellite's central processor lacks sufficient precision, leading to processing delays and inadequate positioning accuracy. This is unavoidable. Xiao Enkai, director of the technical department, handed the documentation to Zhang Songshan. After skimming through 2 pages, Zhang asked, "How long do you estimate it will take to resolve?" Xiao Enkai, responsible for RD, was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. He could only state honestly, based on our current technology, we cannot determine a specific timeline for resolution. At that moment, a researcher beside him pushed his glasses up his nose and suddenly stepped forward. "Sir, there's actually another solution to this problem." "Oh?" Zhang Songshan turned to the researcher. "Go on." Seeing his chance to shine, the researcher immediately replied, "To my knowledge, Assembler Corporation in Windmill Nation is currently the world's most advanced semiconductor manufacturer. Their technology is at the global forefront. If we could procure their equipment, we could develop high-precision semiconductors." "Enough." Xiao Enkai abruptly cut him off, his face clouded with displeasure. "We approached Windmill Nation about this long before the project even began. Do you know what their response was? They said we Xia people aren't worthy of using such high-tech equipment." "Exactly. Equipment procured from abroad could very well contain backdoor programs. Unknown issues might surface during our chip manufacturing process. There's a risk of leaking our related plans. This cannot be overlooked." Zhou Changjun, Xiao Enkai's deputy standing beside him, chimed in. Though the two had often disagreed in the past, those differences had always been confined to their respective professional domains and development perspectives. On this critical matter, their opinions were surprisingly aligned. The 7-Star Navigation Project concerns our national defense and public welfare. There can be absolutely no room for human error. We must ensure absolute security. Zhang Songshan made the final decision: continue testing. If we still can't overcome the challenges by the assembly stage, we must launch on schedule even with significant errors and high latency. Having our own system, however imperfect, is still better than relying on others. These words were steeped in bitterness. Over the past decade, the United States had shut down GPS twice. 6 years ago, the US shut down its GPS system, leaving our cargo ship Xingye stranded at sea for over 30 days without navigation capabilities. 3 years ago, the US shut down GPS again, directly impacting a missile launch and causing its failure. That incident 3 years ago also marked the beginning of the current 7 Stars project. It was precisely these 2 incidents of US interference that made the Great Xia Empire realize the critical importance of navigation technology. The days of blindly adopting foreign technologies are gone forever. Today, the Great Xia pursues self-reliance and control. Yes. The room full of researchers stood at attention and saluted solemnly. All were military personnel assigned to the Air Force Aerospace Department. Just then, a young researcher burst into the room, shouting as he entered, "Professor! Professor! Take a look at this, is it any good?" Only upon entering did he realize every person in the office held a higher rank than him. Rushing in like this, acting so reckless and impatient, what kind of behavior is this? Xiao Enkai glared sternly at the student he had once held in high regard. Sorry, Professor. I got too excited, but look at this." Saying this, the student handed Xiao Enkai a thumb-sized, blackish square block. Xiao Enkai was puzzled and asked, "What is this?" "It's a central processing unit." "Look, could this thing work on our satellite?" the student said excitedly. "Nonsense. You think you can just plunk some random CPU onto a satellite? That's reckless." Shaoqiu frowned and gave his student a sharp tap on the head. But professor, this thing is 100% domestically produced. It might actually be better than what we're building now, the student pleaded earnestly. Oh, you. Shaoqiu looked at his student with a hint of resignation, then turned to Zhang Songshun with an apologetic expression. I'm afraid I've made a fool of myself in front of you. It's nothing. Since we can't solve the problem anytime soon anyway, we might as well give it a try. As a young major general, Zhang Songshun was more radical and open to new ideas than the older generals. All right. With Zhang Songshun giving the green light, Shaoqiu saw no reason to refuse. As Zhang Songshun had said, since a solution wasn't forthcoming anyway, why not shift perspectives and give it a shot? What if it worked? After some tinkering, the mysterious central processing unit was installed onto the simulation test system. Everyone present, except for the student, had given up hope. But when the system booted up, everyone including that student was stunned. The response speed was absurdly fast. It far exceeded their expectations. No lag, no misjudgments, and certainly no positioning errors. This processor, barely larger than a fingernail, actually outperformed the array processors they had built before. Consider that their previous processing units required linking multiple processors to achieve comparable results. Yet now, this single, minuscule processor equaled and even surpassed the performance of their entire previous processing unit. This development shattered the faith of many in the semiconductor field. Where did you get this thing? Shaoqiu asked urgently. It's the one I took apart from the game console I just bought, the student replied honestly. Huh? Every single person present was left utterly dumbfounded. So the satellite they'd painstakingly built was actually outperformed by a game console? Chapter 61, got sued? A game console? Shaoqiu suddenly felt like the world had gone mad. Their department was one of the most technologically advanced places in the entire Great Xia. His entire department, hundreds of people had worked tirelessly for 3 years, only to produce something that couldn't hold a candle to a single game console. The entire room echoed with this same thought. Now, it wasn't just the few from earlier whose faith was shattered. Where did you buy this game console? Which company made it? And who produced this central processing unit? Shaoqiu forced himself to stay alert and pressed on with his questions. Now was not the time for him to be downcast. Too many challenges and obstacles still lay ahead for them to overcome. I bought it yesterday at the Pitaya offline experience store near my home. Last night, I tried out the free game that came with the console. The stunning visuals and smooth performance immediately made me realize this thing must have a powerful central processing unit, the student replied honestly. At the mention of Pitaya, many hearts sank. Oh no, a foreign name definitely not made by a great Xia company. Seeming to sense the teacher's thoughts, the student quickly added, Teacher. I looked into this company, it's a new tech firm with fully independent R&D. Pitaya means dragon fruit, and the foreign name is for future exports. Damn it! Such a great product, and they plan to export it? Shaoqiu cursed. But a wave of relief washed over him. As long as it's a domestic company, if they truly developed everything independently, then they could commission them to manufacture the corresponding chips. Where is Pitaya's headquarters? Any way to contact them? Zhang Songshuan's frown smoothed out. Knowing their location would make everything else negotiable. The saleswoman said Pitaya's parent company is called Red Dragon Technology. It's right here in Jinchang, the student recalled immediately. Qilong Technology? This time, it was Zhang Songshun who was stunned. He had heard that name before. Half a month ago, during the joint military exercises, this company had made a name for itself. Their chairman, Shaoqiu, had even taken the stage to deliver a speech. But since he specialized in aerospace engineering, he hadn't paid much attention. He never imagined they possessed such technology. Alright, I know what to do next. Zhang Songshan waved his hand, then turned to Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun beside him. I'll contact Red Dragon Technology Group first. Later, I'll need both of you to accompany me to meet their chairman and discuss cooperation matters. Understood. Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun nodded immediately. Shaoqiu sat at his desk, reviewing the sales figures from the past 2 days, and couldn't help but exhale deeply. This first step had finally been firmly taken. To be honest, he hadn't intended to be so aggressive at first. His original plan was to take a gradual approach, starting with the home button and gradually evolving toward a full-screen display. But then he reconsidered, the home button really served little purpose beyond fingerprint recognition. It might as well be integrated away and replaced with a full-screen display. But just making phones and computers wasn't enough. Given how limited software is today, you can't very well expect people to play Snake or Tetris on a full-screen smartphone, can you? That'd be like chopping down trees with a golden axe. Therefore, supporting software must keep pace. Long before he even conceived of making phones, Shaoqiu had already acquired a foreign game studio called Radical Entertainment. It wasn't that Shaoqiu looked down on domestic game studios, but in that era, domestic studios were indeed slightly behind their foreign counterparts in terms of technology. Of course, Shaoqiu didn't overlook domestic game studios either.
Studios like Duomo Studio and Quinto Studio, creators of the domestic game Double Swords, as well as Dongshanju, developer of Sword and Fairy, were all fully acquired by Lu Shaoqiu. Armed with Lu Shaoqiu's cutting-edge game engine, several next-generation titles were poised to power his gamebox console. Simultaneously, he established several dedicated teams focused on developing a wide range of mobile applications. From gaming to daily utilities to shopping, everything was covered. Lu Shaoqiu even set up a logistics and delivery department along with warehouses, following the model of Taobao and JD. These preparations began even earlier than the formation of his online army. With these apps and games as his foundation, Lu Shaoqiu's first major initiative made quite a splash. At least within Jincheng, the Dragon Fruit phone had become a household name. Many people, drawn by the convenience and high-end features of the Dragon Fruit phone, became Lu Shaoqiu's loyal fans. The next step was to expand into other provinces, spreading across the entire territory of Daxia. Yet just as Lu Shaoqiu prepared to take that next step, a summons suddenly landed on his desk. To his utter surprise, he was being sued. Lu Shaoqiu stared in astonishment at the plaintiff's grounds for the lawsuit. They were accusing him of monopolistic practices. Coincidentally, just as the summons landed on Lu Shaoqiu's desk, Yi Yushi arrived in high spirits to report the latest financial results. Initially, Yi Yushi had come prepared to endure hardships alongside Lu Shaoqiu. But what she hadn't anticipated was that this man was so extraordinary. In just half a year, he had not only doubled the steel mill's profits but had practically turned it into a gold mine. Yesterday's sales alone had reached tens of millions. Keep in mind, this was an era when a house cost only a few 100,000 yuan. Over the past few days, Lu Shaoqiu's profits alone had already reached hundreds of millions. What's with that look? As soon as Yi Yushi entered the room, she saw Lu Shaoqiu holding a piece of paper with a peculiar expression. Nothing. Someone sued us. Lu Shaoqiu handed Yi Yushi the summons, gesturing for her to take a look first. What? Yi Yushi took the summons with some surprise. After reading its contents, she couldn't help but frown. The summons stated that a company named Rainbow Light had sued Lu Shaoqiu for monopoly violations, accusing him of disrupting market order and undermining market rules. After a moment's thought, Lu Shaoqiu understood the other party's tactics. He knew Rainbow Light, having heard of it even in his previous life. It was the largest foreign semiconductor distributor and contract manufacturer in the country. Rainbow Light itself lacked independent R&D capabilities, having built its fortune solely by manufacturing low-cost semiconductor chips using technology from foreign semiconductor companies. Now, Lu Shaoqiu had burst onto the scene. His 5nm chips, whether CPUs or GPUs, crushed Rainbow Light's semiconductor offerings in both performance and price. Seeing their imminent displacement from the market, Rainbow Light grew desperate and promptly filed a lawsuit against Lu Shaoqiu. Chapter 62, Clarity. Ms. Lan, isn't this a bit underhanded? At Rainbow's Jincheng headquarters, Lan Zixiao, the city's operations head, sipped coffee leisurely in his office when his secretary, Shaoli, murmured from the side. What do you know? If we let them keep playing fire like this, the semiconductor industry will crash sooner or later. Lan Zixiao blew on his coffee and replied impatiently. Though Lan Zixiao was merely a businessman with no technical expertise, the moment he stepped into the unprecedented experience store 2 days prior, he sensed crisis. The computers and phones before him were simply too overwhelming. He wasn't a native of Jincheng. He'd been dispatched from the headquarters in Taiwan. He had traveled abroad in his younger years and witnessed cutting-edge technology in recent times. Yet even in the United States, he had never seen visuals with such vivid colors and such realistic rendering. His subconscious told him this new company's technology likely surpassed anything he knew from other tech firms. What was most unacceptable to him was that such high-tech products were being sold for a mere 3,000 yuan. If they were the distributors, the wholesale price alone would be several thousand. Selling it to those gullible Daxia folks would easily double the profit. Even the most basic model would fetch at least 5,000, right? Yes, this man wasn't just a Taiwanese, he was a poison. He never considered himself a Daxia citizen. So when it came to ripping off the great Xia people, he felt absolutely no guilt whatsoever. He knew perfectly well that Americans were raking it in by selling semiconductors costing mere pennies to them for thousands. But to him, that was the American skill. If you Xia folks couldn't afford it, well, that just meant you were broke. Now suddenly this manufacturer appears, selling semiconductors that are better than the Americans and even cheaper? Isn't that just disrupting the market? The subpoena has been served, right? Has the other party responded? Lan Zixiao glanced at the secretary and asked. No response whatsoever. But their legal counsel indicated they'll appear in court on schedule, the secretary replied. Fine. They want to go head-to-head with us, huh? Lan Zixiao smiled immediately. Litigation? They're pros at that. In this era, Daxia's legal system has many loopholes. To sue them for monopoly, all we need to prove is that their prices are far below market standards. As for what the market standard price is, that's decided by the Americans. In Lan Zixiao's view, the other party clearly aimed to dominate the market through pricing. The 3,099 yuan price tag on this low-end device was clearly a loss leader in his eyes. The real profits must come from other appliances. How could anyone be so shameless? And they dare accuse us of monopolistic practices? Yi Yusi was so furious she laughed. As the CFO, how could she not know her own company's situation? Anyone familiar with Lu Shaoqiu's pricing and production costs would agree he's a rip-off artist. Lu Shaoqiu's entire phone costs only a few hundred yuan to produce. By vertically integrating the entire supply chain from R&D and manufacturing to logistics and sales, he further minimized expenses. Though the first-generation Pitaya already boasts performance equivalent to at least Apple's 13th-generation models from his previous life, its actual production cost remains shockingly low. For every phone sold, Lu Shaoqiu nets over 2,000 yuan in profit. And people still call this a monopoly? This is outright profiteering, isn't it? If competitors weren't charging such exorbitant prices, he wouldn't even dare set his own rates this high. In his view, the Pitaya one was nearly on par with a 1,000 yuan phone. So what? Sue them. Otherwise, what are our legal team doing? Lu Shaoqiu chuckled in his chair before asking, by the way, have the payments from the military and the major aircraft manufacturers come through these past couple of days? How much is in the account now? The military payments are all in. Plus, the 100 billion yuan in R&D funding allocated by the Air Force has been dispersed. What are you planning to do now? Yi Yusi looked at Lu Shaoqiu before him, feeling somewhat helpless. Working in finance under Lu Shaoqiu was truly nerve-wracking. Billions flowed in and out at the drop of a hat. If Yi Yushi didn't have nerves of steel, just watching this money burn faster than Joss paper would have given anyone a heart attack. This man simply couldn't hold on to money. Nothing much. I plan to buy some equipment and develop new things. Lu Shaoqiu figured the Navy would soon be getting restless. It was time to prepare something substantial for the Navy. It was high time to put aircraft carriers on the agenda. You can't keep spending like this. Sure, you earn a lot, but don't forget you still have to support Yaya. Watching this man spend money like water, Yi Yushi said with a hint of resignation. At Lu Shaoqiu's rate of earning, if he didn't pour it into research, he could live more lavishly than an emperor just by cashing in on military contracts like Lockheed Martin or Raytheon across the strait. Resting on his laurels, as long as he didn't commit any fundamental errors, he could essentially do whatever he wanted within the borders of Daxia. But Lu Shaoqiu was an anomaly utterly incapable of idleness. With money in hand, he didn't buy houses or cars, didn't chase models, didn't keep mistresses. Instead, he poured every penny into his projects, as if he were born to be at odds with wealth. By now, his net worth had long surpassed that of a billionaire. Yet he eschewed the tailored suits, slicked back hair, luxury cars, beautiful women, and fancy villas. Instead, he drove a beat-up military jeep issued by the military district and wore clothes to and from the office. He didn't look like a CEO, he looked like an assembly line worker. As for Yaya, she has a school to attend, food to eat, a place to sleep. As long as she can gain knowledge and grow up healthy, that's enough. Money? You don't bring it when you're born, and you don't take it when you die. A meal is a meal, whether it's pickles and plain rice porridge or delicacies from land and sea, you'll still get full. Sleep is just a few feet of space beneath you, and shelter is just a few rooms. No matter how much money you have, how can it compare to peace and stability? Look at our neighbors, the Koreans, the Russians, the Japanese. What good is all that money? When the Americans want to fight, they fight. Come war, all your wealth becomes theirs. So, personal wealth pales beside national prosperity. Everyone thriving together? That's what truly matters. Lu Shaoqiu's words struck Yi Yusi like a thunderclap. It was as if she were meeting him for the first time, utterly stunned by two simple words. How could Lu Shaoqiu's mindset resemble that of a 20-something entrepreneur? He seemed more like an elder who'd weathered decades of change. His perspective was nothing short of profound. It must be said, these words earned him major points in Yi Yushi's estimation. Just as they were chatting, Lin Qingxian, Lu Shaoqiu's secretary and Lu Yaya's honorary mother, pushed open the door. She glanced at Yi Yusi and said, "Shaoqiu, someone's waiting for you at the factory gate. They're from AVIC Group and specifically came to visit. Would you like to meet them?" Chapter 63, Your Framework Won't Work. Ever since Lin Qingxian was transferred to state security, she completed their full training program and was immediately appointed as Lu Shaoqiu's secretary. This role allowed her to closely protect Lu Shaoqiu's safety while also looking after Lu Yaya. Although Lu Yaya now had state security personnel providing round-the-clock protection, they couldn't quite match Lin Qingxian's level of closeness with the girl. It could be said that Lin Qingxian practically lived with the father and daughter, spending every day with them, barely short of actually residing under the same roof. This situation made Yi Yusi, whose motives were already questionable, green with envy. But Yi Yusi was powerless to change it. This decision had been made by multiple parties, and Lin Qingxian was undeniably capable, far more so than Yi Yusi, in protecting Yaya and Lu Shaoqiu. AVIC Group? From the Research Institute? Is Old Master Zhang here? Lu Shaoqiu inquired. I haven't seen Old Master Zhang. Should we arrange a meeting? Lu Shaoqiu considered for a moment, then glanced at his schedule on the office computer. Postpone this afternoon's meeting to 4 p.m. Have launching media adjust their departure time slightly. Tell them overtime might be required, but any hours worked beyond the scheduled time will be paid at triple the rate. Go ahead. Understood. Lin Xinxian nodded and went to notify launching media's Guingji. You go ahead with your work. I might need to spend a large sum again soon, so I thought I'd give you a heads up. Lu Shaoqiu said to Yi Yusi with a grin. What a character. Yi Yusi shot him a disapproving look before heading back to her finance department. After leaving Lu Shaoqiu's office, Yi Yusi couldn't help but sigh deeply. What she had witnessed in the office was the seamless understanding between Lu Shaoqiu and Lin Xinxian. Lu Shaoqiu hadn't even mentioned whether he'd meet with her, he'd merely made some work arrangements, yet Lin Xinxian already understood exactly what Lu Shaoqiu intended to do. In contrast, what could she possibly do to help him? Beyond keeping the books in order and preventing embezzlement, she could do nothing else. The people communicating with Lu Shaoqiu now were military bigwigs. She simply had no way to help him make money. Wait, making money? Yi Yusi's eyes suddenly lit up. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. Hello? Senior brother? I have something I need to ask you. After briefly handling his work, Lu Shaoqiu headed to the reception room to meet with Zhang Songshan and the others. Seeing unfamiliar faces before him and no one he recognized, Lu Shaoqiu inquired, "Who might you be?" "Hello." Zhang Songshan saluted Lu Shaoqiu and introduced himself. "I'm Zhang Songshan, Major General and Commander of a certain Air Force aerospace unit. These two gentlemen are Chief Engineers Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun from our 7 Stars project." Hello. What brings you here?" Lu Shaoqiu was a bit confused. He had been waiting these past few days for someone from the Navy to come find him. Who would have thought the Navy wouldn't show up, but the aerospace folks would come instead? "Well, Mr. Lu," Shaoqiu stepped forward to ask, "we'd like to know, the core central processing units in your company's recently launched Pitaya series of electronic products, are they developed and manufactured in-house, or sourced from elsewhere?" "Central processing unit? Of course it's self-developed. We have a completely independent production line and our own patented technology. Is there a problem with that?" Lu Shaoqiu blinked, unsure why they'd suddenly bring this up. A completely independent production line? The trio's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes. If you're interested, I can submit a request and arrange a tour for you." All of Lu Shaoqiu's factories were officially registered with the military district, not just anyone could tour them. Currently, every production line in the Red Dragon Industrial Park operates with unmanned, intelligent automation. Should hostilities break out, all lines could seamlessly transition from civilian to military production, churning out war essential supplies within minutes. That's right. Our 7-star project has reached a critical stage. However, our self-developed central processing unit lacks sufficient precision, preventing normal operation. Shaoqiu directly handed over 2 documents. One was a confidentiality agreement, the other contained the full details of the 7 Stars project. Lu Shaoqiu raised an eyebrow, immediately signing the confidentiality agreement first. He then took the 7 Stars project proposal and began reviewing it. The more he read, the stranger the expression on Lu Shaoqiu's face became. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Seeing Lu Shaoqiu's expression grow increasingly peculiar, Shaoqiu couldn't help but ask. "Nothing major," Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile, returning the proposal. "It's just that the current satellite's core processing unit configuration isn't ideal. The processing architecture is overly complex and bulky, yet its processing efficiency is quite low. We've actually stopped producing this configuration here." From the proposal he'd just reviewed, Zhongxing Technology's self-developed chip still relied on the most basic planar architecture. Meanwhile, every chip Lu Shaoqiu produced now employed a 3D stacking architecture. Currently, both mobile phone and computer chips started with 100-layer stacking. Of course, this also stems from the fact that AVIC's current technology is not yet up to par. Current global electronic components are still only at the micron level. Only when entering the nanometer realm can one begin to utilize stacking technology. Ha! Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun couldn't help but exchange stunned glances. Nothing could be more disheartening than realizing you're already obsolete the moment you enter the market. Given the satellite's current configuration and accuracy, it's usable, but latency and errors are inevitable. Lu Shaoqiu added a final blow. Mr. Lu has keen insight. We've hit a technical bottleneck and can't achieve the precision of previous GPS systems, Zhang Songshan admitted humbly. Would you be willing to help us overcome this challenge? From Mr. Lu to Engineer Lu, from you to you, Lu Shaoqiu had instantly grasped their predicament. Zhang Songshan knew he'd found the right person. Yet to the dismay of the hopeful trio, Lu Shaoqiu shook his head. "Mr. Lu, what do you mean?" Zhang Songshan protested, reluctant to accept the rejection. The plan had finally shown a glimmer of hope, but judging by Lu Shaoqiu's reaction, he seemed unwilling to assist. "If it's a funding issue, just name the price. Any amount." Zhang Songshan was desperate, gritting his teeth, even willing to raise the offer to resolve this today. But Lu Shaoqiu suddenly smiled. "It's not about money. You've misunderstood. What I mean is that your satellite's entire architecture is outdated. Our company can certainly produce chips with higher precision and faster processing speeds, but your other components aren't compatible. It's like putting a race car engine in a three-wheeled rickshaw. Sure, it might run, but whether it crashes is entirely up to fate. Chapter 64, Why Provoke Him? Hearing Lu Shaoqiu's explanation, the others finally understood why he'd looked so peculiar earlier. From Lu Shaoqiu's perspective, their satellite design and internal systems were likely riddled with flaws and errors. Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun, especially, had spent nearly their entire careers researching satellites. Now, to be so easily surpassed by a young man not even 20 years old, it was a blow to their pride. Don't worry too much about it, Lu Shaoqiu said with a smile. Building something from scratch is the hardest part. No one in our country had ever developed navigation satellites before. Reaching this level is already quite impressive. The problem is you weren't familiar with chip stacking technology, and your production precision didn't meet the standards. Only nano-level chips can achieve configuration stacking. You lost because of the times, not because of your talent. Lu Shaoqiu didn't know how the aerospace engineers of his previous life had ultimately overcome this very challenge. But it is precisely this unyielding spirit that has enabled Daxia to remain standing among the nations of the world, even after enduring a century of humiliation and Western blockade. Mr. Lu, could I humbly request your assistance in refining the plan? This project is of critical importance to us to every sector of the great Xia economy. Zhang Songshan pleaded in a submissive tone. It's possible, but I've recently gotten myself into a bit of legal trouble, Lu Shaoqiu replied hesitantly. Legal trouble? What happened? Zhang Songshan's expression shifted slightly. Well, you see, Lu Shaoqiu explained with an awkward smile, the phones we sold earlier were entirely self-developed and manufactured. We even handled logistics and retail stores in-house, keeping costs low and prices affordable. But that must have rubbed some people the wrong way, touched their interests, you know? I've been sued. Ridiculous. Sued for selling cheap? Must we charge exorbitant prices? Don't the people of our great nation deserve affordable tech products? Zhang Songshuan's temper flared at the remark. He then declared, Mr. Lu, proceed with your satellite upgrades without hesitation. I'll handle this matter here. You needn't concern yourself. All right. Oh, right, there's one more thing I'd like to discuss with you. Lu Shaoqiu suddenly remembered something and said. What is it? Speak freely if it's within my power. Here's the thing, Lu Shaoqiu explained. Our phones are quite good, but unfortunately, the current internet speeds are too slow and the costs are too high, making many features unusable. Here's what I'm thinking, our company could collaborate with your AVIC to develop and launch a new batch of communication satellites. We'd provide the technology, and you'd handle the launch. What do you think? You know about this? Zhang Songshan was somewhat surprised. Lu Shaoqiu made a gesture that clearly signaled he'd sue if necessary, then smiled and said, just a little. This is a great opportunity. Rest assured, if you build the satellites, I'll handle all the procedures and reports. Zhang Songshan pounded his chest emphatically. Great, thank you for your trouble. Lu Shaoqiu smiled as he pulled 3 Pitaya 1 devices from his conference room drawer and handed them to the 3 men. Just a small token of appreciation. Please accept them. Let's stay in touch. The others were flattered but puzzled. They genuinely thought these were cheap trinkets and accepted them immediately. Zhang Songshan was equally straightforward. After leaving Lu Shaoqiu his office phone number, he promptly returned to tackle the issues. Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun remained at Chiliang Industrial Park to coordinate and provide input. As for offering guidance? That was the last thing on their minds. Upon seeing Lu Shaoqiu's production line, they felt as if they'd stepped onto another planet, their faces clearly showing they couldn't make heads or tails of it. They instantly realized that beyond making requests, they could only play the role of elementary school students watching and learning by osmosis. Meanwhile, after leaving the Chiliang Industrial Park, Zhang Songshan returned to his own office. He made a call to one of his contacts. After some twists and turns, he had the incident involving Lu Shaoqiu thoroughly investigated, even uncovering the identity and background of the mastermind behind it. A Taiwanese trader dared to defy the Great Xia on its own soil? Who gave him the nerve? Zhang Songshan let out a cold laugh before dialing several more numbers. The next day, while Lu Shaoqiu's team was still relentlessly redesigning satellites, the semiconductor and electronics markets erupted. A shipment of electronics destined for mainland distribution across major cities was seized by customs. They claimed it was a routine inspection, but after a brief check, the shipment became entangled in a protracted dispute over whether it constituted smuggling. What gives? They've held this for 24 hours already. Why can't we move our goods? Demanded the representative from Rainbow Light Company, the procurement firm, visibly indignant. We received an anonymous tip about a shipment of smuggled electronic components. We suspect yours may be involved and need to verify every model and detail you've declared, the customs official replied in a bureaucratic tone. This is bullying, the Rainbow Light representative retorted, growing even more agitated. While electronic components don't have expiration dates, they do have a shelf life. The same components might sell for 3,000 this month, but next month they could be worth only 800.
If the delay drags on too long, problems are bound to arise. Apologies, but this is our duty. Please cooperate with the investigation. The customs officer offered no further explanation and proceeded to meticulously record each model number. The same scenario played out at every port and airport. Large shipments of multicolor LED components were seized, detained on suspicion of smuggling or other grounds. Electronic components sell extremely quickly. After their previous inventory sold out, many distributors discovered they could no longer obtain new stock. To be precise, their shipments had been seized. Overnight, distributors nationwide began demanding answers from Rainbow's headquarters in Taiwan. Damn it! Who the hell is messing with me? Zhang Yaoyang, the head of Rainbow's Taiwan headquarters, was so furious he slammed his teacup onto the floor. How the hell should I know? Did you piss someone off? Why else would those mainland guys suddenly target us? As a partner, Yao Chong glared at Zhang Yaoyang with equal displeasure. Ever since Zhang Yaoyang took the helm, Rainbow's sales model had become increasingly aggressive. They neglected customer experience and after-sales service, relying solely on low prices to grab market share. It must be that mainland guy who came to see us earlier. He said something about supporting us out of fellow countrymen's camaraderie, and you went and pissed him off. Yao Chong said angrily. Chapter 65, Boarding the Ship. Rainbow's situation continued to deteriorate, with its market share visibly shrinking. When mainland distributors realized Rainbow had likely offended higher-ups, they abandoned ship en masse, switching allegiance to other brands. What? Our shipment still hasn't arrived? As the headquarters of Rainbow, the largest distributor in southwest China, Lan Zixia was clearly panicking. That's right. I checked, apparently it's been held up by customs and can't get through at all. Secretary Shaoqiu replied with a pained expression. Damn it! What are we supposed to do now? So many agents are waiting for us to deliver. In his panic, Lan Zixia slipped into his hometown dialect. Ms. Lan, this can't be rushed. There's no stock nationwide right now. Word is an informant reported a large shipment of electronic waste coming in, so customs is conducting thorough inspections. If they find discrepancies between the models we declared and the ones they're checking, we'll be in even bigger trouble. Shaoqiu hurriedly tried to calm her down. This is China, not the United States. In the States, maybe money talks, but in China, it's the officials who hold the real power. Fine, fine. Keep a close eye on it. After cursing in Hakka, Lan Zixia waved his hand impatiently, signaling he understood. Oh, and Mr. Lan, the court hearing is tomorrow. Will you be attending? Shaoqiu asked. Of course I'll go. Why wouldn't I? I've got nothing else to do anyway. Might as well check it out. Lan Zixia replied. Alright, I'll arrange your schedule. Shaoqiu nodded. Ha! Yulin Base. Wang Wei and his comrades were carefully polishing the base's only 3 J-20s. As they gazed at the aircraft, everyone looked at them as if they were dream lovers. The J-82s parked nearby suddenly seemed less impressive. Especially Wang Wei. Gazing at the J-20 filled him with admiration. The more he looked, the more captivating it became. That aerodynamic layout. That imposing, commanding form. That understated yet sophisticated color scheme. Simply put, it was stunning. Back when they handled the JA-2, they'd been just as careful as they were today. They were even afraid their shoes might leave scratches on the airframe. The entire crew meticulously wiped it down by hand with sponges, inch by inch, terrified of causing any damage. It just rained, and there's still water on that J-8 over there. Someone go wipe it down. Wang Wei, standing tall and seeing far, noticed some maintenance oversights and immediately called out to the logistics crew. Got it, I'll handle it. With that, a ground crew member shouldered a mop and handed over. Once upon a time, even the esteemed Commander Wang received such meticulous care. Who could have imagined that a new generation of aircraft would replace the old? Wiping down the plane again? Seeing Wang Wei leading his comrades in wiping down the aircraft, Yunanshu asked with a smile. Sir. Wang Wei quickly descended from the aircraft, approached Yunanshu, and saluted. How's the new aircraft? Fully familiarized with it now? Yunanshu inquired with a smile. Awesome. Wang Wei gave a thumbs up and grinned. I came here today because I have something to ask you, Yunanshu said after a moment's thought, leading Wang Wei aside. As a frontline pilot, what are your thoughts on carrier operations? Sir, I'm an Air Force pilot. I fly planes. What do I need to board a ship for? Wang Wei's eyes suddenly lit up as if he just realized something. Sir, are you talking about an aircraft carrier? Yunanshu smiled unexpectedly, neither confirming nor denying. He simply stated matter-of-factly, I've already secured approval from the commander. You handle the arrangements. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the first batch of pilots will be selected from our base. Remember, they must be technically proficient. Yes, sir. Wang Wei saluted enthusiastically before rushing off to share the good news with his comrades. Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will persuade Lu Gong. Southern Theater Command and Office. As Director of Equipment Procurement, Chen Guangzong made repeated assurances over the phone. Sir, what is our budget? Chen Guangzong asked cautiously. No expense spared. If it means securing the aircraft carrier, we'll even accept installment payments. I've already reported this to the Central Military Commission.
If necessary, the Southern Theater Command will tighten its belt for the next few years.
Whatever it takes, we must launch the first aircraft carrier as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Chen Guangzong immediately boarded a military aircraft bound for Jincheng. Welcome, welcome, comrades from the Southern Theater Command. Wei Zitao of the Western Theater Command was in charge of receiving Chen Guangzong. Old Wei, cut the small talk.
I'm here on serious business. Chen Guangzong and Wei Zitao were old acquaintances.
Over a decade ago, they served together in the southern regions before Wei Zitao was transferred to Jincheng.
Bull. If you're not here for business, then what to catch up with me? Wei Zitao rolled his eyes in exasperation.
They had once been brothers who shared everything, but everything changed because of one wicked woman, turning them into bitter enemies.
Of course, Chen Guangzong emerged victorious.
Though Wei Zitao was married now, he'd never forgotten the betrayal of having his wife stolen from him all those years ago. If he'd lost in a fair fight, he'd have accepted it. The problem was that scumbag Chen Guangzong played dirty back then. He pulled that fake imperial edict stunt, successfully making the two of them miss each other. At this point, Wei Zitao felt he'd been generous enough not to punch Chen Guangzong twice. Haha, well, this is a letter of introduction. I'm here to meet that person. Chen Guangzong, now in need of favors, could only smile humbly and say, Brother Tao, could you introduce me? That person? Which person? I have no idea what you're talking about. Wei Zitao feigned ignorance. Lately, anyone from the military coming to Jincheng was undoubtedly seeking out that person from Red Dragon Tech. But Wei Zitao was purely annoyed with Chen Guangzong and was just messing with him. Chen Guangzong knew Wei Zitao was playing games with him. He leaned close and whispered, I was wrong back then. Once this is over, I'll host a banquet to apologize. Deal? Any banquet? Wei Zitao raised an eyebrow, questioning. Yes. Chen Guangzong nodded firmly. Even knowing he'd be fleeced, he still agreed. Alright, get in the car. I'll take you there. Though this was personal revenge, Wei Zitao didn't let private matters interfere with official business. He didn't delay the important task at hand and immediately drove off with Chen Guangzong to the Chiliang Industrial Park. Little did they know, upon arriving at the gate of Chiliang Industrial Park, Wei Zitao and Chen Guangzong noticed something unusual. Soldiers were standing guard. Wei Zitao wasn't visiting for the first time, but he'd never seen these particular soldiers before. What was going on? Chapter 66, Step back a bit. Wei Zitao walked confidently to the nearby guardhouse, pulled out a pack of Huazi cigarettes, and said with a smile, Old man, what's the story with those two soldiers? No clue. They just showed up today. Old Lu chuckled as he tucked the cigarettes into his drawer. Didn't they say anything about their background? Wei Zitao asked. No, they just said they take over guard duty for me. Of course I was happy to let them handle it. Old Lu pulled out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Back in the day, Old Lu could only afford Taschen cigarettes. But ever since he started working as a security guard at Chiliang Industrial Park, he couldn't go a meal without a pack of Huazi. Alright, old man. You go ahead, Wei Zitao said, walking straight toward the two sentries. As he drew closer, Wei Zitao realized the two guards weren't army personnel, they were Air Force. After approaching them, Wei Zitao saluted and introduced himself. I'm Wei Zitao, Director of Logistics for the Western Theater Command Army. We need to enter the park now. Please grant us passage. We need to consult our superior officer, the Air Force guard replied immediately, turning toward the gatehouse. He borrowed Old Man Lu's phone and called their superior officer directly to explain the situation. Tell them to wait a moment. I need to consult with higher-level leadership. After a brief silence, the superior on the other end of the line replied. Yes. The guard returned and briefed Wei Zitao and his companion on the situation. Zhang Songshan received the news immediately and promptly called Xinyao to inquire about Wei Zitao's mission. Upon learning that Wei Zitao was there to receive comrades from the Southern Theater Command, Zhang Songshan was far less polite. With the 7 Stars project launch imminent and the satellite development essentially starting from scratch, the already tight schedule had become even more critical. The 7 Stars project was a national priority of utmost importance. No one could afford to delay it. Even knowing the Southern Theater Command was likely here for equipment procurement, there had to be a proper order of precedence, right? If it had been someone from the Western Theater Command colleagues he'd run into daily, he might have let it slide. But since these weren't his own people, he had no choice but to be firm. Tell them that Chiliang Corporation is currently locked down for critical space mission operations, exits permitted, but no entries allowed. Whatever their business, they'll have to wait. Zhang Songshan stated bluntly. Yes, sir. After receiving Zhang Songshan's call, the guard immediately relayed the message to Wei Zitao. Wei Zitao hadn't anticipated this situation either, and both he and Chen Guangzong were utterly dumbfounded. What do we do now? Space programs are usually top secret, so the facility lockdown is understandable. Why don't you wait a couple of days? Wei Zitao turned to ask. I'm here on a mission too.
I'm just as anxious. Chen Guangzong was nearly in tears. He had solemnly promised his superiors that he would finalize the aircraft carrier negotiations within 3 days. Now this. How about this beg me? Wei Zitao suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Beg me, and maybe there's a chance things could turn around? Godfather. Save me. Chen Guangzong had no pride left at that moment. He immediately knelt before Wei Zitao. Alright, just wait. Wei Zitao thought for a moment, then dialed Xin Yao's number directly. Uncle, it's me, Zitao. Few knew that Wei Zitao was actually Xin Yao's cousin by marriage. He rarely mentioned this connection himself, and Xin Yao naturally wouldn't allow his younger relatives to exploit his name for personal gain. Zitao, what is it? Xin Yao was somewhat surprised this distant nephew was calling him. Wei Zitao glanced at Chen Guangzong beside him and said, "It's like this, uncle." Wei Zitao explained the entire situation from start to finish, then added, "Could you please call General Liu and see if he has time for a quick chat? My comrade is in a real hurry." After all, they were brothers in arms who'd shared a rifle for years, blood ties that ran deep. Though Wei Zitao disliked Chen Guangzong personally, that was an internal matter. Now, with the Aerospace Air Force acting so high-handed, he couldn't stand by and watch his comrades suffer injustice. "I'll make the call for you, but I can't guarantee anything." Xin Yao recognized this as a legitimate matter and didn't hesitate to agree. After all, it was just a simple phone inquiry. And so, a call went out to Lu Shaoqiu's cell phone. Lu Shaoqiu was in the middle of inspecting the wiring issues across the entire satellite unit. Seeing the incoming call, he answered immediately. After learning the details, Lu Shaoqiu glanced at his schedule and said, "Have them come in now. I have half an hour free. Let's try to wrap this up within that time, okay?" After hanging up, Lu Shaoqiu called Zhang Songshan. Only then did the Air Force guard at the gate grant them access. Seeing his brother wield such immense influence, Chen Guangzong felt for the first time that he himself had been quite the jerk back in the day. When the two entered the meeting room, they finally saw Lu Shaoqiu, drenched in sweat and still wearing his dust suit. "Gentlemen, what brings you here? Let's get straight to the point." Lu Shaoqiu removed his goggles and mask, setting them aside. "Mr. Lu, thank you for your hard work. It's like this." Wei Zitao sensed the need and stepped out to close the door behind them. After hearing Chen Guangzong's request, Lu Shaoqiu fell silent for a moment. Chen Guangzong felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his heart pounding with anxiety. He feared Lu Shaoqiu would refuse. "The thing is, we can't take on this job right now. The reason is simple, I'm in an inland province, so we can't build an aircraft carrier on land. That's why we need your Southern Theater Command to cooperate. Either find a location to build a new factory, or acquire an old one and hand it over to us for renovation. Furthermore, based on current cost estimates, building one carrier would run around 500 billion yuan. Can you, or your Southern Theater Command, truly accept that? Do you have the authority to decide? Then there's the issue of carrier configuration. Higher specifications inevitably mean higher costs. And that doesn't even include the carrier-based aircraft. I've prepared a detailed list for you. Take it back and discuss it thoroughly with your superiors. Once we have confirmation, we can proceed with further talks, okay?" The satellite's manufacturing was already in its final stages, and he didn't want to waste any more time. He dictated a list via voice input on his phone, then connected it to the conference room printer and printed it out. He handed the list to Chen Guangzong. At that moment, however, Chen Guangzong seemed more intrigued by his phone. "Lu Gong, what's this?" Chen Guangzong asked curiously, eyeing the Pitaya one Lu Shaoqiu had placed nearby. "You mean this? This is a phone. It's our company's self-developed model. If you want one, I'll give you one," Lu Shaoqiu said, opening a drawer to hand over a phone. "No. No need." Chen Guangzong shook his head quickly. In his view, phones were at least several thousand yuan. In an era where average salaries were only around 2,000 yuan, wouldn't that be equivalent to asking for several months' wages? He couldn't be so inconsiderate. Chapter 67, We Must Build an Aircraft Carrier. After receiving the list Lu Shaoqiu handed him, Chen Guangzong glanced over it and saw it was filled with various options. Options like whether the carrier would use a ski jump or catapult launch system, and if catapult, whether steam or electromagnetic propulsion. Naturally, different options came with different price tags. Other choices included the close-in weapon system, the power plant configuration, and the type of carrier-based aircraft, all decisions that needed to be finalized beforehand. Chen Guangzong realized he couldn't make these decisions alone. With no other choice, he returned to his hotel with Lu Shaoqiu's list and called his immediate superior, Commander Gong Shu of the Southern Theater Command. "Sir, this is the situation," Chen Guangzong reported, relaying Lu Shaoqiu's conditions and approximate pricing to Gong Shu. Hesitantly, he turned to his former superior. Gong Shu fell silent on the other end. As one of the relatively younger generals among the 5 theater commands, the usually bold and daring commander now found himself uncertain of how to proceed. He first convened a full-core cadre meeting of the Navy branch, sparking intense debate over whether to build an aircraft carrier. But this meeting was rather abstract.
Since none of them had experience with aircraft carriers, Lu Shaoqiu's detailed list didn't specify the exact cost for each item. Moreover, they weren't clear on the price and performance differences between various parameters. Thus, despite much discussion, no concrete conclusions were reached. Finally, with no other options, Gongshu could only pick up the phone and call his mentor, General Lu Huaqing. Hello? Mentor, Gongshu hesitated after the call connected, unsure how to begin. Little Shu, calling me this late, have you run into trouble? General Lu Huaqing had since retired, now resting at home and enjoying his golden years. Sir, it's like this, our military region is considering building an aircraft carrier. But we're not entirely sure. Before he could finish, General Lu Huaqing immediately interrupted him upon hearing the southern military region's plan to build an aircraft carrier, stating without hesitation, build it. We must build it. But then General Lu Huaqing regained his composure and continued, who are you consulting? Can we even build an aircraft carrier domestically now? Is it reliable? During his tenure as Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, General Lu Huaqing had made monumental contributions to naval reform, spearheading the modernization and equipment upgrades of the Great Xia Navy. He was hailed as the father of the Republic's modern navy. Even now, in retirement, he continued to pour his heart and soul into the Great Xia Navy. He feared these hotheads might be deceived in their eagerness to advance the Navy. Sir, he's trustworthy. This man has already developed new aircraft for our nation. His word is reliable, Gongshu asserted. An aircraft designer? He can build an aircraft carrier? When did our nation produce such a talent? What exactly is your concern now? The old general asked, sounding somewhat incredulous. He'd only retired 2 years ago. Now it's new aircraft, then an aircraft carrier, isn't this leap too ambitious? Well, this Lu Gong gave us a performance specification and a rough quote. It's 500 billion. We're torn, should we go all out for the best, or cut costs and build something basic first? Gongshu voiced his concerns. The old general's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. Not only build it, but customize it? That seemed a bit far-fetched. But after a moment's hesitation, the veteran general who'd lived through that era declared without reservation, Gongshu, listen to your teacher. We absolutely must build that aircraft carrier. If we don't, we'll have no voice on the seas. Mark my words, the Americans will have the audacity to slap us in the face. If we build it, we build the best. No matter what, we must build an aircraft carrier. Unconsciously, General Lu Huaqing's face flushed crimson with emotion. He felt transported back to that year, the year he was invited aboard a ship only to be humiliated by being barred from touching anything, forced to tiptoe and crane his neck just to see. Can you make the decision? 500 billion isn't a small sum. If you truly can't decide, then I'll handle this matter. General Lu Huaqing declared with righteous indignation. I can. Rest assured, I'll coordinate with Lu Gong and commence construction immediately. Gongshu, having finally found his anchor, promptly bid farewell to his mentor, hung up the phone, and immediately dialed Chen Guangzong. After Gongshu hung up, General Lu held the receiver, sitting in silence for a long while. Then he burst into hearty laughter, a laugh so unrestrained, so full of joy, that he doubled over, as if releasing years of pent-up frustration. Dad? What's got you so happy? Hearing his father's booming laughter, Lu Zhuoming, then a Navy colonel and director of the Naval Equipment Research Institute, asked with a smile. Good news. Good news. Zhuoming, soon, our great Xiao will astonish the world. I need to make a call. You go ahead with your work. Since his son wasn't involved, the old general naturally wouldn't divulge any details. He pressed the end call button and immediately dialed Zero's number. After the call connected, Lu Huaqing said with a smile, Hello? Leader, there's something I need to discuss with you. Once the plan was finalized, Chen Guangzong proactively contacted Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu had already carved out time for lunch the next day to meet with Chen Guangzong directly. After deciding to build an aircraft carrier, Gongshu had already begun scouting shipyard locations along the southern coast. He had selected several cities, awaiting Lu Shaoqiu's final decision. When he met Lu Shaoqiu again, Chen Guangzong radiated a completely different energy and spirit compared to before. Major Chen looks in high spirits, must be good news? Lu Shaoqiu asked with a smile, holding an enamel cup. I apologize for interrupting your work and rest. Chen Guangzong felt a twinge of guilt seeing Lu Shaoqiu had to squeeze in this meeting during his meal break. Yet, he carefully retrieved the list of specifications Lu Shaoqiu had provided from his breast pocket and said with a smile, after discussion within our military region, we realize we lack expertise in comparing the differences between various configurations. We won't presume to direct specialists in their own field. We'll simply follow your list and adopt the best, most advanced specifications. That's perfectly fine with me. Has the shipyard location been finalized? Lu Shaoqiu asked with a smile. Chen Guangzong nodded eagerly, of course. The military district has already shortlisted several cities. We're just waiting for your requirements and your final decision. I have no particular demands, except that the draft must be deep enough to prevent the carrier from running aground. Also, transportation must be convenient, otherwise, the parts we manufacture here won't reach the site. Just these 2 points. You choose the location accordingly, Lu Shaoqiu stated. Understood. We'll await your arrival. Chen Guangzong replied respectfully. Both parties drafted the contract on the spot. Chen Guangzong then took his leave and returned to the Southern Theater Command. Chapter 68, You're Not Worthy Yet. With the contract for commissioned aircraft carrier production and shipyard construction finalized, Lu Shaoqiu couldn't spare the time immediately. He needed to resolve the AVIC satellite project first. Due to Lu Shaoqiu's involvement, the original 7 Stars 1 satellite underwent a near-complete redesign from the inside out. Lu Shaoqiu directly repurposed a J-20 dust-free production line, combining metal printing technology with unmanned manufacturing to dramatically boost efficiency. Even starting from scratch, Lu Shaoqiu caught up to the 3 years of progress made by the Research Institute in just 3 days. This was largely thanks to the 3 years of accumulated research by the Institute. Although Lu Shaoqiu was redesigning the satellite, he drew heavily on previous experience, avoiding many pitfalls. After acquiring all navigation satellite technologies, Lu Shaoqiu integrated his current expertise to redraw the satellite blueprints. The weight was drastically reduced, yet the processing power was dozens of times greater than before. Moreover, it could function as a spy satellite. Upon learning that Lu Shaoqiu's company also held lens technology patents and could produce lenses with 5mm resolution. Consider this, these satellites would operate in orbit at 210,000 kilometers. Achieving such precision at that altitude capable of fully identifying ground details proved immensely valuable. After all, the higher the orbital altitude, the larger the area it could cover. Based on Lu Shaoqiu's design concept, just 3 7-star series satellites could essentially see the entire Earth. There would be no blind spots for Great Xia's surveillance anywhere on Earth. Even if the US president were replaced by a bitter tea seed, everything would be crystal clear. Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun, who had started out eager to learn, were now reduced to shouting 666 in awe. No wonder Lu Shaoqiu's technology was leaps ahead. They understood satellite positioning, but the rest was completely beyond them. Yet Lu Shaoqiu had seamlessly integrated these concepts into the satellite design. Each unit performed its specific function with exceptional efficiency. But naturally, more functions meant a longer development timeline. Based on Lu Shaoqiu's estimates, the current pace was barely enough to meet the launch deadline. Even so, Lu Shaoqiu had been working around the clock these past few days, relentlessly refining the design. If this continued, Shaoqiu feared he might burn himself out. Lu, take a break. You're pushing yourself too hard. To Shaoqiu and Zhou Changjun, Lu Shaoqiu's work ethic seemed downright reckless. They had always thought they worked hard enough, sacrificing sleep and meals without batting an eye. But Lu Shaoqiu's relentless drive working until he dropped, routinely pulling all-nighters with just 2 hours of sleep before diving back and truly opened their eyes. Compared to him, they practically went to bed on time. Consider this, in terms of assets alone, the man before them was already the wealthiest individual. His daily net profit alone ran into the tens of millions. Factoring in his fixed assets, intellectual property, and other holdings, his net worth easily reached hundreds of billions, if not trillions. Here was a billionaire who could have retired to a life of luxury, yet he was right there on the production line with them, personally overseeing manufacturing and testing. How could they not push themselves to the limit? 2 professors who had dedicated half their lives to satellite navigation research could only assist Lu Shaoqiu at this point. Due to manpower shortages, he even brought in a team of researchers to set up shop directly at Chiliang Technology Park. Lu Shaoqiu didn't let these people help for free. He paid them all hourly wages. 80 yuan per hour, with overtime beyond 8 hours paid at triple the rate. Initially, the researchers didn't pay much attention to the pay. In their view, as employees of the AVIC Aerospace Research Institute, their salaries were already quite high. But upon calculation, they realized something was off. Based on an 8-hour workday, their daily pay would be 640 yuan. Over 30 days, that amounted to nearly 20,000 yuan. Their regular institute salaries weren't nearly that high. Especially when overtime exceeded 8 hours calculated at 240 yuan per hour, the pay they earned just from these few nights of working late already equaled more than half a month's salary. Damn, that's sweet. This made quite a few people feel a bit unsettled. When is the court hearing? Has the other party been notified? At the Jincheng headquarters of 7 Colors Light Company, Lan Zixia glanced at her secretary, Shaoli, and asked arrogantly. They've been notified. It's this afternoon, Shaoli replied. Fine. Let's go see how those dragon fruit folks can really flail around. Lan Zixia said with a cold snort. That afternoon, Lan Zixia arrived at the courthouse with Shaoli. But the scene he'd imagined the other side mobilizing a large force, either furious or arrogant, didn't materialize. Only one lawyer showed up, glasses perched on his nose, briefcase in hand. Is this all dragon fruit tech has to send? Lan Zixia strode up to the lawyer with an air of arrogance. My client is currently tackling critical challenges and has no time for such trivial matters, the lawyer replied with a refined nod and a smile. Because you're not worthy. Lan Zixiao's face darkened instantly. Rage surged through him as he shouted, What did you say? You. Ha.
The lawyer chuckled, turned, and walked straight up the steps, completely ignoring Lan Zixiao.
Mr. Lan, this lawyer looks familiar to me, murmured Shaoli beside him. He's just a lawyer. What's the big deal? Lan Zixiao dismissed the remark. Oh, Shaoli replied, then followed Lan Zixiao up the long court steps. Yet the further they walked, the more uneasy Shaoli felt. He racked his brain, recalling every famous lawyer he'd ever seen. Gradually, the image of a bespectacled attorney grew clearer, overlapping with the lawyer he'd encountered earlier. Holy! It's him! But it was already too late. He was already seated at the plaintiff's table alongside Mr. Lan. Lan, we're probably going to lose this case, Shaoli whispered in Lan Zixiao's ear. Poof! We hold the pricing power and bargaining leverage. The advantage is ours. How could we lose? Lan Zixiao knew that foreign countries currently dominated the semiconductor industry, so he didn't believe Fire Dragon Fruit would lose this lawsuit. Not Mr. Lan, this lawyer is all wrong. Shaoli was nearly in tears. His legs trembled uncontrollably. The very thought of the opposing counsel's nickname made victory seem utterly impossible. The court is now in session. Plaintiff, 7 Colors Technology and its retained counsel. Defendant, Pitaya Technologies retained counsel. Plaintiff's counsel, you may present your case. After listening to the plaintiff's statement, the attorney representing Dragon Fruit Technology adjusted his glasses and offered a smile. That smile made Shaoli's lips tremble slightly. Because this lawyer's surname was Luo. Chapter 69, Is This How You Make Money? Luo removed his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on before rising to speak. To summarize the plaintiff's argument, the plaintiff contends that our client exploited rock-bottom pricing to gain market dominance and establish a monopoly, correct? Correct. The attorney beside General Manager Lan nodded. This document contains data submitted by our side. Currently, there are 43.29 million mobile phone users nationwide. However, our client's Fire Dragon Fruit phone has only 6,000 users, representing less than 1,000th of the market share. Is this what the plaintiff refers to as market dominance? Additionally, the plaintiff alleges that my client disrupts the market by selling electronics far below market prices, correct? Attorney Luo smiled as he submitted another document, the current cost prices for most electronic components and products on the market. Naturally, these documents were gathered with help from Zhang Songshan. Even Attorney Luo was brought in through Zhang's connections. Currently, the vast majority of electronic products and semiconductor products rely on imports, making it incredibly easy to investigate their cost prices. The customs valuation price is the transaction price of imported goods. This transaction price is the purchase price for major domestic distributors. Domestic agents import products at this wholesale price, then mark them up for resale to major distributors. Distributors then add further markups before selling to retailers nationwide. Throughout this entire process, the selling price at each stage is typically 15 to 20% higher than the purchase price. This means that if a smartphone is imported at around 1,000 yuan, after 3 rounds of resale, its price will increase by about 80%, reaching 1,800 yuan, nearly double the original cost. In Lan Zixiao's view, the people of Daxia lack the capability to develop their own semiconductors. Lu Shaoqiu must have sourced semiconductors from some obscure manufacturer, importing them cheaply before assembling them into phones. However, processors constitute the bulk of manufacturing costs. No matter how much Lu Shaoqiu cut corners, he could never eliminate them entirely. Therefore, he was certain that Dragon Fruit Technology was undoubtedly pursuing a low-price strategy, essentially selling at a loss to generate buzz. Precisely because of this, he dared to take the bold step of filing a lawsuit directly. Given the current ratio between retail prices and production costs for electronic products, the selling price is roughly double the cost price. Luo Lu stated, this document compares the production costs and selling prices of electronic products sold by our client. I request confidentiality for this material. Granted. The judge nodded and accepted the documents Luo Lu submitted. Based on the submitted evidence, statements from both defense attorneys, and market factors, this court determines that the defendant, Dragon Fruit Technology, achieved profits exceeding double its costs. This contradicts the plaintiff's claim of low price competition. Furthermore, the defendant's insufficient market share precludes it from holding a dominant market position. Therefore, the lawsuit filed by the plaintiff, Rainbow Light Jinchang Branch, is dismissed. The defendant, Dragon Fruit Technology, is not found guilty of the alleged monopoly charges. The case is dismissed. Court is adjourned. As the judge struck the gavel, the trial concluded. But Lan Zixiao was now plunged into self-doubt. The loss itself was secondary in his eyes, but the judge's words still rang in his ears. How could Dragon Fruit Technology's selling price exceed twice its cost price? Meaning the factory price of their phones was less than 1,500 yuan? How could that be? Was Dragon Fruit Tech really making that much profit? Lan Zixiao felt like a gambler who'd lost his entire fortune. His eyes reddened as he declared, "No. I'm appealing." "That is your right. However, I suspect you won't have the means for it much longer." Teacher Luo smiled faintly, then gathered his things and turned to leave. "What does that mean? Is he threatening me?" Lan Zixiao glared at his secretary, Shaoli, beside him and demanded angrily.
No, I don't think so.
Shaoqiu grimaced, feeling utterly at a loss for words.
This is Professor Luo, a law professor. If he's gotten involved, the fact that his family wasn't sent to jail is already Professor Luo showing mercy beyond the law.
Originally, after returning to her company, Lan Zixio had planned to gather evidence and continue the appeal. But a single official document abruptly halted her plans. The tax bureau had come to audit the books. After spending several days struggling to get through that, the fire department came for an inspection. Only after paying a hefty fine did the fire department finally leave. Just when he thought things were finally settled, the Administration for Industry and Commerce showed up. The entire branch office was plunged into a week-long cycle of inspections and self-audits. They investigated violations of consumer rights, including false advertising, product defects, and inadequate after-sales service. By the time the Administration for Industry and Commerce agents finally left, nearly a damn month had passed. Not only did the branch office earn not a single penny during that month, but they couldn't even pay the employees' salaries. To this day, Lan Zixio still hasn't figured out exactly who he'd offended. The same scenario was playing out in every city across the country where Rainbow Light had a branch office. Upon receiving this news, the Rainbow Light headquarters in Taiwan knew full well they were being targeted. But they still couldn't fathom why the mainland had suddenly turned against them. Historically, as a Taiwanese enterprise in the high-tech sector, Rainbow had enjoyed favorable policies for its mainland operations. To foster cross-strait harmony, nearly all Taiwanese industries received similar treatment, allowing them to rake in huge profits over the years by acting as middlemen. Yet in this targeted crackdown, Shaoqiu, a company with identical positioning, received no such treatment.
Everything seemed aimed squarely at Rainbow.
Zhang Yaoyang stared at the financial statements showing massive losses, his heart aching so deeply he could barely breathe. With no other choice, he announced the company's delisting from the mainland market. Yet just as he announced the withdrawal and disbanded all mainland teams, a shadowy force quietly reached out to these former Rainbow employees.
Mr. Yi, that's how it stands. Consider it my introductory gift to Lu Gong. Zhang Songshun chuckled over the phone. Then I'll thank General Zhang on Shaoqiu's behalf, Yi Yusi replied with a smile.
Originally, Zhang Songshun had planned to simply shut down Seven Colors Jincheng branch and call it a day. But Yi Yushi had reached out to him through connections. To Lu Shaoqiu, Yi Yushing might have seemed like a love-struck woman. But in the business world, she showed a different side. She proactively requested Zhang Songshuan's assistance to target all of Seven Colors' mainland subsidiaries. After forcing Seven Colors to withdraw from the mainland market, she immediately dispatched personnel to absorb those employees.
Keep in mind, these people held the entire sales network across the Great Xia. Lu Shaoqiu's Dragon Fruit series of mobile phones and home appliances had made a splash in Jincheng, with sales steadily climbing. But expanding beyond Jincheng and Suzhou required extensive preparation. This was precisely the challenge Yi Yusi now faced. Chapter 70, The World is Your Oyster. Lu Shaoqiu had been immersed in coding and troubleshooting lately. After all, there was a gap between his theoretical knowledge and real-world implementation. The system provided Lu Shaoqiu with a flawless blueprint, but the actual machines produced might not match the tolerances recorded within the system perfectly, especially for semiconductor chips requiring nanometer-level precision. Even a single nanometer of error could lead to catastrophic consequences. Thus, Lu Shaoqiu had been continuously verifying the results. Fortunately, the metal printer and lithography printer he built earlier functioned flawlessly. The only time-consuming tasks were testing and programming. Lu Shaoqiu integrated active positioning, spy functions, and short message communication capabilities. Moreover, he planned to launch 4 basic positioning satellites into their respective orbits in a single mission. The United States, having started earlier, occupied low Earth orbit, forcing DSIA's navigation satellites to operate in higher orbits to function properly. This also necessitated a greater number of satellites. Navigation satellites typically operate in medium Earth orbit, ranging from approximately 2,000 to 36,000 kilometers above the surface. Due to their proximity to Earth, multiple satellites must form a constellation to achieve global coverage. Lu Shaoqiu's plan, however, was to deploy the first batch of navigation satellites as communications satellites into geostationary orbit above 36,000 kilometers. This approach would require only 3 satellites to achieve global coverage. Why launch 4 satellites on a single rocket? Naturally, it was because Lu Shaoqiu's satellites were compact enough. However, to guard against potential satellite failures, 1 spare was included as a backup. Lu Shaoqiu successfully persuaded Zhang Songshun and higher-ups. Launching dozens of medium-orbit satellites all at once was clearly unfeasible. A phased approach made more sense. Establish the initial system first before considering other options. Senior management at AVIC and the State Council office chose to trust Lu Shaoqiu, approving this plan. After 15 days of intense work, the 4 Qixing-1 satellites were finally assembled and successfully transported to the Yuecheng Space Launch Center. As the project's chief engineer, Lu Shaoqiu was honored to be invited to observe the launch at the center. The launch that day was highly classified, naturally unknown to the general public. Lu Shaoqiu arrived at the Yuecheng launch base with Yi Yusi, ready to witness the launch.
Originally, Lin Qingxian was supposed to accompany Lu Shaoqiu, but during this period, the sensible Yaya understood she mustn't disturb her father's work. She went to bed and woke up on schedule every day. Since this was a night launch, Yaya would surely be unable to stay awake, so Lin Qingxian had to stay with her to sleep. Yi Yushir was also attending such a formal occasion for the first time, and she felt somewhat stiff. But when she saw Lu Shaoqiu's two huge panda eyes, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Look at you, didn't you just have to tough it out? After Lu Shaoqiu sat down at the seat reserved for him, Yi Yusi gently massaged his temples with her fingers. You wouldn't understand, Lu Shaoqiu murmured with eyes closed, a faint smile on his lips. This feeling of saving a kingdom from collapse, of propping up a towering edifice on the brink of ruin for a man, that's the ultimate achievement in romance. Fine, you're the best. Is that good enough? Yi Yusi gazed at this somewhat childish man. Lu Shaoqiu now radiated an even more dazzling brilliance than during his school days. But while others might see his brilliance, only Yi Yushir glimpsed the loneliness within that radiance. It was the kind of loneliness that comes from being so far ahead of others that it's hard for anyone to understand. All stations, 4 minutes. Prepare. As the command center issued the order, everyone's attention shifted to the large screen before them. 0142, ready. 1 second stage ignition. Roger. Connector detached. All stations, attention. 2 minutes, prepare. 01 third stage cutoff complete. Power transfer. 01 power transfer complete. 01 main disconnection complete. 20 seconds. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Take off. Whoosh. With the engines igniting successfully, the rocket surged skyward. White smoke billowed upward, and dazzling flames illuminated the night sky. Program turn. Remote telemetry signals normal. Ground station tracking normal. Radar tracking normal. Post-launch fire suppression initiated. Optical radar tracking normal. Telemetry signals normal. Yuacheng flight normal. The rocket soared higher and higher, accelerating continuously as telemetry signals from all locations reported normal one after another. Boosters separated. First stage separated. Second stage ignition. Fairing jettisoned. As the fairing atop the rocket opened, it revealed the payload fairing carrying 4 satellites. In just 5 minutes, the rocket had already brought the satellites into medium Earth orbit. Second stage shutdown, third stage ignition. Ground observation stations reported success in rapid succession, with all readings consistent and normal. As the satellites accelerated with Earth's rotation, the third stage ignited for the second time, propelling the rocket toward geostationary orbit. This time, the precise point release technique was employed. Upon reaching the designated point, the first navigation satellite was released upon receiving the ground signal. Satellite rocket separation. All points unlocked normally. Solar panels deployed. Solar panels deployed successfully. Xixing 1I satellite has entered its planned orbit. Xixing 1-3 satellite has entered its planned orbit with normal satellite status. Snap. Thunderous applause erupted in the command center. This marks the day Great Xia no longer relies on the US GPS system. We now have our own independent positioning system. Henceforth, whether for civilian navigation or military positioning, our missiles will never lose their way again. From this day forward, the days of dependence are gone forever. The balance of power has shifted. From now on, the vastness of the Earth is ours to traverse. Lu Gong. Lu Gong. The satellite is operational. We've succeeded. Lu Gong? Shaoqiu beside him was overcome with excitement, a man in his 50s jumping up and down like a child. He couldn't help but want to share this joy with the greatest contributor to this success, Lu Shaoqiu. Even Yi Yusi, who knew nothing about technology, felt a sense of shared pride. Her face flushed crimson with excitement. Everyone in the command center cheered and embraced each other in excitement, except for those around Lu Shaoqiu, who fell silent. They watched as Lu Shaoqiu, who had been seated, had closed his eyes at some point and fallen into a deep sleep. Shu. Zero, who was also present, immediately signaled for silence upon noticing Lu Shaoqiu's slumber and quietly slipped out. Let him rest well. He's been pushing himself too hard lately. Though he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, Shaoqiu had reported every detail concerning Lu Shaoqiu. Initially, it was merely to report on the progress of the plan, but later on, even Shaoqiu found himself feeling alarmed and terrified. This young man was pushing himself far too hard. Shaoqiu simply wanted to inform the leadership so they could persuade Lu Shaoqiu to get some rest. It could be said that without Lu Shaoqiu's relentless efforts over the past dozen days, the plan would never have progressed so smoothly. Lu Shaoqiu's contribution was monumental. From this day forward, his name would be indelibly etched in the annals of Dacia's aerospace history. Chapter 71, A Small Shock to the World. When Lu Shaoqiu awoke, he found himself lying in bed, with Yi Yushir asleep beside him. You sure? You sure? Lu Shaoqiu called softly twice. Yi Yushir blinked sleepily, her eyes widening with delight upon realizing he was awake. Shaoqiu. You're awake. How long have I been asleep? You slept for 28 hours.
It's morning now.
Yi Yusi quickly got up and walked toward the table on the side of the room.
Wait, I'll heat up some food for you.
No need to go to all that trouble.
A bowl of instant noodles will do just fine.
Lu Shaoqiu quickly waved her off. He could tell the food in front of him had been reheated twice already. Yi Yushi had likely been keeping vigil by his side since yesterday, reheating meals at every mealtime in case he woke up hungry.
Lu Shaoqiu didn't want to trouble Yi Yusi either.
She probably hadn't rested well during those 28 hours, which was why he told her not to bother.
Right, this food's been reheated too many times and isn't fresh anymore. I'll get you something fresh. Yi Yushi completely ignored what Lu Shaoqiu said and strode quickly out the door. Lu Shaoqiu made a gesture of surrender but ultimately gave up. He'd seen Yi Yushi's stubbornness before.
After eating, Lu Shaoqiu headed to the satellite base's monitoring center. He began attempting to pinpoint the location through the corresponding program.
Why deploy multiple satellites in medium orbit?
Because the distance between a satellite and a receiver, calculated using the distance formula in three-dimensional coordinates, requires an equation involving three satellites to determine the XYZ coordinates of the observation point. Since there's a clock offset between the satellite clock and the ground receiver clock, there are actually four unknowns, XYZ in the clock offset. Therefore, at least four satellites are needed to pinpoint a single location.
Only then can the latitude, longitude, and elevation of the observation point be determined. Ground receivers can lock onto four or more satellites.
This allows receivers to be grouped according to satellite constellation patterns, with each group containing 4 satellites. Algorithms then select the group with the smallest error for positioning, thereby enhancing accuracy.
Lu Shaoqiu's current positioning program isn't fully optimized yet.
However, due to its high altitude, it can determine the target point's latitude and longitude by comparing the positions of 2 satellites. To further refine the system, more navigation satellites need to be launched. Lu Shaoqiu plans to launch 72 satellites deployed across different orbits, confident this will elevate accuracy to the decimeter or even centimeter level. I've already sent the detailed follow-up satellite design plans to both directors.
For the processors, I can arrange contract manufacturing. We've also submitted the 5-nanometer lithography technology proposal.
We can transfer the patent to AVIC at a discounted rate for your independent development.
It's up to your needs.
I won't be involved in the subsequent R&D work, Lu Shaoqiu stated to the assembled leaders.
Lu engineer.
Xiao Enkai grew anxious upon hearing Lu Shaoqiu and tended to step back, rushing forward to persuade him. You've already grasped the fundamental architecture and design principles. There's no need for me to continue meddling, especially since more important matters demand my attention. Zhang Songshan knew exactly what Lu Shaoqiu was referring to: the naval project. Through several connections, Zhang Songshan had learned what Lu Shaoqiu was likely heading to the Navy to accomplish. The aircraft carrier project held no less significance than their 7 Stars plan. Both were monumental undertakings capable of reshaping the nation's landscape. As Lu Shaoqiu had stated, he had already imparted all his knowledge, laying out the entire framework and design philosophy. The team now only needed to thoroughly understand his architecture and continue development following his design principles.
If Lu Shaoqiu were present, he could undoubtedly accelerate the project's implementation timeline.
But his absence wouldn't be a major setback at worst, it would just require everyone to put in a bit more effort. Then I'll be right here, wishing you smooth sailing on your journey, success in all your endeavors, and an early victory. Zhang Songshan solemnly saluted Lu Shaoqiu with a military salute, expressing his respect.
Thank you, thank you.
When I return, I'll definitely make time to gather with everyone, Lu Shaoqiu said with a smile. We'll be waiting for good news, Zhang Songshan nodded. After returning to the company, Lu Shaoqiu convened his first internal group meeting. The main focus was on work arrangements during his absence. Representatives from all subsidiaries under Red Dragon Group, Fire Dragon Technology, Red Dragon Chemical, Dragon Rise Media, and Red Dragon Steel took the stage one by one. Lu Shaoqiu offered high praise for their current performance.
He also set the tone.
Currently, our primary revenue streams come from Chiliang Steel Mill, Chiliang Chemical, and Dragon Fruit Technology. Everyone must continue their efforts to maintain the current momentum. Regarding Longshan Aircraft Manufacturing Plant, can you guarantee the timely delivery of the J-20 during my absence? Lu Shaoqiu looked in the direction of Zhang Jiai, the head of Longshan Aircraft Manufacturing Plant. Following the May Day military exercises, Zhang Yikai facilitated Lu Shaoqiu's direct transfer of Zhang Jiai from Nanshao. Although Longshan Aircraft Manufacturing employs unmanned automated production, machines are prone to errors, necessitating an expert on site. Despite her limited experience, Zhang Jiai possessed formidable capability. With her in charge, Lu Shaoqiu felt confident. No problem. The Y-25 and KJ-6000 are also under development. We expect results within 6 months, Zhang Jiai stated. Since joining Red Dragon Technologies, Zhang Jiai had always believed Lu Shaoqiu excelled only in materials science and electronic systems. But when all J-20 related technologies were made available to her, she realized what a prodigy Lu Shaoqiu truly was: the mastermind behind the J-20 and its successor models. Now she followed Lu Shaoqiu's every word without question. Her excitement surged even more upon learning that a new aircraft was about to roll off the production line. In a tech company, having only Lu Shaoqiu understand the technology was clearly insufficient, otherwise, he would never finish all those projects even if he worked himself to death. Thus, Lu Shaoqiu had also built up a talent pool, recruiting a large number of graduates from top domestic universities to join his Red Dragon Research Institute. Currently, the Red Dragon Institute spans multiple fields including chemical engineering, materials science, aircraft design and manufacturing, aerodynamics, and nuclear physics. At present, no fewer than 30 researchers were dedicated solely to the Y-25 manufacturing project. Lu Shaoqiu nodded, then turned his gaze toward Guangji. Are there any specific projects underway for film, television, or animation production? Have any game projects been approved? The company has 3 film and television projects, 1 animation project, and 3 game projects currently in development, Guangji replied. Filming is expected to commence by mid-year, and the first trailer for the games should be ready by late July. Not enough. Increase promotional efforts. Contact the Jincheng municipal government to organize an international game expo. Feature our projects with live demos, while signaling our intent to host the annual Game Awards. We aim to be both participants and the platform judges. For the TV series, remember, big budget production. Tell our own Xia people's sci-fi story. No generic world-saving plots, and keep romantic subplots minimal. For the animation, choose Mecha as the first theme, but it must be hardcore and sci-fi focused. Secure scripts from top domestic sci-fi writers. Don't hesitate to invest. For any filming challenges, contact me immediately, I'll handle it. Understood. Guangji nodded while taking notes. No one realized that starting today, Daxia would deliver a small shock to the world. Chapter 72, The Long Journey to Pengcheng. After assigning tasks to all subsidiaries, Lu Shaoqiu announced another bombshell. He was entering the automotive manufacturing industry. Many urged Lu Shaoqiu to think twice. After all, German and Japanese brands still dominated the market. Plunging headfirst into this sector carried immense risk. He could easily lose everything. Lu Shaoqiu, however, revealed his own plan. He instructed Yaya to scout for any automobile factories near Jincheng that were either closing down or up for sale. The idea was to acquire a portion of their production machinery first, then return to test production before making any final decisions. Faced with Lu Shaoqiu's stubbornness, no one dared to say anything more. From what Lu Shaoqiu implied, he intended to test the waters rather than launch sales immediately. Everyone assumed he'd come to his senses once he hit a brick wall. The next day, Lu Shaoqiu prepared to depart for Pengcheng alone. Yi Yuxing had intended to accompany him, but since Lu Shaoqiu was absent, Yi Yuxing as both CFO and CEO of Chilean Group had to remain at headquarters and couldn't join him. Lin Xingxian had to look after Yaya, who hadn't yet started summer vacation. Moreover, the aircraft carrier construction project was highly classified. Even if Yaya had summer vacation in July, she wouldn't be able to visit Shaoqiu in Shenzhen. The carrier construction would take at least 6 months to a year, possibly stretching to 2 or 3 years. While contact with Lu Shaoqiu wasn't entirely impossible, opportunities for meetings would be scarce. Bye-bye, Daddy, Yaya said, hugging Lin Xingxian as she waved to Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu was about to board the military aircraft bound for Pengcheng. Oomph. Yaya pouted, turning her head away to show she didn't want anything to do with her stinky dad. What's wrong, Yaya? Daddy won't be back for a long time after he leaves today. Don't you love Daddy the most? Lin Xingxian asked softly. Wah! Bad Daddy. Does Daddy not want Yaya anymore? Yaya will be good from now on, really good. Will Daddy take Yaya with him? Yaya's little mouth puckered, and she burst into tears. Lu Shaoqiu took Yaya from Lin Xingxuan's arms with a pang of pity, cradling her close as he coaxed gently. What silly things are you saying? Yaya is so adorable, how could Daddy ever abandon such a sweet little girl? Right? Daddy really has to go to work. This matter is extremely important. Once this job is done, no child in our country will ever be bullied by foreigners again. So tell me, isn't that important? But Yaya doesn't want to be apart from Daddy. Yaya wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Shaoqiu's neck, clinging to him with a childish, unreasonable insistence. How about this? Lu Shaoqiu asked with a smile. If Yaya is good, Daddy will ask the Navy uncles to let Daddy come back for Yaya's birthday, okay? Really? Yaya asked, her eyes red, half believing, half doubting. Of course it's true. Daddy never lies to Yaya. Lu Shaoqiu held out his pinky finger. Let's make a pinky promise. Okay. Yaya reached out her little hand and made a pinky promise with Daddy. The Lu family is so happy and enviable. On the plane, a Navy major sitting beside Lu Shaoqiu remarked with a smile. This age is when they're clingy, such a headache. Lu Shaoqiu chuckled, his tone tinged with a touch of self-deprecating humor. Lu Gong, take a look at this. It's the shipyard location selected by the Southern Military District. See if there are any issues or suggestions. The major ignored Lu Shaoqiu's remark and instead pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase, handing them to Lu Shaoqiu. Sure. Lu Shaoqiu took the documents and began flipping through them page by page.
3 natural deep water ports are currently under consideration: Yangqing's Nansha Port, Rongqing's Jiangyin Port, and Xinghua's Meizhou Port.
Which one do you think is most suitable? But after reviewing the materials, Lu Shaoqiu shook his head. None of them are quite suitable. Nansha Port lacks sufficient depth at only 17 meters. Any carrier exceeding 100,000 tons would run aground. Jiangyin Port has roughly adequate depth, but its land transportation is inconvenient. The materials I require couldn't be delivered. Meizhou Port meets the depth requirement, but its location is too awkward.
The slightest activity there might draw attention from Taiwan, making it unsuitable.
Major Lu Shaoqiu's response left the major visibly surprised. He stammered, "Then what should we do? If there's no natural deepwater port, we'll just modify it slightly.
But that will extend the construction timeline." Lu Shaoqiu said, "Let's choose Pengcheng. The surrounding transportation is convenient, and its future development prospects are promising."
Who would have thought that behind a modern first-tier city like Pengcheng lies a large shipyard?
Agreed.
After landing in Pengcheng, the major immediately escorted Lu Shaoqiu to the Southern Military District headquarters in the city.
After hearing Lu Shaoqiu's analysis, Yu Nanshu realized his own oversight.
Upon hearing Lu Shaoqiu's proposal to directly convert a port near Pengcheng, he immediately perked up.
"Convert the harbor? How confident are you, Engineer Lu? How long would it take?" Yu Nanshu looked at Lu Shaoqiu and asked.
100% confidence, but it will take some time.
"I need these items."
Lu Shaoqiu listed his requirements on a sheet of paper and handed it to Yu Nanshu. Yu Nanshu had visited shipyards before, but he had never seen anything like what Lu Shaoqiu required. Instead of requesting various shipbuilding machinery, Lu Shaoqiu had asked for lathes and milling machines, seemingly intending to handcraft the parts. He also called back to Chilean Corporation, instructing Chilean Steelworks to produce a batch of core components and ship them over. To accelerate production as much as possible, Lu Shaoqiu planned to build a batch of large-scale metal printers. Directly forming the hull in one piece would be significantly faster than producing steel plates and then slowly assembling them. Moreover, aircraft carrier deck steel was far easier to work with than the E-carbon steel plates Lu Shaoqiu had previously researched, making the manufacturing of the metal printers considerably less challenging.
Now, we need help assembling the components. Once our core parts arrive, we can complete the assembly immediately. I don't have a suitable computer here.
First, tell me the budget cap and I'll stack the specs as high as possible.
Lu Shaoqiu's tone sounded like he was shopping for a computer at an electronics mall.
Well, according to the Central Military Commission's allocation, the budget is around 60 billion. If that's insufficient, we can supplement it with the Southern Military Region's naval budget for next year, Yu Nanshu stated solemnly. Then let's go with 65 billion.
If we exceed that, I'll cover the extra costs up front.
You can reimburse me later, Lu Shaoqiu said with a smile.
Chapter 73, Monster Maneuver. Time rewound to mid-May.
The probing maneuver in the southern waters of Great Xia ended with the United States' humiliating retreat. Upon the Ligen carrier's return to the Japanese naval base at Yokosuka, news of the F-18s being driven off by Dacia's new fighter jets had already crossed the ocean, reaching the White House across the sea. The entire incident, captured by onboard cameras, along with the radio transcriptions between the 3 pilots of the Cobra formation, were transmitted back to the homeland for congressional review. When the footage began playing, the initial scenes appeared normal. The 3 U.S. pilots were chatting and laughing. But soon, an unknown fighter jet suddenly appeared in the footage. Since the onboard camera was mounted inside the cockpit rather than externally, most of the footage showed the cockpit interior, with the unidentified fighter only visible in the corner of the frame.
Then, in an attempt to shake off the intruder, the 3 F-18 pilots began employing every trick in their arsenal.
Victor's feed showed his aircraft suddenly accelerating, followed by the radio channel filling with profanities like mother airs and assholes.
No matter how the F-18s maneuvered, they couldn't shake the intruder.
Even more bizarrely, the intruder maintained a constant relative speed alongside Victor's FA-18, like a ghostly presence that refused to be shaken off. Only as it approached Great Xia airspace did the Chinese warning broadcast and the fire control radar lock signal sound, finally making the old men in the capital realize this aircraft was indeed Great Xia's. As Victor maneuvered to avoid entering Dacia airspace, a despair and shock far deeper than what Victor had felt at that moment filled the conference room of the Capitol building. Victor was entirely focused on piloting the aircraft at the time, leaving him no opportunity to observe the J-20's full maneuvers. Yet now, the congressional gentleman could clearly see that after the F-18 performed an emergency evasion, the J-20 executed a truly astonishing Cobra maneuver. The speed of the climb, the steepness of the angle, and the brevity of the ascent distance were simply beyond comprehension. The maneuver was as agile and swift as a kite's flip in some Eastern martial arts films. In terms of engine thrust and material strength, it was almost impossible to achieve. Yet this aircraft pulled it off. It practically carved a sharp angle in the sky.
Terrifying.
What followed were the near hysterical shouts and broken cries of the U.S. pilots. Only after they had flown their aircraft 200 nautical miles beyond the maritime jurisdiction zone did that monstrous aircraft vanish silently, as if it had never existed.
A prolonged, deathly silence fell over the entire conference room.
Many Air Force generals and members of Congress trembled as they removed their glasses, pretending to wipe them with cleaning cloths as if nothing had happened.
Yet their trembling hands betrayed them, revealing their inner turmoil. Are all of Great Xia's aircraft monsters?
Only monsters could perform such maneuvers, Air Force Commander Norman Clinton muttered to himself. Gentlemen, this is an unprecedented crisis in the over 200-year history of the United States of America. What are your thoughts? Secretary of State Powell addressed everyone present in a solemn tone.
We currently know nothing about Great Xia's new fighter jet.
Its combat capabilities, its maximum speed, everything is unknown. I cannot comment, Norman Clinton replied, his expression equally grave.
What is the current status of the F-22? Is the production line mature? Can it be mass-produced? Powell turned to Norman and asked. The F-22 design is fully mature. The prototype is about to roll off the line. Once flight testing is complete, mass production can commence, enabling full deployment. Norman replied. The nation spent $67 billion not to hear this bad news. Powell roared, losing his composure. Now, fear flickered in everyone's eyes. They were afraid. These long-entrenched American bigwigs, upon learning that truth lay in the hands of those across the ocean, felt unease for the first time. If others didn't understand the nature of the United States, how could they themselves be unaware? America was a nation that sucked the lifeblood from the world to sustain its privileged elite. Before, armed with the world's most advanced weapons and cutting-edge technology, they could act with utter impunity. Whatever they desired, they could simply seize. But now, upon learning that the Red Nation across the ocean possessed technology no less advanced than their own, they felt fear for the first time. It's like a robber wielding a knife who could brazenly storm into a kindergarten and bully everyone around, knowing no one there could stand up to him. But now, the kindergarten director suddenly stepped out. The robber had assumed the director was just a skinny little dog, which is why he chose this kindergarten. Yet now he discovered the man stood over 2 meters tall, bulging with muscle, and his pockets were bulging too. Who knew what he was hiding? Naturally, the robber panicked. After all, this man could literally punch him to death with a single blow. Especially since they knew full well how add up their past deeds had been. Now, they feared the man would come looking for payback. Gentlemen, science and technology no longer reside in free nations. This is a blatant declaration of war. Powell declared to everyone before him in a grave tone. What we must do now is reclaim the United States of America's dominant position. Gentlemen, a new arms race has begun. Once upon a time, the old superpower was drained of its strength by an arms race. And what Americans excel at is inflating military data, forcing the enemy to chase after us, thereby draining their funds and crippling their finances. Urge Lockheed Martin to expedite the F-22's production and deployment. We need such an aircraft to restore our national prestige. Powell ordered. Furthermore, the Army, Navy, and all branches must accelerate weapons development and iteration. We shall use America's advanced technology to make America great again. God bless America. God bless America. Though the probing maneuvers in the South China Sea remain covert matters to the general public, overshadowed by movies, TV dramas, and entertainment news, they are no secret to nations worldwide. Especially for the nearest neighbors, the Philippines, who could observe the U.S. fleet's arrival with the naked eye. The U.S. fleet arrived with great fanfare but departed in disgrace. Its comical shift from arrogance to servility quickly spread across the globe. The United States' once unassailable invincibility seemed to be fading. Chapter 74 Trinubi. Far away in Europe. Half a month after the NATO coalition declared a ceasefire, many member nations led by Britain were growing restless. There was no way around it. Every extra day of troop deployment meant another day's worth of expenses. The entire continent of Europe, when combined, is only about 1 million square kilometers larger than the Great Xia. With a total population barely half that of the Great Xia, its industrial and agricultural foundations are actually quite limited. The size of their territories dictated that these NATO nations had limited resources. The longer the conflict drags on, the louder the domestic opposition grows, and the greater the military expenditures become. A fortnight of inaction means that provisions for both men and horses must be transported from home or allied nations to the front lines. The shipping costs alone represent a significant expense. Moreover, after all this fighting, no substantial gains had been made, leaving many allies deeply dissatisfied. British Prime Minister Tony Blair, at the time, was baffled by his big brother's sudden silence. After waiting a fortnight, he finally called the White House to inquire with President Jefferson. President Jefferson, I apologize for the abrupt call. Regarding the situation in Eastern Europe, we wish to understand your intentions for troop deployment in the Balkans. Are there any concerns? Anthony inquired diplomatically. Well, after deliberation, we've decided to withdraw from intervening in Eastern European affairs. The United States now faces severe challenges and lacks the capacity to uphold justice for the free world. Jefferson's strictly professional tone caught Anthony off guard. Damn it, you're the one who called for action, yet you're also the one refusing to join the coalition. Now you've left us European allies stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's ridiculous. But Anthony dared not confront Jefferson directly. After all, the United States was now their primary ally. He could only express his confusion diplomatically. "Mr. President, may I inquire what has transpired? The situation in Eastern Europe is now clear. With just a little more pressure, we could completely crush the socialist bloc in Europe." "Why would you?" "Precisely because our free world faces even greater challenges," Jefferson replied gravely. "Half a month ago, during the Great Xia military exercises, you Britons were present, weren't you?" "Yes, but the Great Xia now possesses new aircraft advanced fighters far surpassing our F-18 Hornets. The United States simply lacks the capacity to continue engaging in Eastern European affairs." Jefferson's words caused Anthony's face to pale instantly. "Mr. President, are you saying the Great Xia have already deployed their newest fighter jets, ones far superior to the F-18 Hornets currently in service with the U.S. military?" "Yes. Therefore, to guard against a potential Xia invasion, we must prioritize defense of our homeland. However, to maintain stability and peace in Europe, we will continue long-term arms support for the Eastern European theater." Jefferson left some wiggle room. In other words, the United States would no longer involve itself in Eastern Europe's complex affairs, yet it would continue to dump vast quantities of its own arms onto the European battlefield. Wasn't this blatantly like wanting to eat meat without slaughtering the pig? But there was no choice. As the current world's leading power, Anthony had to swallow his pride and accept these onerous terms. Anthony hung up the phone, then, after a moment's thought, summoned all members of Parliament to convene in the House of Lords, simultaneously notifying Queen Elizabeth to attend. Members of both the House of Lords and the House of Commons arrived at Parliament at 2 p.m. to debate whether to withdraw troops from Kosovo and Eastern Europe. Ultimately, Parliament voted to withdraw the troops immediately, with future support for Kosovo's national forces to be provided through arms sales. Over the following days, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, Canada, and other nations gradually withdrew from the battlefield. After all, the original instigators had already withdrawn from the group. With subsequent nations left leaderless, they naturally avoided a complete breakdown in relations. Ultimately, both Yugoslavia and these nations belonged to the same continent. Although the United States led the airstrikes and even killed many people, causing deep hatred among the people of the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia, the vast Atlantic Ocean stood between them. Even if Yugoslavia found a new patron or grew powerful enough to seek revenge in the future, they would have to think twice. But they were different. If the Yugoslav Federation truly sought retaliation, its missiles had a maximum range of just a few hundred kilometers. They could easily launch a mutual destruction attack on their neighbors in a matter of minutes. Therefore, a certain degree of face must be preserved for each other. It was precisely for this reason that they withdrew their forces in such seamless coordination. The moment they pulled back, the Kosovo ethnic armed forces froze in their tracks. Aren't we buddies? Weren't we supposed to back each other up? Weren't we going to beat Yugoslavia into submission just like we did with the Big Brother? What's the deal now? You guys aren't fighting anymore, but the FRY will have to fight me. Kosovo was originally a province under Yugoslavia, similar to a provincial-level administrative unit. But the people living there are ethnic Albanians, not the same ethnicity as the Serbs. Precisely because of this, they launched a violent ethnic movement with NATO's backing. Ultimately, it escalated into this war. The original situation was a rebellion in Kosovo, followed by Yugoslavia sending troops to suppress it. Yet now, it has been framed as Yugoslavia disrupting peace and stability in Eastern Europe. Consequently, NATO nations led by the United States intervened in this internal conflict under the banner of democracy, freedom, and peace, ultimately escalating it into full-scale war. In essence, the Kosovo ethnic armed forces were rebels and thugs. Yet no matter how much Ivanović, the leader of the Kosovo ethnic armed forces, pleaded with these NATO nations, he could not sway them from their intent to withdraw. By the time the last contingent of NATO forces withdrew from the coast, Ivanovic's heart sank. F-22 maiden flight. Shock. The world's first fifth-generation fighter jet debuts. Lift coefficient 20. The true airborne champion is born. A mere month later, explosive news erupted from the United States. Pro-American factions worldwide erupted in celebration. Wonderful. Truth is in the hands of freedom and democracy. Only such aircraft can safeguard world peace. Soon after, footage of the F-22's test flight began spreading rapidly across the internet. It swept across the entire web at a near-viral speed. Even Liu Shaoqiu, deep within his closed research facility, heard the news. Liu heard the news? The American's F-22 made its maiden flight. Amidst the shipyard construction site, a Navy lieutenant commander smiled as he showed Liu Shaoqiu a video. Liu Shaoqiu didn't even look up, I know. Service ceiling 20,000 meters, max speed Mach 225, combat radius 900 kilometers, thrust-to-weight ratio 101, lift coefficient 20. They're full of it. That plane ceiling tops out at 16,000 meters, max speed is only 18, thrust-to-weight is just 795, and lift coefficient is a measly 16. You know all this? The lieutenant colonel stared at Liu Shaoqiu in astonishment. Chapter 75, Piercing Them with the Mightiest Spear. Of course I know. The J-20 specs far surpass these. Their turbofan engines can't achieve a thrust-to-weight ratio of 101, while our variable cycle engines reach 17 or even 18. And their aircraft is so heavy without even canards, how could it possibly have a lift coefficient of 20? Only then did the Major recall that the man before him was the J-20's chief designer, the legendary scientist who had single-handedly created the current situation. As an aviation industry expert, Lu Shaoqiu knew this wasn't something incomprehensible. "Mr. Lu, how did you know their exact data?" the Major asked, still curious. "Calculations," Lu Shaoqiu replied with a chuckle. "They've published the approximate aircraft weight, and I can roughly estimate the thrust of their turbofan engine. The rest follows naturally." He didn't mention that he'd seen it before. But with his current knowledge, it wouldn't be difficult to calculate if he really wanted to. So what do we do now? Are we really going to use the J-20 to fight their F-22s? The Major expressed his concern. Although Lu Shaoqiu had mentioned the F-22 was inferior to the J-20, a reassuring revelation, the fact that the enemy possessed weapons capable of engaging them still caused some unease. Both the J-20 and F-22 were heavy fighters, essentially defensive weapons. Unless they struck the enemy's homeland, encountering an F-22 was highly unlikely. The real threat lay with carrier-based aircraft. Lu Shaoqiu fluttered open the blueprints in his hands, revealing a sleek, aesthetically designed new fighter jet. "This is our ultimate spear, the carrier-based J-35. With the carrier size I've designed, we can deploy 70 J-35s at once. And the J-35 specs are no worse than the F-22s. We'll use our strongest spear to pierce them to pieces." Lu Shaoqiu laughed heartily and slapped the lieutenant colonel on the shoulder. The lieutenant colonel stared at the blueprints before him, his expression shifting from shock to ecstatic delight. He reached to take the blueprints for a closer look, but Lu Shaoqiu suddenly tucked them away. "Lu, you..." The lieutenant colonel looked utterly bewildered, as if he'd been enjoying a thrilling episode only to be told he needed a VIP subscription to unlock the next part. "Wait for the Carrier C trials first. Once they're done, with our company's mature production lines, the J-35 can be churned out like dumplings. Besides, if you want to see it, you'll have to file a report. Classified, got it?" Lu Shaoqiu said with a smirk, tilting his chin up. "Fine." The lieutenant colonel had no choice but to grit his teeth and clench his fists in frustration. Meanwhile, the US had assumed that after playing its trump card, the great Xia across the ocean would react. If not to jump up and down in protest, shouting about fake news or whatever, then at least they should have rolled out their new aircraft for a show of national might and prestige. Many American scholars specializing in Xia studies believed the nation had always been intensely image-conscious. Especially when it came to matters of national honor, the great Xia people possessed an obsession surpassing any other nation or people in the world. Therefore, they believed that once their new aircraft was unveiled, posing a threat to Xia. Even many within Xia who receive American funding have been hyping the F-22 threat. To appease the Xia public, they believed Xia should immediately reveal its new aircraft. Even if they didn't unveil the new aircraft, they would certainly release more information about it. Yes, America's move was essentially a trial balloon. They deliberately spread false information to extract intelligence about the new aircraft. What they didn't anticipate was that the F-22's emergence has actually stirred up quite a stir among the Chinese populace. Many genuinely felt uneasy. But when a Rear Admiral surnamed Zhang, a professor and doctoral advisor at the National University of Defense Technology, appeared on a military program, he presented a compelling argument. The F-22 is currently only in the test flight phase, and it's still a long way off from being deployed. Even if the F-22 were fully deployed, it would pose no threat to our mainland. After all, it's a heavy fighter with a combat radius of at most 1,000 kilometers. Even if it took off from the US West Coast, it couldn't reach the Hawaiian Islands, so how could it threaten our mainland? Moreover, our nation is naturally developing new aircraft of its own. Some have asked me, Professor Zhang, if the US has fifth-generation fighters, shouldn't our country also be researching them? I tell them, China is developing new aircraft, but not the traditional fifth-generation fighters the international community refers to. In fact, what we're developing is a fourth-generation fighter. When we research aircraft, we aim for the same level as the F-22. That's impossible to achieve, and it's all for the sake of protecting national security. Lu Shaoqiu didn't watch this episode, otherwise he'd probably have laughed himself silly. The young bureau chief clearly possesses superior strategic deception skills. As a Navy Rear Admiral, could Bureau Chief Zhang possibly be unaware of the J-20's true capabilities? He's clearly digging another hole for the other side of the ocean. How could the Americans possibly understand this? After watching this military interview, those so-called geniuses slap their foreheads. Holy crap, right. No matter how advanced the F-22 is, it can only defend its own territorial waters and homeland. It can't operate off an aircraft carrier. Just as Director Zhang said, the Chinese don't have aircraft carriers. How could they possibly cross the Pacific? That's ridiculous. The F-22 would just be a decoration. They'll never get to face off against China's new aircraft in their lifetime. In the end, wouldn't we still be forced to pit our F-18s against their new aircraft?
Thus, on Capitol Hill, the U.S. House of Representatives convened and nearly unanimously approved a new military procurement plan.
Develop a carrier-based fighter matching the F-22's performance.
They would use the sharpest spear to pierce the Great Xia.
Thus began a 6-month nationwide bidding process for the new carrier-based fighter. Lockheed Martin ultimately won the bid, securing the project with an $80 billion R&D budget.
Of course, no one could have foreseen that this would become a colossal financial pitfall. Meanwhile, the arms race between China and the US quietly commenced.
Meanwhile, in the entertainment industry, a grand event was brewing.
Major studios and manufacturers from Japan, the United States, Europe, all those with established reputations or rising prominence worldwide received invitations from the Great Xia government.
Co-founded by Jincheng authorities and launching entertainment.
Since this event itself serves to drive the development of Jincheng's entertainment industry while also enhancing the city's influence, Jincheng took the lead in rallying numerous companies to co-host it.
By leveraging their sales channels, they aimed to amplify its impact.
For years prior, Los Santos in the United States had already hosted the pioneering professional gaming exhibition, E3. Originally conceived as a launchpad for video games and peripherals, E3 served as an annual preview of the commercial battle, primarily attracting game developers and manufacturers.
It was fundamentally a trade-focused exhibition aimed at industry insiders rather than players.
Liu Shaoqiu, however, aspired to create a gaming expo truly centered on players.
Chapter 76, Dimensional Strike. Mr. Gu, did Chairman Liu mention this before he left? Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to act on our own initiative?
Jincheng was preparing for the Golden Panda Gaming Expo, with launching company handling publicity. The online comment army division had been upgraded to the publicity department and was now swamped with work for this event. What no one anticipated, however, was that while preparing for the Golden Panda Gaming Expo, Guangji was simultaneously planning another event, the Electronic Technology Expo. This was not part of Liu Shaoqiu's final instructions before his departure. As the former head of the online army and now the head of the PR department, Zhang Zifeng quietly reminded Guangji with some concern. This was something a figure as prominent as Chairman Liu hadn't considered. Chairman Liu was so far ahead of the curve that he hadn't anticipated that our in-house game studios all used game engines to develop our titles.
Most computers on the market today simply couldn't handle our games.
Rather than waiting for players to buy our games and curse at home, it would be better to kill two birds with one stone, promote our latest technology to the world. The ability to purchase new hardware would naturally boost game sales.
Guangji's reasoning was spot on. This was indeed a strategic misstep by young Master Liu.
He had always used computers he developed himself. Their processing power was leagues ahead of what current systems could offer. After acquiring those studios, Liu Shaoqiu upgraded their equipment and developed a proprietary 3D creation engine. This provided powerful auxiliary functions for game development, film production, architectural design, and other fields. Not only did this shorten production cycles, but it also enabled real-time rendering of geometric models and lighting systems. After mastering the 3D engine, multiple game studios under launching media found themselves opening the door to a whole new world. With Liu Shaoqiu's full funding and ample manpower, nearly all these studios developed their own game demos within 6 months. They produced not only spectacular promotional videos but also live gameplay demos. Yet these games, which were nearly a generation ahead of their time, proved to be a devastating blow to the computers and consoles of that era.
Processors still operating at the micrometer level simply couldn't handle such massive data volumes.
Forget running them with entire computer hard drives barely scraping 10 gigabytes of storage, they couldn't even be installed. It was almost inevitable that this gaming expo would turn into a one-sided slaughter.
August arrived, and the expo opened its doors.
Although Jincheng and several software companies leveraged their networks to invite numerous developers and players, the inaugural Golden Panda Game Expo fell short of expectations compared to the established E3. However, many small foreign studios seized this opportunity. Especially after Guangji guaranteed that the entire event would be broadcast live simultaneously on local and international channels, these smaller foreign studios and some foreign companies purely hoping to strike it rich came to Jincheng to participate in the exhibition. This marked a departure from the familiar exhibition format. The entire venue was transformed into a hands-on experience space. It also served as an electronics hardware expo. Compared to the future 20 years ahead, however, many computers of this era still sported their boxy, bulky designs. Thus, the entire demo area resembled a shady internet cafe. Yet numerous manufacturers brought their latest innovations, collaborating with game developers to promote their new computers. American companies like Microsoft and IBM were invited to showcase faster, higher capacity computers while also launching their portable devices. Naturally, these foreign manufacturers showcased their computers' powerful capabilities by running games. For many first-time exhibitors, setting up their booths proved somewhat awkward and disorganized. Fortunately, Guangji had anticipated this and dispatched a professional team to resolve issues promptly. This ensured the 3-day exhibition proceeded smoothly. The first 2 days of the exhibition were reserved for industry professionals.
Many manufacturers use this event to solidify their future R&D directions while also learning about current hardware limitations from various hardware suppliers. This provided crucial direction for their subsequent development efforts. However, major studios like Blizzard, Platinum Games, Koei Tecmo, and EA didn't anticipate that the most popular booth at this exhibition wouldn't be theirs, but rather that of a newcomer, Pitaya Studio. After Liu Shaoqiu acquired those game studios, they were nominally placed under the jurisdiction of Longxing Media. However, Guangji focused her primary efforts on publicity and film animation, leaving the gaming division largely self-managed. To ensure timely reporting of the situation, Guangji transformed Pitaya Studio into a subsidiary of Longxing Entertainment, specifically tasked with overseeing the game studios. Currently, Pitaya Studio manages 5 domestic studios and 2 overseas studios. After Liu Shaoqiu developed the 3D engine, these studios submitted their exhibition entries for this event. On the final day, open to all gaming enthusiasts, the host took the stage to introduce each exhibited game. The first few were games from major international studios. Titles like Age of Empires, Biohazard, and Fist of the North Star 2000, whether new releases or sequels, captivated audiences with eye-catching trailers and gameplay clips. For many developers, this was their first experience with such a promotional approach. After all exhibitors had presented their games, the spotlight finally turned to the host studio, Pitaya Studio. When the trailer for their own fantasy game, Legend of Sword and Fairy, appeared on the big screen developed by the Madman team, a reincarnation of the original Madman studio that created the original Legend of Sword and Fairy, every single attendee in the hall couldn't help but gasp in awe. Many attendees had arrived that day or missed the demo sessions. Yet upon seeing the exquisitely rendered character models and hearing the melodious classical music, they were captivated by the screen's ethereal visuals and compelling world building. Foreigners knew little of sword immortals, let alone the culture of the Great Xia dynasty. But during the live gameplay demo, witnessing the protagonist's dazzling sword techniques, dazzling spell combos, and the exhilarating combat feedback instantly ignited the crowd. Many immediately reacted with, "Shut up and take my money." While other domestic studios didn't receive such enthusiastic cheers, they still garnered overwhelming praise. Finally, the grand finale arrived. A monkey wielding a golden staff captured the world's attention. Chapter 77, The Future of Gaming in Great Xia. When the Pitaya Studio logo appeared on the giant screen, attendees who had already witnessed several stunning reveals from Pitaya subsidiaries were largely numb. They hadn't imagined what else this company could possibly pull off. But when that stick-wielding monkey appeared amidst the mountains and forests, engaging in battle with the forest's little demons, gaming enthusiasts across the Great Xia erupted in gasps. This monkey was instantly recognizable to every citizen of Daxia. Dazzling visuals, rousing music, fluid combat mechanics, and finally, a fleeting glimpse of the Monkey King. In an instant, countless players, including many from abroad, began adopting monkey-themed aesthetics. Many international players began asking the even more excited Great Xia players, "Who is this monkey? Why is he so cool?" Many players now realized that Pitaya Studio and its affiliated studios possessed formidable technical prowess. While other companies still produce stiff animations, expressionless characters, and scenes rendered almost entirely as color blocks, these Daxia studios had already mastered the creation of scenes rivaling real life and character models detailed down to individual strands of hair. Playing such games was undoubtedly a visual feast. By the time all game presentations concluded, the entire gaming industry was practically boiling over. Many major foreign studios that had snubbed the event suddenly realized they'd missed a golden opportunity. Thanks to international broadcast channels, many countries could witness this gaming extravaganza live. Pitaya Studios undoubtedly became the biggest beneficiaries of this organic promotion, simultaneously drawing massive traffic and attention to the entire exhibition. In the days that followed, especially the fantasy game and the monkey became hot topics that remained trending on international internet platforms and numerous print media outlets. Many were asking who this monkey really was. When many foreigners learned that this monkey was the inspiration for Son Goku and Dragon Ball, even many original anime fans began to take notice of these games. This undoubtedly presented a breakthrough opportunity for most games to reach new audiences. Many exhibitors were experiencing a bittersweet mix of pain and pleasure. The joy stemmed from the unexpected international attention their first ever gaming expo had garnered. The pain stemmed from the fact that Pitaya Studio, as the organizer, was somewhat taking advantage of the situation. Their game visuals, compared to Pitaya Studio's own, were like adults beating up kids, utterly unfair. The fluidity of their work, the intensity of their lighting, and the rendering of their scenes. Not only in this era, but even a decade from now, few could match them. It's like asking someone to fight a machine gun with a wooden stick or a fire poker. Even if Pitaya's games all have storylines as Taya's, people will still buy them. After all, who in this era has ever experienced such visual impact? That lifelike texture, those real-world environments, and that authentic combat feedback, all layered with the unique, profound cultural heritage of the Great Xia, mean even mediocre plots won't hurt sales. For years, Daxia's game developers have essentially been playing in their own little world. Whether on the mainland or in Taiwan, nearly all game developers exclusively produce Chinese-language titles targeting the domestic market, showing no interest in breaking out of their niche. Virtually none of the major international studios have ever witnessed the true capabilities of DCA's game developers. But they've also breathed a sigh of relief. Such high-end rendering and graphics undoubtedly demand powerful hardware. If Pitaya Studios' games were that demanding, 90% of the world's players wouldn't be able to enjoy them. This suggests that while DCA developers harbor ambitions to expand globally, they remain largely focused on self-contained development. Even so, these discerning game producers must acknowledge that the future of gaming lies in DCA. With such mature technology and advanced hardware, DCA had surged ahead of everyone else. What no game developer could have anticipated, however, was that Pitaya Technologies soon extended a collaboration proposal. They never imagined Pitaya Tech would offer to share their 3D engine for free, charging developers only a 5% royalty once their game's lifetime revenue reached $1 million USD. Moreover, if the developer agreed to list their game on Pitaya's gaming marketplace, the royalty rate would drop from 5% to 3%. Additionally, Guangxi presented other terms of cooperation. For companies in fields like film, television, or animation, if their annual revenue exceeded $1 million USD, they would pay Pitaya $1,500 USD per employee per year. This condition has excited many game developers. In this era, games generating million-dollar revenues are few and far between. Therefore, the game engine is essentially free. Lu Shaoqiu and Guangxi's true objective is to drive traffic to their game marketplace, encouraging more games to launch on their Pitaya Gamebox console and platform. This strategy would naturally drive increased sales of gaming hardware. Through this exhibition, Pitaya's array of modern smart devices also came to the forefront, gaining worldwide recognition. Even after the event concluded, discussions about it persisted for a long time. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the members of Congress were grappling with how to respond to the potential rise of the Great Xia, completely unaware that in Silicon Valley, a company named Pitaya had quietly been established. Yet this English name failed to capture much attention from Americans. It was crazy. Even now, on the other side of the ocean, Yi Yuxing's senior classmate Ji Buochang still found it somewhat surreal. As a graduate of the first class after the renaming of Tilankio Prison, Ji Buochang had been a prominent figure in the business world. He excelled particularly in capital operations and cooking the books, which is precisely why he ended up at Tilanxiao for further education. Back then, society wasn't as forgiving toward ex-cons, so after his release, Ji Buochang struggled to find work. That's precisely why Yi Yushi had his eye on him, directly conscripting him. Making money? That was his specialty. Yi Yushi's task for Ji Buochang was straightforward: establish a company in the United States and generate revenue by any means necessary. Once he amassed 10 billion yuan, he could return to China, erase his entire past, and start anew. In this era, it was an undeniably tempting offer. Who wouldn't want to clean up their record and live an honest life? Now, having successfully established his company and recruited a large number of Americans as agents, a bold plan gradually took shape in his mind. This plan was so audacious that even he found it borderline insane. Chapter 78, A Daring Plan. Yushi, my senior brother has this bold idea lately, wonder if you're interested? Having finally gained a foothold in the States, Ji Buochang also yearned to return home sooner. After all, home is where the heart is. Even though his junior sister provided him with unlimited funding in the States, allowing him to live a life above others, nothing could compare to the peace of mind he felt when he was in his own country. To return home sooner and see his son, he was willing to go all out. As the son of a convicted criminal, Ji Buochang's son, Ji Quan, wasn't even eligible to take the civil service exam or join the military. Otherwise, Ji Buochang wouldn't have pushed himself so hard, crossing oceans to earn money. You tell me. Yi Yuxi, busy processing documents, spoke on the phone while organizing company materials. The company was currently in a phase of rapid expansion, with expenses popping up everywhere. Although Lu Shaoqiu had earned a significant amount after securing the military contract, recent expenditures had surged even higher. Longxing Media's film projects, animation projects, and game projects were all money pits. The investments for just a few movies and TV series alone ran into the hundreds of millions, and the games were even more costly. While the in-house engine saved a significant amount, you couldn't exactly stop paying salaries people need to eat, after all. As for employee salaries, benefits, and social insurance across all factories and subsidiaries, they were almost universally set at the industry's maximum standards. Today, even ordinary employees at Red Dragon Group earn a base salary exceeding 5,000 yuan monthly. Combined with performance bonuses and employee benefits, the average worker's monthly income easily surpasses 7,000 yuan. In an era where the average wage hovers around 2,000 yuan, these ordinary workers' salaries already match the pay standards of urban white-collar professionals. Technical and research positions are even more lucrative. Researchers at the Chilean Research Institute have long surpassed 20,000 yuan monthly, placing them among the highest-paid professionals of this era. Therefore, wages alone represent a massive expense for Chilean corporation. Yi Yuxi had once subtly suggested whether to slightly reduce the workers' wages, as this wage coefficient had become excessively high. But Lu Shaoqiu flatly refused. Lu Shaoqiu's reasoning was straightforward: Red Dragon's heavy industry was its foundation.
The workers toiled tirelessly in 3 shifts around the clock, generating profits for the factory. Therefore, they deserve to share in the company's gains. Their lower educational attainment should not disqualify them from receiving their rightful wages. Everyone earns their income through hard labor, sacrificing their time. The wage coefficient must safeguard the workers' interests. If these workers toil from dawn till dusk only to find themselves unable to afford a car, a home, children, marriage, or even a proper funeral upon death, that becomes the factory's responsibility. Certain positions may indeed generate higher profits for the factory and company. In such cases, raise the wages for those roles instead of suppressing workers' wages to highlight the higher salaries of technical or research positions. When everyone can live comfortably, their loyalty to the company will follow naturally. Liu Shaoqiu aims to restore the working class's voice and class confidence. Workers shouldn't be made to sweat and cry. He doesn't seek to alter the nation's grand scheme, but if it shifts because of him, it will be because he once walked this path. Because Chilean Corporation handles numerous military contracts, many of its workers sign non-disclosure agreements. Their wages are also higher than those of ordinary workers. Many had attempted to contact these workers, hoping to extract internal information and technical details about Red Dragon. But these workers weren't fools. They knew the difference between a single satisfying meal and consistent, full meals. Once they leave Red Dragon, where else could they find a factory that pays such high wages? To this day, Red Dragon employees remain highly sought after in the local matchmaking scene, their value nearly equivalent to graduates from prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Peking. Junior, here's the thing, isn't our Red Dragon company a military contractor? Senior, let me correct you, Qilong is a 100% private enterprise, a technology company. Yi Yusi interrupted Ji Buchang. Alright, but doesn't our company hold a lot of new technologies? Here's what I'm thinking, could you discuss with Chairman Liu about bringing our outdated tech to the US to sell? Ji Buchang chuckled. Elaborate. Hearing Ji Buchang's description, Yi Yusi seemed to catch a crucial detail. She immediately stopped her work and listened intently. My idea is this: the US is in a state of panic over our country's new aircraft, showing signs of restarting an arms race. Since they're aggressively developing technology, why don't we jump in too? Using our company's current cover and our outdated tech, we could, profit off the Americans' military budget. That way, we gain insight into the US military's trump cards while securing funding from them, killing multiple birds with one stone. Ji Buchang's words made Yi Yusi's eyes widen in astonishment. His senior classmate truly dared to dream big. But this might just work. This is too big. I need to consult Chairman Liu. Wait for my update. Yi Yusi quickly ended the call. Ji Buchang glanced at the phone in his hand, utterly confident in the plan's success. His methods were exceptionally sophisticated. Taking the 10 million yuan Yi Yushi had given him, he arrived in the United States and, through various channels, laundered the funds into legitimate local capital. This way, Hubble could never trace Pitaya back to being a company funded by Dacia through its capital sources. Next, he assembled a team of Americans to form the company's management. Ji Buchang was now acutely aware of his role. He was the overseas black glove for Red Dragon Corporation. If he made the money, he could return to China, have his name added to the family registry, and have his past sins forgiven. Who knows, maybe his children could even get a recommendation spot or something. But if he got caught, he could forget about any rescue from Dacia. Red Dragon wouldn't even acknowledge his existence. The Americans he recruited were all veterans with criminal records in the US, people who couldn't make it back home. After suffering trauma in the Vietnam War, they returned home only to be branded as war criminals. Rejected by the state and shunned by their families, their plight was utterly wretched. Only after Ji Buchang promised them a life of luxury and great xia upon mission completion did they agree to help establish this subsidiary. Of course, the management team knew full well Ji Buchang's true identity. They simply assumed that being of Chinese descent made it difficult for him to operate in many areas, so they agreed to act as his front. Thus, Pitaya swiftly gained a foothold in the United States, while Ji Buchang himself assumed the role of an ordinary Chinese-American employee who happened to walk into an interview at Pitaya, naturally landing the position of President's secretary. Chapter 79, A Man Dies for His True Friend. Upon learning of her senior classmate's plan, Yi Yusi felt a storm of emotions surge within her. It was already nighttime, and today was one of those times she had volunteered to work overtime. She assumed Liu Shaoqiu was still awake, but she feared the plan might have flaws that would waste his precious time. Torn between anxiety and hope, she mentally rehearsed her senior brother's plan several times. Only after confirming there were no oversights did she take a few deep breaths and dial Liu Shaoqiu's number. You sure? You're still at the office? Liu Shaoqiu glanced at the time on his watch, realizing it was already past midnight. His voice carried a hint of surprise. Ha? How did you know? Yi Yushi glanced around her surroundings, suspecting Liu Shaoqiu had installed cameras in her office. I guessed. If you're calling me at this hour, you must still be working and haven't gone home yet. You really need to take better care of yourself. If you get sick, who would I rely on then? Liu Shaoqiu's words warmed Yi Yushing's heart. She smiled and replied, I'll head home after finishing this account.
Right now, there's something more important that needs your input. Yi Yushir then explained Ji Buchang's plan to Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu's eyes lit up the moment he heard it. Wow, Yi Yushir moves fast. Such initiative. His senior brother is quite the talent, actually thinking along the same lines as him. With the system as a safety net, Lu Shaoqiu could guarantee that Daxia's future technology would always stay ahead. So why not take those obsolete, outdated technologies across the strait to secure military funding? Using American money to unlock Great Xia's technology, what a splendid idea. Lu Shaoqiu had already planned this, but building the aircraft carrier had delayed it. He had intended to launch this initiative after the carrier's completion and his return. Little did he know Yi Yushir had already begun secretly working on it. You won't blame me, will you? After half an hour without a response from Lu Shaoqiu, Yi Yusi felt a pang of unease. She hadn't informed Lu Shaoqiu about any of this beforehand. He was completely unaware. What's more, there was an element of gambling involved. If she ended up losing money on these ventures, she truly wouldn't have the face to meet Lu Shaoqiu. Why would I blame you? Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. I'm thrilled you're proactively finding ways to earn money for me. It's just that this particular venture was a bit rash. You should have informed me beforehand. While making money is important, you shouldn't put your senior brother in danger. The US is risky, and this kind of work is even more so. If you told me earlier, I could have helped mitigate some of the risks. Ji Buchang had expected Lu Shaoqiu to be furious about his unauthorized deployment of his senior brother and keeping it secret. Instead, Lu Shaoqiu's first concern was Ji Buchang's safety. I'll speak with the higher-ups and handle his file matters. Tell him to proceed with confidence. If anything goes wrong, Red Dragon Corporation won't abandon him. As for the plan he mentioned, I've had similar intentions but was delayed by other priorities. Assure him it's fine to move forward. Regarding any required technology, we'll provide it directly after the audit. Lu Shaoqiu said with a smile. All right. I'll tell my senior brother right away, Yi Yusi said excitedly. Not tomorrow, let's discuss it this morning. There's no need to rush. You should go home and rest first. Also, tell your senior brother that if anything seems off, he must report it immediately. I'll find a way to get him back. We can't let our heroes feel disheartened, right? Understood, Yi Yusi replied softly. But after hanging up with Lu Shaoqiu, she immediately called Ji Buchang. Senior brother, I've already inquired. Chairman Lu strongly supports your plan. The specific technical details will be sent directly to you after the company's audit. Chairman Lu also asked me to pass along a few words to you. Yi Yusi said solemnly. What message? Ji Buchang felt uneasy. After all, he'd never met Lu Shaoqiu and didn't know what kind of person he was. Yi Yusi suddenly smiled and said softly, Chairman Lu said he's resolved your file issues. He wants you to prioritize safety above all when you're out in the field. If you encounter danger, remember to report it immediately. He'll find a way to get you back as soon as possible. The nation and the Red Dragon Group will always be your strongest backing. He's waiting for you to come home. For some reason, Ji Buchang felt a surge of warmth welling up from deep within him, slowly trickling down his cheeks. Thank you, Chairman Lu. Thank you, Chairman Lu. After expressing his gratitude, Ji Buchang hung up the phone and wept like a child weighing 100 pounds. He had never believed the ancient saying that a man would die for his benefactor. It seemed far too exaggerated. After all, people chase profit who would willingly die for another? But having lived through this himself, he now felt an overwhelming urge to dedicate his life to Lu Shaoqiu. He had always thought of himself as merely a discarded pawn in the company, never expecting Lu Shaoqiu to care so deeply about him, to be so concerned for his safety. Moreover, Lu Shaoqiu hadn't been making empty promises. Early the next morning, an Asian man with thick eyebrows and large eyes arrived at their company for an interview. Only after the man revealed his identity did Ji Buchang learn he was a retired elite special forces soldier from China, sent specifically to ensure his safety. Lu Shaoqiu hadn't just made empty promises, he had taken concrete action, genuinely concerned for his safety. With this safeguard, Lu Shaoqiu's assurance, and the full backing of both the nation and Red Dragon Corporation, Ji Buchang felt invincible. This allowed him to finally unleash his full potential without reservation. Under his leadership, Pitaya Company swiftly established a foothold in Silicon Valley. Following the Golden Panda Game Expo, numerous studios had already established partnerships with Pitaya Studio. However, once equipped with the 3D engine, these game developers soon realized a critical issue: their hardware couldn't handle the demands. Consequently, before leaving Dacia, they contributed a substantial sum for equipment procurement. Upon learning that a Pitaya had also appeared in Silicon Valley, many immediately assumed that a company from Dacia had expanded into the United States. Some even reported it directly to Fabul, suspecting this Pitaya was a Dacia spy. But after thorough investigation, it was confirmed that the company's funding sources were clean, its owner was not of Chinese descent, and it was simply a case of shared names. Little did they know, it was all part of Ji Buchang's masterstroke, a game played in plain sight. Chapter 80, The Game of Double Cross. Did Ji Buchang really think those Americans wouldn't know he was behind Pitaya? Rather than passively defend, he chose to strike first. That's precisely why he deliberately registered a company with the same name during the registration process, intentionally drawing the Americans' attention before having someone report him. Yes, even the whistleblower was his doing. After extensive investigation, Fabel found no evidence of secret dealings between the Silicon Valley Pitaya Company and the Great Xia Pitaya Company, neither financial nor otherwise.
Even so, Fobro maintained close surveillance on Ji Buchang and other key personnel within the company.
But these individuals were purebred stars and stripes patriots. What could possibly be wrong with them? The only thing that made Fobrook feel uneasy was how smoothly these veterans' entrepreneurial journey had progressed. Their savings had multiplied several times over, almost as if they'd won the lottery, providing the initial capital to start this company. Although the source of these funds was entirely legitimate, once Fabel had his suspicions, he naturally wouldn't let them off the hook easily. Ji Buchang, however, seemed completely unaware that Fabel was watching him. He went about his daily routine of work and life as usual. Over time, even Fabel, the one watching him, began to wonder if they had made a mistake. Ji Buchang simply looked too much like a typical American expat. After all, in this era where the most sincere blessing one could offer someone was wishing them a future in the United States, countless individuals had migrated from China to America. Then, after Pitaya launched its first new product, it caused an immediate sensation across the entire United States. A meticulously designed 2G phone appeared out of nowhere, instantly capturing the attention of the entire nation. This phone was, of course, Liu Shaoqiu's direct copy of Apple's design. Even the system architecture was completely replicated. The phone's debut certainly sent American tech enthusiasts into a frenzy. Despite lacking a full-screen display, a high-megapixel camera, extended battery life, only 128 megabytes of RAM, less than 20 gigabytes of storage, and even a front-facing camera, it still represented the pinnacle of American technological achievement. The phone's debut also caught the attention of the US government. Since it was a phone, communication technology was inevitably involved. Coincidentally, as the US sought to contain the rising power of China across multiple fronts, the emergence of such a specialized enterprise presented an opportunity they couldn't pass up. Thus, Pitaya's president, York, a Vietnam War veteran thrust into the spotlight by Ji Buchang, was compelled to bring Ji Buchang to the White House to meet President Jefferson. Before enlisting, old York was practically illiterate. He couldn't even recognize the character for one if it fell off a bamboo pole. Asking him to discuss company business with Jefferson was nothing short of torture. These men had never been cut out for school back home. They joined the military to make a living, only to find survival itself a struggle. Yet back in the States, they faced relentless condemnation, even physical attacks. These veterans had long since lost faith in the country. But now, the President of the United States himself is receiving them? How wonderful is that? Just the thought of it made old York and his bunch of bumbling bosses start trembling. Had the US paid more attention to these veterans' post-war compensation issues back in the day, they likely wouldn't have been so easily swayed by Ji Buchang. But now, Ji Buchang spends every waking hour indoctrinating these veterans, making them realize they fought in an unjust war, but the fault lies not with them, but with American imperialism. After several sessions of this ideological indoctrination each day, these rednecks had already turned their hearts toward Great Xia. The thought of completing their mission and retiring peacefully in Great Xia filled these American veterans with joy. Accompanied by Ji Buchang, old York practically walked into the White House with his head held high. He had visited once before, decades ago, during anti-war protests with fellow activists. Back then, they had kept their heads bowed, not daring to look up, for they were the ones being criticized. Now, this feeling of lifting their heads high was truly exhilarating. But what good does that do? Your child is dead, can you nurse it back to life? Your car crashed into a wall, can you make it turn? Sorry, but I've already made my choice. Upon entering the presidential office, President Jefferson warmly received them. Old York, of course, knew nothing about the matter. He was barely literate, how could he understand? It was all Ji Buchang speaking on his behalf. Jefferson gave the Chinese man a lingering look before smiling at old York. Mr. York, your secretary seems quite capable, doesn't he? It's a company I started with a few brothers pooling our money. But we couldn't figure out the ins and outs ourselves, so naturally we hired a professional agent to handle it. I really like these Asian folks, they work the hardest and ask for the least. People who get things done like that are exactly the talent American businesses need. Old York pulled a cigar from his pocket and Ji Buchang, ever observant, lit it for him. Now, let's discuss the specifics of our collaboration, Jefferson said with a smile. I'm representing the federal government in extending this cooperation request. I'd like to know, can you eavesdrop on and track mobile phones? Old York turned to Ji Buchang with a questioning look. Ji Buchang stepped forward and declared, absolutely, Mr. President. Pitaya will serve you with utmost dedication. Great. Soon, Jefferson secured this strategic partnership. Pitaya would hand over all its technology and complete the backdoor program installation, after which the US government would give them the green light for full-scale promotion. Look into that Great Xia man. Jefferson ordered Faber to investigate Ji Buchang.
However, before the investigation concluded, to the astonishment of the US government and most IT industry observers, Pitaya of Dacia filed a lawsuit directly against Pitaya of the United States.
This transnational lawsuit captured everyone's attention, especially when it became clear that the American Pitaya had indeed registered later than the Chinese Pitaya, and there were issues of excessive similarity in both company name and logo. This instantly incensed many unthinking American defenders of their own. They argued that Pitaya is an English word, questioning why the Chinese company didn't sue dictionary publishers instead. But Great Xia Pitaya presented near irrefutable logo design and trademark patent evidence. After the Los Santos, USA trial, American Pitaya was found liable, ordered to pay over $1 million in damages, and forced to rebrand as dragonfruit, still meaning fire dragon fruit. The trademark was further distinguished by adding a red dragon head.
After this battle, Pitaya's suspicion of being Chinese was largely cleared. After all, the Chinese wouldn't be so harsh on their own people, right? Little did anyone know that the $1 million in damages paid out found its way back to dragonfruit through various channels. This had been nothing more than a staged showdown, a charade performed solely for American consumption.
Chapter 81, Sea Dominance.
Yet, even such a grand spectacle failed to arouse American suspicion. On an ordinary night, not out of the ordinary in the slightest, Ji Buochang had barely settled into bed when he suddenly fell into a deep coma. When he awoke, he found himself in a dimly lit room. The moment Ji Buochang arrived, he realized that Fabolito was likely going to interrogate him. But if they had solid evidence, why bother dragging him to this place? Wouldn't it be simpler to just haul him back to the station? Clearly, they couldn't find any evidence, so they intended to subject him to a memory extraction procedure. Though Ji Buochang had nothing to hide, the thought of enduring physical torment soon made his teeth ache. Who are you? Want money? I have money. Ji Buochang put on a look of terror, staring fearfully at the fobolers surrounding him. Mr. Ji, we've invited you here today because we need your assistance with an investigation. We hope you'll cooperate. A middle-aged American man with blonde hair, blue eyes, and a full beard approached Ji Buochang carrying a stool. He sat down, smiled, and pulled out a file. Can you tell me why you came to the United States? Agent Lawrence, speaking in Chinese, had been monitoring Ji Buochang all this time but still found no issues in his life patterns. Therefore, they could only pick at flaws in Ji Buochang's past. For instance, both his parents were native-born citizens of Great Xia. Why did he insist on coming to the United States? Why abandon all his family to come to the United States when his children remained in Dacia? Hearing Lawrence's questions, Ji Buochang relaxed slightly. Looking at Lawrence before him, he said, "You're from FBI? Apologies, Mr. Ji. Since you're involved in defense projects, these are necessary vetting procedures. If we can't confirm your security clearance or suspect you're withholding information, we'll have to administer certain penalties." Lawrence smiled as he attached the polygraph electrodes to Ji Buochang's body, gesturing toward the torture devices on the nearby table. Ji Buochang swallowed hard at the sight of the wrenches, electric shock devices, and other instruments. They were holding back on the torture precisely because of his status. They were afraid of completely alienating Ji Buochang. They also knew that Ji Buochang was the real decision-maker at Dragonfruit now, while the bunch of useless old soldiers above him were nothing but figurehead shareholders. Therefore, they opted to interrogate him first before deciding whether to use torture. Since you've managed to investigate my current situation in the country, you should be able to uncover my past history as well, right? Ji Buochang said as calmly as he could manage. I've served time in prison. I don't know how much a criminal record affects normal life in the United States, but in Dacia, my life would be over. No company would hire me, and no one would accept me. I couldn't work, couldn't even live in the community. Everywhere I went, people would point fingers. Even my descendants couldn't live normally. He'd be rejected in exams, discriminated against in job searches. My parents would be pointed at too. Do you understand any of this? Lawrence had never been to Dacia, but he understood its realities just as he understood that even in the US, many harbored prejudice against ex-convicts. I understand, Mr. G. Did you come to the United States just to change your environment? Lawrence glanced at the polygraph, noting no fluctuation in the readings, proof that Ji Buochang was telling the truth. Of course not. I want to work hard in the US and secure a better future for my son, Ji Buochang blurted out almost instinctively. Lawrence glanced up, noting the polygraph still showed no anomalies, then asked, have you considered applying for a green card? Not yet, Ji Buochang replied. The polygraph remained calm. I happen to have connections that could help you secure a green card quickly, Lawrence said with a sly smile. Really? That would be fantastic. At that moment, the lie detector suddenly beeped. Lawrence's expression instantly darkened as he looked up at Ji Buochang. Ji Buochang instantly became subdued. Alright, I admit I'm afraid my parents will say I'm rare. As for the green card, we'll talk about it later. At that moment, the lie detector fell silent once more. Lawrence burst out laughing. My apologies, Mr. G. Sorry for having you come here so late. You can go now. With that, Lawrence released Ji Buochang. Ji Buochang hesitantly stepped out of the small room and was driven home by the waiting car. By the time he arrived home, Ji Buchan was drenched in cold sweat. His words were entirely truthful, yet he hadn't revealed a single detail. He had indeed come seeking a promising future, but he hadn't specified that this future lay in the United States. Frankly, he feared that the man who drove him home might kill him right there in the car. Having passed this hurdle, he hurried to take a shower before collapsing into bed. Through the surveillance monitor, Lawrence watched Ji Buchan settle into bed and couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. "Sir, is he really okay?" Lawrence's subordinate asked. "What does it matter to me if he's okay? That's for the higher-ups to worry about. To me, he's just a poor soul who took the fall for someone back home. Leaving a country like that for our free nation isn't so hard to accept." Lawrence chuckled and took a sip of coffee. "Organize tonight's interrogation recordings and polygraph logs for submission. Once that's done, I expect we'll be cleared for leave," Lawrence said with a smile. By early September, the main construction of the Pengcheng shipyard was fully completed. The 400-meter-long super-large metal printer, designed and organized for construction by Lu Shaoqiu, was finally completed. This colossal metal printer could directly form the entire hull of a ship in one piece, even ensuring completely seamless steel structures. While constructing the metal printer, Lu Shaoqiu had simultaneously completed the design for the aircraft carrier's main structure. This was a supercarrier measuring 380 meters in length, 90 meters in width, and boasting a full load displacement exceeding 110,000 tons. Powered by nuclear engines, it could reach a maximum speed of 35 knots. Beyond equipping the carrier with anti-aircraft missiles, close-in weapon systems, and anti-submarine rocket launchers, Lu Shaoqiu also fitted it with two 200mm caliber electromagnetic cannons. This meant the carrier was no longer merely a combat command center, but had become a true maritime dominator. With its firing range, this carrier could strike targets over 800 kilometers away. Chapter 82, For Spheres Above My Head, Global Supremacy. Xiao Lu, this is unbelievable. Your monolithic fabrication technology is utterly breathtaking. On the day the super-large metal printer was fully completed and ready for activation, Commander Yunanshu of the Southern Theater Command Navy, Commander Lin Hongwei of the Northern Theater Command Navy, Commander Xiaoyuanhang of the Eastern Theater Command, and Navy Commander-in-Chief Yang Hongtao all arrived at Pengcheng Shipyard to attend the aircraft carrier's launch ceremony. Thanks to the monolithic construction method, assembly time was eliminated, reducing the carrier's construction period from a lengthy 6 years to less than 1 year. Had the supporting equipment not required procurement from factories nationwide, as the shipyard lacked the capability to produce it locally, the carrier could have been launched within 6 months. Launch! At Lu Shaoqiu's command, Yang Hongtao, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, pressed the activation button. The super-sized metal printer began its operation, and the keel of the aircraft carrier gradually emerged from the printer. Watching the countdown display showing 3,600 hours remaining, Yang Hongtao could barely contain his excitement. After just 5 months of printing, followed by the assembly and debugging of internal machinery, the carrier would be ready for its first sea trials. That would mark the successful launch of the Great Xia's first domestically built aircraft carrier. "Uncle Yang, since construction is proceeding smoothly here, I'll head off to handle other matters. I need to open several more production lines to manufacture the self-defense weapons required. Furthermore, based on my concept, merely having an aircraft carrier won't constitute effective combat capability. But right now, can our nation afford to build more warships?" As early as when Lu Shaoqiu began overseeing the carrier's construction, he had already proposed a new carrier strike group configuration. Traditional US-style carrier strike group configurations include, besides the core carrier, 2 submarines, 4 destroyers, 4 frigates, and 1 supply ship. Lu Shaoqiu envisioned that the Great Xia should develop its own carrier strike group configuration. Beyond incorporating the traditional carrier strike group setup, it should also integrate naval configurations aligned with future trends. This includes electronic reconnaissance, strategic support, and unmanned strategic cover. Specifically, this means incorporating electronic reconnaissance vessels, amphibious assault ships, and similar assets. Simply put, each aircraft carrier would be paired with an amphibious assault ship to form a dual carrier strike group. The carrier would secure air superiority, while the assault ship would deliver land or sea strikes. Simultaneously, electronic reconnaissance vessels would disable enemy electronic equipment and disrupt communications, effectively rendering adversaries deaf and blind, unable to retaliate even when attacked. The naval commanders were utterly astonished by Lu Shaoqiu's vision. This was a vision that transcended eras. However, given the current state of Great Xia's national strength, achieving Lu Shaoqiu's vision in the short term proved exceedingly difficult. Although the Red Dragon Technology Group currently stood head and shoulders above its domestic competitors, particularly in technological advancement, almost single-handedly supporting the aircraft carrier manufacturing supply chain. Yet precisely because of this, Lu Shaoqiu had halted several production lines to focus exclusively on manufacturing carrier-specific components and equipment. This inevitably delayed the delivery schedules of other products, disrupting the company's normal operations. Due to the lack of relevant domestic technology, Red Dragon Group had no choice but to shoulder the vast majority of the supply responsibilities. It was essentially building an aircraft carrier under impossible conditions. Had it not been for Liu Shaoqiu's substantial technological reserves, the aircraft carrier project might have bankrupted Chilean Group outright. After all, building the aircraft carrier was genuinely unprofitable for Liu Shaoqiu. Everything was procured at prices barely covering costs. For any other nation in the world, adopting Liu Shaoqiu's design philosophy and architectural concepts would have cost no less than hundreds of billions. Precisely because of this, Liu Shaoqiu's Red Dragon Corporation could no longer take on additional shipbuilding projects. Liu Shaoqiu insisted on spending months developing an ultra-large metal printer precisely to alleviate production burdens. Moving forward, Pengcheng Shipyard could save time on other vessel construction even without building carriers by utilizing metal printing, provided material supply remained stable. Liu Shaoqiu has already applied for and submitted all patents for this metal printer's proprietary technology. Given the current industrial capabilities of the Great Xia Empire, replicating it would prove exceedingly difficult. This is not to disparage the Great Xia's industrial level, but rather to acknowledge that replicating this super-large metal printer would be difficult for any nation, including the United States. This is because its core components can only be manufactured by Red Dragon Corporation. Nevertheless, the technology behind the metal printer offers valuable new insights for Xia's traditional industries. Though Liu Shaoqiu was not entirely selfless, he was doing everything possible to stimulate domestic industrial development. The aircraft carrier requires another 5 months of printing time, with equipment assembly and debugging demanding further waiting periods. Liu Shaoqiu now must rush to oversee the production and R&D of the Y-25 transport aircraft, as well as the carrier-based fighter jet. The only thing troubling Liu Shaoqiu wasn't the R&D or manufacturing of the products, but whether the nation could catch the baton he was handing over. Relying solely on Red Dragon Corporation to produce all these aircraft would require dedicating every plot of land south of Jincheng to the company for factory and production line construction. Otherwise, based on Liu Shaoqiu's planning requiring at least 70 carrier-based aircraft per single aircraft carrier. Producing the carrier-based aircraft for just one carrier would consume an incalculable number of years. Therefore, Liu Shaoqiu's next move wasn't to plow ahead with development, but to slow down and wait for Daxia. Precisely for this reason, Liu Shaoqiu turned his attention to automobile manufacturing. Only by boosting exports could he generate greater profits for the nation. After returning to Jincheng, Liu Shaoqiu once again shut himself away. After several days of work, he sketched the next ship he intended to build. Gazing at the four spherical domes atop the vessel, Liu Shaoqiu smiled, recalling how netizens in his previous life had jokingly dubbed it "four balls on top, world's most awesome." This vessel was none other than the famed 815 electronic reconnaissance ship, the notorious global troublemaker, the team fight disruptor, and the hardcore badass who played the Valua cartoon on others' radar screens. However, Liu Shaoqiu's design was naturally an enhanced, upgraded version. The original version had a detection range of 1,000 kilometers, but under Liu Shaoqiu's upgrades, it had been extended to 3,000 kilometers. As the saying goes, only by mastering maritime defense can a nation truly stand among the world's great powers. That's precisely why Liu Shaoqiu spares no effort in prioritizing naval development. After all, only with national security assured could he fully dedicate himself to research, development, and production. As for why we didn't build electronic reconnaissance vessels first? The reason is clear: China's current satellite infrastructure simply isn't ready. Without integrated navigation and communication systems, the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance vessels cannot operate at full capacity. It's also time to seek out Zheng Zhongshan and discuss launching 2 satellites into orbit. Chapter 83, Y-25 First Flight. Zheng Zhongshan received Liu Shaoqiu with great enthusiasm. Upon hearing that Liu Shaoqiu's team could assist in refining the satellite navigation and communication systems, he was naturally delighted. During Liu Shaoqiu's absence, AVIC had already launched several more satellites. Armed with the new technologies Liu Shaoqiu had previously developed, Daxia had achieved mature capability in launching multiple satellites per rocket. Over the past few months, they had conducted 2 launches each from the Yuecheng and Suzhou space centers, steadily expanding their navigation satellite network. Upon his return, Liu Shaoqiu shared the technology for heavy-lift launch vehicles. This advancement enabled the simultaneous transport of 10 to 20 satellites into orbit. Once all satellites were deployed, construction of the Type 815 electronic reconnaissance ship could commence. To expedite satellite production, Liu Shaoqiu chose to share certain manufacturing processes with the nation. This further spurred the upgrade of domestic production lines. Subsequent tasks no longer required Liu Shaoqiu's direct involvement, freeing him to focus on overseeing the Y-25's construction process. After Liu Shaoqiu headed south to oversee aircraft carrier construction, Zhang Jia shouldered the entire burden alone. Despite having access to complete blueprints and metal printers, this revolutionary transport aircraft still somewhat exceeded Zhang Jia's comprehension. Compared to the powerful but clunky In-225, the Y-25, which inherited all of the In-225's technology and incorporated improvements, offered greater cargo capacity and more spacious interiors. However, it also presented more challenges. Take Liu Shaoqiu's variable cycle engine design, for instance. Many of its operational principles left Zhang Jiayi feeling like she was only half understanding them, forcing her to call Lu Shaoqiu repeatedly for clarification. This was one reason Lu Shaoqiu was in such a hurry to return. Lu Shaoqiu had signed an agreement with the state to deliver the Y-25 within 1 year. Although the AVIC Group and aircraft carrier projects had intervened, if he truly explained the situation to the state, they would certainly be willing to grant Lu Shaoqiu more time. But Lu Shaoqiu himself refused to wait.
Lu Shaoqiu's objective was to establish a precedent for the Americans and Western powers within the year. Only by dragging the entire NATO into the quagmire of war could Lu Shaoqiu better execute his plans.
National defense, diplomacy, and cultural outreach, none could be neglected, none could fall behind.
To this end, Lu Shaoqiu specifically instructed Guangxi that all film and television projects must undergo his personal review.
Though the martial arts world with its romantic entanglements and swift vengeance represented a uniquely Chinese brand of romance, the real world offered no such gentleness, no indulgence in such romanticism. In this era of rapid technological advancement, science fiction must keep pace, satisfying humanity's fantasies and spiritual yearnings for future innovations.
To this end, Lu Shaoqiu recruited a certain Lu, an electrician who had been slacking off at the Niang Ziguan hydroelectric station to write novels.
He hired him as a screenwriter for a sci-fi drama at a hefty salary and leveraged Longqing Media's sales and promotional channels to distribute his work. To further this goal, Lu Shaoqiu even leveraged his connections to have the Writers' Association separate science fiction from children's literature, establishing it as its own distinct genre. Simultaneously, he organized a science fiction literary competition to encourage more writers to engage in sci-fi creation. Thus, the first science fiction television series in Daxia, The Three-Body Problem, burst onto the scene.
As the primary investors, Lu Shaoqiu and Lu Diangong hit it off almost instantly, though they often argued fiercely over creative ideas.
Lu Diangong thought placing the Trisolaran's countdown on the sun would look cooler, but Lu Shaoqiu insisted on the original plan, demanding the countdown be placed on a human retina.
Lu Shaoqiu's response left Lu Diangong utterly speechless. "You're just a novelist, Lu.
What the hell do you know about the three-body problem? The three-body problem doesn't allow fan-made adaptations."
To promote the TV series, Lu Shaoqiu launched the Douyin short video app.
Paired with the gradually expanding Pitaya One phone, it began spreading like wildfire among the masses. To support these initiatives, Lu Shaoqiu also championed 5G technology. Not only did this create jobs for the nation, but it also allowed all citizens of Daxia to experience the thrill of ultra-fast internet. And all this was accomplished while Lu Shaoqiu was simultaneously building an aircraft carrier.
Everyone who worked alongside Lu Shaoqiu couldn't help but praise him as a superhuman.
Sleeping barely 2 hours a day, he still managed to juggle multiple roles with boundless energy, flawlessly completing tasks alongside his team. Many worried whether Lu Shaoqiu might collapse from exhaustion.
In reality, Lu Shaoqiu sustained such grueling workloads solely through medication.
Countless tasks still awaited his completion. Without the energy-boosting and mental clarity drugs available in the system store, he simply couldn't endure. With his addition to the team, the Y-25 development project accelerated once more. Finally, by late September, the Y-25 rolled off the assembly line with its engine debugging complete. To witness the Y-25's maiden flight, Air Force Commander Ma Qingyun and commanders from all military region air forces gathered in Jincheng. Gazing upon this colossal machine before them, excitement flashed in everyone's eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our nation's new generation of super-large transport aircraft, the Y-25.
With a total length of 90 meters and a wingspan of 948 meters, it is powered by 3 sets of variable cycle engines. With a maximum takeoff weight of 800 tons, its cargo hold can carry up to 350 tons, while the top deck supports a maximum load of 300 tons. The cargo bay offers 2,000 cubic meters of volume and is capable of directly transporting a space shuttle on its back. Its maximum service ceiling reaches 20,000 meters, with a range of 30,000 kilometers. At full load, the Y-25 can achieve a speed of Mach 1. These specifications alone were enough to leave countless Air Force commanders wide-eyed in disbelief. And when they witnessed this colossal machine roaring into the sky, many Air Force commanders were moved to tears. If the J-20's debut forged the nation's mightiest sword, then the Y-25's emergence unlocks new possibilities for military deterrence and strategic flexibility. With the Y-25's transport capacity, the airdropping of troops, equipment, and supplies will achieve greater efficiency, and its ability to handle various complex terrains will reach a new level. Following its successful maiden flight, the Y-25 was formally commissioned into the Western Theater Command. Faced with orders from other major theater commands, Lu Shaoqiu naturally accepted them all with open arms. Although he had previously shared turbofan engine technology, it still fell short for the Y-25's requirements. For many domestic factories, the variable cycle engine remains too technologically advanced. Particularly without breakthroughs in materials, it wasn't that Lu Shaoqiu was hoarding his knowledge, but rather that critical components could only be manufactured by Chilean Corporation at present. There was little time for further deliberation. Immediately after rolling off the assembly line, the Y-25 received its inaugural mission, delivering relief supplies to the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia. This operation, proposed by Shaoqiu, aimed to intimidate NATO nations. With the National Day military parade just days away, it was time for Dacia to draw its sword. Chapter 84. The Great Sound is Silent. Early the next morning, the Y-25 took off from Jincheng Chonlu International Airport, its cargo hold packed with relief supplies. It flew directly to Urumqi in Xinjiang for refueling before continuing on to the Southern Alliance. J-20 fighters escorted the entire route. Mid-flight, it would stop at Kazakhstan and Tajikistan for refueling before continuing on to the Southern Alliance. When Dacia's calls reached the offices of every head of state along the route the previous day, each leader who received the call found it utterly unbelievable. Historically, Great Xia had projected an image of mildness and humility, never provoking trouble and even appearing somewhat easy to bully. But this time, Dacia's stance struck these nations as somewhat intriguing. It seemed as though Dacia had never been so assertive since its founding. This time, it was less a consultation and more a notification. Compounded by the recent uproar over Dacia's new aircraft, many were eager to seize this opportunity to see what the new aircraft truly looked like. Yet to the astonishment of all nations along the route, they failed to detect the aircraft formation's passage. Countries eagerly anticipated the sighting, keeping nearly all their national radar systems active that day, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Great Xia's new aircraft along the pre-agreed flight path. Yet despite these efforts, had it not been for the successive reports from Kazakhstan and Russia that the aircraft had landed, refueled, and taken off again, they would have remained completely unaware that the Great Xia aircraft had even passed through. This was truly terrifying. It meant that if de Xia's aircraft wanted to, they could evade detection even after surviving a full missile barrage. Instantly, leaders from numerous nations felt a chill run down their spines. As for Kazakhstan and Russia, whatever deal they struck with Dacia, they remained completely tight-lipped about the new aircraft. Not only were no details about the aircraft's appearance revealed, not even a single photo leaked out. This immediately sparked ulterior motives among several nations with hidden agendas. Meanwhile, the eyes of many other heads of state grew wide with realization. Many among them had colluded with NATO nations. After the Great Xia proactively reached out to them, they had already planned to share intelligence about the Great Xia's aircraft with NATO nations in exchange for benefits. Now, however, even when NATO nations proactively inquired about the new aircraft, these leaders feigned ignorance. Upon learning the details, Britain, France, Hans, and others collectively fell silent. Originally, they had intended to protest against Dacia's interference in other countries' internal affairs. But now, they dare not utter a single word. Even when the United States belatedly caught on to Dacia's actions and launched fierce criticism against Dacia in the international community, claiming that Dacia was interfering in the internal affairs of other countries and ruthlessly trampling on freedom and democracy. Yet the Great Xia Foreign Ministry seemed to have anticipated their arguments, promptly convening a press conference that same day. When foreign journalists questioned why Dacia would interfere in another nation's affairs, then Foreign Minister Li Jiaxing stated that Yugoslavia and Dacia had always been friendly nations. He condemned the United States and numerous NATO countries for mobilizing troops without UN authorization, meddling in another nation's internal affairs, and bombing civilians' actions he called outrageous. As a friendly nation, Great Xia felt compelled to lend a hand when the ordinary people of Yugoslavia were suffering. When asked by foreign journalists why fighter jets were accompanying the convoy, Foreign Minister Li Jiaxing explained that the former Yugoslavia remains a war zone, and the fighter jets were deployed solely to ensure the safety of the supplies. As for other journalists' insinuations that China was flexing its military muscle, Foreign Minister Li Jiaxing flatly denied it 3 times. No, not at all. Stop making things up. Compared to the sharp exchanges at domestic press conferences and the constant uproar across the Atlantic in the United States, Europe, however, was eerily quiet. No country dared to speak up and touch this sore spot. For the blurry footage captured by Yugoslav spies clearly showed these fighter jets were armed. They appeared poised to engage at any moment. All of Europe was as quiet as a mouse. At that moment, Milosevic felt an overwhelming sense of relief at his decision. He had bet on the right horse. His trust in Great Xia had earned him the nation's unwavering support. After the arrival of Great Xia's aircraft, even the few nations within the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia that had been seeking independence settled down. Everyone seemed to realize that Yugoslavia now had a formidable new patron standing firmly behind it. Even as the Great Xia aircraft took off again, returning along their original route, and even after they landed back home, all of Europe remained in an eerie silence. The greatest sound is silence. De Xia's actions undoubtedly left an indelible impression on the arrogant Europeans. This silent declaration proved far more impactful than any loud, international outcry. NATO nations simultaneously reined in their ambitions. Many nations had been eyeing the Kosovo conflict as an opportunity to profit, planning to send troops to the Federal Republic of Yugoslavia once the dust settled. But now, they had completely abandoned that notion. Dacia had made it crystal clear, if they dared to act, Dacia's aircraft would be over their borders in minutes to teach them a lesson. They were scared.
Thus, they could only covertly supply weapons to the Kosovo Liberation Army. The war situation reverted to its original stalemate. Upon learning of all this, the Americans across the ocean were furious yet helpless. Dacia clearly didn't hold them in any regard. Yet whether it was Europe or the Great Xia, the United States could only gaze across the vast ocean. With America currently fixated on the arms race, it felt somewhat out of reach. What really pushed the Americans over the edge was the leak of photos showing Dacia's transport aircraft. That colossal machine was actually larger than the Big Brothers in 225. This signaled greater payload capacity and more flexible strategic deployment. The Americans suddenly sensed a crisis. Yet what followed left many nations scratching their heads. Just after supporting the Yugoslav Federation, Dacia promptly issued invitations to world leaders to attend its National Day military parade in the capital. Moreover, numerous domestic media outlets revealed that multiple new military systems would be showcased during the parade. This left many NATO nations in a quandary. They were unsure whether they should attend. Attending would imply ambiguous relations with Dacia, yet declining meant missing the chance to see Dacia's new military hardware. Numerous heads of state found themselves in a quandary. Conversely, many of Dacia's neighboring countries have shown greater enthusiasm this time. Notably, Kazakhstan, Russia, and countries like Pakistan, which already maintain strong ties, immediately decided to attend upon receiving the invitation. Chapter 85, Academician. As the chief designer of multiple national strategic weapons, Liu Shaoqiu was naturally invited to attend the National Day military parade. This was an experience he had never had in his previous life. Therefore, Liu Shaoqiu was overjoyed. Upon receiving the invitation to attend the National Day ceremony, he practically floated with excitement. "Daddy, why are you so happy?" Yaya watched her father rummaging through the wardrobe, holding clothes up to himself and comparing them. "Because Daddy has been invited by the country to go to the capital to watch the National Day parade," Liu Shaoqiu explained with a smile. "Yay! Yaya wants to go too." Yaya raised her little hands, jumping up excitedly. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly got up, dashed out the door, knocked on the door next door, and called out, "Mom Qingxian, Daddy's going to Beijing to watch the parade. Will you come with us?" Lin Qingxian hesitated, unsure how to respond. Of course she wanted to go, but she hadn't received an invitation. It seemed a bit presumptuous to just tag along with Liu Shaoqiu. "Thanks for looking after Yaya these past few days." Liu Shaoqiu had arrived at the Lin residence by then and smiled at Lin Qingxian. "It's the least I can do. You're serving the country, and all I can offer is to watch over your child." Lin Qingxian shook her head quickly. "Yaya's very attached to you. Why don't you come along?" Liu Shaoqiu hesitated for a moment before asking with a smile. "That wouldn't be right. After all, you're the one invited, not me. What capacity would I be accompanying you in?" Lin Qingxian looked up at Liu Shaoqiu, posing the most crucial question. I'll make a call first." Liu Shaoqiu flushed crimson at the question, momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly made an excuse and hurried back to his home to make the call. Yaya shot her father a look of utter disdain, rolling her eyes at him with obvious disgust. Then, grinning, she said, "Mom Qingxian, don't mind my dad. He's just thick-skinned. I heard from my classmates that all science and engineering guys are like that." "Ha!" This remark made Lin Qingxian chuckle. She reached out to ruffle Yaya's little head. "You already know what a STEM guy is?" "Yeah, my classmates say STEM guys are super smart but have zero EQ. Daddy's really smart, but his EQ is way too low. Yaya won't be a STEM girl when she grows up," Yaya declared, wrinkling her little nose. "Alright, our Yaya won't become a STEM girl. Instead, she'll be a talented woman with both high EQ and IQ, okay?" Lin Qingxian picked Yaya up affectionately and planted a big kiss on her little cheek. "Excuse me, sir, I have a small issue here." After returning to his room, Liu Shaoqiu immediately called Beijing. "I'm divorced and raising my child alone. If I attend the parade, who will look after my daughter? Could you arrange an extra spot for her? That's all?" The parade coordinator replied with a smile. "We were already aware of your family situation and have made arrangements, reserving a spot for both a child and an adult companion. However, this seat isn't on the city tower. Would that be acceptable? My seat is on the viewing platform?" Liu Shaoqiu was taken aback. "Of course. Your contributions are unparalleled throughout history. Your outstanding service to the Republic truly earns you the title of peerless statesman. Your seat is on the left side of the city gate platform, near the center. Your wife and daughter's seats will be on the square directly facing the city gate," the staff member explained. Alright, thank you." Liu Shaoqiu hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Now he truly felt the nation's profound regard for him. Throughout the parade, seating arrangements for spectators had always been meticulously planned. Those seated directly in the center of the tower were dignitaries from various nations, representatives from political parties,
as well as individuals with outstanding achievements in fields such as science and literature, were assigned seats on either side of the tower. Typically, those seated along the sides of the ramparts averaged over 60 years of age. Individuals like Lu Shaoqiu, in his 20s and not yet 30, who could occupy such a seat were few and far between. At first, Lu Shaoqiu had assumed he would be seated among the provincial model workers and heroes in the plaza. After receiving confirmation, Lu Shaoqiu hurried out to share the good news with Lin Qingxian. Lin Qingxian looked utterly astonished upon hearing the news. She never imagined she'd get the chance to attend a military parade in the capital. This was something her family could brag about for the rest of their lives. Let's go! Off to Beijing for the parade. Yaya giggled, quickly tugging her dad back inside to get ready. 2 days later, Lu Shaoqiu and Lin Qingxian boarded the plane with Yaya. This flight was a chartered aircraft. Over a dozen highly trained state security personnel were stationed aboard. Before takeoff, the aircraft underwent a grueling 10 rounds of meticulous inspections to ensure absolute safety. Even if the plane crashed mid-flight, these agents would ensure Lu Shaoqiu's survival above all else. Upon landing, a special vehicle awaited to transport Lu Shaoqiu and his companions to their hotel. Early the next morning, escorted by personnel, Lu Shaoqiu ascended the city tower. It was his first time viewing a military parade from this vantage point. Having only seen it on television before, being physically present now gave him a profoundly different feeling. Young man, you're in the research field too? An elderly gentleman who looked to be in his 70s or 80s struck up a conversation with Lu Shaoqiu. Well, sort of. I run a tech company, Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. Oh my, that's remarkable. To be seated here, you must have made some outstanding contributions. Have you considered joining our Academy of Engineering? I could take you as my apprentice, the old gentleman asked with a kind smile. Academy of Engineering? Are you an academician? What field do you specialize in? Lu Shaoqiu asked with genuine interest. Nuclear physics, the old gentleman replied with a smile. Young man, are you interested in nuclear physics? Nuclear physics? How much do you know about tokamak devices? What stage is the nation's research at in this field? Have we achieved inertial magnetic confinement yet? Lu Shaoqiu's eyes lit up instantly, and he eagerly asked. The old man's eyes widened instantly. You actually know about this? The old man and Lu Shaoqiu, one old and one young, immediately began discussing nuclear fusion issues, oblivious to their surroundings. They didn't even notice Zero speaking beside them. After exchanging views and challenging each other's arguments, both felt they had gained immensely. The old man's eyes sparkled brightly as he stared at Lu Shaoqiu, as if he'd found a treasure. From the very beginning, he had seen his own reflection in Lu Shaoqiu, that aura of a true all-rounder. Having long since abandoned thoughts of taking on disciples, he once again felt the urge to nurture talent, hence that question. Who would have guessed that Lu Shaoqiu actually possessed such skills? This only strengthened his resolve to bring Lu Shaoqiu into the Academy of Engineering. The old man looked at Lu Shaoqiu and extended his right hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yu Min, an old man. Chapter 86, The Military Parade. Yu Min? Lu Shaoqiu's eyes widened in utter disbelief. This man was none other than the father of the hydrogen bomb, the pioneer of China's nuclear weapons program. Only after his passing was his name declassified, and many children born in the 90s and 2000s learned of such an elder. Professor Yu, it's an honor to meet you. Lu Shaoqiu hurriedly shook hands with Professor Yu, expressing his profound respect. Meanwhile, Commander Zero had concluded his address, reviewed the troops, and returned to the viewing platform atop the city gate. At the command of Wang Dijia, commander of the Central Theater Command, parade, begin. Honor guards, take your positions. All right, we'll discuss academic matters later. You and I, let's watch the parade first. Yu Min grabbed Lu Shaoqiu's arm, as if afraid he might run off, grinning as he pointed toward Chang'an Avenue. As the army contingent passed before the gate tower, the command right face echoed. The synchronized rifle-slashing movements revealed to Lu Shaoqiu that the troops were wielding the Type 95 rifles he knew well from his previous life. This legendary firearm had earned great military honors for the Great Xia Empire, only gradually being replaced by newer models in the 25th year before Lu Shaoqiu's time travel. A sudden flash of inspiration struck Lu Shaoqiu, sparking a new idea for something to create. He pulled a small notebook from his bag and, even with his left hand being held by Olju, began sketching with his right. What are you drawing? Old man, you couldn't help but inquire. Seeing Lu Shaoqiu sketching with one hand, just doodling, a few ideas in my head, Lu Shaoqiu replied with a smile. Meanwhile, the sketchbook now held the outline of a new rifle design, which he promptly tucked away. The more Yu Min observed Lu Shaoqiu, the more delighted he felt. This kid was truly exceptional. After the review of new equipment for the Army and Navy concluded, Lu Shaoqiu also identified many shortcomings in his own designs. They now had the J-20, but no matching ammunition. Particularly, his large missile bays seemed somewhat wasteful for carrying smaller missiles like the PL-12. Furthermore, in the newly planned carrier strike group, there were no missiles suitable for the carrier-based aircraft or the large destroyers. Then, as Lu Shaoqiu watched the intercontinental missiles on the trucks while old Yu beside him explained that this Dongfeng variant could strike targets over 10,000 kilometers away, this left Lu Shaoqiu feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Only 10,000 kilometers? It can't achieve global coverage? Can that even be called an intercontinental missile? While mentally mapping out future research directions, he jotted down notes in his small notebook. Though Lu Shaoqiu possessed the systems and lacked no technology, his energy was finite, preventing him from covering every detail. The excitement of participating in the grand military parade had already faded, leaving only his self-critical work mode. Old Yu beside him was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of competitor was this? He watched Lu Shaoqiu, eyes fixed on the parade formations, muttering about things like too low range, too little power, and too lightweight, all while rapidly scribbling notes in his little notebook. He seemed to have entered a state of complete absorption. Out of curiosity, old Yu leaned in to take a look, only to discover that Lu Shaoqiu was using a cryptic script he'd never encountered before. It appeared only he could decipher it through some unique method of his own. At that moment, old Yu's admiration for Lu Shaoqiu was utterly unrestrained. Such a young man, utterly absorbed in his research, was truly rare and precious. Though old Yu couldn't decipher the exact content of Lu Shaoqiu's writing, he could still grasp the broad scope of the subject matter. From firearms to ships to missiles and beyond, his work spanned nearly several disciplines. He was truly his kind of person. Back in the day, old Yu had started out in theoretical physics before switching to nuclear physics from scratch due to national needs. He eventually led a team to create the uniquely Chinese Yumin configuration, enabling China to master hydrogen bomb technology in just 2 years and 8 months. The old man was an undisputed genius. And now, in his eyes, Lu Shaoqiu was a genius who was no less brilliant than himself. He had already resolved to pass down his entire legacy to Lu Shaoqiu. Following the ground formation, the aerial squadron arrived. To everyone's surprise, the first transport aircraft formation to arrive was spearheaded by a colossal behemoth. This was not part of the parade rehearsal. Is that an N225? Old Master Yu stared intently and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. That's not the N225. It's the Y-25. Independently developed by our country based on the N225's fundamental specifications. Lu Shaoqiu explained with a smile. How do you know? The old man, residing in the capital, had watched the rehearsals at least twice in recent days, yet he hadn't recognized this aircraft. How could a young man like Lu Shaoqiu possibly know? Wait a minute. Old Master Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. You designed this aircraft? Yes. Lu Shaoqiu nodded. Just then, the fighter jet formation flew over the city gate. Lu Shaoqiu pointed to the sky and smiled. I designed these too. Old Master Yu sucked in a sharp breath. This young man, he was already considered a genius, but now it seemed that Great Xia truly produced talent in abundance. There were even masters beyond him? The unveiling of the Y-25 transport aircraft and the J-20 fighter jet's first official debut undoubtedly sent shockwaves across the entire world, especially since Lu Shaoqiu had arranged for simultaneous live streaming on short video platforms. Leveraging the newly established 5G base stations and the recently launched communication satellites, he transmitted everything unfolding in the Great Xia Empire onto the internet. The response was unprecedented, especially with Lu Shaoqiu controlling the back-end data. During this period, the platform deliberately promoted videos related to the military parade. This allowed countless Chinese and international netizens to witness the current might of Dacia's national defense. Following the parade, discussions about the Great Xia military review exploded across all domestic and international online media. Everyone was talking about the Great Xia parade. Oh my god, their formations are so precise. Their morale is absolutely outstanding. I wouldn't want to face an army like that. This was the sentiment shared by most foreign netizens. Of course, there were also those who started feeling envious. Dacia is just good at marching. It doesn't mean they have real combat power. Our Indian army is the strongest in the world. Meanwhile, discussions about Dacia on the other side of the strait split into two camps. Good heavens, are we really going to have to face an army like this? Is it too late to kneel before the Great Xia and beg for mercy? It's all just for show. If they're really that formidable, why don't they retaliate when provoked by Uncle Sam? The internet is like a magic mirror, revealing every facet of human nature. Chapter 87, A Long and Arduous Journey. Amidst the near-chaotic frenzy online, launching media, monitoring from behind the scenes, saw everything clearly. While their troll army was stirring things up to heat up the discussion, the real goal was to lure foreign netizens in for a slaughter. Then, Many military enthusiasts began frame-by-frame analysis of every piece of equipment in the Grand Military Parade on short video platforms. Among these genuine military enthusiasts, individuals strategically placed by Lu Shaoqiu were naturally intermingled. They spoke authoritatively about various active duty equipment, especially when discussing the newly unveiled J-20 and Y-25 transport aircraft, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Although Lu Shaoqiu had deliberately toned down the specifications, presenting only about 80 to 90% of the J-20's actual capabilities, domestic military enthusiasts still cheered with excitement. The J-20's debut signaled that the fifth-generation fighter still undergoing test flights across the ocean, not yet deployed, had fallen completely behind Great Xia. After all, Great Xia's military parades have always showcased active duty equipment. This truly flung the label of obsolescence back across the ocean. Only then did many military enthusiasts realize why the Great Xia government had remained completely silent during the F-22's test flights. Turns out they already had their own, fully operational. The other side was still in the testing phase. What's there to envy? While domestic military enthusiasts were brimming with pride, Western-admiring netizens and anti-China forces spared no effort in smearing the news. Claims like no combat experience means no credibility and just looking at specs began spreading rapidly online. The keyboard warriors from the online propaganda department were already in position, launching a fresh round of verbal battles against the trolls. Lu Shaoqiu knew full well that with current legislation and online surveillance capabilities, there was no way to root out these paid trolls posing as impartial netizens. But Lu Shaoqiu wasn't bothered. Online trolls were merely his defensive measure. Establishing a formal cyber surveillance department and information security force was what truly needed to be done now. After the military parade concluded, while everyone else was busy with celebratory dinners and parties, Lu Shaoqiu remained engrossed in scribbling notes in his notebook. He simultaneously held a video conference call with Guangji and Yi Yusi, who were far away in Changchang, while meticulously documenting the proceedings. Several high-ranking military officials who had intended to speak with Lu Shaoqiu were intercepted. They were well aware that this military parade had generated unprecedented buzz both online and internationally. As the key architect behind the current foundation of the Air Force, Lu Shaoqiu became the subject of private overtures from many seeking to establish connections. But when they saw Lu Shaoqiu sitting in a corner of the banquet hall, scribbling notes while speaking into his phone, they knew he was still working. State security personnel intercepted them, forming a protective perimeter around Lu Shaoqiu, a vacuum zone about 10 meters in radius, barring anyone from approaching. Lu Shaoqiu had believed he had accomplished quite a lot since his arrival. But now, upon reflection, he realized his accomplishments were still limited. After all, it was just 2 aircraft, an aircraft carrier, a weapons system, and incidentally driving domestic industrial upgrades. Was that much? While any single one of these achievements could sustain an ordinary researcher for a lifetime, but it wasn't enough. A profound sense of responsibility, heavy with the weight of a long journey ahead, settled upon Lu Shaoqiu's heart. Lu Shaoqiu immediately drafted a 10,000-word proposal, tore it from his notebook, and entrusted a state security officer to deliver it personally into Zero's hands. By the time he finished all this and came to his senses, the entire banquet had already dispersed. Only old Yu remained, smiling warmly at him. The other high-ranking military officials had all returned to their duties. "Young man, come along. Someone wishes to see you." Old Master Yu approached, smiling warmly as he took Lu Shaoqiu's hand and led him all the way to Zongnanhai, adjacent to the Forbidden City. Inside the purple light pavilion, every member of the State Affairs Office sat in silent anticipation, as if they had been waiting for Lu Shaoqiu's arrival for quite some time. Lu Shaoqiu had never witnessed such a grand display in either of his lifetimes, and for a moment, he felt utterly flustered. Leading the way, Lu Shaoqiu looked somewhat stiffly toward Zero. Zero approached him with a benevolent expression, smiling as he guided him to the front of the stage. He gestured for Lu to take a seat, then led the applause. "Let us welcome the chief engineer of the J-20, the Y-25, and the first aircraft carrier of Great Xia, Chief Engineer Lu." Clap. The entire Ziguang pavilion erupted in enthusiastic applause. Many officials with military backgrounds were so moved their faces flushed crimson. What a moment of pride. For the first time in 50 years since the founding of the nation, Daxia had truly taken the lead on the global stage. The debut of the Y-25 held even greater strategic significance than that of the J-20. If the J-20 was the sword of the Republic, then the Y-25 was the cornerstone of the Republic's Air Force. Its emergence signaled the transformation of the Great Xia Air Force from a major power air force to a strategic air force. With this super-large transport aircraft, it can be modified into the Y-25 aerial refueling tanker or, as previously planned by Lu Shaoqiu, the super-large electronic early warning aircraft KJ-6000. With the Y-25's range exceeding 30,000 kilometers, the Great Xia Air Force's operational footprint will extend to any airspace we require. Who dares claim the J-20 cannot strike the U.S. mainland just because it cannot operate from aircraft carriers? Liu Shaoqiu's combined contributions are already sufficient to secure his place in history. The Republic's aerospace annals and textbooks have already recorded his name in bold, indelible ink. What surprised everyone present even more was that Zero read through the proposal Liu Shaoqiu had just submitted. Its core proposal was to establish new military branches beyond the traditional Army, Navy, and Air Force. Liu Shaoqiu proposed establishing the Great Xia Rocket Force, Joint Logistics Support Force, Information Support Force, Cyberspace Force, and Military Aerospace Force. Simultaneously, Liu Shaoqiu proposed hosting a global airshow around November of this year to launch the Great Xia's comprehensive arms trade with the international community. The former proposal was relatively understandable after all. Specialized military branches could enhance efficiency in many areas. However, the proposal for foreign arms trade left many perplexed. Some raised objections, arguing that as a nation committed to friendly relations with its neighbors, China should not emulate the United States by engaging in extensive arms trade. This viewpoint garnered considerable support. In truth, Dacia was not entirely without arms trade. For the past 2 decades, it had consistently engaged in foreign arms sales, particularly in the Middle East and Africa, primarily focusing on light weapons and missiles. Liu Shaoqiu, however, proposed expanding trade to include heavy weapons and even aircraft. This would undoubtedly transform Dacia into an arms trading nation on par with the United States. Wouldn't that make us war criminals? This contradicts our previous national strategy. Chapter 88, Distinguished Professor. Liu Shaoqiu had long prepared his response to these questions. He addressed everyone present. The arms trade isn't something we can simply abandon and expect world peace to follow. If we don't profit from this, others will. If we engage in this business, at least we can control who our weapons end up with. We can embed backdoor programs in the weapons and stipulate during sales that our arms are solely for their national security. Just like the Desert Camel back then, we must retain the ultimate safety lock. Moreover, it's not just about arms. We must also make significant strides in international trade. Our goods and industrial products can no longer be confined to the domestic market, they must integrate with the global economy. Liu Shaoqiu certainly understood what actively integrating with the international market entailed. As we expand abroad, foreign capital will also flood into the domestic market. For many domestic enterprises with outdated production structures and antiquated sales and supply chains, this would be a near-fatal blow. But does staying behind truly guarantee our brands will remain unscathed? Just 5 years ago, Yuzhou's Tianfu Cola partnered with Pepsi in a joint venture, only to have its brand shelved after the foreign partner monopolized distribution channels. It took nearly 2 decades to reclaim its brand and trademark and revive the product. Other manufacturers, also counted among the 8 major domestic beverage producers like Tianfu Cola, faced similar fates. Except for Shanghai's Zhengwang, the other 7 were directly controlled by either Pepsi or Coca-Cola, which seized their distribution channels and shelved their brands. These events unfolded several years ago. China's full accession to the World Trade Organization would not occur for several more years. So, does that mean foreign capital couldn't enter without actively embracing the international market? Of course not. Foreign capital remains relentless in its ambitions, but harnessed wisely, it could prove advantageous. Liu Shaoqiu laid out all his thoughts and the pros and cons one by one. This left many opponents deep in thought. As Liu Shaoqiu had said, if they didn't go out, would others really not come in? Globalization and internationalization were inevitable trends. Without opening up international markets, stimulating the domestic economy would prove exceedingly difficult. The meeting stretched on for a full day and night. After thoroughly laying out the pros and cons and proposing corresponding countermeasures, Liu Shaoqiu finally persuaded all attendees. According to the nation's original strategy, an agreement with the United States had already been reached this year, and the next step was to build consensus with Europe. Now, Liu Shaoqiu's emergence has accelerated this process. Immediately after the meeting concluded, relevant personnel flew directly to Europe to begin lobbying the European Union. Following this meeting, the Central Military Commission convened an emergency session to formally discuss the establishment of the new 5 major military branches. The Central Military Commission showed overwhelming support for Liu Shaoqiu's proposal. While they weren't sure what Liu Shaoqiu meant by dividing the military into 8 branches, someone who could conceive of groundbreaking equipment like the J-20 couldn't possibly be making unfounded suggestions. Liu Shaoqiu also outlined his vision for the future of the military during the meeting. The shift would be from the current emphasis on strategic and military capabilities toward future unmanned and intelligence systems. Why sacrifice lives when alternatives exist? Liu Shaoqiu predicted the future direction of warfare, beyond visual range operations and unmanned systems would dominate. Thus, the paramount challenges would be how to blind and deafen the enemy, how to prevent being blinded and deafened oneself, and how to counter enemy cyber attacks. Therefore, Information security and cyber support will become critically important. The Rocket Force was formally established, having previously been part of the Army under the name 2nd Artillery Force. As for the Joint Logistics Support Force and the Military Space Force, the former refines the division of labor within logistics units, while the latter represents a force advancing into aerospace domains. Upon hearing this, the Air Force certainly won't be sleeping on the job. Military Space Forces, isn't that essentially the old Air and Space Force? By singling out this force, didn't Lu Shaoqiu imply he already had plans in this direction? The other two major military branches quickly realized, since Lu Shaoqiu had already laid out his plans, what were they waiting for? Just lie back and let Lu Shaoqiu take them flying. The Central Military Commission directly approved Lu Shaoqiu's proposal, transforming the original 3 military branches into 8. After days of consecutive meetings, Lu Shaoqiu exhaled deeply. He couldn't help but feel these days of meetings had been more exhausting than pulling all-nighters on research. But before he could return to his hotel room to rest, old Yu, who had been waiting outside the conference room door, emerged once more. Young man, old Yu, don't you need to rest? Lu Shaoqiu couldn't help but feel exasperated. Lately, old Yu had been shadowing Lu Shaoqiu like a shadow, never letting him be alone, as if afraid he might slip away. Rest is certainly necessary, but keeping an eye on you is more important, old Yu said bluntly, without any pretense. Don't worry, I'm here for good news this time. Led by old Yu, Lu Shaoqiu found himself at a place he'd never dared imagine before, the National Defense University. Founded in 1927 by military instructors, this institution stood as China's premier military academy, dedicated to training officers and researching military theory and tactics. Why did you bring me here? Lu Shaoqiu turned to leave. I've been observing your meetings these past 2 days. Your ideas are truly unique and deserve to be shared with more people. That's why I'm bringing you here to take up a position. All you need to do is give 1 lecture each month. Without further ado, old Yu pulled Lu Shaoqiu toward the principal's office. I'm a researcher asking me to lecture on tactics and strategies? That's ridiculous. Lu Shaoqiu struggled to break free and flee. But this time, old Yu had brought along 2 burly young men, each at least 185 centimeters tall. They literally hoisted Lu Shaoqiu up and carried him to the principal's office. Along the way, Lu Shaoqiu spotted many energetic young men, all dressed in military uniforms. They marched with purposeful vigor. Such a spirited demeanor made Lu Shaoqiu momentarily forget his struggle. These children would become the cornerstone of Great Xiao's future. If the tactical knowledge he possessed could one day be applied by these youths on the battlefield, potentially reducing casualties, that seemed like a worthwhile outcome. Upon arriving at the principal's office, a general with stars on his shoulders sat behind the desk, smiling warmly at Lu Shaoqiu. Young Lu, we meet again, he said. Your remarks at the meeting earlier truly resonated with me. Old Yu was right, ideas like yours deserve wider recognition. Here is the appointment letter. Please sign it. What Lu Shaoqiu hadn't anticipated was that President Xiao Yuanliang had extended not only the National Defense University's special appointment letter, but also one from Harbin Institute of Technology. I've lectured it hit before myself. Your theoretical expertise shouldn't go to waste. Supervise 2 doctoral students. They won't need you to teach there in person. I'll have them come to you. Old Yu chuckled, patting Lu Shaoqiu on the shoulder. Lu Shaoqiu felt somewhat helpless about old Yu's unilateral decision. He barely had enough time for his own research. How could he possibly mentor students? But old Yu was right. The knowledge he possessed came from the system, something he couldn't take with him when he died. It would be better to teach more people. What good was it for him alone to be strong, capable of creating 1 or 2 groundbreaking pieces of equipment? It couldn't change the course of battle or build combat strength. Only when more people grow strong will it truly matter. Chapter 89, The World Belongs to You. After signing 2 special appointment documents, Lu Shaoqiu officially became a specially appointed professor at 2 universities. Now that old Yu had learned of everything Lu Shaoqiu had accomplished, he no longer harbored any desire to take him as his student. While Lu Shaoqiu still lagged behind old Yu in nuclear physics, the situation was entirely different in other fields. At the very least, old Yu didn't know how to build airplanes or aircraft carriers. Realizing that rather than having Lu Shaoqiu follow him in nuclear physics research, it would be better to let him pursue his own path. Who knows what else Lu Shaoqiu might come up with in the future? What Yu Lao hadn't anticipated, however, was that while he had abandoned his plans for Lu Shaoqiu had set his sights on him. Old master, Lu Shaoqiu said with a broad smile, turning to the elderly scientist. I have a proposal. For my next project, I intend to develop a nuclear fusion reactor. Would you be willing to come to my company and provide some guidance? You little rascal, you actually plan to fleece me? Old master Yu had seen it all in his long life. In all his years, this was the first time anyone had tried to fleece him. How is this fleecing? I already have a mature design. Don't you want to see if it's actually achievable?
It's unlimited energy. A man-made sun. Lu Shaoqiu spoke deliberately, yet to old Master Yu's ears, his words carried a peculiar allure. Who in nuclear physics wouldn't dream of achieving controlled nuclear fusion? Earlier, while chatting on the observation deck, Lu Shaoqiu had proposed a new configuration. Combined with a tokamak device, it could theoretically achieve a stable, controllable nuclear fusion device operating at around 1,000 degrees. This represented humanity's civilization ascending to a whole new level. Then I'll go take a look? Just one glance. Old Master Yu finally succumbed to Lu Shaoqiu's persuasion. He raised a finger and declared with conviction, "But before I accompany you, you must first finish teaching your lectures for this month." Only then did Lu Shaoqiu realize his identity had shifted from a pure researcher to a teacher, a cultivator. When he first stepped onto the podium, many students murmured quietly, taken aback by his youth. But this was a military academy. There were no troublemakers like in novels, and no one dared to look down on the professor standing at the lectern. Looking down from the podium, Lu Shaoqiu saw students not much younger than himself, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Suddenly, he recalled a teacher's words, "The world belongs to you, and it belongs to us, but ultimately, it is yours." Young people were like the sun at 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. The future and hope of the great Xia rested upon their shoulders. In that instant, Lu Shaoqiu felt no trace of discomfort in his role as a teacher. He wrote 2 words on the blackboard: electronic warfare and information warfare. After an hour of passionate lecturing, time had flown by unnoticed. Lu Shaoqiu had only touched upon the impact of electronic information on future warfare, not even delving into practical applications yet. His teaching style differed from that of veteran lecturers and professors. He always advocated that practice yields true knowledge. He chose to conduct a military chess simulation with his students during class. He equipped his own forces with new weaponry, mirroring the main military exercises almost exactly. None of these students stood a chance. Before they could even leave their barracks, Lu Shaoqiu had already overrun their high ground in one decisive move. Only then did the students truly grasp the disruptive power of electronic warfare and information warfare on future battlefields. Many began searching for Lu Shaoqiu's personal information on the school's official website. Even several young women harbored romantic feelings, developing special thoughts about Lu Shaoqiu. But the university website hadn't updated Lu Shaoqiu's information yet, and he was nowhere to be found online. The National Defense University website, however, updated swiftly. That very evening, partial information about Lu Shaoqiu appeared on the official site. The array of titles was downright intimidating. Chief designer of the J-20, chief designer of the Y-25, and founding figure of Daxia's electronic warfare theory. These titles made it clear that Lu Shaoqiu, who would only turn 30 next year, had already reached the pinnacle that many strive for their entire lives. As a result, enrollment in Lu Shaoqiu's elective course surged overnight, filling up immediately. However, since electronic warfare and information warfare were not yet mainstream subjects at the time and were only offered as electives, only one session per month was scheduled, totaling just 8 sessions per academic year. Following his appointment to the National Defense University, Lu Shaoqiu, the institution's sole professor who holds neither civilian nor military officer status, has even been considered for a military rank by the Central Military Commission. Lu Shaoqiu's achievements in electronic warfare and information warfare had already surpassed the current understanding of the Great Xia nation. Since the United States proposed electronic warfare theory in 1985 and introduced the concept to China in 1987, the nation had lacked a fully systematized electronic warfare doctrine. Lu Shaoqiu's arrival filled this critical gap in the Great Xia military, making all servicemen recognize that electronic warfare and information warfare represent the inevitable future direction. Therefore, Lu Shaoqiu deserved to be commissioned. Before leaving the capital, Lu Shaoqiu's promotion had already been finalized. The Central Military Commission, in recognition of his contributions, conferred upon Lu Shaoqiu the rank of Major General. Though it was a technical Major General rank, distinct from operational command ranks, it still marked the youngest Major General in the Republic's history. When Lu Shaoqiu donned his new uniform, Yaya's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Wow, Daddy looks so handsome." Beside them, Lin Qingxian smiled with eyes crinkled in delight, her gaze carrying an indescribable meaning as she looked at Lu Shaoqiu. After the parade, meetings, and lectures, the 7-day National Day holiday had long passed, and it was time to return to work. Before departing, Lu Shaoqiu paid a visit to several commanders-in-chief of the Central Military Commission and the Zero Leader. He took out what he had prepared long ago and spread it out on the table. It was a tailless aircraft, its shape resembling a ginkgo leaf. "Xiao Lu, what is this?" Commander Zero stared at the new aircraft in momentary bewilderment before instantly grasping Lu Shaoqiu's intent. "So you're here for funding." "Sir, as you know, we're currently rotating our equipment. Since the J-20 has begun entering service, I was wondering if the next generation of fighters. He chuckled, deliberately avoiding any mention of money. Ah, I see. Develop one generation, conceal one generation, research one generation, and explore the next. Air Force Commander Ma Qingyun chuckled. Several commanders nearby watched him with expressions blending contempt and envy. If this were tanks or warships, they'd be laughing just as loudly. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Shaoqiu continued unfolding several more blueprints. Designs for a destroyer and a tank now lay before the assembled group. Chapter 90, No Money. When Lu Shaoqiu unfolded these two blueprints, the commanders of the army and navy immediately widened their eyes. Holy crap! You actually have them? Even without the actual items, just looking at the blueprints was enough to make one drool. To facilitate his explanation, Lu Shaoqiu once again brought out his Dragon Shadow holographic projection device, displaying the 3D models he had prepared. This is the J-36 all-domain combat aircraft, designed to replace the J-20 in the future. Featuring a triple-engine configuration, 2 variable cycle engines and a rear oblique detonator engine, it achieves a theoretical top speed of approximately Mach 12. Capable of cross-dimensional combat, it boasts a combat radius of 3,000 kilometers, with significantly extended endurance after entering outer space. This is my design for the Type 055D large destroyer, with a displacement of 30,000 tons. It carries 240 vertical launch cells, 2 600mm super-large electromagnetic railguns, and laser weaponry. It also features dual-band radar, a maximum speed of 35 knots, a nuclear propulsion system, and is equipped with an anti-electromagnetic interference system. This is the Type 100 tank, slated to replace the Type 99. It features millimeter-wave radar and an automated cannon system. Its 3-member crew consists of a commander, gunner, and amphibious vehicle operator. The turret houses an electromagnetic interference unit, automated cannon system, and a 150mm main gun. Modular design with hybrid electric-diesel propulsion enables a top speed of 120 km per hour. Upgraded variants may follow. After Lu Shaoqiu finished his presentation, every officer present was practically drooling. They wanted it badly. Even Zero, who never showed emotion, couldn't quite contain the smile tugging at his lips. He always knew Comrade Lu was reliable. But now, Lu Shaoqiu's meticulously prepared presentation clearly followed the playbook of using PowerPoint slides to secure funding. But damn, that stuff looks seriously tempting. Especially since Lu Shaoqiu went out of his way to create a 3D model. This thing looks like it's right before our eyes. Yet it's truly something we can see but not touch. Lu, tell us, how much budget do you need this time? The commanders, having discerned Lu Shaoqiu's intent, asked with smiles. Not much. Just give me 10 billion for each project, and I guarantee R&D completion within a year and full deployment within 2. These technologies weren't entirely exchanged from the system, most were recreated from his memories and then optimized through the system. What he needed now were certain corresponding key technologies within the exchange system. Take the J-36 variable cycle engine, or the super large caliber electromagnetic cannon technology. For example, if we were truly starting from scratch, 100 billion wouldn't be enough. Additionally, I have plans for carrier-based aircraft development, missile programs, and a new rifle concept. Stop. Xiao Lu, hold on. Listen, Lu Shaoqiu has other ideas. Zero, beside him, couldn't hold back any longer and quickly called for a halt. Lu, just name your price already. Let us old farts give up hope. Listening to Lu Shaoqiu rattle off his list, Zero felt his heart couldn't take it. While these sums weren't astronomical for the national treasury, it was impossible to pour every last penny into Lu Shaoqiu's research projects. Poverty alleviation efforts weren't complete yet, and the impending risks of WTO accession required funds to counter. Not to mention the massive civil service system feeding so many mouths, and the various livelihood projects across the country demanding funding. And then there was that massive 50 billion yuan project in the South China Sea still unfinished. Next year's budget was going to be tight. If all funds were poured into Lu Shaoqiu's project, the nation would be forced to follow the old brother's path. Well, personally, I suggest we prioritize carrier-based aircraft and early warning systems first. After all, we have over half a year before our first aircraft carrier launches. We can't very well have an empty carrier, can we? Lu Shaoqiu pondered before speaking. Seeing Lu Shaoqiu concede, many present breathed a sigh of relief. Listening to Lu Shaoqiu rattle off a long list of research projects like reciting a script, everyone's initial euphoria had turned to dread. If they really followed Lu Shaoqiu's proposal of 10 billion yuan per project, it would easily exceed 100 billion. There was no way around it. The nation was strapped for cash. The nation's annual GDP barely reached a few trillion yuan, with actual fiscal surpluses hovering around a few billion, and recent years had even seen deficits. If Lu Shaoqiu's projects were truly launched,
the nation would essentially be left with nothing but empty promises. The development of the carrier-based airborne early warning aircraft wouldn't require much, but the carrier-based aircraft would still need around 10 billion yuan. Let's round it up to 15 billion yuan. Lu Shaoqiu did the math and understood the nation's current difficulties. Compared to the financial strength it would possess decades from now, the gap was vast. The road to profitability was long and arduous, but he wasn't in a hurry. Pitaya smartphones, home appliances, and computers were selling exceptionally well domestically. Some early adopters had already made owning a full Pitaya home suite a status symbol, especially Lu Shaoqiu's smart home renovation concept, which had even caused quite a stir in the housing renovation sector. It was foreseeable that Lu Shaoqiu's tax payments this year would be substantial, yet he still found his money-making pace too slow. So he proposed an idea that would make the entire world tremble decades later. He planned to emulate the American strategy of harvesting the chives overseas. Upon hearing his proposal, many domestic officials expressed strong reservations. First, no one had ever attempted this before, making the risks entirely unknown. Lu Shaoqiu's Red Dragon Group was now a key protected entity that required careful safeguarding. They certainly didn't want to see Lu Shaoqiu squander his entire fortune in one fell swoop. But Lu Shaoqiu had learned far too much from the previous century. When it came to making money, few in the world could rival his expertise. These were tactics foreign capital had used against the Chinese. But now Lu Shaoqiu declared, if they can do it, so can I. Unable to withstand Lu Shaoqiu's persistent lobbying, the Ministry of Finance and the State Council jointly issued an official document granting him special approval for overseas investment. Such a license was virtually unheard of in this era. It could be said the state had extended the utmost favor to Lu Shaoqiu. After securing another 15 billion yuan in charitable funds, Lu Shaoqiu finally returned to Jincheng with Lin Qingxian, Yaya, and old Master Yu. Upon arriving at the company, Lu Shaoqiu immediately began working on the comprehensive modification plan for the Y-25. He planned to transform the Y-25 into both an early warning aircraft and an aerial refueling tanker. This would significantly enhance the air power of the Great Xia. Fortunately, with access to the complete technical specifications, the redesign work was not particularly difficult. At this moment, old Master Yu, who had been left waiting for several days, came to find him. Chapter 91, Artificial Sun. Lu, you're not being fair, kid. The old man scolded Lu Shaoqiu in his Tianjin-accented Mandarin. What about the tokamak device you promised to show me? You lure me over and then leave me hanging? What's the deal? Trying to fool an old man? Facing the elder's reproach, Lu Shaoqiu quickly apologized. Please forgive me, old man. I've been busy drafting the aircraft design plans. These are the modification blueprints for the super-large transport aircraft. I have to oversee them personally to ensure everything goes smoothly, right? I apologize for neglecting you. After examining Lu Shaoqiu's new blueprints, the old man noticed the fresh ink and realized he hadn't been fobbed off. Only then did he relent. So, have you finished your work now? When might we see your device? Old Yu asked with keen interest. Don't be impatient. Why wouldn't I be impatient? My wife is waiting for me back in the capital. Old Master Yu shot Lu Shaoqiu a sharp look. How about inviting your grandmother over? You two could spend a couple of days in Jincheng. I still need to verify if this design works properly. There might be some modifications needed. In truth, this was merely an excuse Lu Shaoqiu had concocted to build better aircraft. Lu Shaoqiu had initially constructed a wind tunnel laboratory larger than the one at the Southern Institute, capable of wind speeds up to Mach 100. It was the world's largest and most advanced wind tunnel facility. Every aircraft produced by Red Dragon Corporation had undergone actual wind tunnel testing, otherwise, they wouldn't be ready for military deployment straight off the assembly line. Although the two modified aircraft models also required wind tunnel testing before production. Otherwise various parameters would need further adjustment. Despite completing these modifications entirely on his own without system assistance, Lu Shaoqiu's current knowledge base allowed him to essentially guess correctly and write accurately. Even if these two aircraft were to enter the wind tunnel, they wouldn't encounter significant issues. After all, the knowledge stored in his mind was beyond the reach of most scientists worldwide, even over their entire lifetimes. The reason for the delay was purely because he currently had no tokamak device to show old Yu. His earlier scheme to lure old Yu from the capital was precisely to enlist his counsel for the Artificial Sun project. Only after achieving controlled nuclear fusion could he gradually refine the technology. As for why he didn't simply exchange for small-scale controlled fusion technology? Well, obviously because he couldn't afford it. The entry-level exchange price for controlled nuclear fusion technology alone was a staggering 10 billion. Mature, miniaturized cold fusion technology commanded a price of 200 billion within the system. Fortunately, he could save money by using non-system technologies. For instance, the design blueprints Lu Shaoqiu previously derived from existing in 225 data saved him tens of billions. making him realize for the first time that knowledge truly is power. Still, 100 billion yuan wiped out the entire J-35 development budget in one go. Of course, while Liu Shaoqiu frequently requested funding in the hundreds of billions, it must be understood that if the nation had undertaken the research independently, developing the J-35 would not have been impossible. However, it would have required at least 20 years and incurred R&D costs far exceeding 10 billion. As Liu Shaoqiu understood, in his previous life, the Great Xia Empire had spent at least 35 billion yuan on J-35 research. Now, he was essentially helping the nation achieve great things at a fraction of the cost. Though the technology was now in hand, building the necessary apparatus would still take time. Thus, he could only find an excuse to ask old Yu to wait a while longer. Thus, through a mix of persuasion and flattery, Liu Shaoqiu invited old Yu's wife, Mrs. Sun, to Jincheng. He then arranged a full-service package of dining, entertainment, and leisure for the elderly couple, ensuring they enjoyed themselves without leaving Sichuan. By the time old Master Yu remembered Liu Shaoqiu, it was already November. By then, Liu Shaoqiu's apparatus had been completed. Quick, start it up for me. Old Master Yu's eyes lit up the moment he saw the device successfully activate and run. As an insider in the field, he quickly noticed that this device before him seemed different from the familiar mark device he knew. As the device operated, a blinding light flared for just an instant before settling into a steady glow. The fiery glow within the device resembled a great sun, now entirely within Liu Shaoqiu's grasp. This device was smaller and operated with greater stability. Daxia also had its own nuclear fusion research project, known as the Circulation Project. At its current stage, Circulation 1 couldn't even achieve the most basic startup, let alone stable initiation and operation like Liu Shaoqiu's device. After carefully examining the device before him, Old Master Yu immediately grasped its operating principle and even deduced its critical feature. You've incorporated a room temperature superconductor. Liu Shaoqiu couldn't help but widen his eyes. Truly, an elder scientist like him held authority in this field. Liu Shaoqiu nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I accidentally synthesized room temperature superconductors while building my mecha earlier. They're proving useful now. Very good. However, at present, we're still relying on the most basic thermal energy to drive the turbine generator. Not only is the energy conversion rate low, but the device is also bulky. Right now, its sole purpose is to power your entire park. That's its limit, said Old Master Yu. So what do you think about putting this thing on an aircraft carrier? Liu Shaoqiu asked. It could work, but it would take up significant space, forcing you to reduce aircraft capacity considerably. Old Master Yu pondered before asking, but haven't you already solved all these issues? Why did you seek me out? Liu Shaoqiu smiled. I came seeking your help precisely to brainstorm solutions to advance the core reaction process from thermonuclear fusion to cold fusion, achieve micro-miniaturization of the device, ultimately enabling installation on aircraft or even individual soldier weapons. An electromagnetic gun? Or a space engine? Old Master Yu perked up instantly, smiling. Excellent. Though I'm getting on in years and my mind isn't as sharp as it once was, I can certainly offer some perspective. Old Master Yu had already been thoroughly satisfied upon seeing the device operating stably. Not only did he live to see the nation achieve controlled nuclear fusion, but he also personally participated in the subsequent research. At his age and standing, fame and fortune held no meaning or allure for him. The only thing sustaining him was his devotion to science and his relentless pursuit of truth. So, with a single phone call back to the capital, Old Man Yu informed the relevant units and departments that he wouldn't be returning. He then plunged headlong into his research without delay. However, the old man hadn't yet fully grasped the working principles of the entire device. Even though he knew this device, which replaced the tokamak configuration, was called a stellarator, he still needed to ponder how it managed to achieve confinement and positive output under temperatures of 100 million degrees Celsius. With the research entrusted to old Yu, Liu Shaoqiu finally had his hands free to tackle other matters. He spread out the J-35 blueprints and commenced intensive manufacturing. Chapter 92, Welcome. Bonus chapter for 100 gold tickets. In early November, a piece of news swept across the globe. Daxia will host an airshow in the southern city of Tuanqing in late November. This event would become the world's fifth largest airshow, joining Paris, Farnborough, Singapore, and Moscow. To prepare for this event, the Great Xia had been making arrangements since October. Not only were new facilities being constructed in Tun City, but the location offered exceptional advantages. It not only utilized the Sanzao airport as the venue but also featured a runway stretching over 4,000 meters long enough to accommodate the takeoff and landing of giant passenger aircraft. Daxia extended invitations to aviation enterprises worldwide. To differentiate itself from the other four major airshows, Daxia extended invitations not only to aviation companies but also to defense contractors worldwide. With the Kosovo War reaching a stalemate, the Great Mao's attitude toward Dacia underwent a significant shift. They began actively courting Dacia, even being the first to respond positively after Dacia extended its invitation. As a private enterprise, Liu Shaoqiu's Red Dragon Group naturally intended to participate. When word spread that Liu Shaoqiu would attend the airshow and even planned to showcase his own fifth-generation fighter, many domestic generals were stunned. Seriously, why are you getting involved in this? Yet domestic opposition proved utterly futile. Liu Shaoqiu remained stubbornly determined, insisting on inserting himself into the proceedings. The higher-ups couldn't sway him, so they could only remind him to prioritize safety. Liu Shaoqiu gazed at the aircraft with its silver-white fuselage and couldn't help but smile. Time quickly advanced to late November. The entire airshow spanned 3 days. The first 2 were internal exhibitions, with the final day open to military enthusiasts. In other words, the first 2 days catered to potential arms buyers. Knowing how to charm them and get them to open their wallets, that was an art. As an exhibitor, Liu Shaoqiu naturally arrived at the venue on the first day. He arrived at the booth the organizers had prepared for him. To ensure Liu Shaoqiu's security, the booth was positioned in a corner this time, so inconspicuous it could easily be overlooked if one wasn't paying attention. Liu Shaoqiu had no objections to this arrangement. He wasn't here to sell products. The real arms dealer this time was Beisuo. Liu Shaoqiu's arrival had effectively killed the J-10 project in its infancy, replacing it with the J-20. Consequently, the legendary printer had been declared obsolete even before it could make its debut. The Northern Design Bureau moved swiftly, and the Su-27-inspired J-11 was indeed produced. But now that the superior J-20 was available, there was no need to deploy the J-11, which hadn't achieved mass production. Liu Shaoqiu, however, proposed an alternative: continue production of the J-11 at Beisuo, but exclusively for export as a foreign market variant. Although the J-11 was derived from the Su-27, its performance had surpassed the original in every aspect while being significantly cheaper. As an export variant, it couldn't be more suitable. From the outset, Liu Shaoqiu emphasized that Dacia must first clarify its strategic positioning. Since we currently lack the means to maintain world peace, we might as well excel as merchants. Although cooperation with traditional arms importing nations remains unattainable for now, this fighter is absolutely outstanding for third world countries. Since it's already built, why waste the production line? Isn't earning more foreign exchange a good thing? However, being the inaugural airshow, the number of participating companies and national representatives was limited. In terms of scale and overall scope, it fell far short of the Tun City airshow Liu Shaoqiu knew from his previous life. Even so, the Sanjiao Airport venue still welcomed numerous national representatives. Particularly conspicuous among the attendees was a group of Middle Eastern dignitaries clad in white headscarves. A piece of cloth on my head, the richest man in the world. Though the then ruling Desert Camel King, Abdullah Abdul, did not attend personally, he sent his younger brother, Salman Abdul. As a longtime customer of Great Xia missiles, Prince Sultan had once endured immense hardship to bring back 35 DF-3 missiles from Great Xia. Today, hearing that Dacia was holding an airshow, wasn't that like a shopping spree for them? The first 2 days featured a specialized exhibition exclusively for national leaders and industry insiders. For the first time, Dacia unveiled its ballistic missiles as products available for purchase. This time, Dacia exhibited 3 types of missiles: the DF-11 short-range ballistic missile, the HQ-3 air defense missile, and the PL-9 air-to-air missile. For aircraft, they showcased the J-11 fighter. What caught everyone off guard was that Dacia not only put its Type 81 assault rifle up for sale but also listed the export variant of the Type 95, the Type 97 assault rifle. Many foreigners wondered, has Dacia lost its mind? They're actually selling active duty equipment? Even more surprising was how this exhibition differed from previous aviation shows they'd attended. Other countries' booths still operated on a take-it-or-leave-it basis, welcoming big buyers while dismissing others. But at the Great Xia booth, not only were there beautiful young ladies providing full-service guidance, warmly welcoming visitors from the moment they arrived, but they also offered seamless multilingual communication, truly maximizing emotional value. These ladies even served tea and water, emphasizing exceptional service. This left the military-industrial companies at other booths utterly flummoxed. Playing by these rules is downright unfair. The bigwigs saw that the Dacia booth not only had eye-catching staff and attentive service, but also offered equipment renowned for being high quality, affordable, and ruggedly durable. Not stopping by would have been a disservice to themselves. When the Middle Eastern prince spotted the equipment at the Great Xia booth, his eyes lit up. Holy cow! They're even selling DF-11s. How could they not buy some? Buy. HQ-3? Buy. PL-9? Buy. What about active duty gear? Buy. In just a short while, the Middle Eastern prince had already spent no less than 10 billion at the Great Xia exhibition booth. Liu Shaoqiu watched the spectacle unfold. everything unfolding exactly as he'd anticipated. These soon-to-be-retired pieces of equipment were indeed still fetching a hefty price. In the past, such outdated or obsolete gear was simply used in exercises and blown up like fireworks. Now they could be sold for cash to fund new equipment, why not? When the Middle Eastern prince reached the Red Dragon Group booth, his eyes lit up at the sight of the J-20. Salman pointed at the J-20 with great excitement and asked Lu Shaoqiu. Lu Shaoqiu waved his hands repeatedly. Friend, this is an exhibit, not for sale. But the prince couldn't understand a word Lu Shaoqiu said. It was the saleswoman beside him who stepped in to translate. At that moment, Lu Shaoqiu realized the saleswoman looked vaguely familiar. He looked closer. Holy cow, another familiar face. Shen Xingzhu? Lu Shaoqiu exclaimed. What are you doing here? Shen Xingzhu hadn't noticed him earlier either. At first glance, she realized that Lu Shaoqiu, the big boss who shouldn't be here, had also appeared at this kind of event. What's this? Is he giving a presentation about his own plane? Chapter 93, Top Salesperson. Ahem. Lu Shaoqiu couldn't fathom why the granddaughter of a commander would need to take on odd jobs. He dared not ask. He cleared his throat twice to ease the awkwardness. Prince Solomon, seeing the two knew each other, immediately beamed with delight, hoping Shen Xingzhu could change Lu Shaoqiu's mind. After all, that J-20 was just too damn awesome. I want one. The air forces of the desert princes differed from the conventional understanding of air forces. In Great Xia or other nations, Air Force pilots were the elite of the elite. But the Davu's Air Force was different. Its members were mostly royal family members who joined simply because the Air Force was cool. If they could actually fly such an aircraft, wouldn't those princes be over the moon? After hearing Salam's words, Lu Shaoqiu asked Shen Xingzhu to translate. This aircraft is currently the most powerful fighter in service with the Great Xia. It has been brought here for exhibition purposes, not for sale. However, compared to the J-20's costly and complex routine maintenance, he would recommend the J-11 instead. Moreover, fighter jets alone aren't enough. I also recommend our Great Xia's KJ-1000 early warning aircraft, which can detect all targets within a 100-kilometer radius, transmit real-time data back to fighter jets, enabling them to conduct beyond visual range strikes from over 100 kilometers away. Hey, interested in adding that to your order? At first, Lu Shaoqiu's words were just simple introductions, but Shen Xingzhu found her translation growing increasingly off-kilter. Why did Lu Shaoqiu sound more like a salesperson? Solomon had been fixated on persuading Lu Shaoqiu to sell the J-20, but then he remembered how much he'd already spent on missiles and firearms. The J-20 behind Lu Shaoqiu clearly wasn't cheap either. Why not just listen to Lu Shaoqiu and give it a try? Your Highness, this airshow isn't a one-time event. Come back in 2 years, and we'll have new things to show you. After all, it's our first time, we can't reveal all our best stuff at once. You understand what I mean, right? Lu Shaoqiu whispered to Solomon. Ha? More new stuff? Lu Shaoqiu's words instantly piqued Salman's interest, prompting him to ask. Of course, our Great Xia researches new innovations year after year. After 2 years, when we retire update our technology, we can sell the new models, right? After all, this is our inaugural airshow. It wouldn't be wise to unveil all our best stuff at once, would it? Lu Shaoqiu replied with a mischievous grin. You've got a point. Solomon glanced at the company brochure beside Lu Shaoqiu. Upon discovering the introductions for Red Dragon and Crimson Dragon, he firmly committed both the company and Lu Shaoqiu to memory. Our equipment is all about plug and play. Even new gear seamlessly integrates with older systems. We also offer trade-ins. We'll buy back your used equipment at half price and apply it toward new purchases. Lu Shaoqiu's words delighted Solomon immensely. He immediately sealed the deal, purchasing 20 J-11 fighters at 350 million each, totaling a full 7 billion. Additionally, he acquired 5 KJ-1000 airborne early warning aircraft at 500 million each. Naturally, the Daxia Air Force and major aviation research institutes currently lack the KJ-1000. This particular KJ-1000 was hastily assembled by Lu Shaoqiu before his arrival. They were merely empty shells, lacking radar systems and even powered by propeller engines. Yet its specifications were entirely accurate. This was Lu Shaoqiu's budget-cutting version, based on the KJ-6000 design. In truth, Daxia had been researching early warning aircraft since the 1980s. However, the original KJ-1 concept was entirely different from the airborne early warning platform Lu Shaoqiu envisioned. Today's airborne early warning aircraft, developed as a battlefield hunter integrated into an information-based electronic warfare system, serves far more than merely filling radar blind spots. Just as Lu Shaoqiu, the top salesman, was happily shopping with the prince, there were always those who resented Daxia's success. For years, Daxia's military equipment had carried a reputation for being crude and inferior worldwide. Having built its industry on reverse engineering,
It was widely dismissed as cheap knockoffs, low-end imitations that offered little value. This perception significantly constrained Dacia's arms exports. Also exhibiting at this event was Dassault, France's established military aircraft manufacturer and the nation's second-largest aerospace company. This time, they brought not only their flagship model, the Mirage 2000, but also the Rafale fighter jet, which entered mass production in recent years. The Rafale, touted as a fourth-and-a-half-generation fighter, is capable of air-to-air, air-to-ground, and air-to-sea combat. It can serve as a heavy fighter, a carrier-based aircraft, and even deliver nuclear weapons. It is said to be the most versatile multi-role fighter in the world today, but that's just talk. Even aviation novices like Liu Shaoqiu know that most versatile often means jack of all trades, master of none. In terms of stealth performance, it falls short of the J-20. In terms of speed, it falls short of the J-20. In terms of payload capacity, it falls short of the J-20. In terms of lift coefficient, it falls short of the J-20. In terms of thrust-to-weight ratio, it still falls short of the J-20. Its only advantage over the J-20 is its carrier-based capability. But realistically, given the J-20G's weight, carrier operations wouldn't pose significant issues. Dassault's representatives had hoped to secure several orders during this airshow. They had already prepared to pitch their Mirage 2000 and Rafale models to the Middle Eastern prince, only to be abruptly interrupted by Liu Shaoqiu and Xinxingzhu. This left Dassault's exhibition representative, Jolie, thoroughly displeased. Your Royal Highness, I believe you should give this further consideration. Dacia's equipment is notoriously cheap and unreliable. Spending so much on their gear now, if anything goes wrong, they won't even provide basic support. You'd be wise to proceed with caution. Jolier sneered at Liu Shaoqiu. Yet for some reason, standing before Liu Shaoqiu, the massive J-20 behind him loomed like a colossal beast, seemingly watching him, making him feel uneasy. Though the J-20's success in driving off F-18 Hornets had spread internationally, the French had never actually seen it in action. You haven't been hit, so you naturally don't know how much it hurts. Liu Shaoqiu remained unperturbed, merely smiling at Jolie as he asked, then how do you suggest I ensure our weapons and equipment prove genuinely effective? Seeing Liu Shaoqiu take the bait, Jolie immediately replied, that's simple. I hear your exhibition will feature an airshow on the third day. You can arrange for your aircraft to perform, and ours will take to the skies as well. Then, your highness can see for yourself whose equipment is superior. Chapter 94, Section 35, give them the whole job. Agreed. Liu Shaoqiu extended his hand, halting Prince Solomon's signature. He picked up the contract and smiled at Prince Solomon. Your highness, we'll retain this contract. It becomes effective once our company's official seal is affixed. I trust you understand that our cooperation should be free of any suspicion or doubt, correct? Salama hastily protested that such formality was unnecessary. He could ignore that Frenchman's nonsense and sign immediately. But in truth, Salman harbored some apprehension. His own uncle had been the one to purchase DF-3 missiles from Great Xia years ago. He himself had never dealt directly with the Great Xia people. To be honest, he feared being cheated. Moreover, Liu Shaoqiu had mostly been making empty promises so far. To see if he could deliver, they would have to wait for the next airshow. Deep down, Solomon still wanted to observe Liu Shaoqiu's performance. He just hadn't voiced it. So when Liu Shaoqiu insisted on proving himself, although Salman verbally dismissed the need, he let the two engage in their verbal sparring without lifting a finger to stop them. And how could someone as sharp as Liu Shaoqiu fail to notice Salman's subtle maneuvering? But Great Xia currently lacks sufficient international prestige. Historically, it had cultivated deep ties with third-world nations, maintaining the strongest relationships with its African allies. Yet when facing traditional Western powers, the Great Xia's current standing still fell somewhat short. Even with the J-20 as its national treasure, it couldn't instantly change how others perceived the Great Xia. So the course of action now is straightforward. Strike first to prevent 100 blows later. Establishing its authority in one decisive move is far better than enduring humiliation in the future. From this day forward, no one will dare speak to Great Xia with such insolence. Both sides temporarily reached a truce, and the exhibition continued. On the third day came the public open house. News of the upcoming aviation exhibition in Tun City spread across internet platforms and short video sites. Many traveled great distances to witness this grand event firsthand. In this era, those who could afford to fly were naturally wealthy, and the wealthy, naturally, were drawn to the Pitaya, sleek in design, powerful in functionality. According to Longxing Entertainment's back-end data, Douyin currently boasts tens of millions of registered users. In this relatively innocent era, many people still didn't fully grasp the concept of traffic, so there weren't as many accounts resorting to borderline tactics to attract followers. Most users simply shared snippets of their daily lives through short videos.
The convenience of mobile devices and the gradual rollout of 5G brought about increased job opportunities, lower communication costs, and the emergence of new professions. The live streaming industry began to quietly take root. Of course, this was also the result of Lu Shaoqiu's proactive guidance. While the live streaming industry inevitably attracts some clever individuals who exploit its potential for sensationalism, when utilized effectively, it becomes a powerful tool capable of shattering Western information silos, breaking through Western elite filters, and revealing the world's true essence. To gain attention, the first generation of independent streamers instinctively flocked to Sanzao Airport in Tun City, embarking on their own journey to make a name for themselves. Hello everyone, I'm Shaoqiu. Today we're at the Tuncheng Airshow. As the first major aviation exhibition hosted by our great Xia, it's already quite impressive based on my experience. It holds its own against the other 4 major international airshows. This self-proclaimed streamer Shaoqiu, whose real name is Yu Miao, hails from northeast China and comes from a well-off family. As one of the first to adopt smartphones and pioneer new trends, Shaoqiu reaped early rewards from the internet boom. He is also a military enthusiast, and his previous live streams analyzing China's active duty military equipment have already gained significant online traction. On the website established by Lu Shaoqiu, this particular video was specifically promoted to reach a wider audience. Wow, guys, look at this. This is our country's exhibition booth. A new aircraft. This must be our first close-up view of the J-20. Everyone, take a look. As he spoke, Shaoqiu pointed his camera at the J-20 displayed on the stand, his heart racing with excitement. He had watched the National Day parade before, when the massive Y-25 appeared in the sky and the J-20 came into view. A deep sense of pride welled up within him. And now, seeing the J-20 up close felt like the greatest reward imaginable. Holy crap, there's another new plane beside it. It's the J-11, top speed, Mach 18. Many Daxia citizens attending such an event for the first time were truly amazed. They were also seeing so many weapons and equipment from different countries for the first time. Just then, the organizing committee's voice came over the PA system. Attention all units, visitors and exhibitors, please evacuate the runway in an orderly fashion. The air show is about to begin. After the bilingual announcement, many Daxia citizens still hadn't grasped what was happening, but they cleared the runway immediately. Once the runway was clear, ground crew signaled permission for takeoff. The sun was shining brightly today. With a roar, the Rafale fighter jets from Dassault took to the skies. The pilot executed a series of aerial maneuvers, 360-degree spins, Cobra maneuvers, and more. As the Rafale touched down, Jolier turned to look at Lu Shaoqiu, his eyes brimming with unabashed provocation. To be perfectly honest, the Rafale's performance wasn't bad at all. Compared to the J-11, it was an absolute, comprehensive superiority. Earlier, Lu Shaoqiu had stated his intention was to showcase the might of the Great Xia military-industrial complex, a feat far beyond what a single fighter jet's capabilities could represent. He assured that the J-20 would absolutely not be deployed in today's airshow. Dassault hadn't anticipated Lu Shaoqiu would actually withhold the J-20 from the airshow. After all, Jolier knew full well that trying to pit the Rafale against the J-20 would be nothing short of courting disaster. After all, the Rafale was only a 4th-and-a-half generation fighter, while the J-20 was a bona fide 5th-generation aircraft. His true intention was to observe the J-20 up close and deduce its approximate specifications. This would provide valuable reference data for Dassault Corporation's future 5th-generation fighter development. Of course, the main reason was sheer frustration. If the Great Xia had purchased the J-20, he wouldn't have felt disgraced by losing the sales battle. After all, who would buy a 4th-generation fighter when a 5th-generation option exists? But now, you expect Middle Eastern princes to buy your 3rd-generation fighter? He was determined to fight for that order. He'd like to see how Lu Shaoqiu could win without the J-20. Was he really relying on the J-11? Is Sha ready? Lu Shaoqiu asked into the walkie-talkie. Ready. Can take off any time, came the reply from the other end. Take off. Then, a sleek, silver-white fighter jet with striking industrial aesthetics slowly rolled out of the hangar. Many onlookers gasped in astonishment, because this aircraft wasn't even on the exhibition roster, and no one had ever seen it before. Within seconds of accelerating less than 100 meters, it shot skyward like a rocket. Lu Shaoqiu watched the J-35 take off smoothly, then smiled slightly and spoke into the walkie-talkie. Alright, give them a job.